Pei Nian Nian, in her previous life, was a splendid koi fish dwelling in a secluded mountain pool. After much perseverance, she finally began to cultivate a human form, only to be struck down by a bolt of divine lightning. Upon reincarnation, she became the sixth child of the Pei family, indulging in a life of pleasure and leisure. When the apocalypse descended, with zombies rampant and flora and fauna mutated, her family scattered. Remembering the little bundle that often cried for attention, her parents and siblings, she felt invigorated and motivated. She persuaded them to gather people and form a team of extraordinary abilities. However, upon returning home, she discovered that everything had drastically changed. The entity frolicking atop the mutated plants was none other than their little sixth child. A charming little panda, after relieving itself by the roots of a peach tree, was rewarded with a large, rosy peach exuding a delightful fragrance. The little panda placed the peach in a basket of flowers and scampered off to join the queue. Mr. and Mrs. Pei observed the long line of extraordinary beasts waiting patiently and fell into contemplation. How could these creatures exhibit such intelligence and even learn to offer tributes? Then came the earthquake. Mountains trembled, the sea surged forth, skyscrapers collapsed, the very ground quaked beneath them. The mountain where the Pei estate was located became the only haven where all life sought refuge. Once calm returned, the creatures collectively knelt towards the mountaintop, bowing their heads in reverence, as if worshipping a deity. They vowed to forever honor this human. Chapter 1. Hurry, give the snake food. The snake is starving. Miss, you cannot consume any more cake, or else when Mr. returns home, he will take you to the hospital again, sighed Uncle Lou, the butler, as he held the refrigerator door shut, preventing the little girl from tumbling inside. Another servant gently lifted Pei Nian Nian down from her chair. The small creature, dressed in a delicate yellow princess gown and sporting two little pigtails, gazed up at them with large, innocent eyes resembling black grapes. I won't. If you don't tell, no one will know. The adorable little one clutched a piece of cake, taking a bite. So sweet. So delicious. What kind of bitter life had she endured before to only now savor such delights? Her eyes narrowed with joy, evoking an irresistible urge to forgive her. I will tell Mom and Dad that you stole the ice cream cake, and when they return, they will surely take you to the hospital for an injection. A voice, reminiscent of a quacking duck, rang out, laced with schadenfreude. Pei Nian Nian widened her eyes in shock and turned towards the kitchen, where a boy donned in a blue and white school uniform stood, a bag slung over his shoulder. Upon seeing Pei Chongfeng, Pei Nian Nian shot him a glare. Quacking duck snitch. Hey, what did you just call me, you little rascal? Pei Chongfeng exclaimed, tossing his backpack aside, rolling up his sleeves as he approached her. Startled, Pei Nian Nian shrieked, clutching the cake tightly as she dashed towards the backyard. Pei Chongfeng halted at the sight of the encircled tiger and black panther, unwilling to advance further. Feeling as though she had found refuge, Pei Nian Nian stood outside the enclosure, pouting defiantly. If you have the guts, come over. Infuriated, Pei Chongfeng took a few steps closer, and the previously lounging tiger and black panther rose, particularly the black panther, poised to pounce. With a fierce glare, Pei Chongfeng huffed, threatening, just wait until I return. I'll deal with you. Watching him walk away, Pei Nian Nian giggled. Today's round goes to Pei Nian Nian. Turning to stroke the black panther in its cage, she added, don't be upset. The fifth brother is just a big bully who always picks on me. She then affectionately patted the tiger. You too, don't be upset. The tiger and panther responded with a chorus of roars, as if in agreement. Pei Nian Nian retracted her hand, tearing the cake in half and offering a piece to each beast. This is the cake I just got today. It's delicious. You should try it. The tiger and panther opened their mouths, tongues flicking out to eagerly consume the cake, even licking the remnants of cream from her tiny hands. Pei Nian Nian giggled at the tickling sensation. After playing with the two ferocious beasts for a while, she heard a hissing sound and turned toward a nearby flower bed. Pushing aside the foliage with her delicate arms, she discovered a green-headed, round-bodied grass snake attempting to swallow a smaller green snake. Pei Nian Nian, eyes wide with curiosity, reached out her little hand, still carrying the scent of the tiger, to poke the snake's tail. Oh, you're eating your own kind. Upon hearing her, the snake immediately regurgitated the bamboo leaf green it had just consumed, raising its head high in indignation. What do you mean, own kind? Look at me. I want to eat snakes. Pei Nian Nian approached, lifting the bamboo leaf green by its tail and shaking it. Is it dead? At that moment, the nanny, fearing for the child's safety, rushed over and gasped at the sight of Pei Nian Nian holding the snake. Miss! Quickly drop it! Drop it! That is a venomous snake. It will bite. She called out for help while backing away, too frightened to intervene. The grass snake slithered toward Pei Nian Nian, wrapping its body around her ankle. Hurry, give the snake food. The snake is starving. As a group of people arrived, they were met with the sight of Pei Nian Nian not only clutching a venomous snake, but also having one coiled around her ankle. Some rushed to fetch tools, while others attempted to comfort her. Miss, do not be afraid. We are coming to help you, just stay still. Yes, yes, don't move, just stand still. Miss, do not fear, it will be all right soon. The grass snake bobbed its head. Hurry, give the snake food. Humans will kill snakes. Pei Nian Nian glanced at it before looking back at the approaching servants. With a twist of her wrist, she flung the bamboo leaf green, which struck the wall with a thud before sliding down into the grass. The grass snake hurried towards its fellow snake. The servants, witnessing Pei Nian Nian's audacious act, were momentarily at a loss for words. This child, should one call her foolish or bold? She dared to catch a snake. The nanny rushed forward to check if Pei Nian Nian had been bitten, knowing that if she had, they needed to rush her to the hospital. Pei Nian Nian, still raising her little hand, giggled. Nian Nian is fine. Her soft, white face crinkled with delight as she flashed a row of gummy teeth, evoking sympathy. Miss, you must not grab things so carelessly in the future. That snake you were holding was venomous. Pei Nian Nian nodded, offering no further explanation. In her previous existence, she was a koi fish from a mountain pool, having cultivated her intelligence over many years. After much effort, she finally neared the attainment of a human form, only to be struck down by fate. Now, as the sixth child of the Pei family, she relished her long-desired human life, surrounded by family. In her past life as a koi, perhaps due to her influence, the Pei family's fortunes flourished. As the Pei family grew increasingly affluent, they also became busier. Shortly after giving birth to Pei Nian Nian, her mother returned to work, and once Pei Nian Nian learned to speak and walk, she accompanied her father on his travels. The household usually consisted of only her and her rebellious fifth brother, Pei Chongfeng. Pei Nian Nian was indifferent. There was plenty of food and drink, and unlike her previous life of arduous cultivation, she was exceedingly happy. When mealtime arrived, the nanny placed her in a high chair, standing beside her with chopsticks to serve her dishes. A tablet on the table displayed a woman who appeared to be in her 30s. Baby, Mommy and Daddy will be returning from the airport shortly. You must behave and not sneak any more ice cream cake, understand? Pei Nian Nian stuffed a large shrimp into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out adorably, causing anyone who looked at her to soften. Upon hearing her mother's words, Pei Nian Nian nodded vigorously, not caring about the absence of her parents. She intended to eat as she pleased without hesitation. Pei's mother cradled her face in her hands, gazing at the screen where her precious child, Nian Nian, was diligently enjoying her meal, her heart nearly melting. How is our darling Nian Nian so utterly adorable? She exclaimed, before shifting the conversation. But what about your fifth brother? Is he eating well? Upon hearing this, Pei Nian Nian perked up, seizing the opportunity to complain. Brother isn't eating properly. He even sneaks snacks. The audacity of it all. He wouldn't even share with her. How outrageous. Chapter 2. Being illiterate at home with you. Pei's mother offered a few comforting words before the flight announcement cut their conversation short. Pei Nian Nian, with her tiny fingers, pointed at the dishes on the table, and the nanny dutifully served her whatever she indicated, leaving Nian Nian with a look of sheer satisfaction. It was truly delicious. What kind of miserable life had she endured in her past life? The nanny, sensing the moment was right, placed her chopsticks down, but Nian Nian, still eager for more, had to be gently coaxed into stopping. She looked down at her round belly and patted it with her delicate hand. You are utterly ungrateful. So much delicious food, and you can't hold any more. Humph. After the nanny bathed her and lulled her to sleep, she finally stepped out. At 6 a.m, Nian Nian, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes wide and scrambled out of bed to pull back the curtains on the balcony. Through the glass door, she saw a flickering red light on the horizon spreading towards her with alarming speed. Furrowing her brow, she sensed that something ominous was about to unfold. Specifically, the end of the world was approaching. She rummaged through her bedside drawer for a children's watch and called her parents, but the phone was off. She then tried reaching her elder brother, who was in another city. After several attempts, he finally answered. Hello, Nian Nian. Why are you calling so early? Brother, come back quickly. The end of the world is coming. A chuckle came from the other end. Nian Nian, what nonsense are you spouting? Has Chongfeng shown you some bizarre things again? That's not true. It's too early for that. Just go back to sleep, okay? He had barely been asleep long when he received his sister's call. Pei Nian Nian furrowed her delicate brows. Her brother didn't believe her, and considering her age of just over 3 years, it was indeed a reasonable reaction for a normal person. Switching tactics, she sweetly said, Brother, I want Empress biscuits and chocolate noodles and big buns and soup dumplings. Thinking of his little sister's pig-like appetite, Pei Changxu replied, All right, when you wake up, there will be plenty for you. Now go back to sleep. Unyielding, Nian Nian insisted, Brother, I want lots and lots, more than our family's estate. Okay, when you wake up, there'll be plenty. Pei Changxu managed to coax her back to sleep, reminding himself he couldn't go back on his word. A few trucks full of supplies wouldn't be too much trouble. He sent out a few messages before finally pulling the blanket over himself to sleep. Nian Nian, still not giving up, tried calling her second brother and third sister, but found them unreachable. Remembering her fifth brother had school, she slipped on her shoes, clutching a brown teddy bear, and knocked on Pei Chongfeng's door. Fifth brother, open the door. Pei Chongfeng had just finished washing up and dressed when he opened the door to find his little sister hugging a teddy bear. He raised an eyebrow, his tone less than friendly. What do you want? It was rare for the little piglet to be up this early. Nian Nian rushed forward to hug his leg, tilting her plump face upwards, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Brother, can you skip school today and play with Nian Nian? Pei Chongfeng pinched her soft, chubby flesh. No way. I refuse to be an illiterate little brat. As he said this, he reached down to pry her hands apart. Today, he simply could not be allowed to go to school. No. You mustn't go to school today. You will turn into something strange. Pei Chongfeng pried her off only to have her cling back on, and after several attempts, his patience wore thin. He dragged his feet to fetch his backpack. Picking her up, he surmised that perhaps it was because their family members were often away, leaving her feeling scared, so he tried to soothe her. All right, I won't go, but I'm hungry, so let's eat first. Nian Nian nodded. As long as they stayed home, she was agreeable to anything. Once downstairs, Pei Chongfeng observed her munching on crystal dumplings and asked, Nian Nian, are you really going to eat breakfast without brushing your teeth and washing your face? He feigned disgust. EW. You're so dirty. And signaled to the nanny. The nanny quickly chimed in, Miss. Shall we wash your face and brush your teeth? The dress you wanted arrived yesterday. Let's try it on. With a small dumpling still in hand, Nian Nian was about to leave when she spotted Pei Chongfeng sitting at the table and quickly exclaimed, You can't go. All right. I won't leave. I'll stay home and be illiterate with you. With no sign of anyone else around, Pei Chongfeng flung his backpack over his shoulder and stuffed a bun into his mouth. Quickly. We need to leave now, or we won't be able to later. Pei Chongfeng called to the driver as he settled into the car. The driver chuckled. Miss Six doesn't want to part with young Master Five, does she? The young boy replied with a hint of pride, of course. When Nian Nian reached the lower floor, she found Pei Chongfeng had already vanished, and in a fit of anger, she stomped her foot and stormed over to turn on the television. The nanny observed her with a smile, watching the little one stomp her feet, an endearing sight indeed. Nian Nian remained glued to the television, having dialed out but with few believing her claims. Her parents were away in the north and wouldn't be returning anytime soon. With her cheeks puffed and her little feet perched on the sofa, she sighed and took a bite of a delicious, crunchy cookie while watching the news on TV. The backdrop was a hospital where numerous individuals were collapsing for unknown reasons. Finishing her cookie, Nian Nian stood up, supporting herself against the sofa's back. Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu came over in response. Miss. What's the matter? Nian Nian pointed at the screen. Are they sick? Just like what my brother told me about the pandemic. Will Nian Nian not be able to go out and play? Will I be stuck in my room? Uncle Lu finally noticed the news urging everyone to stay home and self-isolate, avoiding unnecessary outings. He sensed something was amiss but first sought to reassure Nian Nian. You won't be confined to your room, don't worry. Turning away, he called to have more vegetables, fruits, snacks, rice, noodles, salt, and oil delivered. He remained oblivious to the large eyes peering from behind the sofa, retreating quietly. First to arrive were the supplies sent by Pei Chongxu, followed by those Uncle Lu had arranged, with several large trucks parked by the warehouse. Numerous items were gradually moved into the warehouse. As afternoon approached, the situation worsened, and several servants in the estate began to faint. Fortunately, the servants didn't reside with them, instead living in the small building in the southwest corner. Even the driver sent to pick up Pei Chongfeng from school collapsed on the ground. Unbeknownst to them, a significant number of students in the school also succumbed to sudden unconsciousness. Pei Chongfeng himself felt dizzy and nearly toppled into the restroom. He grabbed a mop to steady himself as he exited. Realizing something was terribly wrong, he noticed individuals fainting in the restroom, hallway, and classroom. Not just one or two, but clusters collapsing. He took a deep breath and exhaled a wave of heated air, forcing himself into a storage room filled with sports equipment. Before losing consciousness, he remembered to lock the door and barricade it with a nearby shelf. Then, darkness enveloped him as he fell to the floor. His phone in his pocket flashed incessantly, displaying an incoming call from little Nian Nian. Pei Nian Nian had driven the servants to the small building next door and taken several food and drink supplies into her room, locking the door behind her. Before fainting, she ensured to pull the blanket over her round belly. It wouldn't do to leave her stomach uncovered. She might catch a chill and have an upset stomach. Chapter 03 Fool. The skin of a human would shed layers if touched by them, let alone a human child. When Pei Nian Nian awoke, the entire world had undergone a monumental transformation. Outside her window, the vegetation flourished with a wild exuberance, resembling a return to the primeval forest. The plants within the manor were growing uncontrollably, winding around the house. The balcony had been overtaken by these verdant invaders, climbing upwards and obscuring the light. Pei Nian Nian stood on a small stool to turn on the light, first tending to her needs in the bathroom, then consuming some food to satiate her hunger before she ventured to observe the botanical chaos outside. Suddenly, the plants began to move as if they had gained consciousness. Pei Nian Nian hesitated to open the door. She picked up her children's watch to make a call, but there was no signal. Undeterred, she pressed the buttons again. Yet there was no response. She then pushed the small stool towards the door to grasp the doorknob, cracking the door open just enough to peer outside and listen intently. The house remained eerily silent and dark. Returning, she rummaged for her nightlight and cautiously made her way towards the door, each step taken with utmost care. As if fearing to disturb something, she inspected the entire manor. Finding it empty, she was alone and safe. Earlier, while unloading supplies, she had instructed the butler to bring over various compressed biscuits, snacks, and bottled water. She could sustain herself for a while, ample time to contemplate her survival. The sliding door on the first floor leading to the pool was completely shrouded in foliage. Pei Nian Nian leaned against the door, straining to hear the sounds from outside. Roars of tigers and panthers filled the air. Grapes and cake, she exclaimed with excitement, tapping on the door with her delicate hands. Just then, two fierce beasts, having returned from a hunt, lingered in the yard, their cage no longer able to contain them, nor was there room for them to reside comfortably. Nearby lay a plump white pig, blood trickling from its neck, steaming in the cool air. The cake sniffed the surrounding scents carefully, while grapes roamed the estate, scaring away various animals that sought to nest. The yard had transformed from its former elegance and spaciousness into a tangled thicket, with rampant growth leaving little room to move. The panther, ever watchful, perked its ears and dashed towards the source of the noise, accidentally stumbling into the pool, struggling to regain its footing. It began to claw at the house, now obscured by the invasive plants. Observing a small figure in a rose-patterned dress, with hands that had turned red from clapping, it let out a series of excited calls. The little master was still alive. The tiger, drawn by the commotion, approached with a pig still clamped in its jaws. Upon seeing the person inside clawing alongside the panther, it became apparent that the plants were growing back as if in defiance of their efforts. Grapes, impatient, let out a roar, inadvertently breathing fire that surged toward the greenery. To everyone's astonishment, the plants receded like a tide. Pei Nian Nian gestured for the tiger to open the door. The tiger, with a great paw, attempted to scratch at the door, wary of hurting the tiny figure within. Pei Nian Nian craned her neck to see. The sliding door was locked. She nudged the nearby stool closer, grasped the lock with her little hand, and, using her weight, pulled down, unlocking it with a satisfying click. With a swift motion, the tiger pushed open the sliding door, allowing the encroaching vines to flood in eagerly. The two fierce beasts instinctively shielded Pei Nian Nian, while Grapes gently tugged at her clothing, emitting low growls of concern. A tender yellow vine reached toward her, swaying inquisitively, but was swiftly severed by the panther's sharp claws. Falling helplessly to the ground, the vine recoiled instantly. Pei Nian Nian felt a warmth on her back, accompanied by a whiff of something burning. She screamed, struggling in distress. Her round, cherubic face was etched with panic. The surrounding plants surged forward, enveloping her and the two beasts, extinguishing the fire in an instant. Once the turmoil subsided, Pei Nian Nian found herself seated within a circle formed by plants and animals, awkwardly patting her back. Being a delicate child, especially one as pampered as Pei Nian Nian, she sniffled, "Grapes, you burn me. It hurts so much." The large tiger, feeling helpless, sniffed her repeatedly, recalling that when it was injured, a lick would suffice. Instinctively, it extended its tongue to soothe the burn on her back. Pei Nian Nian cried out louder, the pain too intense, suspecting blisters were forming. As Grape's tongue touched her back, she yelped, and the panther, without a moment's thought, swatted the foolish beast beside it twice. "Fool. Human skin would peel if licked by you, let alone the tender skin of a child, unprotected by fur." The tiger felt wronged. It had not acted with malice. Pei Nian Nian sobbed, hiccuping, yet no one was there to console her, forcing her to rise. "You can't burn me anymore. It hurts." The tiger murmured softly, "No, no. I would never harm you, little master. It was an accident." Pei Nian Nian, with tearful eyes, glanced at the plants encircling her, puzzled by their sudden change from aggressive invaders to protective guardians. However, she was resolute. "You must not occupy my home. Otherwise, I will have nowhere to sleep tonight." A faint whimpering sound emerged as a darker vine cautiously approached, rubbing against her small hand. Another tender branch gently brushed away the tears from her face, swaying joyfully. In an instant, all the plants retreated. Pei Nian Nian, her mind clouded with pain, desperately sought medicine. Remembering the location of the first aid kit that the nanny had mentioned, she pushed the stool towards it. Grapes, feeling remorseful for its earlier mistake, eagerly followed. Clutching the stool behind her, the little creature pointed threateningly, "You must not set my stool on fire." Grapes nodded vigorously, afraid to speak. Upon reaching her destination, she set the stool down to retrieve the ointment, unearthing a tube that resembled the one her mother had used when she had scalded her hand in a bout of mischief. She opened the cap and, with her back turned, tested it on her skin, tears welling up from the sting. Glancing at the large claws of the two beasts, she realized they were incapable of applying ointment. Frustrated, she capped the tube and stormed off towards the southwest wing of the manor, hoping there were still survivors. Otherwise, she was at a loss for what to do. Would she truly have to wait for her wound to heal on its own? Spotting the two beasts trailing behind her, she urged them to return, fearing they might frighten anyone inside. The obstructing plants and vines parted to grant her passage. A zombie, drawn by the scent of blood, charged towards Pei Nian Nian with a guttural roar. Before it could get close, it was ensnared by the vines, flung away effortlessly. One by one, zombies approached her. But before she could even hear them, they were all dispatched by the vines, expelled from the estate. Chapter 04 Hurry. Toss her out. This child must have been bitten. Upon reaching the small building, Pei Nian Nian found the door wide open, intermittent sounds of zombie growls and scuffles echoing from within. She peered cautiously around the doorframe, her vines mimicking her furtive movements. Zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, surged towards her, only to be intercepted by the vines, which deftly flung them away. As long as they were present, no harm would come to this little fish. Although they were influenced by the apocalypse and could not suppress their primal instincts, they felt an overwhelming urge to protect Pei Nian Nian. Furthermore, with each interaction, their awareness grew clearer. Once the area was relatively secure, Pei Nian Nian stepped inside. Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, the driver, Zhongli, who had been rummaging for food in the kitchen, opened the door a crack, peering out to see the child. Once again surveying her surroundings, she noticed that the zombies had mysteriously vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened the door. "Miss, are you all right? How did you come here alone?" It was Uncle Zhang, the driver who regularly picked up Brother Wu. She sniffled and inquired, "What about Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu?" Zhang's gaze lingered on her delicate, doughy face, but he refrained from mentioning the possibility that they might have turned into zombies. Perhaps due to the lack of commotion below, they could still hear voices. Gradually, four individuals descended from above. Among them was Aunt Lu, the caretaker assigned to look after Pei Nian Nian. Upon seeing her, Aunt Lu's face filled with astonishment. "Oh my, how did you get here? What happened to those flesh-eating creatures?" Pei Nian Nian remained silent, tearfully offering the ointment in her hand to Aunt Lu, indicating that her back hurt. Aunt Lu quickly embraced the child, peering at her back to discover a cluster of blisters, with her clothing singed in patches. What on earth happened? How did it come to this? She hastily took the ointment to apply it to the child's back, being exceedingly cautious not to cause her any pain, gently blowing on the area as she worked. Pei Nian Nian said nothing. She simply cried until exhaustion overtook her, and she fell asleep in Aunt Lu's arms. A nearby maid regarded the child in Aunt Lu's embrace with a malevolent glare, muttering to herself that in this post-apocalyptic world, where survival was paramount, there was no longer any need for pretense. Aunt Lu cast a sidelong glance at her and continued to fan herself, asserting, "This is the employer's child. I am paid to care for her." Furthermore, she mused, the child's parents and brothers are formidable individuals. Should they return to find their child missing, who knows what might happen? Aunt Lu's unspoken thoughts lingered in the air. Given the child's esteemed position within the Pei household, should they discover any harm had befallen her, they would undoubtedly unleash their wrath upon those responsible. Aunt Lu had nurtured Pei Nian Nian from an infant, who once could only cry, into the cheerful child she was now. Having dedicated the majority of their lives to the Pei family, they had never been treated poorly. And Aunt Lu had come to regard Pei Nian Nian as her own granddaughter. Moreover, the resources available here were abundant. A young girl, looking somewhat anxious, hurriedly approached to shut and lock the large door, barricading it with a nearby cabinet. The maid scoffed derisively, clearly disdainful of her actions. Having only been at the Pei residence for 6 months, she found it difficult to accept Aunt Lu's authority, especially since Aunt Lu held the position of the housekeeper's wife and was responsible for the care of the Pei family's young lady, enjoying considerable respect and a higher salary than the others. Wang Hehua desired to earn more money to save for her son's bride price, so she sought to look after Pei Nian Nian but was politely declined by Pei's mother. Despite harboring some resentment, the Pei family's generous treatment and lucrative pay made it hard for her to leave, as her current position afforded her a sense of pride. Only a fool would walk away. Silence enveloped the group until Wang Hehua finally broke it. What should we do now? They turned into flesh-eating monsters, devouring human flesh. It's terrifying. Upon awakening, she sought something to eat, but when she opened the door, a creature lunged at her, eager to tear her flesh from her bones. Luckily, her reflexes saved her from being bitten. Thinking of those monstrous beings, she nervously scanned her surroundings. Where had they all gone? Had they left? Just then, a man who had been engrossed in his phone suddenly spoke up. Those creatures are called zombies. They consume human flesh. If you are bitten or come into contact with their blood or flesh, you too will transform into one of them. Yang Yong's words hung ominously in the air as he slowly ascended the staircase. The others exchanged fearful glances, fixating on the child held in Aunt Lu's arms, her back marred by angry red welts and oozing blisters. This child hasn't been bitten by a zombie, has she? Zhongli bolted to the kitchen door, ready to shut it at the first sign of trouble. Quick! We must throw her out. She must have been bitten. Look at her back, it's oozing yellow fluid and looks terrifying. Wang Hehua rushed up the stairs, prepared to flee at the slightest movement from Pei Nian Nian. Even Aunt Lu, holding the child, became rigid, paralyzed by fear. Impossible. Those are burns, not bite marks. Though Wang Hehua often found Aunt Lu insufferable, the gravity of the situation overshadowed personal grievances. Did you not hear Yang Yong? She may have been contaminated. Look at her back. The wounds are oozing yellow fluid. Aunt Lu's gaze shifted to the child's flushed face, and the yellowing wound on her back, her conviction growing that Pei Nian Nian had indeed been bitten. She recalled how her late husband had been bitten. Initially, his wound had also oozed yellow fluid before it turned black and rotted, transforming him into a zombie within half an hour. With a trembling grip, she gently laid the child on the sofa, observing that she remained unconscious. Aunt Lu hurriedly joined the others on the staircase. Meanwhile, the young girl stood a distance away, watching, yet refraining from approaching, taking in the fearful expressions of those surrounding Pei Nian Nian. The child lay alone on the sofa, appearing pitiful and unresponsive. Yang Yong, noting the child's lack of reaction, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, finding only one left. He placed it behind his ear, grabbed a small pebble from a nearby potted plant and cautiously approached. With a broom, he prodded Pei Nian Nian, accidentally striking her injured back, causing a blister to burst. Although she was unconscious, a pained whimper escaped her lips. Zhongli could no longer contain his anxiety. Quick! Throw her out. She's about to mutate. The yellow fluid is increasing. Fear gripped Aunt Lu's expression. Had this child been in good condition, she would have cared for her diligently, but now, she averted her gaze, unable to look. Wang Hehua chimed in, yes, yes. Hurry, and throw her out. I don't want to die. I still need to find my son. He hasn't married yet. I want to hold my grandchild. Chapter 5. If you want to die, don't drag us with you. I'll kill her right now. I don't want to die. Her words spilled forth in a frantic repetition, her expression bordering on madness as she gripped the staircase railing, not daring to approach. Yang Yong, feeling the tension, suddenly heard a sharp sound, causing him to flinch and drop the broom. Shut up, or you can join her. Instantly, they fell silent. Yang Yong set the broom aside, clutching the stone-filled cigarette case as he approached, intending to force it into the child's mouth. He had no desire to be bitten halfway through. Pei Nian, overwhelmed by fear and injury, had already begun to burn with fever, her mind drifting into confusion. As Yang Yong fumbled with her, she stirred slightly, mumbling indistinctly. The young girl, Tian Yuan, suddenly surged forward, pushing Yang Yong aside. Her frenzied action startled everyone around. Yang Yong, fearing she had mutated, scrambled back, relieved to see she did not attack. Rising, he glared at Tian Yuan. What are you doing? Tian Yuan knelt to examine Pei Nian, noticing her chubby limbs bore no bite marks, though her calves were scratched, likely from the grass during her escape. She hasn't been bitten. You can't throw her out. This is her home. If anyone should leave, it's you. Wang Hehua protested vehemently. In this situation, who dares to go outside? The manor is overrun with vines. In just 2 days, it has transformed from a beautiful estate into a dense thicket. Just because you say she hasn't been bitten doesn't mean she hasn't. Look at her back, it's oozing yellow fluid. Zhang Li's face darkened. Her home is in the main building. She brought this upon herself. You want to protect this girl?
Yang Yong scoffed.
What of it? Lin Wan brought your mother into their hospital for treatment. Are you now repaying that debt with your life? Aunt Lu, feeling a pang of compassion, admonished Tian Yuan. You must not gamble with your life. You are still so young. Tian Yuan gently touched Pei Nian's forehead and discovered she had a fever. She hurried to retrieve the medicine box and meticulously applied a fever-reducing patch to Pei Nian's brow. Observing her determination, Zhang Li understood that she had resolved to keep the girl. He turned to the kitchen and emerged wielding a kitchen knife. If you wish to die, do not drag us with you. I will end her life right now, he exclaimed, raising the knife menacingly towards Pei Nian, who lay on the sofa. Tian Yuan's eyes widened in alarm as she instinctively scooped Pei Nian into her arms to shield her from Zhang Li. What do you think you're doing? This is murder. Zhang Li brandished the knife, demanding, What do you think I want? I want to survive. Either you and that wretched girl leave, or I will end her suffering right now. He lunged forward with the knife raised. I have said she is not infected. The wounds on her back are from burns. As she spoke, Tian Yuan accidentally tore a large blister on Pei Nian's back. The girl let out a few hoarse cries before whimpering softly, clearly in agony. Tian Yuan, hearing her distress, cautiously avoided the tender spot, gently patting her bottom while soothing her. There, my dear, it won't hurt anymore. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. Wang Hehua shrieked. She is mutating. I heard sounds from her mouth that are just like those of zombies. Aunt Lu ascended several steps on the staircase, ensuring that she would be safe once Pei Nian turned into a zombie. Yang Yong also turned back to the kitchen, brandishing a knife as he approached Tian Yuan, his face a mask of terror and despair. I will end you both right now. Tian Yuan could barely evade Zhang Li alone, but with Yang Yong's arrival, their survival seemed bleak. She feebly offered, All right, do not attack. We will leave immediately. As she edged toward the entrance, she remained vigilant of the two men. She reached out to push aside the cabinet blocking the door, but her movements were hindered by the girl in her arms. However, she couldn't risk setting Pei Nian down, fearing they would strike before she could react. Hurry up!
Zhang Li urged.
I am carrying the child and cannot move it easily. Can you help me push it aside? Tian Yuan said cautiously. Zhang Li reluctantly stepped aside and waved his knife in warning. Stay back. Tian Yuan tentatively moved to the side, and seeing her compliance, Zhang Li lowered the knife to help push the cabinet aside before quickly retrieving his weapon and retreating. Get out quickly. Tian Yuan dared not linger. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a lush expanse of greenery and hurriedly turned to grab the baseball bat she had yet to retrieve. Yang Yong, fearing the emergence of another zombie, seized the opportunity to strike at Pei Nian Nian in Tian Yuan's arms. Fortunately, Tian Yuan had already grasped the bat and managed to block the blow, though it left a deep gash on her arm that immediately began to bleed. Tian Yuan, accustomed to hard labor and regular exercise, was stronger than she appeared. She swiftly pivoted the bat, striking Yang Yong. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Zhang Li charging toward her with his knife. Without hesitation, she fled towards the main building, disregarding the flourishing vegetation around her. As Zhang Li and Yang Yong plunged into the greenery in pursuit, the plants seemed to come alive, surging toward them. Frightened, they quickly shut the door and locked it, pushing the cabinet against it for added security before collapsing to the ground, clearly shaken. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Tian Yuan, the plants beneath her feet parted willingly, allowing her an unobstructed path toward the main building. Blood dripped from her wounded arm onto the ground, and moments later, the plants, as if drawn to a feast, began to take root in the blood-soaked earth. Behind a lush tree, two feral beasts lay hidden, watching Tian Yuan, specifically the girl she cradled in her arms. The tiger, seeing the scene, instinctively leapt forward, but was halted by the panther. The once vibrant tiger now lay innocently on the ground, seemingly drained of energy. Its fierce gaze turned towards the panther, baring its teeth in frustration. "Let go of Tiger. Tiger wants to see the little master." Upon hearing this, the panther unceremoniously struck the tiger's head with a couple of punches. "Are you foolish? Those humans fear us. The little master is injured. Can you care for her and apply medicine?" The panther warned. "That human seems quite protective of the little master. If you scare her away, what will happen to the little master?" After a growl, it delivered another couple of firm strikes. The tiger, marked by a wang on its forehead, found its clarity returning and let out a few whimpers. "You are right. You are the clever one. Tiger will listen to you from now on." In the poorest of times, she could not scrounge even a single coin. The panther emitted a sound akin to mockery, flicking its tail as it made its way toward the main building. "Let go of Tiger first." It lowly growled, cautious not to attract attention, resting on the ground for a moment before stretching and flexing its paws. "It is utterly unfair that the wretched panther possesses such power over me." Tiger is enraged. It used to be I who dominated the fights. The younger brother had even climbed onto its back, infuriating Tiger. It resolved to report to the little master, urging her not to keep that wretched panther. Tian Yuan, enduring the searing pain in her arm while remaining vigilant of her surroundings, continued to sprint toward the main building. The path seemed endless, and after a considerable time, she finally glimpsed the white structure, its walls adorned with climbing roses in full bloom, a sight of exquisite beauty. However, Tian Yuan had no time for admiration. She dashed toward the entrance, cautiously pushing the door open and scanning for any signs of danger. Sensing no immediate threat, she set Pei Nian Nian onto the sofa and hurried to lock the door. She recalled that previously, Pei Nian Nian had sent them all to the servants' quarters, leaving the main building devoid of occupants. Yet, she remained on high alert, quickly locating the medicine box to carry Pei Nian Nian to an empty room on the first floor. Once inside, she tended to the wounds. Blood flowed profusely from her arm, and as she moved, the injury tugged painfully, causing her to grow faint from blood loss. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she disinfected, applied medicine, and bandaged her wound, then turned her attention to Pei Nian Nian, who lay on the bed. The girl's face was flushed with fever, and her lips parched. Upon inspecting Pei Nian Nian's back, Tian Yuan discovered that a significant portion of the blisters had burst, leaving thin skin clinging to inflamed flesh, a horrifying sight. She hastily disinfected and treated the child's injuries, blowing gently to ease the discomfort, covering the lower half of her body with a portion of the blanket. She dared not touch the wounds. Finding a clean basin, she filled it with water and used an unused towel to wipe Pei Nian Nian's face, hands, and feet. After completing these tasks, she searched the refrigerator for an unopened bottle of water. Earlier, while in her room, she had come across news online that the world had succumbed to chaos. Those who survived had either developed supernatural abilities or remained ordinary. Animals had grown larger, and plants had overtaken much of the living space, seemingly gaining consciousness as they encroached upon human cities. All living beings were undergoing mutations, and Tian Yuan hesitated to offer the still ill child any other water. Pei Nian Nian, still somewhat dazed, managed to sip the water offered to her. After feeding the child, Tian Yuan quenched her own thirst and ate a few morsels to satiate her hunger before retrieving a kitchen knife and cautiously exploring the main building. Throughout her previous entries and exits, she had been vigilant, finding nothing amiss, but for safety's sake, she needed to ensure there were no zombies lurking within. She meticulously examined each floor, room by room, from the first to the fifth, and finally to the rooftop terrace. After verifying that there was no danger, she secured the doors and windows before checking on Pei Nian. The child was still peacefully asleep, her small face flushed. Tian Yuan calculated the time. It had been almost half a day since the child was injured, and she should not have contracted any ill effects. The child was still young, and without food, her health would deteriorate. Tian Yuan retrieved Pei Nian's previous milk bottle, boiled water, and prepared some formula, feeding it to her slowly. It was not until the child's fever subsided that Tian Yuan wrapped herself in a blanket and retreated to the bathroom for rest. She dared not stray too far from the child, fearing the possibility of any mutations. This precaution seemed the wisest course of action. The opulence of the large household's bathroom was striking, impeccably clean, with even the toilet shining. The bathroom was significantly larger than the dilapidated place she once shared with her mother. She lay in the bathtub, swaddled in the blanket, a kitchen knife at her side, and a baseball bat nearby. The day's upheaval was overwhelming, catching her off guard. After nearly 4 years in the Pei household, she had initially come for the generous wages. Since her father had disappeared with her brother upon learning of her mother's renal failure and uremia, no one knew their whereabouts. Yet, Tian Yuan understood that her father had abandoned them. The cost of treatment was exorbitant, not to mention the need for regular dialysis, a financial abyss neither could afford. Her journey transitioned from doubt and confusion to struggle and ultimately acceptance. When her mother was still in good health, she managed to take on odd jobs while Tian Yuan continued her studies, albeit under challenging circumstances. However, as her mother's health declined, Tian Yuan dropped out to work full-time, nearly falling victim to a fraudulent high-paying job abroad that promised to sell her kidneys. In her most impoverished moments, she could not even scrape together a single dollar, contemplating death, but unable to abandon her mother. Worrying for her mother, she remained composed when she accidentally broke a lipstick while cleaning and was dismissed by the store manager. However, upon learning she could not receive the $200 for her part-time job, she sobbed at the entrance of an upscale mall, as if the sky were collapsing around her. Passers-by glanced her way, whispering and departing, but only Madame Pei stopped to inquire, "Little girl, what troubles you? Why do you weep so sorrowfully?" Tian Yuan, choking on her sobs, recounted her plight through tears and snot. The mall manager, standing beside Lin Wan, awkwardly shifted his feet, too intimidated to interject. At that moment, Tian Yuan was oblivious to such concerns. Life's burdens left her gasping for breath. Her every waking moment consumed with thoughts of earning money to ensure her mother's survival. Lin Wan, perhaps feeling fatigued, sat beside her, attentively listening and occasionally offering tissues or bottled water. To this day, she remembers the pleasant scent of the tissue, soothing to the soul. After Tian Yuan finished her tale, Lin Wan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "If you need money, come to my house. I am seeking help. The salary is 20,000 a month, with meals and accommodation provided, and a year-end bonus for good work." Tian Yuan's eyes widened, tears glistening on her cheeks in disbelief. You truly mean it?" Lin Wan nodded with a smile. "If your mother's illness necessitates hospitalization, she can go to the Pei Family Hospital and I will cover all expenses up front, which you can repay through your work." Tian Yuan sprang to her feet and knelt before Lin Wan, exclaiming, "Thank you, madam. Thank you. I will work diligently." Chapter 07. Can one survive through the sweltering summer? Lin Wan laughed, encouraging her to rise, while a nearby servant hastily assisted her. A well-dressed man in his 30s approached Lin Wan, saying, "Xiao Wan, it's time to go." Lin Wan smiled gently, "All right." As she was about to leave, Tian Yuan called out, "Madam, why are you helping me?" The man wrapped his arm around her, massaging her sore back. Lin Wan, caressing her belly, smiled softly. "I am a mother too, and my child will soon be born. No mother wishes for her child to suffer in the world. I hope that if my child encounters difficulties, there will be someone to lend a hand." Later, Tian Yuan learned that the man was the head of the Pei family.
Pei Lin.
Shortly after her arrival, her mother was admitted to the Pei Family Hospital, already in the advanced stages of her illness. Unable to withstand surgery for a kidney transplant, Lin Wan soon gave birth to Pei Nian, showering her with love, which Tian Yuan observed with admiration. devoid of jealousy or resentment. Tian Yuan learned to care for the child under the guidance of the nanny. Lin Wan, after recovering for over 6 months, returned to work and entrusted Tian Yuan with the care of Pei Nian, instructing her to inform her of any unusual occurrences. Tian Yuan agreed. Having worked in the Pei household for nearly a year, her mother could no longer endure. It was as though the oil in a lamp had run dry, and no medication seemed effective. Before her mother passed, she urged Tian Yuan to be grateful, for it was Madame Pei who had helped them when they were at their wits' end and had provided her with a well-paying job despite her limited education. Tian Yuan understood her mother's words and endeavored to repay Madame Pei, but then the apocalypse struck. Coincidentally, none of the Pei family members were at home. Not even the 5th young master, Pei Chongfeng, who had gone to the city for school. Pei Nian, a mere 3 years old, was utterly helpless, and Tian Yuan resolved to protect her until the Pei family returned, should she remain unturned. Pei Nian was the youngest and most cherished child in the family, loved by all. As long as they were alive, they would undoubtedly return for her. Tian Yuan dared not sleep too deeply, her ears attuned to the sounds outside. Upon hearing cries of distress, she sprang to her feet, forgetting the blanket around her and nearly slipping against the tub's edge. Frantically, she unwrapped herself, grasped the kitchen knife, and stealthily crept toward the door, carefully unlocking it to listen. Hearing a child's voice, she set the knife aside and opened the door. Though Pei Nian remained drowsy, she was aware of her surroundings. Once assured of her safety, she dozed off again, inadvertently pulling at the wound on her back, eliciting sharp pain. Upon seeing the round-faced girl emerge from the bathroom, Pei Nian called out weakly, "Sister Tian Yuan," her voice tinged with innocence. Tian Yuan softly responded and examined the wound on her back, which was swollen and required treatment. Pei Nian cautiously shifted, her short legs tucked under the blanket, blushing as she said, "Sister, I need to pee." Hearing this, Tian Yuan's expression softened. "All right, let us go." After attending to that pressing matter, she held the child close, who then lay face down on the bed. "Are you still sleepy?" Tian Yuan asked. Pei Nian shook her head, patting her belly and revealing a sheepish smile. "I'm hungry." Tian Yuan stroked her silky hair and rose to prepare something to eat. She opened the refrigerator, scanned its contents, and took out a piece of meat and some greens to make a porridge for Pei Nian. Fortunately, the Pei family estate had independent water and electricity sources, with water sourced from the back mountain and electricity supplied by solar panels or generators. Even when other areas experienced power outages, the Pei family estate remained unaffected. As she cooked, she worried that Pei Nian might be hungry, so she handed her a small piece of bread. After surveying and inventorying their supplies, she concluded that if they maintained a regular 3 meals a day, it would only last them a little over half a month. Was Sister Tian Yuan counting supplies? Just as she pondered their next steps, a sweet, childish voice echoed from the entrance. Pei Nian approached her and sat down, nibbling on the piece of bread in her hand. Brother and Uncle Liu had brought some food from the warehouse. It should be enough for us to wait for rescue. Daddy, Mommy, and my brothers and sisters will definitely come to save me, she exclaimed, squeezing the bread in her hand. Tian Yuan did not shatter her illusions and gently patted her head, assuring her that they would indeed come. They both remained oblivious to the fate of the Pei family. Aside from Mr. and Mrs. Pei, the rest had scattered in different directions. Even if they sought Pei Nian, would they truly survive the treacherous journey across much of the vast summer? Meanwhile, Pei Lin and his wife had just landed in the northeast when they succumbed to unconsciousness in the car on their way to the city. Fortunately, it was early morning, and the traffic was light. Their vehicle lost control and crashed into the roadside greenery. Lin Wan awoke to the sound of frantic screams, opening her eyes to see the driver's eyes nearly popping out, dangling from a piece of human tissue. In his desperate struggle, his eye collided with the back of the seat, and in another fit of thrashing, he inadvertently ruptured his own eyeball. In shock, Lin Wan covered her mouth and vomited into a nearby trash bin, expelling everything she had eaten at the airport. Wiping her mouth, she surveyed the chaotic scene. The car had stalled after crashing into the greenery, her husband lay unconscious, and the driver had transformed into a monstrous creature that could only scream. Perhaps it was still hungry for them. Outside, figures roamed aimlessly, their movements unsettling. Suddenly, a woman with half a chewed-off face appeared before Lin Wan, startling her into a scream. Seeing the grotesque creatures turn their attention toward her, she quickly covered her mouth, her pupils dilating in fear as she gazed at the woman. The half-chewed visage was pockmarked and pale, with skin grayish and blackened, resembling a corpse that had long since begun to decay. Corruption dripped from her face. Trembling, Lin Wan curled up beside her husband, watching as the creatures scattered. While the monster in the driver's seat howled even louder. The creature was strapped into the seat by a high-quality seatbelt, its arms outstretched as it screamed, saliva spraying from its mouth. Taking a few deep breaths, Lin Wan rummaged through her bag for a mask and glasses, then checked her husband for signs of life. He was still breathing. Gently, she tapped his face, but he remained unresponsive. In desperation, she struck Pei Lin's face twice, but to no avail. To the hospital. Find a doctor. Chapter 08. Just a bit of pain in the face upon seeing the driver's alarming condition, she realized something was amiss. She grabbed her husband's suit jacket, tied one sleeve tightly, and reached inside to retrieve a bottle of red wine from the mini-fridge. Cautiously, she approached the driver. The zombie grew more excited. To it, this was a feast delivered right to its door. Its arms flailed even more vigorously. Lin Wan aimed to strike its head, but the arms obstructed her path. Instead, she swung directly at the arms, which fell limp as if severed from the elbow. Seizing the moment, she smashed the wine bottle against the zombie's head, shattering it, and a piece of the driver's scalp detached, falling before Lin Wan. Startled, she stumbled back as the driver became more animated, the sound of his drool and the grinding of his teeth echoing in her ears. Lin Wan looked at the shattered wine bottle on the floor, her eyes wide with horror. In another time, it would have been enough to incapacitate a person, let alone an unfit driver. His screams grew louder, and Lin Wan frantically searched for anything usable, but found no weapons with any lethality. If only she had a steel rod or a dagger, she could easily deal with the monster in the seat. As she thought this, a sharp steel rod appeared in her hand. It was smaller than she wished, but better than nothing. Elated, she placed the rod on the ground, reaching for it through her clothing. The rod was thrust directly into the driver's head. Upon insertion, the driver instantly went still. Lin Wan's chest heaved as she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, the stench of decay flooding her nostrils. Fortunately, the vehicle had been modified, so they need not worry about suffocation. A gasp from behind startled her, and she turned in terror, fearing her husband might also transform into a ravenous monster. Pei Lin groaned, clutching his head as he regained consciousness, his face contorted in pain. "Why does my face hurt so much?" Hearing him speak, Lin Wan quickly discarded the suit jacket tainted with corruption, ensuring she held nothing suspicious before removing her mask and sunglasses. "Lin, how are you? Do you feel unwell?" Pei Lin looked at his wife, her hair disheveled, face pale, and lipstick smeared beyond her lips, a sight he had never witnessed before. "Just a bit of pain in the face," he replied. Lin Wan's eyes flickered with guilt, but quickly masked it. "What is happening?" he asked, pointing at the driver. A steel rod protruding from his head. "They have all become monsters, or rather, zombies." Pei Lin hurried to peer out the window, observing the peculiar figures wandering aimlessly outside. Their movements aimless and erratic. Suppressing his shock and fear, he tried to reassure his wife. "It's all right, as long as we are okay. Wan, you did well to handle the zombie." Realizing she no longer had to face this horror alone, Lin Wan collapsed into Pei Lin's embrace. He surveyed their surroundings as more zombies emerged from the nearby buildings and community. "There are too many zombies. We cannot stay here." With that, Pei Lin stood, settling his wife back into her seat. Observing the situation outside the driver's seat, he seized the opportunity while there were no zombies around to unbuckle the driver's seatbelt, casting him out of the vehicle. He grabbed a small blanket from the adjacent seat and spread it across the driver's area before starting the car. They needed to leave before being surrounded by zombies. Fortunately, they had opted for an extended Lincoln, which provided more space. Had they been seated in the back, the zombies could have easily feasted on them while they were unconscious, a fate too unjust. As the zombies converged upon the sound, the car had already sped away. Pei Lin carefully scanned the surroundings and turned on the car radio, which crackled with static, providing no information whatsoever. "Wife, can you check how much food and drink we have left in the car? Also, check the medicine." He glanced at the rear-view mirror. Lin Wan responded, rummaging through their supplies and finding a few small cakes, candies, and a couple of apples, but no medicine. Pei Lin frowned, his gaze drifting toward nearby shops, most of which were closed. However, if they did not find food, they would starve and ultimately be consumed by zombies. "I'll park in a secluded spot. You stay in the car, I'll be back shortly." Lin Wan nodded, suddenly realizing something felt off. Where had the steel rod she used on the zombie come from? This was a commercial vehicle. How could such an absurd item be present? As she pondered, another steel rod materialized in her hand, larger than the previous one. Lin Wan's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? Am I developing magical powers? She waved the steel rod in her hand, its weight confirming its metallic nature. Lin Wan was about to inform her husband when she turned her head and saw two sluggish zombies approaching the unsuspecting Pei Lin. Her expression changed drastically, and she quickly donned her mask and glasses, opened the car door, and brandished a steel rod with determination. The two zombies reached out to grab her, but Lin Wan deftly evaded their grasp, swinging the steel rod and severing one of the zombies' hands. With fierce determination, she struck the zombie's head, causing decaying flesh and brain matter to splatter all over her face and clothes. Lin Wan felt a wave of relief, grateful for her protective gear. Otherwise, it would have been utterly revolting. With a swift motion, she pulled the steel rod free and struck at the other zombie, ensuring it could no longer move before finally ceasing her assault. Meanwhile, Pei Lin was still preoccupied with figuring out how to open the rolling shutter door. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned to witness his wife's fierce prowess, astonished by her ferocity. As Lin Wan approached, she contemplated how cumbersome it was to hold the steel rod for so long, but then, to her astonishment, it vanished from her grasp. Glancing at her hand, she realized she had truly mastered a form of magic. Noticing her husband staring at her in bewilderment, Lin Wan instinctively adopted a proud demeanor and urged him to hurry and open the door to wash up. Indeed, with a mere exertion of force, the rolling shutter door lifted effortlessly. Lin Wan exclaimed, "Darling, when did you become so strong?" Previously, Pei Lin had considerable strength, but it was remarkable that he could directly break open a locked rolling shutter door. With her reminder, Pei Lin also became aware of his newfound strength. Spotting a nearby freezer, he approached without a second thought and effortlessly lifted it, astonished at his own capabilities. Do we possess magical powers now? Has spiritual energy been revived? She mused, conjuring a steel rod that appeared and vanished at will. It seemed more akin to supernatural abilities, resembling what the third brother had once read in a novel about extraordinary powers. Pei Lin suggested they gather more provisions and head to the airport to see if they could find a plane to return home, where Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were still waiting. Yes, indeed. After rummaging through the luggage in the back seat, the couple changed out of their clothes smeared with decaying flesh and discarded the ones that hindered their movement, thoroughly scavenging the store for everything they could find. Pei Lin spotted a pharmacy across the street and collected a substantial amount of supplies, filling baskets to transport to the car. He had reinforced the vehicle earlier. Even bullets would struggle to penetrate it. Once they had secured food, water, and medicine, they set off toward the airport. During the journey, Lin Wan found her dead phone and charged it. After navigating through the network failures, she discovered the boss's contact and was about to dial when a call from him popped up on her screen. "Hello, boss. How are you? Are you safe?" Thankfully, they had switched to a satellite phone for the children at home, anticipating emergencies that might lead to communication breakdowns. Pei Changxiu was temporarily safe, sitting in a motel and munching on dry instant noodles. "Mom, are you all right?" After exchanging known information, Pei Changxiu revealed he had awakened spatial powers and, upon hearing their plan to go to the airport, dissuaded them. "No, we can't go. We might get caught by those plants or attacked by birds from above. It's too dangerous. We can only travel by road or rail. No one here knows how to drive a high-speed train. We can only drive ourselves." "Have you contacted the second, third, or fifth siblings?" They had only reached the second sibling. The third and fifth were unreachable. One's phone dead and the other unanswered. The couple's faces fell. They were in the northeast and had to traverse nearly half of the vast summer land to get home, which would take many days even before the apocalypse. Now, in this chaotic world, dangers lurked everywhere, only delaying their journey. Would Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu be able to endure until then? Or had they succumbed to the apocalypse, becoming zombies themselves? Meanwhile, the third sibling, who was constantly on their mind, had awakened to find herself pursued by zombies, forgetting everything, even her phone, as her mind was solely focused on survival. After escaping the school and defeating a zombie-turned-store clerk in a small supermarket, she realized what she had forgotten. "Nianqing, what are you looking for?" her concerned roommate asked, stuffing her mouth with bread. "My phone. It's gone." The young man sitting at the back scoffed. "That thing is useless now. No network, no signal. You can't reach the outside world." Who says it's useless? It's a satellite phone my dad got for me. Even without a signal, it can still work.
What?
You lost something so important. An older woman in the group was displeased, starting to scold her. How could you be so useless? You're a university student. You can't even protect something so vital. If we die here because of you, you'll be fully responsible. With that, Pei Nianqing packed her belongings into her backpack and, with a fierce glare, approached the older woman, pushing her to the ground. Old hag, what are you saying? If you're so good at moral coercion, why not go and persuade those zombies to take responsibility? I saved you, and you don't even say thank you, but instead, you're here whining. How did someone like you not turn into a zombie from the start? People nearby quickly pulled Nianqing away. Calm down. She's just scared. Let go. Pei Nianqing struggled against their grasp. What nonsense. Just because she's scared, she wants to vent her anger on me. I really must have been out of my mind to save her. Bending down, Pei Nianqing picked up her backpack and adjusted it on her shoulder. The older woman wanted to say something, but Pei Nianqing shot her a glare, warning her to keep her mouth shut or she would meet the zombies herself. The older woman, clearly frightened, remained silent, knowing that with 6 people in the group, 4 were university students and 1 was a teacher. They were all together, and Pei Nianqing was the strongest. Offending her would bring no benefit. Pei Nianqing approached the counter and attempted to use the landline, but it was out of service. She began to scour the small supermarket, which was more of a convenience store selling various food items. She opened her bag and discarded unnecessary items, stuffing compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and bread into her backpack. With her leading the way, many others also sought bags to collect provisions. They had left in such a hurry that only Pei Nianqing and her roommate, Wang Xueli, had bags. Wang Xueli carried a single shoulder bag, less convenient than Pei Nianqing's. After gathering supplies for a while, darkness was approaching, and they had no choice but to settle in for the night. They took turns keeping watch, with Pei Nianqing on the first half of the night and her senior Yang Wanli on the latter. Inside the small supermarket, a solitary candle flickered, casting a dim light. Pei Nianqing listened intently to the sounds of the wind outside, mingled with the growls of zombies, which seemed more active at night. She worried about her family, especially that little one who could walk and talk, chattering away. But now, in this apocalyptic world, with so many servants in the manor, if they had turned into zombies, she wondered if she could handle it. Yet, she was only over 3 years old, with short legs. How could she possibly run fast? But there was also Xiaowu. She hoped Xiaowu would protect her until she could return. With her parents and older siblings all away on business or research, no one was nearby. It seemed the family could only rely on her. Alone, she couldn't manage. It appeared she would need to form a team. A rustling sound caught her attention, and she glanced toward the corner, where 2 large rats with red eyes were staring at her. The rats noticed her too, squeaking tentatively before escalating into a frantic chorus, which made Pei Nianqing uneasy. Something's not right with those rats. She nudged her roommate Wang Xueli to wake up. What's wrong? Wang Xueli rubbed her eyes. You see those 2 mice? Their eyes seem unusual. Quickly wake them up. Wang Xueli was startled and hurried to call for help. She had managed to evade danger numerous times by adhering to Pei Nianqing's advice. Wake up. Wake up. The elderly woman grumbled. What are you doing? Can a person get some sleep? Today is not my watch. Pei Nianqing shot her a glare. If you wish to live, silence yourself. Nianqing, what's wrong? Asked the professor, who had followed them out, his voice barely above a whisper. Wang Xueli replied softly. Nianqing said those 2 mice are off. Pei Nianqing, wielding her tang knife, swiftly severed the heads of the 2 mice. Even after being decapitated, their mouths continued to open and close like those of zombie mice. She listened intently, yet all she could hear were the sounds of the wind and the growls of the undead. Chapter 10. What? Are you stuck to me now? Saving you isn't enough. I have to take care of you too? Something felt amiss. Mice are social creatures. How could there only be 2? When one human turns into a zombie, they inevitably bite others, who in turn become infected. Moreover, mice are known for their indiscriminate diets. She scrutinized her surroundings. The professor's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the ground, seemingly witnessing something terrifying, his hand instinctively reaching for the knife beside him. Pei Nianqing noticed this and asked, Professor, what troubles you? I see red dots moving underground. I don't know what they are, but it feels ominous. No sooner had he spoken than the corner echoed with the squeaks of mice. Pei Nianqing shone her flashlight in that direction. Red eyes, zombie mice. Come help. Those are zombie mice. If bitten, it's disastrous, she exclaimed, attempting to push a cabinet blocking the door. The elderly woman screamed, desperate to avoid danger, and scrambled behind the others, showing no inclination to assist. It was only when the nearby professor moved that she followed suit. Yang Wanli and another girl, Zhang Yuan, had awakened their abilities, one fire-based, the other wind-based. They positioned themselves in front to halt the advance of the mice. Wang Xueli had also manifested earth powers, helping to create a mound of earth, which inadvertently disturbed a nest of mice. A swarm of rodents poured out from the mound. Pain Yinqing's scalp tingled at the sight. What are you doing, Xueli? Did you desire more mice? Did you need to disturb a nest? Wang Xueli, flustered, replied, I didn't mean to. I had no idea there would be so many mice underneath. Yang Wanli and Zhang Yuan hurled small fireballs and wind blades into the mass of mice. Though their aim faltered, some projectiles landing atop the roof, only to tumble down onto the shelves below, igniting a fierce blaze. Sweat pouring down my head. Is it done yet? Hurry, we can't hold on much longer. Zhang Yuan, watching the flames grow, exclaimed, if we stay here, we'll be burned alive. Even if the mice don't get us. Wang Xueli caught sight of a shovel in the corner and rushed over, swinging it down onto the mice, causing their insides to splatter. Yang Wanli and Zhang Yuan were taken aback by her brutality, finally managing to open the door. They were met with a horde of zombies rushing toward them. Pei Nianqing wielded her tang knife, dispatching zombies with precise strikes, decapitating them. Wang Xueli followed suit with her shovel, driving it into a zombie's head with a resounding thud. For a moment, she realized that the zombies weren't as terrifying as they seemed. As long as they avoided being harmed, they could survive. A small child zombie crept up, lunging at Wang Xueli. In the nick of time, Pei Nianqing grabbed the back of Wang Xueli's collar with her left hand while her right hand swiftly plunged the knife into the zombie's skull. Wang Xueli turned to see the knife embedded in the zombie's head, its hand almost within reach of her own. Fear washed over her. Thank you, Qing. Pei Nianqing smoothly withdrew the knife, warning her to be careful before rejoining the fray. They fought off zombies while retreating. The small supermarket was now ablaze, and mice continued to scurry forth. Suddenly, a chilling cat's cry pierced the air. What is that? A tiger? How could a tiger make a cat sound? The professor exclaimed. Over here. This way is safe. The elderly woman rushed forward, fearful of being left behind. Pei Nianqing kept her knife ready, retreating quickly. The cat did not pursue them but remained at the supermarket entrance, catching mice one by one, devouring them whole while they still squirmed. Pei Nianqing even heard the sound of its chewing, sending chills down her spine. After a hurried escape, they entered a storage room behind a shop, finally able to catch their breath. Zhang Yuan trembled slightly, her eyes wide with fear. In the quiet warehouse, she suddenly broke the silence. What was that thing? It was enormous, like a tiger. Pei Nianqing took a few sips of water. It was just a tabby cat. Wang Xueli clutched her shovel tightly. How could it grow so large? That defies science. Yang Wanli replied, what science is there left to discuss? Humans have turned into flesh-eating zombies. Plants have inexplicably grown everywhere in mere days. This is far from normal growth. He turned to look at Professor Wang Yang. Sir, earlier in the supermarket, you mentioned seeing moving red dots, and then the mice appeared. What was that about?
Wang Yang, huffing narrowi estupid,
bore an expression of shock as if his worldview had been shattered. Hearing the students' inquiries, he feared they might think him unhinged and abandon him, hastily waving his hands. I don't know what's going on. At first, Nianqing said those two were zombie mice, and then I noticed a multitude of red dots underground. Pei Nianqing interjected. It must be the ability to see through. Professor, you must have awakened that ability, allowing you to perceive things we cannot. Realizing that everyone in their group had awakened powers while she remained an ordinary person, Pei Nianqing felt perplexed. Despite her rigorous martial arts training, she had not awakened any special abilities. She examined her hands, wondering if her excessive training had somehow hindered her. The elderly woman quietly approached her. Pei Nianqing turned, asking, what are you doing? The woman smiled broadly. Little sister, I'm just hungry. Could you spare me some food? I promise to return the favor. Pei Nianqing tightened her grip on her backpack. No way. When we were in the supermarket, why didn't you take some for yourself? The elderly woman retorted. I was too frightened to think of it, caught up in the rush to escape. Pei Nianqing shot her a disdainful glance. Why didn't you forget your own life then? What? Are you now dependent on me? Saving you isn't enough. Now I have to feed you too? The woman, denied what she sought, became enraged. You young girl, why are you so harsh with your words? I merely asked to borrow some food. Is it necessary to be so unpleasant? Besides, I intend to repay you. Pei Nianqing rolled her eyes. I've never heard of anyone borrowing their life. She clutched her backpack tightly, seizing the moment to catch up on sleep, ignoring her. The elderly woman then turned to Wang Xueli, who seemed more approachable, smiling, dear girl. Before she could finish, Wang Xueli, clutching her own backpack, leaned closer to Pei Nianqing. I have nothing left either. I lost a lot while fighting zombies. And this isn't enough to sustain me. Chapter 11. Are you out of your mind? Where did you get the idea that my parents mistreated me? Just as the elderly woman was about to unleash a tirade, Zhang Yuan interjected, Auntie, here. She pulled out a pack of bread and handed it over, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Yang Wanli, standing nearby, disapproved, but since the food had already been given, he found it difficult to voice further objections. Zhang Yuan was pulled aside, and a few hushed words were exchanged. Although she felt a twinge of discontent, she concealed it well. Wang Yang meandered between the group, lost in his thoughts. Hours passed, and daylight broke, with waves of heat making the air stifling and dizzying. Pei Nianqing awoke refreshed, feeling considerably lighter. She rummaged through her bag for some compressed biscuits and took a sip of water before zipping up her bag and slinging it over her shoulder. Wang Yang suddenly inquired about their plans. Yang Wanli replied, My family resides in the north. I am uncertain if my parents are still alive, and returning is no longer an option. I wish to find the military. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement, having shared a budding romance with Yang Wanli. However, the onset of the apocalypse disrupted their relationship before it could be firmly established. Given the current circumstances, returning home was impractical. Their priority was to locate a protective group. The elderly woman chimed in, Indeed. We must find the police. They will surely rescue us. Wang Xueli instinctively glanced at Pei Nianqing. Noticing her lack of reaction, she whispered, I also wish to seek the military. They possess weapons and will undoubtedly ensure our safety. She hesitantly asked, What about you, Nianqing? Pei Nianqing replied, I want to go home. My younger siblings are still there. During the apocalypse, my parents and brothers went away for work, and I must return. The elderly woman could not help but interject with a cynical remark. In this situation, adults struggle to survive themselves, let alone the helpless children. Who knows if they are even alive? She did not want Pei Nianqing to leave. The girl's combat prowess was invaluable, and her departure would heighten the danger for everyone. Pei Nianqing shot her a glare. If you don't want to talk, I can sew your mouth shut. The elderly woman retreated, chastened, and refrained from further comments. What about you, teacher? What are your plans?
Yang Wanli asked.
I wish to return home and check on my wife, he replied. Pei Nianqing shouldered her bag and headed outside. Yang Wanli called out, Junior, where are you going? She answered, to find a vehicle to take the teacher back. Wang Xueli quickly grabbed her bag and followed, exclaiming, I'm going to help. Wang Yang joined them, and the others, feeling compelled by social dynamics, followed suit. After walking a short distance, Pei Nianqing selected a sturdy-looking vehicle and pried open the door. In mere minutes, she managed to start the engine. Wang Xueli stared in disbelief. Nianqing, how did you manage to start it without the keys? You are amazing. Pei Nianqing shrugged nonchalantly and moved on to the next vehicle. Those were just youthful escapades. I never anticipated they would prove useful one day.
Van Xueli ponderat.
Could it be that she is not merely the daughter of the Pei family, but rather a professional thief? Perhaps the Pei family treated her harshly? This notion seemed implausible. She was able to attend school, funded by the Pei family, and several peers shared similar circumstances. She could not believe that a benevolent family would mistreat their own child. The group following behind murmured, Does their school even accept thieves? Wang Yang and Yang Wanli were aware of her background, but witnessing her adeptness in breaking into cars left them speechless. Was it possible that the Pei family had so many children that she had to resort to thievery for survival? Surely not. The Pei family was affluent. Even a mere fraction of their wealth would suffice for a long time. The elderly woman and Zhang Yuan exchanged disdainful glances, one wearing her scorn openly while the other kept it hidden, both harboring contempt for Pei Nianqing. The elderly woman had learned to keep her distance from Pei Nianqing, opting to join Yang Wanli and the others in the vehicle. Wang Xueli, with a conflicted expression, followed Pei Nianqing into a car. She attempted to ask several times but hesitated. Pei Nianqing gripped the steering wheel, noting Wang Shuili's awkwardness, which made her uncomfortable. "Speak your mind," she urged. "Nianqing, did your parents mistreat you?" Pei Nianqing slammed on the brakes, staring at Wang Shuili in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? What gave you the impression that my parents mistreat me?" Wang Shuili stammered. "Well, it just seemed that way when you were breaking into the car." Pei Nianqing laughed. "Oh, I thought you were implying something serious. Back when I was still a minor, I was quite envious of the sports cars my father and older brother drove. My second brother and I often wanted to try them out. At first, we could get the keys. But once my brother floored the accelerator and nearly drove off a cliff, my parents decided to hide the keys. Eventually, I grew restless and learned how to do this. After all, those cars in the garage were just waiting to be played with. After that incident, my parents realized their energy was too boundless, and they hired retired special forces or mercenaries to train us in self-defense. This way, they could protect themselves during dangerous times while also channeling our energy into productive activities instead of reckless antics. As their vehicle approached the community where Wang Yang resided, they encountered a horde of zombies congregating nearby, evidently having emerged from surrounding neighborhoods. Yang Wanli, noticing the dense swarm ahead, swiftly turned the car around. He glanced at Wang Yang in the rearview mirror and saw a look of sheer horror on his face. With so many zombies, the likelihood of survival was minuscule, and even if they did survive, they would be unable to enter and rescue anyone. He could not gamble with his life. The elderly woman covered her mouth, whispering, "Why are there so many zombies?" Zhang Yuan tightened her grip. "This area is close to the city center. The population density attracts more zombies than elsewhere." The horde heard the noise and began to lumber toward them, but before they could close in, the car sped off to a safe distance. Once they reached a secure area, Yang Wanli halted the vehicle. "Teacher," Wang Yang said, his expression grim as he waved a hand. "It's fine. I merely cling to hope." Yang Wanli exited to knock on Pei Nianqing's window, but before he could speak, he caught sight of her wide-eyed expression. Wang Shuili, too, was covering her mouth, as if witnessing something profoundly terrifying. His back stiffened, and cold sweat trickled down his spine. Just as he contemplated turning away, Pei Nianqing urgently whispered, "Don't move." Pei Nianqing swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on a thick branch slowly moving past them. What sent chills down their spines was the sight of countless grotesque flowers hanging from that branch, transformed through mutation into clusters of teeth. The sound of their teeth clashing echoed ominously, sending shivers through the air. One flower was unsettling enough, but the sheer number of them was terrifying. As the branch shifted away, it revealed the full extent of its form. Its roots engulfed an entire building, with the main trunk being thicker than ancient trees, likely dwarfing even the embrace of several people. Chapter 12. A First in Life. The area was swarming with these grotesque blooms. Any movement would provoke them into slithering like serpents, their clusters of teeth clicking with excitement as if eager to pounce upon their prey and use them as sustenance. Yang Wanli stood motionless, likely for an hour, until the blooms finally quieted, their branches resting atop the tall buildings. Pei Nianqing nodded at him, mouthing for him to remain silent. Yang Wanli then stealthily made his way away. After standing for so long, his legs grew numb, causing him to stumble. He remained cautious, observing the blooms for any sign of noise before cautiously rising. Pei Nianqing grabbed her bag and carefully exited the vehicle, signaling for everyone to move quietly before turning away. At that moment, a horde of zombies rushed around the corner, their shrieks intensifying as they detected the presence of the group. Pei Nianqing noticed one zombie with a severed leg, yet it sprinted faster than the others, as if starved for ages. Faced with thousands of zombies, Pei Nianqing felt a surge of panic, struggling against the instinct to flee. She restrained Yang Wanli, who was ready to bolt. He glared at her, whispering fiercely, "What are you doing? Don't drag me into this." Pei Changfeng awoke on the ground, still clutching a mop. Disgusted, he shook his hand and hurriedly scrambled to his feet. As darkness enveloped his vision, he grasped the nearby shelf for support, feeling an overwhelming wave of weakness wash over him, accompanied by a rumbling in his stomach. A frown creased his brow. He feared he might perish from hunger in this cluttered storage room. What had become of Zhongli? He had been unconscious for so long, yet no one had come to seek him out. Surely, if he didn't find Xiao Baiga, she would have come looking for him. Her absence indicated her displeasure. It would suffice to appease her with her favorite ice cream cake from the bakery near the school upon his return. With great effort, he pushed the cabinet aside, only to be startled by a series of loud knocks at the door. Pei Changfeng felt exasperated. What is it with the incessant knocking? Do you not possess hands? He twisted the lock and, just as he was about to press the door handle, he was met with a cacophony of growls from outside, reminiscent of a feral beast. No, this was a school. There was no way a wild animal could have entered, and even if it had, it would have been expelled immediately. As the knocks continued to echo, Pei Changfeng hesitated, relocking the door. After a brief interval, the noise subsided. His hunger intensified, and he searched his uniform pockets, retrieving 5 milk candies. He knew immediately who was responsible for this treat. Without hesitation, he tore open the wrappers and devoured them, feeling somewhat revitalized after the sweet indulgence. Checking his phone, he found it was dead, prompting a sense of urgency to return home. He had been unconscious for an extended period and was concerned about Xiao Baiga. She must be worried and perhaps even in tears. Tightening his belt, he chuckled at the absurdity of his situation. When had the 5th young master of the Pei family fallen to the point of needing to tighten his waistband? It was indeed a first in his life. Eavesdropping at the door, he detected no further commotion and cautiously opened a crack, only to be met with the sight of a student in a tattered uniform. Their intestines trailing behind them, half their face gnawed away, exuding a foul odor. Pei Changfeng stood frozen in terror before swiftly shutting and relocking the door, collapsing against it as he gasped for breath. His complexion had turned pale, and soon the knocking resumed. It was a zombie. He fought to control the urge to vomit. He had only just eaten, and he could not afford to lose his strength now. He could not die here. He needed to return home. Xiao Baiga was still there, and with his 3rd brother attending university in a neighboring city, he had no idea when he would return. Moreover, their parents and older siblings were far away. At this moment, Xiao Baiga was his only family, and he feared for her safety, wondering if the servants in the manor had also succumbed to the zombie plague. Even if they hadn't, he shuddered at the thought of how they might treat her. With a newfound determination, he scrambled to his feet and opened a window, peering down. Fortunately, they were only on the 3rd floor, and there was a way to descend. His classroom was on the 4th floor, and having descended earlier due to a crowded restroom, he realized that his earlier decision might just facilitate a quicker escape now. Below, zombies wandered aimlessly, but the spacious area provided him with a chance to run more freely. He rummaged through the room, finding a long jump rope and testing its length. Reaching the ground, he tied it off to ensure it was sturdy enough to prevent a fall. He certainly did not wish to become a meal for the zombies below. He also grabbed a baseball bat and a robust steel rod, fashioning them as his weapons. His descent initially went smoothly, but he was caught off guard when he discovered the 2nd floor window had been left ajar and a zombie lunged at him. Instinctively, Pei Changfeng kicked the creature back inside and proceeded with caution. Having mapped out his escape route while above, he knew he could not head toward the main entrance. Scaling the wall was his best option. Upon landing, another zombie approached, and with a swift swing of his bat, he struck its head, causing it to collapse. The noise attracted nearby zombies who began to howl as they advanced toward him. Adrenaline surged through Pei Changfeng as he sprinted along his planned route but soon had to adapt when he encountered an obstacle. After a hard sprint, he reached a wall and prepared to leap onto a nearby tree for assistance. Just as he prepared to scale the wall, he was unexpectedly flung back, landing hard on the ground, momentarily dazed. Had that tree just moved? He dismissed the thought, clutching his bat tightly and sprinting away, driven by the need to find sustenance. The vicinity of the school was dotted with numerous convenience stores, and as it was not yet dismissal time, there were few students and even fewer zombies. After quickly dispatching the store's zombie owner, Pei Changfeng scavenged frantically, ensuring to grab a bottle of water before retreating to a corner to devour his finds. Many of the items were new to him, and he found their flavors surprisingly delightful. Having satiated his hunger, he located a backpack, stuffing it with food and water before setting out once more. With renewed energy from his meal, he wielded the baseball bat with greater ferocity. He encountered several locked cars, but only 1 or 2 contained zombies, and they were in such disarray that he felt compelled to satisfy his cleanliness obsession. Ultimately, he selected a relatively clean vehicle, dispatched the zombie within, and laid down a blanket before emulating a driver's movements to start the engine. After a few attempts, the vehicle finally lurched forward, barreling straight into a shop on the street. Chapter 13. Completely packed. Spoiling Xiao Baiga to plumpness. Pei Changfeng felt dizzy as he exited the vehicle, but he was determined to grab the cleanest blanket from the top before seeking another car. The commotion attracted several zombies, prompting him to hurriedly gather his belongings and flee. Watching the relentless horde pursue him, he felt a pang of desperation, wishing for anything to slow them down. After running a considerable distance, he noticed that no zombies were following. Turning back, he saw that the creatures had become ensnared in the ground, unable to move. Pei Changfeng chuckled at the sight, relishing their plight. "Serves you right for chasing me." To his astonishment, as he observed the zombies sinking into the earth, he found himself laughing aloud. Was he developing some sort of extraordinary ability? This was splendid. He quickly set about finding a vehicle, realizing he needed to return to the manor, which likely held little food for Xiao Baiga. He could not allow her to go hungry. He would return with provisions, lest she starve. Continuing his journey, he raided the shops along the street, meticulously filling the trunk, back seat, and passenger seat to capacity. The car door struggled to close. With a firm press, he secured it, deciding to first check on Xiao Baiga before returning for more supplies, intending to come back with the family's long limousine. He had filled the vehicle to the brim, ensuring Xiao Baiga would be well-fed and healthy. As he prepared to leave, he also grabbed 2 cases of milk, knowing she was still growing and needed adequate nutrition. He would find a way to procure some vegetables later. It would be perfect. When departing, he intentionally took a detour to avoid potential encounters with others. Even if he did come across someone, he would simply accelerate, refusing to stop. If he paused, all his hard-earned supplies could easily be snatched away. He could not risk losing what he had gathered, as he needed to provide for Xiao Baiga. He could not allow her to go hungry. While he successfully evaded humans, he was not as fortunate with the mutated plants. Before he could exit the city, he inadvertently crashed into the heart of the plant's lair. As Pei Changfeng gazed at the pile of zombies that had been turned into nourishment for the monstrous plant, a shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to quietly attempt to retreat in his vehicle. However, the colossal plant, with its tendrils, ensnared the entire car, drawing it closer to its trunk as if trying to scrutinize something. Pei Changfeng's youthful face turned pale with fear. His abilities had already been exhausted moments ago, leaving him defenseless. Just as despair loomed over him, the enormous plant extended a slender vine into the driver's seat, reaching for Pei Changfeng's phone. The phone was adorned with a childish stitch keychain, which the tendrils began to tug at gently, as if fearful of causing damage. Pei Changfeng stiffly turned his neck. That keychain had been hung there by Xiao Baiga recently, who had insisted it would keep him safe. Initially dismissive and annoyed by its childishness, he had eventually acquiesced to her tearful insistence, forgetting to remove it afterward. The plant showed no intent to harm him, merely coiling around him, keeping the phone from his grasp. Pei Changfeng could only huddle helplessly in the driver's seat, silently pleading for mercy. Xiao Baiga was now his only family. Should he perish, she would be left alone and unwanted. Meanwhile, at the table, Pei Niannian swung her small legs as she awaited Tian Yuan's cooking. She wore a loose-fitting t-shirt and shorts, exposing her delicate arms and legs, which appeared soft and tender. Tian Yuan prepared a corn and rib soup along with scrambled eggs and tomatoes. "Niannian, our food is running low. Shall we eat this for now?" Tian Yuan ladled some soup into her small bowl. Pei Niannian nodded earnestly, pouting her rosy lips and blowing on the soup before taking tiny sips. After finishing her soup, Tian Yuan served her rice along with eggs and ribs, while she herself enjoyed the soup and tomatoes. Pei Niannian, wielding a small spoon, stood up to scoop ribs for Tian Yuan, trembling slightly as she placed them into her bowl, accompanied by a soft smile. "Sister Tian Yuan, you must eat meat too. Let us eat together." A warmth enveloped Tian Yuan's heart, her voice tinged with emotion as she replied, "All right, we shall eat together." Pei Niannian was an easy child to please. She accepted whatever was given without fuss or noise, endearing herself to those around her. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a loud knock resonated at the door. Pei Niannian craned her neck to peek, but Tian Yuan tousled her hair, instructing her to stay put. She then fetched a kitchen knife and headed to the door. "What brings you here?" she asked, seeing 5 individuals from the small building. Wang Hehua was casting furtive glances inside. "We're here to check on the young lady and you," she replied, her gaze landing on Tian Yuan, who appeared clean and in good spirits, seemingly untouched by the apocalypse.
"Oh,
You seem to be doing quite well. Let me see the young lady. How is she faring?" Tian Yuan held the door firmly, unwilling to allow them entry. "The young lady is fine. If you have no business, please leave." Zhang Li, growing impatient, pushed against the door. "Move aside. It's not your home. What is the point of blocking us?" Tian Yuan, losing her grip, swung the knife toward him. Zhongli recoiled in fright, narrowly avoiding injury. Get lost. Tian Yuan shouted, brandishing the knife menacingly. Yang Yong remained silent, stealthily moving to seize the knife from Tian Yuan, swiftly pinning her to the ground. What are you doing? Let me go. You scoundrels. She struggled fiercely. Yang Yong, producing a rope from seemingly nowhere, bound her tightly. You're just a servant. Don't act so high and mighty. This isn't to your home. He stood up, brushing off his hands. Tian Yuan glared at him. This is not your home either. Do you not fear retribution for treating a child this way? Yang Yong ignited a flicker of flame at his fingertips, inching it closer to Tian Yuan's face. Retribution? If it existed, I would have perished long ago. This place was not my home before, but it is now.
Do you see?
He waved the flame. I can easily dispose of you and that child. Hurry, gather the supplies. We'll find the army. They will protect us. Chapter 14. It is a tiger imbued with intellect, feasting on humans. As Yang Yong finished speaking, a chill coursed down his back, causing him to instinctively touch it. Feeling something damp, turning around, he spotted a pair of grape-like eyes peering at them from behind the sofa. Who else but Pei Nianyan? You little brat. How dare you splash water on me? Yang Yong roared in indignation, advancing to seize her by the back of her clothing, lifting her as one would a small puppy caught by the scruff. She squirmed and kicked, shouting, "Let me go. You villains! When Daddy, Mommy, and my brothers return, I will have them fire you." Zhongli burst into laughter. You still think this is before the apocalypse? Your parents and brothers might already be dead. You're just a jinx. Tian Yuan, seeing Pei Nianyan captured and fearing for her safety, struggled against Yang Yong. Let her go. She is just a child. Pei Nianyan continued to protest. I am not a jinx. You bad guys. My parents and siblings will become super strong and defeat you.
Yang Yong smirked disdainfully.
Having served your family for so many years, it's time for you to serve me. He plopped down on the sofa, placing Pei Nianyan on the floor, resting his legs on her small stool. Now, clean my shoes and I might let you go. Pei Nianyan pouted. You're a bad guy. I won tea clean for you. You're just unlucky. If you hadn't become a servant in my family, you'd be eating government rations by now. Something about her words struck a nerve, prompting Yang Yong to erupt in fury as he lunged at her, grasping her throat. The child's delicate face flushed red from lack of air. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the doorway, startling Lu Shuer and the others, causing them to collapse in fear, a foul odor permeating the air. Yang Yong instinctively loosened his grip, but before he could react further, his arm was bitten clean off by the tiger, blood gushing forth, splattering Pei Nianyan's innocent face.
Ah!
My arm! My arm! He wailed, clutching the wound in agony. Yet, he dared not retaliate against the beast. Tian Yuan stood frozen in terror, fearing the tiger would end them all. Pei Nianyan, released, coughed and gasped, her chest heaving. The furry beast lowered its head, attempting to lick her, but, remembering the young master's warning about licking her skin off, it gently nudged her with its soft forehead, unbothered by the blood on her face. After a moment, Pei Nianyan, regaining her composure, pointed at Yang Yong, spraying a stream of water. You bad guy. The tiger growled in agreement, extending its massive paw to swat at Yang Yong, the sharp claws tearing through his clothing, revealing the blood beneath. Yang Yong, clutching his wound, bit his lip to suppress any sound that might provoke the beast. Pei Nianyan continued to spray water, her satisfaction growing as she observed him soaked. Get out of my house. We do not welcome you. When he remained still, she approached and kicked him again, urging him to leave. Hurry up, get out. Yang Yong cast a fearful glance at the tiger lying beside Pei Nianyan. Tentatively, he moved slightly. When the beast remained still, he fled in a panic. The others followed suit, with Aunt Lu glancing back at Pei Nianyan. After much inner turmoil, she gritted her teeth and left. A mere child could only trickle a few drops of water and could not protect her. Once the others had departed, Pei Nianyan hurried to the side of Tian Yuan, attempting to untie the ropes binding her hands. Her small hands turned red, yet the ropes did not budge. The tiger approached, lowering its body, and with a sharp claw, effortlessly sliced through the ropes binding Tian Yuan's hands and feet. Tian Yuan trembled slightly, a chill racing up her spine from her feet. She cautiously drew Pei Nianyan close, but when she attempted to take the child away under the tiger's watchful gaze, the tiger blocked her path with a leg. What do you intend to do? If you wish to eat, then consume me. Do not touch Nianyan. She is still so small. The tiger tilted its round head, seemingly perplexed by her words. It was said that consuming humans would diminish its virtue. As a creature endowed with intelligence, it had no intention of harming anyone. It was not foolish. The tiger huffed in disdain, its gaze commanding her to surrender. Pei Nian Nian. Tian Yuan swallowed hard, resolutely standing her ground. At that moment, a child's laughter echoed. Grape. Do not frighten Sister Tian Yuan. Slowly, Tian Yuan's stunned mind began to process the situation, keeping a wary eye on the tiger. She crouched down and asked Nian Nian, "Are you familiar with it?" Pei Nian Nian nodded, explaining that Grape was the tiger her second brother had raised, albeit now it had grown into a robust beast. She further emphasized that it was a good tiger, one that would protect both her and Tian Yuan. The tiger emitted a purring sound in agreement. Yang Yong returned to the small building, where the blood from his wounds had been entirely consumed by the alien plants, all of which transpired after their departure. No one noticed the peculiarities of the vegetation, merely observing that it had become more lush. Yang Yong instructed his men to tend to their wounds and change clothes. Zhongli, what shall we do now? That wretched girl is accompanied by a tiger. What is there to fear? If we cannot stay here, we can go elsewhere. There are several affluent districts down the mountain, surely more comfortable than here. Zhongli hesitated, but the food take it all. Starve that wretched girl. Aunt Lu, who had been packing, interjected, we could seek out the government forces, find a safe zone. With so many people, not all can have turned into zombies. Zhang Li's realization dawned, right? How did I not think of that? The boss and Sister Hua possess abilities. The government and military must need such talents. We will live in luxury then. Far better than here. Yang Yong stood up, seizing the opportunity as daylight lingered. Pack up. Take everything we can. They gathered their belongings. And Zhang Li and Yang Yong each drove a vehicle to the rear warehouse, filling the trunks and back seats to capacity. Looking at the half-full warehouse, both men felt a pang of regret over the remaining supplies. Why not destroy it? We cannot take it with us. Let that wretched girl starve. Aunt Lu held a pack of compressed biscuits, wanting to intervene but recalling her lack of abilities. Now reliant on Yang Yong, she thought, if I offend him, I still need to find my son and daughter. As long as they are alive, they will reach a safe zone. Aunt Lu clutched the packaging of the biscuits. Her head bowed in silence. Just as Yang Yong prepared to set fire to the warehouse, a tiger's roar echoed, causing everyone to instinctively shudder and freeze. Who dares to burn my family's warehouse? Chapter 15. Father said that death is the easiest thing. The crowd trembled before the imposing tiger, nearly terrified to the point of wetting themselves. How wicked you are! Taking our things is not enough. You wish to burn my family's warehouse. Everyone strained their necks, drawn to the childish voice, only to discover a little girl riding atop the giant tiger. She wore a clean t-shirt and shorts, clutching the tiger's furry ears, seated confidently on its head. In ordinary circumstances, they would have praised her for her audacity. The chubby little hands patted the tiger affectionately. Grape, chase them away. The tiger responded with another roar. As no one dared to move, Aunt Lu finally stepped forward. Nian Nian, we are in the apocalypse and we cannot find food. Could you allow us to take some with us? We will not take much, just some bottled water and compressed biscuits. Wang Hehua chimed in, yes, miss. We do not intend to take too much. We just need enough to survive on the journey, right? Pei Nian Nian frowned. But you took care of me while working in my home, and you were compensated for it. Why speak as though my family never paid? The group was taken aback, realizing how astutely Pei Nian Nian spoke, as if she had not consumed the memory-erasing soup from her past life. Indeed, she had not partaken of any such concoction. In her previous life, she was merely a koi fish living in an isolated pond. Zhang Li, flabbergasted, exclaimed, how can this wretched girl be so ungrateful? We have cared for you. You have also taken plenty of my family's money. Pei Nian Nian rebutted, unwavering. At that moment, a voice interjected, Nian Nian is correct. The Pei family has always paid wages punctually, never failing anyone. These possessions belong to the Pei family. You have no right to claim them. Wang Hehua, you wretched servant. What business is this of yours? This is a matter of the Pei family. Tian Yuan, wielding a kitchen knife, darkly remarked. Are you not also a servant of the Pei family? The master of the Pei family is atop the tiger. If you take what does not belong to you, do not expect to leave the Pei estate alive. The crowd shivered in fear, glancing between the massive tiger and the furious Tian Yuan, realizing they were indeed at an impasse. However, they They could not retaliate against her. Aunt Lu stepped forward again. Nyen Nyen, I wish to find my son and daughter. Could you spare some food? We are seeking a safe zone. Once we find it, we will come back for you. Pei Nyen Nyen furrowed her brow. What is a safe zone? Seeing Pei Nyen Nyen's bewildered expression, Tian Yuan feared she might be deceived. Nyen Nyen, do not listen to her. If they find a safe zone, they will not care if we live or die. Previously, when you were burned, that old woman did not care for you. She took so much from the Pei family, she is merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Grape and Cake were sentient beings, forbidden from killing indiscriminately. And Tian Yuan was also bound by the heavenly laws, making it impossible for her to harm others without consequence. Father had said that death is the simplest of matters. Given the current circumstances, living was the greatest torment. She could not sacrifice herself to bring about the demise of those wicked individuals when countless zombies awaited them outside. This was her home. This mountain belonged solely to her family, and in the future, Grape and Cake would need to hunt outside. They could not perish here.
Tainting the mountain.
After much contemplation, Pei Nyen Nyen relented, allowing them to take one of the two vehicles. To accommodate passengers, many items were removed, causing Wang Hehua to wince at the sight of the valuable imported goods, including the Pei family's specially formulated food, which was exorbitantly priced outside, and something she rarely indulged in. Pei Nyen Nyen urged Cake to follow as they escorted them out the main gate. Nyen Nyen, why did you agree to give them supplies? Tian Yuan remained indignant, feeling they were unworthy. Sister Tian Yuan, this is my home. They cannot die here. By sending them away with provisions, it is merely a way for them to die further away. If they were to perish at the foot of the mountain, we would encounter them each time we venture out. What a bad omen that would be. Pei Nyen Nyen insisted earnestly, raising a short, chubby finger. In the realm of cultivation, one must avoid entanglements of cause and effect. They had worked at the Pei family for so long, especially Aunt Lu, who had cared for her since birth and treated her well. That small act of kindness could serve to dissolve the last remnants of their connection. It was far better than remaining in a state of unresolved conflict. However, she could not articulate her thoughts clearly to Tian Yuan, fearing it might frighten him. Her words elicited laughter from Tian Yuan, who responded with a cheerful agreement. All right, you are correct. I shall go over there and organize the items they brought out. Some of them will spoil, if not placed in the freezer. Perched atop the tiger's head, Pei Nyen Nyen gently rubbed its furry ears. Observing the once splendid manor now overrun with weeds, a disordered sight. Can't you grow up the walls? It looks so messy now, it is no longer beautiful. As Tian Yuan walked inside, she instinctively turned upon hearing Pei Nyen Nyen's remark. What did you just say? Before she could finish, Tian Yuan's eyes widened at the peculiar scene before her. In the courtyard entangled with vines and weeds, the tendrils writhed like serpents, coiling around the tall walls, adorned with charming little flowers as if meticulously pruned. Only the towering weeds remained on the ground. Seated on the tiger's head, Pei Nyen Nyen wiggled her chubby feet and cradled her round face in her hands, surveying the mess below. If not, we could just set it ablaze. No sooner had the words left her lips than the weeds instantly withered to a crisp yellow. Satisfied with this outcome, Pei Nyen Nyen nodded approvingly. Suddenly inspired, she straightened up, patted the tiger's head, signaling for it to let her down, and scampered over to Tian Yuan. With her plump little hands tugging at Tian Yuan's clothing, she eagerly proposed, Sister, shall we plant some vegetables? That way, we will have an endless supply. Nyen Nyen yearned for strawberries, grapes, and mangoes, meticulously counting them on her tiny fingers. Tian Yuan, listening to the sweet, childlike voice, took a while to regain her focus. Kai Nyen, how can those plants heed your words? Just because you wish for them to grow on the walls, they do so, and if you disdain the weeds, they wither at once, as if you could simply incinerate them. Pei Nyen Nyen tilted her head in confusion. I don't know. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? She inquired. Pei Nyen Nyen obediently shook her head. Tian Yuan gazed at the adorable little bundle, deciding not to press further. Well, as long as the child is healthy. Perhaps this is not a bad thing. I need not exert myself to tidy up. Watching the large creature nearby, she felt a twinge of concern about Pei Nyen Nyen playing with it. Nyen Nyen, shall we go organize the storeroom together? Let us see what food remains. Once we tidy it up, I will see if we have any vegetable seeds. Shall we plant some vegetables? Pei Nyen Nyen nodded dutifully, and Tian Yuan scooped her up as they made their way to the storeroom, with the tiger lumbering behind them. Perhaps because Pei Nyen Nyen wished to hasten Yang Yong and his group down the mountain, They encountered no disturbances along the way, and even cleared the plants around the road. The journey was smooth, allowing the group's tense spirits to relax somewhat.
Boss.
There's a dilapidated vehicle approaching ahead. Indeed, it was a battered car, its doors and roof dented and deformed, the front appearing as if salvaged from a junkyard. The pain from his injuries caused Yang Yong's head to throb. He impatiently opened his eyes to see. Aunt Lu suddenly exclaimed, "There's plenty of food in that car." Yang Yong, puzzled, asked Annie, "How do you know?"
I saw it.
Yang Yong didn't have time to ponder. He commanded Zhang Li to force the car to a halt. Zhang Li pressed the accelerator, steering sharply to bring the vehicle to a stop. Inside was Pei Changfeng, who had finally escaped a dire situation. Upon seeing the car barreling towards him, he slammed on the brakes, the sudden halt causing his body to jolt violently, his head colliding with a can of formula in the back seat.
Damn it.
"Are you out of your mind?" he shouted, ready to unbuckle his seatbelt and exit the vehicle. Chapter 16. Little Nose. "No, sister." Sixth brother.
Pain Yen Yen.
Realizing it was the end of the world, he decided to exercise caution, releasing the safety buckle but keeping his eyes trained on the occupants of the opposing vehicle. Moments later, the car's passengers emerged, Aunt Lu and several servants from the manor. 2 men and 2 women. Pei Changfeng hastily unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. As he stepped out, Zhang Li approached, exclaiming, "Oh, young master, you're alive. Are you unharmed?" Pei Changfeng coldly acknowledged him. "What are you doing here?" His gaze casually swept over Zhang Li's injured hand. Before anyone could respond, Wang Hahua leaped forward, declaring, "The young lady was misled by that wretched girl Tian Yuan and drove us all away." Pei Changfeng's eyes lit up. "My sister is unharmed?" The group exchanged glances. "The young lady is fine, but what?" "Speak quickly." "There's a tiger in the manor, nearly as tall as a building, and they deliberately omitted whether the beast is good or bad." Pei Changfeng's expression darkened. "How could you leave my sister behind?" "Whatever it takes, help me rescue her." Zhang Li's eyes darted around, feigning difficulty. In this apocalypse, what use is money? Food is far more practical. Pei Changfeng sensed something was amiss. Observing their vehicle and their attire, he questioned, "If there truly is a tiger, would you have had the time to prepare so thoroughly when you left? Your clothes are spotless, and the car parked in the garage is a spacious Land Rover, capable of carrying much." He took a step back. "Forget it, I'll go rescue her myself. After all, you are not my kin. It is understandable you would not accompany me to save her." As he attempted to flee, Zhang Li sprang up to detain him. "You little rascal, quite alert." Pei Changfeng quickly activated the ground trap, ensnaring them in place. Yang Yong sensed the situation was deteriorating. He conjured small fireballs in his palms and hurled them at Pei Changfeng, while Wang Hahua unleashed her water abilities beneath their feet. The asphalt ground made it impossible for the water to rise. They had to pry it open little by little with their knives. Pei Changfeng dodged, but a spark ignited his clothing, causing him to swat at it. Another fireball struck his back, igniting instantly. "Damn it, you bunch of dogs." Pei Changfeng rolled on the ground, the searing pain causing him to grimace. Yang Yong, still conjuring fireballs, aimed to eliminate Pei Changfeng. Just as he raised his hand, a sharp pain pierced his mind, as if someone were ruthlessly tormenting him. The flames in his palm extinguished with a puff, and all 4 of them clutched their heads, howling in agony as they collapsed to the ground. Having finally quelled the flames, Pei Changfeng stood, his clothes tattered and resembling a rag hanging from his body. His back was red and swollen, with some patches singed. The pampered young master had never endured such hardship. He rushed to the car to retrieve the baseball bat that had been his weapon of choice. Today, he was determined to teach these dogs a lesson. A black panther, its tail swishing, leaped from the forest above and positioned itself in front of Pei Changfeng, snarling at the group. Pei Changfeng felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of the enormous panther, instinctively tightening his grip on the bat. The other 4, disregarding their aching heads, stared in terror at the panther before them. "How is there one here? Don't come any closer." Yang Yong attempted to conjure a fireball to hurl at it, but Aunt Lu seized his hand, warning, "Don't act rashly. Without a lethal strike, you'll only provoke it." Yang Yong ceased his magic, seemingly heeding Aunt Lu's advice. The panther emitted a low, threatening growl, its ears pinned back. But upon realizing they posed no threat, it turned to Pei Changfeng. It circled him, swishing its tail, and emitted a rumbling sound of contentment. Pei Chongfeng, poised to swing the bat, noticed a fleeting pattern on the panther's fur and hesitated. Grapes? Pei Chongfeng wondered, observing how the panther growled at it, and quickly corrected himself. Cake? The panther responded with a pleased demeanor. Now, that's more like it. How could one mistake a panther for that silly creature? The black panther gently nudged Pei Chongfeng towards the vehicle, signaling him to drive away quickly, as the young master was waiting. The force of its paw nearly propelled Pei Chongfeng onto the car. I'm getting in now, he said, suppressing the pain in his back as he entered the vehicle, started the engine, and accelerated away. The four individuals were trembling with fear, worried that the panther might devour them. But it merely glanced at them before disappearing into the distance. By the time they exited the car, the sky had darkened, and an eerie bird continued to call, sending chills down their spines. As they prepared to descend the mountain, they were obstructed by a peculiar bird with blood-red eyes, exuding an air of the uncanny. This time, they had learned their lesson and remained still, refraining from disturbing it. The bird blocked their path without attacking, and it was only when dawn broke that it flapped its wings and flew away. They had remained in the car all night, their bodies stiffening. And when Zhongli pressed the accelerator, his calves reflexively twitched. The panther had followed them for a while before effortlessly leaping into the forest without a backward glance. By the time Pei Chongfeng realized it, the large panther had vanished without a trace. Upon finally arriving at his doorstep after enduring numerous trials, Pei Chongfeng stood before the iron gate, striving to contain his excitement. What a magnificent gate! Look at those tall walls adorned with blooming flowers. And the estate. So dark and mysterious. But then, confusion struck him. Why is everything so dark? Where has the lush, green lawn gone? He stepped closer, grasping the iron bars, pressing his face between them, desperately attempting to ascertain whether it was an illusion or reality.
Hey.
Little nose. No, I mean sister.
Lao Lu. Pei Nian.
Your fifth brother has returned. Open the door. He shook the bars vigorously, producing a clanging sound. Grape, lounging by the storage door, licked its paw, its ears twitching as it turned its gaze toward the entrance. Yet, seemingly oblivious, it continued its grooming. Pei Nian, clutching a bag of potato chips, stepped forward, straining to listen. Strange, I think I hear someone calling me. Grape, did you hear someone calling Nian? She queried. The tiger, pausing its grooming, shook its head. How could it possibly hear someone calling the young master? The young master was so formidable, cute, beautiful, and kind, always treating the tiger exceptionally well. They should all kneel and call her master. Chapter 17. How outrageous. How could a tiger wear a look of disdain? Pei Nian listened intently for a moment, but all she heard was the wind rustling through the leaves, prompting her to resume her tasks. Seeing Pei Chongfeng still calling, his voice hoarse, she rushed inside to fetch her earlier burn ointment. Fifth brother, let me apply the medicine. Pei Chongfeng looked down at the ointment being offered and felt his heart soften. See, Little Nose still cares for me. Upon noticing the ointment Pei Nian had brought, Tian Yuan scrutinized it and realized Pei Chongfeng was injured. His dark back was swollen and red. Young master, you're hurt. Come inside, I'll boil some hot water for you. Tian Yuan promptly set aside what she was doing and went to prepare the water. She took great care in boiling the water, using their drinking supply. For who could tell if it was clean after the apocalypse? After cleaning the wound and applying the ointment, Pei Chongfeng lay on the sofa while Pei Nian attentively offered him drinks and snacks, occasionally inquiring if his wound hurt or if he needed a gentle breeze. Such warmth made even Grape, sprawled in the living room, envious. Pei Chongfeng reclined comfortably, sipping his drink and munching on snacks, when his gaze fell upon the hefty figure nearby. Nian truly knows how to care for her fifth brother, unlike other creatures that only frighten him. Pei Nian, cradling a small cake, looked up with innocent curiosity.
Huh.
Who frightens fifth brother? With sincerity, she set aside the cake to hug Pei Chongfeng's head. Fifth brother, don't be scared. You've come home. We'll wait for Daddy, Mommy, and our siblings here. Her chubby, soft hands gently patted him reassuringly. Grape, peeking with one eye, scoffed. You silly green tea. Still so annoying. Feeling rather lazy, it rolled over, exposing its fluffy belly, and emitted a soft purr. Pei Nian couldn't resist, and dashed over, landing on the warm, soft fur of the tiger, giggling from time to time. When mealtime arrived, the table was laden with steaming dishes, and Pei Niannian continued to cheerfully support her brother. Pei Changfeng buried his face in his bowl, utterly disregarding the table manners taught at home, devouring 4 large bowls of rice before rubbing his belly and proclaiming he was stuffed. Pei Niannian, resting her chin on her small hands, remarked, "Fifth brother seems like a rice barrel." Pei Changfeng froze in place. Tian Yuan, approaching to clear the table, chuckled at her comment. Young master is still growing. Eating a lot is quite normal. Pei Changfeng quickly agreed, adding, "Sister Tian Yuan, just call me Changfeng. Thank you for taking such good care of little Lu during this time." With a mere glance, one can discern whether Pei Niannian is meticulous or not, simply by observing her fair, clean, and still round little face, along with her tidy attire. Tian Yuan smiled and remarked, "This is what I ought to do. Niannian is very well behaved." Turning to Pei Niannian, she added, "Isn't that right, Niannian? Our Niannian is the most adorable child in the world." Standing by the table, Pei Niannian even raised her small hand in agreement. Seeing her so joyful, Pei Changfeng could not resist teasing, "The most conceited child in the world." Pei Niannian shot him an indignant glare. Fifth brother. Pei Changshu was unaware of when he had fallen asleep. Upon awakening, he felt utterly limp, with hunger overtaking his thoughts. As he crawled out of bed, he noticed a crack in the door, through which his assistant, with a furrowed brow, was peering in cautiously. Confusion and suspicion collided, causing the assistant to pause momentarily before forcing a smile. "President Pei, you're awake." Clearly embarrassed by his earlier furtive behavior, Pei Changshu's voice was weak, tinged with exhaustion. "Is there anything to eat?" Li Li, as if anticipating this outcome, produced a bag of bread from behind him. Just as Pei Changshu reached out to take it, a loud thud echoed as a metal object struck the carpet. He looked down to find a kitchen knife on the floor, his eyes revealing a hint of despondency. "What's this? Is it because the salary hasn't arrived? Or the bonuses?"
Quick.
"We must head to the rooftop to signal. They will surely see us." Lily chuckled awkwardly as he picked up the knife, explaining, "You misunderstood. President, this is for self-defense." Pei Changshu's gaze fell upon the knife with its minor nicks. Self-defense? Is there someone seeking revenge on society? Not just that. There are zombies outside, and you are unconscious, unable to wake up. We have no choice but to remain here for the time being. Pei Changshu regarded him with skepticism. "Are you out of your mind? Isn't that something for movies or novels?" "Really, senior? I'm not lying."
Lilistrattanatat.
Excitement causing him to use a term of endearment he hadn't uttered in a long time. Lili was a junior of Pei Changshu in college. Clever and emotionally intelligent, his academic standing exceptional. Back then, as a junior, he had caught Pei Changshu's eye early on, persuading a senior HR at Pei's company to sign him on. After 2 years of grueling internships at the company as lower ranks, he was promoted to assistant by Pei Changshu. Looking back, Lili regretted not taking a different path. The lower tiers of Pei's company were notorious for treating interns like machines. However, those who persevered would eventually rise, especially given Pei's generous compensation, which drew many despite the grueling internship. Once, after a drink too many, Pei Changshu inadvertently let slip the reasons behind it, causing Li Li's teeth to clench in frustration. Thankfully, Pei Changshu's salary was substantial, complemented by quarterly and year-end bonuses. After helping him, Li had unceremoniously tossed him into the back seat of the car, then grumpily took the wheel to drive him home, covering him with a blanket once they arrived. Confident that Pei was asleep, he had slammed the door in irritation before leaving. Pei Changshu remained silent, attempting to tear open the bread packaging, his fingers trembling from hunger. After several failed attempts, Li helped him open it, nearly feeding him. He even brought him water. After consuming an entire bag of bread, Pei Changshu regained some strength and made his way to the living room. Upon hearing him emerge, the 6 burly men seated in the living room stood up in unison. "Boss." Pei Changshu scanned the group. "What's the situation? Where are Xiao Chun and the others?" On this business trip, he had brought 8 bodyguards, 1 assistant, and 2 employees from the business department. A tall man with a scarred face replied, "Boss, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu didn't make it. They became zombies. Miss Chun and Miss Zhou are on the 19th floor, but we Haven T had a chance to check on them. They hadn't even considered that their task was to protect Pei Changshu. How could they concern themselves with the company as employees?" Pei Changshu rubbed his throbbing head. "How long have you been here?" "Since this morning." He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. The sun outside was a brilliant red, about to set. After staring for a while, he asked, "How much food do we have left?" "Senior, there's still some snacks and bread in the fridge, along with a few fresh ingredients. Just enough for one meal," came the reply, followed by, "And there's plenty of liquor in the cabinet." "What's the situation outside?" The scarred man, by you, answered, "Everyone has likely been unconscious since nightfall. Most zombies in the hotel are confined to their rooms. We just went down to take a look. There are quite a few zombies on the streets. Boss, we need to get out of here quickly. If this continues, the wandering zombies will increase, and it will soon become difficult to escape." In the distance, a helicopter caught Pei Changshu's eye, and he pressed his hand against the window. "A helicopter. There's a rescue." His words piqued the interest of the 7 others, their eyes eagerly fixed on the distant aircraft. Li exclaimed with excitement, "Quick! Let us go to the rooftop and signal. They will definitely see us and take us away." He hurried to gather their belongings, unable to contain his joy, bustling like a little bee, disregarding the fact that the larger men didn't come to help. Standing by the window, the group froze, watching as a thick object suddenly shot from the high-rise, swiftly lunging toward the helicopter. The loud drone of the helicopter was abruptly silenced as it was engulfed. As it drew nearer to the skyscraper, countless appendages emerged, wrapping around the helicopter, gradually dismantling its exterior to reveal the humans inside. Pei Changshu and his companions looked on in terror as this unknown creature effortlessly seized the helicopter. The following helicopter, realizing something was amiss, attempted to flee but was too late. It was also captured and disassembled. Only one helicopter, slightly slower, managed to escape, buzzing away. However, not far behind, a massive bird swooped down, causing the helicopter to swerve. It seized the helicopter with its claws, tossing it aside as if it were a mere toy. After approximately 20 minutes, the enormous bird flapped its wings and sent the helicopter flying, which collided with a nearby skyscraper, exploding upon impact. The bird departed, somewhat disgruntled. Bai Yu instinctively clenched his fists, a chill creeping down his spine. What on earth was that? Li, bustling over with the packed food, asked, "What is happening?" Pei Changshu withdrew his hand, stuffing it into his pockets, silently clenching his fists to conceal his trembling. "Bai Yu, take 3 people to check the surrounding rooms for useful supplies and food. The rest follow me to the 19th floor. Return here by 7 p.m. Yes. The sudden onset of the apocalypse had left them disoriented, but Pei Changshu's clarity served as their pillar of strength. Having followed him for so long, they understood his character. Otherwise, they wouldn't choose to heed him at this moment. Pei Changshu selected a suitable weapon and cautiously opened the door, the hallway eerily quiet. The group split up, opting to take the stairs instead of the elevator, aware that in case of an emergency, the elevator offered little escape. As they descended, the number of zombies increased. Pei Changshu transitioned from initial panic to a state of numbness, as if he were chopping vegetables with swift, decisive movements. Witnessing his calm demeanor, the others felt their own bewilderment, worry, and fear dissipate. With swift strikes, they reached the 19th floor, dispatching the zombies in the corridor. Li cautiously knocked on the door. "Xiao Zhou? Xiao Chen? Are you alright?" Before long, the door swung open, revealing a pale-faced Zhou Annie. "Li Go." Pei Changshu surveyed the surroundings before entering. A group of people surged into the room, where Qinjia lay unconscious on the bed. "President Pei, it's such a relief that you're safe," Zhou Annie exclaimed, her pale face showing a hint of color. Chapter 19. He not only wants to kill me, but even the meat he prepared seeks to choke me. Pei Changshu nodded in response, his brow furrowed as he focused on Qinjia. "How is Xiao Chun?" He turned to Zhou Annie. "Were you bitten?" Zhou Annie shook her head in terror. "No, we didn't go outside at all." Pei Changshu nodded again, observing the others nearby, who also shook their heads, allowing him to relax. "There are too many zombies on this floor. We cannot linger. Let us take Xiao Chun and head upstairs." The bodyguards tore 2 strips of fabric from the blanket, using the shorter one to gag Qinjia and binding her hands. They then hoisted her onto a back, securing her tightly with the bed sheet. As Qinjia, bound like a dumpling, opened her mouth to speak, Li intervened. "She's not awake yet. We don't know if she'll turn into a zombie upon waking. This ensures our safety. Gather what we need, and let us go." Zhou Annie snapped back to reality, quickly collecting her belongings. Li noticed her instinctively reaching for 2 heavy suitcases and advised, "Make it lighter. We're escaping." Embarrassed, Zhou Annie hastily packed a couple of outfits and followed them upstairs. Pei Changshu resided in a presidential suite, spacious and accommodating. Bai Yu and the others had scavenged numerous items, mostly drinks, water, and some vegetables and meat, but it was far from sufficient. Zhou Annie washed dishes in the kitchen while the others sat or stood lost in thought, their faces reflecting confusion. Only Lili fidgeted, casting furtive glances at Pei Changshu, pondering whether to inquire. Pei Changshu gazed at the pile of vegetables and meat, holding a bottle of mineral water. If only we could take all of this with us. He mused, uncertain if they could gather enough supplies later. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his palm and stared in astonishment at his hand.
Lili,
Who had been watching Pei Changshu intently, noticed the change and saw the bottle of water vanish into thin air. He rushed over, scrutinizing Pei Changshu's hand in disbelief. Even attempting to lift his shirt. "Where's your water?" he exclaimed. Pei Changshu swatted him away. "What are you doing?" Li, now fixated, asked. "When did you learn such a trick? Where is it hidden?" He muttered, "That is quite impressive." The others gathered around, including Zhou Annie, who emerged with her hands flailing. Pei Changshu shook his head. "I don't know where the water went." Song Chung stroked his chin and remarked, "Boss, you didn't awaken a spatial ability, did you? Before the water vanished. Were you thinking of storing something?" Pei Changshu looked at his hand, doubtful. He had only intended to bring everything along. The next moment, a bottle of water fell from his hand with a muffled thud.
wow.
Jiang Jun exclaimed, "Boss really has awakened a spatial ability." Bai Yu fetched some of the vegetables and meat from the table, urging, "Boss, give it a try." Pei Changshu placed his hand on the items, and within moments, they vanished before everyone's eyes. "Try this table and see how much it can hold," Li encouraged, eagerly slapping the table. Pei Changshu complied, but when he attempted to absorb a third large item, he turned pale, sweating profusely as he found it impossible. Zhou Annie rushed over to support him. "President Pei, take a break. It's likely your powers have been overexerted. I experienced something similar and couldn't get up for half a day." Lili handed him a bottle of water, urging him to hydrate and rest. After a brief recovery, Pei Changshu convened with them, asking for their opinions on whether to return home or accompany him. Lili spoke first. "Senior, I'll follow you. I'm an orphan without family." Pei Changshu comfortingly patted his shoulder. Several others expressed their intentions to return with him, as most of their families were in that direction. Having witnessed the helicopter's tragic fate, as long as they did not betray Pei Changshu, he would not abandon them. Zhou Annie hesitated, unsure how to voice her thoughts. She was from another province, not from Nanyue, and couldn't return alone. Finally, she said, "President Pei, I'll return to Nanyue with you. Later, I'll figure out a way to go back or seek a safe zone." Pei Changshu nodded, about to speak, when a sudden knock on the door interrupted. The knocks were persistent yet weak, with a long pause in between. Bai Yu's expression turned serious as he grabbed a kitchen knife to open the door. It was Chen Jia, cautiously pushing the door open, her faint voice pleading, "Help. I need food." Bai Yu tightened his grip on the knife, glancing quickly at the ground, where Chen Jia lay pale and exhausted, like a lifeless dog, her feeble hand raised. Her gaunt face showed signs of distress. In her position, Bai Yu caught sight of something white protruding. He quickly averted his gaze, retreating as if he had seen something inappropriate. "She's awake." Zhou Annie rushed over to help her up. Upon waking, Chen Jia felt as though she hadn't eaten in days, completely drained of energy. She sensed that the collagen in her face had vanished, leaving only skin stretched over her cheekbones. Yet no one was in the room. After much effort, she managed to knock on the door, only to find the person who opened it wielding a knife. "Don't think I didn't see that," she thought, exhausted but not blind. "Are they ready to kill me at any moment?" Upon seeing the food Zhou Annie brought, tears welled in Chen Jia's eyes as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Annie." She stuffed a large mouthful into her mouth, continuing, "You're the best, Annie." After swallowing, she thought of Bai Yu, who had threatened her with a knife. He wanted to choke me with the very food he prepared. Zhou Annie's face twitched as she replied, Jia. "Don't say that about Bai Yu. He was scared you'd turn into a zombie. The food is still his doing." Chen Jia nearly choked. A piece of meat lodged in her throat, unable to swallow or spit it out. Zhou Annie noticed her distress and quickly fetched a cup of water to help her down, preventing a choking incident. Feeling even more miserable, Chen Jia silently lamented while eyeing the food. "He not only wants to kill me, but even the meat he prepared seems intent on choking me." Nonetheless, She dutifully finished the meal, almost licking the bowl clean had Zhou Annie not snatched it away first. After Zhou Annie left, Chen Jia silently berated herself for her lack of resilience. Bai Yu's voice unexpectedly called from the door, "You have some self-awareness. The boss wants you to come out." Chapter 20. Why should her fever concern us? Without waiting for Chen Jia's reaction, he turned and left. After eating, Chen Jia regained some strength and followed Bai Yu. When Pei Changxiu inquired about her intentions, Chen Jia decided to be honest, stating she would follow them for now. She wanted to assess the situation. If she could survive, she would return home, but if survival was uncertain, she would stick with the boss. At her words, Pei Changxiu showed no significant reaction, simply nodding in agreement. The next day, as dawn broke with a faint light, the group gathered their belongings and descended the hotel's emergency stairs. The morning air was crisp, occasionally pierced by the distant growls of zombies. Several individuals crouched low, searching for vehicles in the bustling city center, where the presence of zombies was notably high. Pei Changxiu gripped a knife he had stealthily taken from the hotel kitchen, remaining vigilant while scanning for any available transportation. Suddenly, as he turned a corner, he nearly collided with a roaring zombie. Reacting swiftly, he plunged the blade into the creature's head before smoothly withdrawing it. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Chen Jia standing at the street's edge, frozen in fear. Sensing danger, Pei Changxiu rushed over, yanking her away while swiftly covering her mouth to stifle her voice. All the while catching sight of a disconcerting scene at the end of the street. There stood a towering office building, entwined with massive vines that enveloped it like a slumbering beast. The vines spread throughout the vicinity, ensnaring any unfortunate zombies that wandered too close, dragging them toward the building where a gruesome pile of bones had accumulated. Pei Changxiu's eyes widened in horror, his heart racing as he struggled to quell his fear, which left him trembling. It was not until Bai Yu arrived and, upon witnessing the scene, instinctively pulled everyone aside and adjusted his breathing. Having transitioned from a special forces soldier, he remained remarkably composed compared to the others. Bai Yu recalled the helicopter he had seen the previous day, now downed. Realizing that the office building behind the hotel had also been overrun, they had to remain silent. He quickly moved to halt the others, signaling for them to follow him as they spotted a horde of wandering zombies ahead. They slipped into a nearby shop, dispatching the zombies inside with ease, securing the door tightly and quietly crouching within. Through the glass, they watched the zombies meander toward the spot they had just vacated. After a tense wait, Song Chen cautiously approached to assess the situation, confirming it was safe before allowing everyone to emerge. They sought refuge, trying to evade both the zombies and the encroaching vines. However, fate was unkind. While scavenging supplies in a small store, they found themselves cornered, surrounded by over 10 zombies outside. The heat intensified. Yet the zombies showed no signs of leaving, salivating over the prospect of human flesh inside. During this precarious moment, they deliberated on the urgent need for a safe haven. Being in the city center, with its high foot traffic and numerous zombies, as well as the mutated plants, meant that one misstep could lead to a grisly demise. With no vehicle at their disposal, they needed to find a way out. Jiang Jun, observing the encroaching zombies, straightened up, his eyes scanning the exterior. Enough deliberation. We must escape. The zombies are closing in. The group hastily armed themselves with the weapons they had recently acquired, preparing to burst out. Just as they were about to charge through the door, Chen Jia's voice piped up, "There's a back door." The atmosphere shifted. Pei Changxiu was the first to move, prompting the others to follow suit. As they navigated through the streets, they avoided confrontation whenever possible, gathering supplies along the way, upgrading their weapons to more effective ones like sabers and chainsaws. Pei Changxiu's storage was filled to capacity. In a small supermarket, they grabbed backpacks and stuffed them with compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and water. It was imperative to conceal Pei Changxiu's storage abilities. They hurried toward the suburbs, with even the two girls silently gritting their teeth to keep up. Jiang Jun, excitedly shouldering the chainsaw, was met with disdain from Yu Heng, who questioned why he wouldn't settle for a more manageable saber instead of lugging around such a cumbersome tool. Jiang Jun, enamored with his chainsaw, retorted, "You don't understand. This weapon has immense destructive power. With no guns, this will suffice." He felt undaunted by the prospect of encountering more zombies, envisioning the ease with which he could obliterate them. Yet, when faced with a horde, he regretted not being able to engage. Even as they sought a safe place to rest and eat, Zhang Liang jested that one might mistake him for holding his wife, given how closely he clung to the chainsaw. Jiang Jun scoffed. You'll realize this is far more useful than a wife. Laughter erupted among the group. Pei Chengxiu, hiding in a corner while munching on instant noodles, discreetly contacted his family, relieved to learn that his second brother and parents were safe. However, thoughts of his third brother, fifth brother, and little sister weighed heavily on him. After satisfying their hunger, they set out once more, seeking refuge in a clothing store before nightfall. The shop contained a small room. Pei Chengxiu lay on the floor, covered with clothing, listening to the distant sounds of barking dogs and meowing cats. Recalling the phone call from his little sister. How did she foresee the coming apocalypse? Was it mere coincidence? The supplies he had mentioned were meant to be delivered to the estate, which should have been sufficient for her if she was still alive. He could not fathom how his 3-year-old sister would survive in such a world. Even if the inhabitants of the estate had not transformed into zombies, what about the plants? The Pei family estate was nestled on a hillside, a prime location with abundant vegetation. He recalled the wild dog he had seen during the day. Its size reminiscent of a calf, its eyes filled with a ravenous hunger as it regarded them. The estate also housed 2 wild beasts. Meanwhile, Pei Nianqing and her group were hiding in a residential building, with over 10 individuals taking refuge, some even retreating into rooms. Pei Nianqing lay on the sofa, flushed with fever. Wang Xueli gently pressed a damp towel to her forehead. Nianqing, can you hear me? Please wake up, she urged, shaking her. Pei Nianqing murmured faintly, clearly delirious. Wang Xueli rummaged through their bags, but found no medication. Who took my fever medicine? She demanded, glaring at the others. Silence ensued. No one confessed. Do you have no conscience? She is burning up and needs that medicine. From the crowd, someone muttered, why should we care if she has a fever? Tears welled in Wang Xueli's eyes as she pleaded, whoever has my fever medicine, please give it back. I beg you. She is in critical condition.
Yang Wanli stepped forward,
scanning the group. Who has the fever medicine? Hand it over. With his presence, the group fell silent. Wang Xueli, agitated, exclaimed, she helped save you all. If it weren't for her, you'd still be trapped in that metal shack waiting for death. Why is it all her credit? Someone grumbled. Wang Xueli's gaze locked onto Zhang Yuan. Regardless of whether it was her accomplishment, it was Pei Nianqing who pulled us out from under that monstrous plant. If she hadn't restrained Yang Wanli, we all would have perished. Zhang Yuan attempted to speak, but was silenced by Yang Wanli's glare, compelling her to relent. Before quieting, she muttered, how do we know if she is really just feverish or if she has been bitten by a zombie? Her words triggered a reaction from a woman holding a child, who stood up. Is she feverish or bitten? She cannot stay here. If she turns into a zombie, we're all doomed. Her declaration ignited a fervor in the crowd. Exactly. She can't remain. What if she turns into a zombie? Get her out. Get her out. If you wish to die, don't drag us down with you. We still want to live. Wang Xueli bit her lip fiercely, fists clenched. Her eyes glaring at Zhang Yuan. She insisted, word for word, that she had not been bitten. She merely had a fever. It is you who should leave. This place is ours. What right do you have to expel Nianqing? 2 men stepped forward, intending to drag Pei Nianqing away, only to be blocked by Wang Yang and Yang Wanli. What are you trying to do? Zhang Yuan, seeing the situation unfold, thought it was a perfect opportunity to force that pretentious Pei Nianqing out. All along, she had sensed Yang Wanli slowly leaning towards Pei Nianqing, and she could not afford to lose his protection. Zhang Yuan immediately stood up, her small face filled with fear as she grasped Yang Wanli's arm. I'm afraid Nianqing might turn into a zombie. She is so powerful. Even as a zombie, she would be formidable. Yang Wanli wrapped his arm around her, softly reassuring her that everything would be fine. She wouldn't turn into a zombie. She just had a fever. Wang Yang's gaze pierced through Zhang Yuan like a knife. She was trying to force Pei Nianqing to leave. Those around them heard Zhang Yuan's words, and several more people began to stand and approach with ill intentions. Wang Xueli, who was naturally timid and had always been protected by Pei Nianqing, now found herself needing to protect Pei Nianqing. She seized a shovel leaning against the wall and swung it at the 2 men attempting to drag Pei Nianqing away. Don't touch her.
Get back.
The 2 men, frightened, immediately released their grip and stepped aside. She cannot stay here. If you wish to die, don't drag us down with you. Wang Xueli insisted. This is our place. If anyone is to leave, it should be you. Those who had previously been in the corner began to stand as well, some brandishing weapons. Wang Yang stepped forward to seize Wang Xueli's shovel. Don't be impulsive. Who took Xueli's fever medicine? Hand it over, and we'll let it go. No one spoke, and Wang Xueli grew more furious. Seeing their retreat, those beside them pressed in closer. She cannot remain here. She will become a zombie. Wang Yang fixed his gaze on the person. She has not been bitten. She just has a fever. At that moment, a gust of wind blew in from outside. The person under Wang Yang's scrutiny shivered. She cannot stay here. Wang Yang turned to his prize student. Wanli, do you think Mianqing has been bitten too? Yang Wanli was about to refute when Zhang Yuan pulled him back, speaking first. Professor, we aren't entirely sure. After all, Pei Nianqing had been in good health until now, and suddenly falling ill at this critical moment raised suspicions. The lingering words only solidified the crowd's determination to throw Pei Nianqing out. If she doesn't want to leave, then just kill her. That way, she can stay here without posing a threat to us. Wang Yang looked horrified, while Wang Xueli raised her voice. You dare? She tightened her grip on the shovel, shielding Pei Nianqing behind her, like a hen protecting her chick. At that moment, someone lightly brushed against her leg. Wang Xueli turned around. Nianqing? Nianqing, you're awake? Amidst the chaos, Pei Nianqing heard their words and understood her predicament. It infuriated her, yet Wang Xueli and the professor's defense moved her deeply. She felt nothing but disappointment towards Yang Wanli, her senior. Pei Nianqing opened her mouth after a long pause, forcing out a single word. Leave. If she didn't depart, she had no doubt they would kill her. Wang Xueli wanted to say something, but seeing her determined gaze, she nodded. She grabbed the two backpacks, slinging one over each shoulder, and moved to assist Pei Nianqing. Just as her hand reached out, a tall man stepped forward. Let me do it. He grabbed Pei Nianqing by the wrists and hoisted her onto his back, striding towards the exit, his muscular arms evident beneath his shirt. Wang Xueli was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected the man to carry Pei Nianqing. She recognized him as someone they had saved while passing a construction site. Someone who had spoken little, but whose presence was hard to ignore. Wang Yang also picked up his backpack and walked away. It was only then that Wang Xueli snapped back to reality and followed. As Wang Yang closed the door, he cast a covert glance at Yang Wanli, leaving him frozen in place. He felt disillusioned with his student. Indeed, exams only filtered for grades, not character. Yang Wanli took a few steps forward, only to be pulled back by Zhang Yuan. Wanli, if they want to leave, let them. It will spare us from being dragged down. We can all seek out the military together. With so many of us, we will surely be safe. Yang Wanli glanced at her, brushed her hand away, and turned back into the room. The disappointment in the professor's gaze weighed heavily on him. He had never seen such an expression in the professor's eyes, as if he had been utterly forsaken. Was what he was doing really right? Zhang Yuan felt embarrassed, but couldn't help but smile at having successfully driven Pei Nianqing away. With a few soothing words from Zhang Yuan, Yang Wanli finally managed to smile. At that moment, thunder rumbled outside, followed by torrential rain. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhang Yuan's smile deepened. Night, thunder, rain. Most importantly, in this apocalyptic world, it would be best if that wretched Pei Nianqing perished outside. Chapter 22. During their escape, no one could catch up. Truly impressive. Wang Xueli and the others had barely walked a short distance when thunder began to roar and rain poured down as if someone had upended a bucket from the sky. Today was truly the worst. Wang Xueli puffed her cheeks and grumbled. Wang Yang cautiously surveyed their surroundings, spotting a cluster of reds approaching. Keep quiet, something's coming. The man carrying Pei Nianqing, Qibin, quickly moved closer to Wang Yang, following him to take cover. There was no time.
Wang Yang exclaimed suddenly.
Around the corner, 2 or 3 dozen zombies surged towards them, and Wang Yang tightened his grip on the axe. Wang Xueli activated her earth manipulation, trapping many zombies in place, signaling them to hurry. Just as Qibin turned, a wall of earth shot up to block his path. No, this isn't right. How did it block our escape route? Wang Xueli called back. I didn't do it. As a chilling realization struck her, the rain-soaked chill seeped deeper into her bones. There's an earth manipulator here. Who is it?
Qibin?
The professor? Or someone from that house? But they had already traveled 500 or 600 meters. Their abilities couldn't be that strong. Seeing the horde of zombies roaring towards them, having escaped the earth trap, Wang Xueli shouted, "There's something underground." She leaped away just in time, a zombie's hand appearing where she had just stood. If she hadn't moved quickly, she would have been scratched. It's a zombie. A zombie has abilities. Hurry, we must go. The zombies have powers too. As her words fell, an ice shard shot directly towards her. The shard appeared to slow in Qi-bin's eyes, and he rushed forward, pulling Wang Xueli out of harm's way. Pain Yanqing, unbeknownst to her, had been tied to his back with a rope. Qi-bin wielded a large stick he found on the roadside, smashing it down on the nearest zombie. In an instant, several zombies fell. Wang Xueli's eyes widened. When did he become so formidable? Wang Yang yanked the axe from a zombie's skull. Don't just stand there. Move. Wang Xueli quickly responded, taking charge of holding off the zombies while the other two focused on eliminating them. The heavy rain battered their heads, faces, and bodies. Pei Yanqing leaned against Qi-bin's back, droplets of rain pelting her face, alleviating some of the fever. The sounds of thunder, rain, and zombie roars filled the air. Her consciousness began to return, and she struggled to lift her head. Glancing at the increasingly numerous zombies around them, she muttered, "Why hasn't the thunder struck them dead yet?" Unbeknownst to her, the fingertips cascading at her side emitted a faint glow, as if they were in a state of flux. A thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking their vicinity with a deafening roar. Even Zhang Yuan and Yang Wanli within the building were startled. They rushed to the window, witnessing a formidable lightning bolt descend directly into the horde of zombies. After a considerable time, the lightning finally dissipated. The intermittent flashes illuminated the earth, revealing the three figures amidst the zombie mass, along with Pei Yanqing behind Qi-bin. She lifted her gaze, staring intently at Yang Wanli, her cheeks pale, accentuating her lips that appeared strikingly red, reminiscent of a haunting specter in the night, beautiful yet eerie. She curled her lips into a smile, causing Yang Wanli's heart to skip a beat. He hastily averted his gaze, but by the time he looked again, Pei Yanqing had already collapsed behind Qi-bin. Wang Xueli stood amidst the zombies. The speed of the lightning strike was so rapid that she had no time to harness her powers to protect herself or those around her. Following a blinding flash, the three remained in a daze, with Qi-bin still clutching the hefty stick. We're still alive, Qi-bin stammered. Wang Xueli regained her senses, immediately raising her hands to check herself and then feeling her body, relieved that she hadn't been reduced to charred remains. Wang Yang wore a look of disbelief. But considering his newfound ability to see through objects and discern their nature, it did not seem so strange. After confirming her own safety, Wang Xueli proceeded to check on Pei Yanqing, ensuring she was merely unconscious, which allowed her to exhale in relief. By the light of the distant lightning, Wang Xueli beheld the corpses of zombies, utterly charred, in disbelief. Even those hiding in the ground were no exception. "This is too surreal," Wang Xueli exclaimed, astonished. "We were standing right in the midst of the lightning, and yet all the surrounding zombies were turned to ash, while we remained unharmed. With such luck, I could win the lottery." Wang Yang picked up a shovel from the ground, remarking that their survival was sheer luck, and they needed to find a safe place quickly. Right. Wang Xueli agreed, taking the shovel and following suit. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Wanli and Zhang Yuan had been observing them from behind. After the lightning had subsided, Yang Wanli had contemplated returning to the group, but was firmly held back by Zhang Yuan. The others prevented him, as well. By the time he descended the stairs, not a soul remained. For a moment, he felt a surge of regret. That lightning was evidently controlled by someone. It could not have been a natural occurrence. If it were, they too would have been reduced to ash, yet they stood unscathed. Who awakened the lightning powers? That man? Wang Xueli? The teacher? Or perhaps Pei Yanqing? But she had already moved far away, and with the dangers of the night looming, he could not pursue her alone, nor could he count on the others for assistance. Wang Yang, with his ability to see through obstacles, had narrowly evaded several dangers, and they all dared not traverse the darkness for too long. They sought refuge in a nearby safe haven, a small warehouse situated behind a store. Wang Xueli examined Pei Yanqing, noting that after being caught in the rain, her temperature seemed to have cooled, but the damp clothes could exacerbate her condition. Besides, in this apocalyptic world, falling ill could pose significant complications. It was fortunate that Qi-bin and the professor had accompanied them. They could not afford to burden them further. Qi-bin rummaged through the stacks of boxes in the warehouse and found a pile of clothing. He quickly changed her wet attire for dry ones, lest her illness worsen. Wang Xueli expressed her gratitude in a hushed tone. The two men stepped outside to change, and once they were gone, Wang Xueli hurriedly removed Pei Yanqing's clothing and dressed her in clean garments. After tidying herself up, she finally allowed the others to enter. The three settled into corners of the warehouse, momentarily silent, as a somber atmosphere enveloped them. Just as Chi-bin was about to speak, Wang Xueli unexpectedly asked, "Big guy, have you awakened your powers?" Chi-bin, bemused, hesitated but eventually nodded, recalling how he had swiftly pulled Wang Xueli away moments earlier. "I suppose so? It should be?" Wang Xueli replied, "Sometimes it feels like everything around me slows down, like that ice shard aimed at you before." Wang Yang suddenly interjected, "Chi-bin must have awakened speed." "That sounds impressive. Much more than mine." Wang Xueli cheered, genuinely feeling that it would be quite practical. When fleeing, no one could catch up. How remarkable. Chi-bin scratched his head, a bashful smile gracing his face. "Who awakened that lightning?" Wang Yang asked. "Who dares bully us now? Strike them down." Wang Xueli and Chi-bin exchanged glances, resolutely shaking their heads at Wang Yang. "That lightning didn't just strike from the sky, did it?"
Wang Yang remarked.
"That defies logic. If it were a natural phenomenon, we'd likely be lying there. We're all fine, clearly someone is manipulating it." The trio contemplated a chilling possibility and turned to look at Pei Nianqing, lying nearby. Could it be Nianqing? But she was burned unconscious. To verify this conjecture, Wang Xueli approached and gently nudged her. "Hey, Nianqing, wake up." Pei Nianqing, exhausted from her powers, murmured, "My dear father, not even letting me rest properly." Seeing no immediate response, Wang Xueli declared, "She's out cold." Wang Yang face-bombed, bemused by how astute his student was yet how foolish her friends seemed. "All right, Xueli, let her rest. If she still has a fever tomorrow, we'll need to find her some medicine. It'd be a shame if that brilliant mind of hers were to become dull." Pei Nianqing remained unconscious for 2 days, during which Wang Xueli grew increasingly anxious. On the second night, she finally awoke, prompting Wang Xueli to rush over, exclaiming, "You scared me to death. I thought you were going to die." Pei Nianqing, feeling weak, lightly patted her back. "What nonsense are you talking? My siblings are waiting for me at home. I'm not that easy to kill." Having not eaten for 2 days, Chi-bin, understanding the pangs of hunger, quickly fetched 2 cans of 8 treasure porridge and handed them over. Pei Nianqing's eyes lit up at the sight of the porridge. She disregarded the spoon and gulped it down eagerly. Wang Xueli also brought over plenty of bread to fill her stomach. Once she was satiated, Wang Yang finally said, "Nianqing." About that lightning from the stormy night, Pei Nianqing wiped her mouth and replied, "I was the one who summoned it. You all left the group for my sake. How could I let you die there?" She was aware of everything that had transpired, but her fever had clouded her mind, rendering her unable to awaken sooner. Upon mentioning this, Wang Xueli's expression turned furious. "Those people are utterly ungrateful. We saved them, and this is how they repay us. They even stole my fever-reducing medicine." Her expression shifted to one of awe as she looked at Pei Nianqing. "Nianqing, you truly awakened lightning powers?" The warmth in her demeanor made Pei Nianqing feel slightly overwhelmed, prompting her to shift backward. Wang Xueli's eyes sparkled. "That's amazing. Just wait and see who dares to bully us. We'll strike them down." Pei Nianqing smiled. "Thank you, Xueli, teacher, and big guy." Wang Xueli waved her hand. "No need for thanks. They were blind to not recognize your worth."
Wang Yang added.
"You are my most esteemed student. Furthermore, they were indeed in the wrong." Chi-bin scratched his head. "Miss Pei, I owe you my gratitude as well. If not for you, I'd probably have starved on the construction site." Pei Nianqing smiled. "Now that I have awakened my powers, if you wish to find the army, I will accompany you. However, I only have 4 days. After that, I must return home to find my siblings." Wang Yang pondered for a moment. Wang Xueli quickly declared, "Sister Pei, I'm following you. You'll be my leader from now on. Wherever you go, I will go." Chi-bin also scratched his head, a hint of shyness on his face. "I will follow you too. You'll be my leader as well." Pei Nianqing had always been observant of her companions' characters. They were good people, strong in their abilities, and now that she had awakened her lightning powers, her strength had ascended to new heights. Being with her ensured a greater sense of safety. Wang Yang remarked, "Aren't you looking for your brother and sister? Then, let's all go together." Wang Xueli's face lit up with excitement. "From now on, we shall form an extraordinary abilities team. Sister Pei will be the captain." Pei Nianqing smiled, not bothering to refute. The next day, the group gathered supplies, filling several large bags. Just as Pei Yinqing managed to start the vehicle, a vine rapidly coiled around the car's rear. Quick to react, she flung open the door and leapt out before the car was lifted skyward, rolling to the ground. Before her lay an unfamiliar mass of vegetation that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, sprawling across the street, slithering like serpents. The four of them stood frozen in fear until the plants finally settled down, allowing them to cautiously retreat. Once they reached a safe distance, they exhaled in relief. It appeared that driving would only provoke those mutated plants. What shall we do? One suggested. We could head to the neighboring city. There will be plenty of plants along the way. Chiban pondered for a moment and proposed, why don't we first assess the situation? Surely, someone must have a way through. After wandering for several days and gathering a substantial amount of supplies, Wang Yang even crafted a radio. One day, while the four were enjoying noodles, the radio crackled to life. Can everyone hear that? Their eyes turned in unison towards the device, with Wang Xueli eagerly leaning in. Just then, the radio emitted a series of static noises. Wang Xueli attempted to tap it, but Wang Yang stopped her. All right, don't break it. The radio then transmitted intermittent messages. This is the human safety zone, located at XXXX Hike. That's so far away.
Wang Yang remarked.
This must be from the military or government. There are likely others we don't yet know about. In the following days, the radio continued to relay information about newly established safety zones, as Pei Yinqing led the group in battling zombies. She also noticed that some of these creatures had begun to exhibit abilities of their own, growing increasingly agile. Zombies are evolving, Wang Xueli exclaimed, exhausted as she stood amidst a pile of the undead. How long are we going to keep this up? I'm utterly worn out. Pei Yinqing encouraged her. You need to be swift and precise in dispatching them. It's essential for your protection. Wang Xueli rolled her eyes. But then her gaze caught something glimmering amidst the remnants of a zombie's crushed skull. Gripping her shovel tightly, she approached to investigate, unearthing a small, diamond-like object amidst the putrid brain matter. What is this? A diamond? Her words piqued the curiosity of her companions. Pei Yinqing inquired, where did you find that? Wang Xueli pointed to the shattered zombie's head, right there, among the mush. Qi Bin and Wang Yang exchanged intrigued glances. Pei Yinqing suddenly exclaimed, could it be a crystal core? What on earth is that? They all wondered. Chapter 24. Things can be replaced, but when a person is lost, everything is truly gone. Pei Yinqing urged her companions to quickly check other zombies for similar treasures. Wang Xueli, using her shovel to probe the crystal core, exclaimed, Boss, your movie watching hasn't been in vain. Pei Yinqing feigned ignorance, while Wang Yang raised an eyebrow at her knowingly. The four of them diligently pried open the heads of the zombies, collecting a small handful of the cores and rinsing them clean. Qi Bin scrutinized one closely, questioning, can this truly enhance our abilities?
They all look the same to me.
Pei Yinqing decided to test one herself, realizing they couldn't identify which core belonged to which power without individual trials. Meanwhile, Pei's parents, since the day their eldest son declared that flying was no longer an option, had been gathering supplies and seeking safe shelters in preparation for their journey south. However, within days, mutated plants emerged in the city, preying on all living beings to nourish themselves. This made their quest for resources increasingly challenging, but fortunately, they still possessed abilities that provided them with a degree of self-defense. Pei Lin stuffed their bags with food and drink while Lin Wan kept watch at the door. Her gaze fell upon a massive mutated plant nearby, a crimson bougainvillea that dominated the entire shopping mall. Its petals, blood red, and its leaves, a dark green, indicated it thrived well. After the radio announced the existence of a safety zone, the surrounding shops had been nearly stripped bare, forcing them to venture into this perilous location. A tall figure in a dark hoodie approached the bougainvillea, and to Lin Wan's astonishment, the shadowy figure strode directly into the mall, seemingly disregarding the plant, which moved its thick branches aside without malice. Lin Wan clung to the glass door, straining to see if he would emerge. Pei Lin had managed to fill 3 large backpacks with provisions, carrying one on his front and one on his back, leaving the other for his wife.
Wait.
Lin Wan urged, someone has entered the mall beneath the mutated plant.
What?
He exclaimed loudly, receiving a sharp glare from Lin Wan. Pei Lin instinctively lowered his voice. Surely that creature wouldn't allow such a large person into its territory. Let us wait and see. Perhaps he possesses something that intimidates the plant. Or maybe his awakened abilities align with that. Pei Lin nodded in agreement. The couple remained fixed at the glass door, their eyes never straying from that direction. After approximately 4 to 5 hours, The bougainvillea expelled numerous large bags from the mall, several of which appeared to be improperly tied and spilled their contents. Linwon noticed that the scattered items were all supplies, including a bag filled with snacks. As the figure emerged, he seemed furious at the mess, cursing at the bougainvillea, which merely quivered in response. Pei Lin and Lin Wan felt a wave of anxiety for him. They then observed him gripping a tender branch of the bougainvillea for a while, his face paling before he finally released it and began collecting the fallen supplies. "Let's go take a look," Pei Lin whispered. His worth is evident. Lin Wan slung her backpack over her shoulders and followed suit. Pei Wu, engrossed in gathering items, sensed their approach and glared suspiciously, assuming they were yet another group of fools attempting to seize resources.
Who are you?
"What do you want?" Linwon had just noticed the scattered chocolate bars and spicy snacks, which typically attracted children. "Brother, we mean no harm. We were simply impressed by your ability to enter the mall beneath that mutated plant, and we wanted to ask how you managed it," she said, eager to convey sincerity. She quickly removed her backpack, signaling her husband to do the same. "We won't ask for free. We can offer you these." Pei Wu remained wary, but couldn't resist peeking into their bags. Linwon encouraged her husband to open up. Pei Wu leaned in closer, discovering a mix of alcohol, iodine, gauze, cotton swabs, anti-inflammatory medication, and fever reducers, which brought a smile to his face, albeit quickly suppressed. He could not allow his emotions to betray him, for otherwise, they would certainly deny him the fever-reducing medication, just as the previous malefactors had done. They had deceived him out of his supplies, showing no interest in the well-being of the little ones. They even contemplated abandoning them, those cunning villains. He feigned a cough, indicating that he could share this information but demanded the medicine in return. Lin Wan was strikingly beautiful, especially when she smiled, radiating an aura of warmth that drew people in. With a bright smile, she hastily emptied her bag, laying out all the medications before him and placing them into his satchel. "All for you," she declared, as she rummaged through her belongings. Her shoulder was gently tapped by Pei Lin. "What is it?" he asked, his expression grave. "There's zombies approaching." Linwon looked up to see a horde of zombies charging toward them, occasionally throwing fireballs. She quickly stood and urged Pei Wu, "Hurry. We must leave. The zombies are coming." Although Pei Wu was only 15, his robust stature allowed him to easily break free from her grasp. "So what if they come?" he replied dismissively. Linwon, growing anxious, exclaimed, "Why must you be so stubborn?"
Dear.
Pei Lin rushed over to grab Pei Wu, taking advantage of his struggle to snatch a bag of snacks that would appeal to the child. Pei Lin possessed the power of strength. Even though Pei Wu was shorter than him, he easily subdued him and carried him away. Lin Wan hastily grabbed a backpack to follow. The zombies were closing in swiftly, and they barely managed to take refuge in a nearby bank. Once inside, Pei Lin immediately shut the door and released Pei Wu. Pei Wu, with a look of disdain, began brushing off his clothes, rolling his eyes. "It's just a few zombies. Why are you so afraid?"
He scoffed.
Lin Wan grasped her husband's clenched fist and explained to Pei Wu, "It's not just a few, it's a whole horde. There are only 3 of us. How could we possibly fight them? Moreover, if we get injured, we could mutate into zombies ourselves. It's better to be cautious." Pei Wu, seeing his supplies at risk of being trampled, became agitated and attempted to rush outside, but Pei Lin held him back. "No, you cannot go out right now." Pei Wu, desperate, cried out, "My things." Witnessing his possessions being sullied drove him into a frenzy. "Are you all insane? We don't even know each other. Why are you dragging me into this?" With growing agitation, he tried to force his way out, but Pei Lin held him firmly. "Why must you be so stubborn? If you lose your things, they can be replaced. If you lose your life, everything is truly lost." Chapter 25. Without those supplies, my younger siblings will starve. Pei Wu continued to struggle, his face contorted as if on the verge of tears. "What do you know? Without those supplies, my younger siblings will starve. Xiao Zhu has already died of hunger, and the others are waiting for me to return. Xiao Yuan is injured. Her arm is badly infected, and if she isn't treated soon, she will die." Pei Wu's agitation attracted a portion of the zombies, prompting Pei Lin to quickly cover his mouth. He whispered urgently in his ear, "Once those zombies pass, we will search again. We will compensate you. But if you get hurt, your siblings will truly be lost." Perhaps Pei Wu absorbed his words, for his struggles lessened, and eventually, he became still. Pei Lin cautiously released him, observing that he did not react. "Lin Wan, wielding her powers, sent 5 or 6 knives straight into the approaching zombies' foreheads, dropping them instantly. The commotion drew more zombies, and Palin declared, "We cannot stay here. They will surround us." Lin Wan, maintaining a composed demeanor, was about to grab her backpack when Palin snatched it away. Just as Pei Wu thought the couple would abandon him in their hour of peril, Palin said, "Awan, this is too heavy. I can't run quickly carrying you. I will hold them off while you take this child and flee." Lin Wan's expression darkened, but she stepped forward and kissed Pei Lin on the cheek. "All right, be careful. The children are waiting for us to return home. If you do not come back, Nian Nian will be in tears." Pei Lin embraced his wife, assuring her, "Nian Nian is very well behaved," as if making a promise that they would all return home together. Observing their interaction, Pei Wu felt a pang of envy. He admired the couple's bond. With such loving parents, no matter the distance, they were always on each other's minds. As Pei Lin signaled for them to prepare, the zombies surrounding the door were suddenly distracted by an unseen force. Lin Wan gasped in surprise. It was a bougainvillea, which ensnared and incapacitated all the zombies. Pei Wu scowled. "It's just a few zombies. No need to escalate this." He stepped forward to open the door. But Pei Lin had secured it too tightly for him to budge. "What are you hesitating for? Open the door." This was the first time Pei Lin appeared flustered in front of outsiders. He hurriedly attempted to unlock the door. As he saw the youth about to venture away, Lin Wan and her husband exchanged glances and followed him. The items on the ground were sullied, and they needed to gather more. The debris was covered in rotten flesh and foul-smelling fluids. "No need," Pei Wu replied coolly. A stream of water appeared from nowhere, washing away the refuse until the ground was clean. Only then did Pei Wu cease. The couple exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the joy of encountering a dual-element ability user for the first time. Lin Wan produced a pair of gloves and offered them to Pei Wu for safety, explaining that the items were contaminated with zombie matter and could cause infection if he sustained any cuts. Pei Wu felt as though she doubted his capabilities. But he wasn't that helpless. Lin Wan gently reassured him, "It's better to be safe than sorry. Your siblings are waiting for you to return. If something happens to you, how will they survive?" Only then did Pei Wu accept the gloves and put them on. Lin Wan handed another pair to her husband, and together they organized their supplies. Pei Wu did not refuse. Having just witnessed their willingness to help him, he thought that perhaps, in dire times, people could still show kindness to a stranger. Once they had organized their belongings, Lin Wan inquired, "How far is your residence from here? How will you carry everything back?" Pei Wu was about to insist he would manage on his own when Lin Wan proposed, "How about we assist you in bringing it back? Your uncle has a strength-based ability and can drive. It will be no trouble to help you transport everything at once." Considering the children who awaited his return, Pei Wu nodded in agreement. Pei Lin then asked, "Is it safe for us to drive? The noise might attract the mutant plants." Pei Wu, anxious not to disappoint, insisted, "As long as I am here, they won't attack us." Pei Lin nodded and went to fetch the vehicle. Lin Wan noticed a shop selling local specialties and, after a brief visit, emerged with several items in hand. Pei Wu looked on with curiosity, but refrained from asking questions. As Pei Lin started the engine, the bougainvillea shifted, startling him into stalling the car. It was only Pei Wu's reassurance that prompted him to restart the engine. With more than a dozen large bags, a single vehicle could not accommodate them all, so the couple decided to split up, each driving one vehicle, following Pei Wu's directions. Upon reaching their destination, Lin Wan was astonished to find how far it was from the city. The drive alone took an hour. The sign at the entrance read Fuxiang Orphanage, and the premises appeared relatively normal, albeit with walls entwined by verdant vines. Even the large iron gate was ensnared by thorny plants. Lin Wan parked the car and glanced at the youth in the passenger seat. Pei Wu ignored her, stepping out and approaching the iron gate. As he drew near, the plants coiling around the gate ominously recoiled. He retrieved a key from his pocket, unlocking the gate and gesturing for her to drive inside. As the vehicle entered, Lin Wan realized the orphanage was quite expansive, boasting numerous play facilities for the children, a basketball court, and a sandy area, with the buildings appearing relatively new. Pei Lin did not anticipate that the youth was from an orphanage, yet he followed suit as they disembarked to unload their belongings. Pei Wu paid them no mind, closing the door and allowing vines to entwine around it, ensuring no peculiar entities could intrude. Only then did he rise and head to the cellar adjacent to the kitchen, knocking gently to inform On that his brother had returned. The silence within struck him suddenly as he recalled the code he had shared with them earlier. The big bad wolf is here. Shortly thereafter, the cellar door swung open. Oh, you're back. The cool demeanor of the youth transformed into a smile as he replied. Yes, I've returned, brother. Let me carry you out. He reached down and lifted each child in turn. There were 3 in total, 2 girls and 1 boy. One of the little girls was cradled in a patterned garment, her face ashen, her breath shallow and labored. Xiao Yuan, are you alright? I've brought medicine. You'll feel better after taking it. A faint smile broke on Xiao Yuan's thin face as she softly called out, brother. Pei Wu carried her over to fetch the medicine. Pei Lin had already unloaded everything and was taken aback by the sight of the children he had brought. Each of the 3 appeared increasingly frail, their faces marked by timidity. Pei Wu's earlier claim about them being starved was no exaggeration. The children were emaciated, their little hands merely a layer of skin over bone. The image of his own Xiao Lu, with her plump little hands, tugged at his heartstrings, invoking an inexplicable sense of sorrow. The child in Pei Wu's arms looked as though she might fade away at any moment. Chapter 26. Do you not want your children anymore? Pei Wu stepped forward, retrieving 3 bottles of 8 treasure porridge, opening them one by one, and finally, the last can, gently feeding it to Xiao Yuan. The other 2 children eagerly clutched their bowls, desperate for the porridge. Lin Wan emerged from the kitchen. Witnessing this scene with a pang of empathy, as a mother herself, she could not bear to see her child in such a state. The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became. It was imperative to return swiftly. Exchanging a knowing glance with Pei Wu, their eyes reflected a shared determination. Lin Wan approached, saying, They've been starving for so long, this food lacks nutrition. Let me cook some noodles for you, something warm to eat. Pei Lin promptly offered, Dear, I will assist you. The couple entered the kitchen with purpose. Pei Wu, somewhat taken aback, intended to urge them not to overexert themselves and to hasten their departure. However, the eager expressions of the 2 children, including Xiao Yuan, who craned her neck to watch, quelled his protest. The sincerity of their anticipation rendered him speechless. He decided to wait until the food was prepared before sending them on their way. The couple swiftly prepared bowls of egg noodles, garnished with shrimp flakes. Pei Lin then brought out a large bowl of seaweed and egg soup, placing it on the table. I had gathered some dried vegetables beforehand. They just need soaking, but I couldn't prepare them in time. For now, please eat this. Lin Wan urged them to start eating, yet none of the children moved. Their gazes fixed on Pei Wu. Please eat up. Only then did Pei Wen and Pei Yuan begin to pick at the noodles, not waiting for them to cool, shoving them into their mouths despite the heat, causing their little lips to redden. They emitted soft hissing sounds, unwilling to spit out the food. It had been ages since they had tasted warm sustenance. Even Xiao Yuan, nestled in Pei Wu's embrace with her injured arm, exhibited signs of urgency. Pei Wu was not in a hurry to eat. He carefully selected strands of noodles, gently blowing on them. Xiao Yuan, unable to contain her impatience, having just consumed some porridge and regained strength, urged her brother softly, It's ready, it's ready. Pei Wu, somewhat helpless, fed her bit by bit. It was only after the children had their fill that he began to eat. Lin Wan also served them the seaweed and egg soup. Once satiated, the children wore expressions of contentment, and Pei Yuan, with her bright eyes, boldly asked, Brother, who are this uncle and aunt? The noodles are even tastier than what the previous aunt made. She instinctively licked her lips. Pei Wu, approaching with medicine to tend to Xiao Yuan's wound, replied, They are people I encountered on the road, who helped bring our supplies back. Upon hearing that they had assisted her brother, Pei Yuan relaxed, saying, Thank you for your help. Lin Wan smiled, replying, No need for thanks. Your brother has helped us too. Consider it a mutual exchange. Pei Yuan, intrigued, contemplated, Do adults really thank children? Auntie, is it just the 2 of you? Where are your children? Before Lin Wan could respond, Pei Wu interjected sharply, Pei Yuan. She playfully stuck out her tongue. Lin Wan reassured her, It's all right. My children are in the south, not here. Then why aren't you with your children? Aren't parents supposed to be with their children? The realization of her own orphan status darkened Pei Yuan's expression, her tone sharp and tinged with hostility. Do you not want your children anymore? Pei Wu, increasingly incredulous at her words, was about to interject when he heard Lin Wan's gentle voice. No. My husband and I came here on business and got trapped during the apocalypse. My children are at home. Only then did Pei Yuan realize her misunderstanding, feeling a twinge of regret. Yet, Thoughts of many children turning into zombies and the possibility of this Auntie-S baby becoming one too silenced her. Pei Wu, with his considerable strength, inadvertently caused Xiao Yuan pain several times. Lin Wan stepped forward, suggesting, "Let me handle it. Boys can be a bit rough and lose track of their strength." Xiao Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears, her face paler than before. Pei Wu decisively handed the medicine to Lin Wan. She took the iodine, gently disinfecting the wound while blowing softly, her patience unwavering. Once disinfected, she sprinkled medicine over the injury and offered her some anti-inflammatory medication. Xiao Yuan felt that this beautiful auntie was exceedingly gentle as she applied the medicine. The soft breeze whisked away some of her pain. She yearned for a mother like this, one who would cook for her when she was hungry and tenderly treat her injuries. How she wished this aunt could be her mother. Noticing that time was passing, Lin Wan seized the opportunity to suggest, "It's getting dark. May we stay the night?" Before Pei Wu could refuse, Xiao Yuan eagerly chimed in, "Yes, yes." Her little face beamed with excitement. With her agreement, Pei Wu found it difficult to decline. He arranged for them to stay in the children's activity room, as the other rooms were filthy and unkempt, while this space remained relatively clean. The couple settled down, using the blankets Pei Wu had brought to create a makeshift bed. Cuddled under the covers, they whispered about how to ensure Pei Wu would accompany them. They needed him desperately. With his presence, they would no longer fear the threat of mutant attacks, and their progress would accelerate significantly. Pei Lin placed a finger over his wife's lips, signaling her to remain silent. He listened intently to the sounds outside the door. Lin Wan also strained to hear, crawling out from her husband's embrace to peer out the window. In the yard, a massive creature loomed, accompanied by the sound of children's voices. Pei Lin grasped a kitchen knife and flashlight, instructing, "Stay here, do not go outside." As soon as he finished speaking, the large creature swiftly approached, and Pei Lin realized they had been exposed. He promptly switched on the flashlight, directing its beam through the glass to illuminate the beast, an enormous dog panting with its tongue out. The sheer size of it startled the couple, causing Lin Wan to nearly throw the knife in shock. A childish voice reprimanded, "Xiang Yu, don't scare the uncle and aunt. Come back." The formidable beast whined a few times and retreated. They then discerned the creature's true identity, a colossal Alaskan Malamute, its bushy tail wagging behind it, ingratiatingly circling around Pei Yuan, whimpering,
Xiao Yuan.
"Who allowed you to open the door?" Pei Wu's voice boomed. The couple hurriedly pushed the door open. Pei Yuan, her slight frame trying to shield the enormous, fluffy Alaskan Malamute, stood her ground. "Brother, please don't chase it away. It's very well behaved. Everything we've eaten before was brought by the little one." Pei Wu's expression darkened. Lin Wan felt a pang of concern as she watched such a small child standing bravely in front of the massive dog. She swallowed hard and said, "Xiao Yuan, could you please come over here? It's quite dangerous for you to be so close." However, instead of moving away, she turned and hugged the fluffy leg of the Alaskan Malamute. "No. If I go over, brother will hit the little one." Chapter 27. Yes. Xiao Lu is incredibly well behaved. Noticing Pei Wu's increasingly gloomy demeanor, Pei Yuan hesitated even more. She sweetly pleaded with her brother, "Let's just keep the little one, okay? It's very gentle." The dog had lost its owner to a zombie and had become a homeless creature. The last pack of instant noodles they had eaten was brought by the little one. "Please, brother," she implored. Pei Wu shook his head. "No, it's too big and too dangerous. I can't protect you all from it." Pei Lin, perceptively sensing something amiss in the child's words, asked, "Xiao Yuan, tell uncle, how do you know its owner turned into a zombie? Do you know its owner?" Pei Yuan shook her head, denying any acquaintance. "I accidentally ran outside once and was chased by a zombie. It was the little one that saved me." "Can you understand what the dog is saying?" Pei Yuan scratched her head and replied, "Yes, it's so pitiful, uncle." "Can we keep it?" "It won't be a bother. It eats very little and won't destroy anything." Pei Lin exchanged a glance with his wife and pulled Pei Wu aside to speak quietly. Just then, an unidentifiable bird call echoed. Pei Wu approached, asking, "Xiao Yuan, what was that bird saying?" Pei Yuan excitedly raised her hand. "It said it's been stinky for the past few days and that it will rain tomorrow." Pei Wu was astonished. Xiao Yuan could truly understand animal calls. Believing he still didn't want to keep the little one, she pleaded a few more times, and Pei Wu finally relented. "It can stay, but it must not bite anyone and can only sleep in the yard." Pei Yuan nodded gleefully, and even the Alaskan Malamute barked in agreement, its fluffy tail wagging joyfully. Pei Yuan was led by Pei Wu to sleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, they awoke to the sounds of children playing outside. As the couple dressed, Lin Wan's gaze fell upon a photograph on the wall. "Old Pei, come look at this. Is that the boss?" Pei Lin halted his hand on the door and turned to examine the picture closely. It truly was. How could there be a photo of the boss here? Pei Changshu stood among a group of people, mostly children, including those they had previously encountered. The cold youth in the photo wore a smile, completely devoid of the indifference he had shown them. They had not left the activity room, so Pei Yuan dashed over to knock on the door. Pei Lin opened it, and Pei Yuan's face lit up with a smile. "Good morning, Uncle and Annie." The couple responded warmly. Lin Wan waved Xiao Yuan. "Come over and see who this big brother in the photo is." Pei Yuan approached, tilting her face to look, and Lin Wan picked her up while pointing at the person she had asked about. Pei Yuan's face lit up with realization. That's the kind big brother. His surname is Pei. He has been supporting our orphanage. As she continued, her small face beamed with pride. The big brother has helped us so many times. I was very ill, and he paid for my treatment. Thus, she and Xiao Yuan, along with An and Abu, had all taken on the big brother surname. Pei Lin was somewhat surprised. The Pei family was known for their charitable acts, with a list so long it was hard to remember. So, because of this, you all changed your surnames to his? Pei Yuan nodded. The teacher said saving a life is more meritorious than building a pagoda. The big brother has saved us many times. Lin Wan asked, "Did someone force you to do this, or was it your own decision?" Pei Yuan, crossing her arms proudly, replied, "It was our own decision. Xiao Yuan and I are twins, abandoned since childhood, with no parents. An's eyes were previously blind, and Abu had a broken leg. It was this kind big brother who paid for our treatment and helped us return to normal. He is like our rebirth parents. So, Xiao Yuan, An, Abu, and I all took on the big brother surname. This way, we appear as a family." Pei Wu remained oblivious to the fact that Pei Yuan had revealed everything about them. Suddenly recalling something, Pei Yuan asked, "Annie, do you know this big brother?" The couple shared a laugh and nodded. "He is our eldest son." Pei Yuan was clearly taken aback by this revelation, momentarily stunned. Then she tried to jump down. Lin Wan, fearing she might fall, quickly set her down. The little girl's face blushed with shyness, and she hurriedly lowered her head and ran outside. Pei Lin and his wife stood together, noting the coincidence of their visit to the orphanage they supported. "Indeed, quite the coincidence," Pei Wu said, preparing instant noodles in the kitchen when Pei Yuan burst in, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Brother, brother, brother," she shouted repeatedly, unable to contain her joy. Stomping her little feet, Pei Wu raised the bowl higher, cautious of scalding her. "What are you doing? Planning to lay an egg?" "Oh no, not at all. I wouldn't lay an egg." Pei Wu chuckled. "You were so urgent. I thought you were about to." Pei Yuan pointed outside, "That uncle and auntie. They are the kind big brother's parents." Pei Wu dished the noodles into bowls, gently pushing her forehead. "What nonsense are you talking? President Pei and Mrs. Pei would never come here. Pei Changshu hardly visits once a year, let alone his parents." Pei Yuan, feeling somewhat indignant, insisted, "Really? I'm not lying. Uncle and auntie recognized me. The photo in the activity room. It's from when we took pictures together." Pei Wu frowned. Could it be that coincidental? He took the noodles outside, just in time for the couple to arrive. "Let's have breakfast first." Pei Lin naturally entered, bringing out the remaining bowls of noodles. The four children stared curiously at the couple, filled with suspicion. An spoke up first. "Are you really Pei Dage's parents?" Pei Lin nodded. "What proof do you have?" Pei Wu interjected. Pei Lin replied, "Isn't it enough that they look so alike?" He turned to his wife. "Has our eldest been overworked these years? He seems older than me." Lin Wan displayed a hint of helplessness. "We truly are Pei Changshu's parents, biologically. We have 6 children. Changshu has 5 younger siblings. The youngest just over 3. Pei Wen and Pei Yuan exchanged excited glances. "Isn't one of them named Nian Nian? A particularly beautiful child." Pei Lin proudly nodded. "Yes. Xiao Lu is extraordinarily well-behaved." Pei Wu relaxed his guard a bit. They stayed for another 2 days, during which Pei Wu's wariness diminished significantly. They settled into the orphanage and brought along all their previous supplies, medicines, clothing, food, and various resources, filling 10 large boxes. Pei Yuan dashed over to rummage through the boxes, exclaiming, "Wow,
So many things.
Uncle and Auntie, you are amazing. Chapter 28. Please don't leave me and Xiao Yuan behind, I beg you. Lin Wan had no intention of hiding anything and also had a testing mindset. These are preparations made by your uncle and me for when we return home. Home? Yes. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu are still at home. We must hurry back. What about the big brother? He is on a business trip elsewhere. Pei Yuan felt a twinge of sadness. She didn't want Pei Lin and Lin Wan to leave. No longer hovering around them. She walked with a downcast face toward the corner, approaching the large dog, burying her face in its soft, fluffy fur. Taro, the beloved dog, sensed the impending departure of uncle and aunt. With a gentle nudge of her snout, she comforted her little master, urging her not to be saddened, for Taro would always be there. The child leaned her cheek against Taro's soft fur, her tiny hands tenderly stroking the silky coat. Yet, she lamented, I do not wish for them to leave. They are so kind. Auntie prepares delicious meals, even better than what Brother Ao makes. Uncle tells us stories and paints with us. Taro, I miss my big brother. In a hushed whisper, she dared to wish, if only they were my parents. Then they would always take me with them, wherever they went. With a soft whimper, she pondered following them, recalling how, when she was younger, a dog had left its parents to follow its previous owner. But what if I have no parents? Is that not permissible? Taro nodded in response. Her heart filled with hope as she embraced Taro's head, beaming with gratitude. Thank you, Taro. Uncertain if uncle and aunt would agree to take her along. She reflected on their numerous children and the beautiful, charming little baby they already had. She felt unattractive and unlovable, wondering if they would even like her. Moreover, she wished to bring Little Round with her, but Little Round was injured, and in this dire world, she hoped uncle and aunt would not reject her companion. They would eat very little. With excitement mixed with trepidation, she timidly clutched her little hands. Lin Wan, rummaging through supplies, noticed her standing at a distance, glancing their way. Hesitant, yet yearning to approach. Smiling, she beckoned, Little Yuan, come here. With eagerness, Pei Yuan rushed over, her voice sweet as honey. Auntie. Lin Wan handed her some yogurt. This is for you, share it with the little ones. You cannot live on those spicy snacks alone. Thank you, Auntie. Uncle. After expressing her gratitude, she dashed off with the yogurt, the large dog following closely behind, its tail wagging in excitement. Once she distributed the yogurt, she seized a moment when Pei Wu was absent and whispered, Uncle and Auntie are going home. Pei Wen responded with a soft acknowledgement, shaking the yogurt slightly. Showing little reaction, Pei Yuan, with a strip of fabric hanging around her neck, expressed her surprise, mixed with urgency and reluctance when, I did not ask, but they were organizing supplies in the yard, so it should be soon. Observing the reluctance on Pei Yuan's face, she inquired, do you want to go with Uncle and Auntie? Perhaps you will see Brother Ao. Pei Yuan's big eyes scanned their surroundings, and upon not seeing Pei Wu, she quietly replied, I do. Pei Yuan's face lit up with a smile. She had always known. What about you, Brother Wen? Do you want to come along? Did they agree to take you with them? It was not to discourage Pei Yuan. In the earlier days of peace, many had come to adopt them. But when they heard that two sisters were to be taken together, they all hesitated. They knew of his past blindness and chose others instead, which was why he had remained until the age of 9. Pei Wu's situation was similar. He had a leg ailment that had gone untreated at the orphanage due to lack of funds. It was only with the support of the Pei family that he could finally receive treatment, but by then he was already too old, and no family was willing to adopt him. Furthermore, he himself was reluctant. Pei Yuan's smile faded. A thin little hand grasped her own. Little Yuan, let us ask them. They are the parents of the big brother. If the big brother is so kind, those who raised him must also be wonderful. Pei Yuan nodded earnestly, and the two sisters held hands as they ventured out. Pei Wen lingered at the doorway for a long moment before withdrawing his gaze, being slightly older. He understood more than they did. Previously, a group had come, claiming they wanted to take them, and Brother Ao believed them, as did the others. In this apocalyptic world, not only the undead posed a threat, but also animals and plants. They coveted Brother's dual abilities, but did not wish for him to take Little Yuan and Little Round along, intending to deceive him into following them, while leaving the sisters behind. That day, the three huddled together in a residential building, surrounded by the roars of zombies and the howls of animals below. They trembled in fear, clinging to one another, praying that whatever lurked below would not come up to harm them. Throughout their journey, They witnessed one small kittens grow large enough to tear into humans and hamsters treating humans as stockpiled food. The door was knocked on repeatedly, and Paywin thought it was his brother returning for them. Without a second thought, he rushed to open it, only to find a decayed face resembling an animal. A baby zombie grinning at him from the ground. Instantly, he was engulfed in icy dread as the baby zombie lunged at him. It was Little Round who pulled him back, but she suffered a scratch on her arm. He had no time for fear. If that zombie remained alive, it would mean their demise. The three children had witnessed many horrors and had seen adults slay zombies. Imitating the adults, they wielded knives, severing the zombie baby's head, yet its mouth continued to open and close. Little Round grabbed a stool and smashed that head to bits. Once they completed this gruesome task, Paywin hastily took them to wash their hands and faces, cautious to prevent any decayed water or flesh from entering their eyes, noses, or mouths. Afterward, Paywin called out, "Brother Win, your hand." Paywin looked at his arm, which was gradually losing sensation. The wound had turned dark, and what oozed out was a yellowish liquid. He opened the door, instructing them, "You stay here obediently. I will return for you." Paywin grasped his hand, her face etched with worry. "Where are you going, brother?" He wiped away her tears. "I was scratched by a zombie. I cannot remain here. Or I will turn and hurt you. Will you wait here for me until I return?" Paywin cried, clutching him tightly. "No, no. Brother Win, please don't go. Brother Ao has already left. You cannot abandon us. Please don't leave me and Little Round." Paywin embraced them. "I will not abandon you. Stay safe."
Yet,
the sisters pulled him back, unwilling to let him go. Paywin shouted, "Brother Ao has gone. You cannot leave us. Even if you become a zombie, we will find you food." Chapter 29. We eat very little, but we will take care of the little baby and wash their clothes. Paywin nodded vigorously. Paywin felt a surge of emotion. "You will find me food? How can you take care of me when you can hardly take care of yourselves?"
Paywin,
filled with determination, insisted, "We can. Please do not leave us, I beg you, brother." As the wound worsened, the sisters clung to him, and Paywin, unable to disregard their feelings, walked into the adjacent room, reminding them to lock the door. "If I change, do not open it. Live well." With tears in their eyes, the children nodded and secured the door. Paywin worried that the two foolish girls might open the door themselves, so he pushed a dressing table against it, ensuring it could only be opened from the inside, something the sisters could not manage at that moment. Having done all this, he lay on the bed, awaiting death, his thoughts still troubled by the fate of his sisters outside. Little Round was timid, while Little Yuan was bold and impulsive. Without him and Brother Ao, how would they survive in this world? If there were deities in this world, he implored them to wait a little longer before taking him away. For Little Yuan and Little Round were already so unfortunate. Let them grow a little more before he was taken away. Perhaps the gods truly heard his plea. For the following midnight, he awoke. His first instinct was to check his injury. It was miraculously intact, the skin smooth and unblemished, with no scar remaining. What is happening? How could the wound heal so swiftly in just over a day? Paywin felt something was amiss, yet the gnawing hunger in his stomach was unbearable. He rummaged through the room, finding no food, only a few bottles of water and beverages. He opened them and drank until he felt a sense of fullness. Paywin rushed to the bathroom, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. His face appeared paler than usual. Could it be that he had transformed into a zombie? Yet, weren't zombies devoid of consciousness? Nevertheless, he still felt hunger. He opened his mouth and extended his tongue for inspection. It remained red. Paywin then found an eyebrow trimmer on the vanity and, summoning his resolve, made a small incision on his pinky finger. Bright red blood surged forth, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. It was still red. He was still human. But hadn't he already been scratched by a zombie? How could his blood still be red? Was this all a dream? Yet the vanity was firmly against the door. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The cut on his pinky finger began to heal rapidly, leaving no scar behind. He had awakened a supernatural ability. A wave of intense joy washed over his face, but then a thought crossed his mind, causing his expression to falter. No, this matter must remain confidential. It was his greatest safeguard. Previously, there had been a healer in the team, and whenever they were injured, they would seek him out, relying on him like a blood bag for replenishment. Even when they were not injured but merely fatigued, they would come to him, even when his powers had been exhausted. He did not wish to become like that. The following day, he called out at the entrance and heard the voices of the two sisters. He then exerted effort to push the vanity aside and step out. Seeing him safe and sound, the sisters embraced him, both crying and laughing. Pei Yuan asked him about the wound on his arm. They were still young. So Pei Wen cleverly spun a tale from a fairy tale book to reassure them. Big brother Ao has left. So I prayed to the gods to let me stay a little longer, to protect Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yuan as they grow up, and then I can leave. Clearly, they believed him, sobbing, I don't want Big Brother to leave. Big Brother must always be with us. Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement.
All right.
This is a secret between us and the gods. We cannot speak of it. If we do, the gods will take Big Brother away, and he will become a zombie. With tearful eyes, the sisters nodded vigorously, promising, we won't tell. We won't say a word, not even to Big Brother Ao. Thus, the matter of Pei Wen's abilities remained concealed, even when Pei Wu later returned and took them back to the orphanage. The sisters were concerned that the gods would indeed take Pei Wen away, and they did not mention his injuries at all. Even when Pei Yuan was hurt, he dared not heal her wounds all at once. Instead, he treated her little by little whenever Pei Wu was absent. Although not fully healed, it was sufficient for the increasingly warm weather. At least her wounds had not become inflamed or suppurated. Pei Wen did not wish to stumble into the same pitfall twice. Even when it came to the parents of the older brother who had been so kind to them, the sisters held hands and approached the couple, who were still sorting through their belongings. Auntie, can you take us with you? Pei Yuan asked. Lin Wan hesitated for a moment, squatting before the identical sisters. Do Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yuan want to come with us? The sisters nodded emphatically. Yes. Pei Yuan stepped forward, wrapping her small arms around Lin Wan's neck. Her voice soft and pleading, Auntie, please take us with you. We only need a little food. We will help take care of the baby, play with the baby, and we can wash our own clothes and clean up after ourselves. We won't be a burden. Xiao Yuan could even understand the little animal's speech and would make them obedient. Pei Yuan, with one hand injured and unable to move it, reached out with her other functioning hand to tug at Lin Wan's sleeve. Please, Auntie, take us with you. I can make the zombies listen to me. I can command them to do whatever I say. We eat very little, and we will help with the baby. And we will wash the baby's clothes. When we grow a bit older, we will even wash clothes for Uncle and Annie. Lin Wan's face was filled with compassion and helplessness as she wrapped her arms around the two little ones' waists. You are still small. You do not need to do these things yet. Does Uncle Ao know that you want to come with us? If Uncle and Annie take you without Big Brother Ao's consent, it would be akin to human trafficking.
No.
Uncle and Auntie are not human traffickers. Pei Yuan exclaimed loudly. Lin Wan exchanged glances with Pei Lin. They had successfully achieved half of their goal. Initially, they had intended to persuade Pei Wu to come home with them, and now 3 little friends were unexpectedly added to the mix. They feared that the children might not be willing, so they had not dared to mention it. During this time, the two had shown their worth, garnering affection from the couple, hoping that when the children finally spoke up, they would agree. However, they had not anticipated that the sisters would suddenly propose to go with them, revealing their supernatural abilities in the process. During the introduction, Pei Wu had not mentioned that they possessed such powers. Beast taming and psychic abilities were indeed formidable, yet they could not take the children without Pei Wu's consent. That would be akin to human trafficking. Observing the sisters' expressions, it was clear they genuinely wished to accompany them. Lin Wan gently reassured, let's ask Big Brother Ao later. If he agrees, you can go home with Uncle and Auntie. The sisters were elated, especially Pei Yuan, who jumped and danced as if she had already received Pei Wu's approval to join them. Chapter 30. I do not want to see you die. They had no home, no parents. Having encountered even the slightest warmth, they clung to it desperately. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, they were still young. If they relied solely on Big Brother Ao, they would only become a burden to him. During lunch, Pei Yuan excitedly shared this with Pei Wu. Big Brother Ao, can we go back with Uncle and Annie? That way, we can see the older brother. Pei Wu tightened his grip on his chopsticks, casting a fierce glance at the couple across the table. Lin Wan realized he had misunderstood and seized the opportunity to clarify. Little Wu, you have misunderstood. Today, I was sorting supplies with old Pei when Xiao Yuan came to ask if she could come with us. I told her that as long as you agree, they can accompany us south. Pei Wu quietly replied, no. He could not allow the past to repeat itself. The last time, 3 children had nearly starved to death in that room. All of this had stemmed from his foolishness and misplaced trust in others. Pei Yuan was indignant. She set down her chopsticks and tugged at Pei Wu's sleeve. Why not, big brother Ao? Please let us go. Uncle and Auntie have agreed. Just agree, please. Pei Wu slammed his chopsticks down on the table, his expression fierce. When I say no, it means no. Why not? Pei Yuan cried. This is the apocalypse. No one will come to adopt us again. No one will even care about us. If this continues, we will only drag big brother Ao down. I do not want to see you so exhausted, she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her small face was streaked with tears, yet defiant. Those little birds told me. Before, when Big Brother went to find food, he was almost surrounded by zombies several times. And the exotic plants, not all of them will be friendly to Big Brother. Last time, when you went to get medicine for Xiao Yuan, you almost got choked to death. I do not want to see you die. Pei Wen and Pei Yuan were taken aback, realizing the extent of Pei Wu's struggles to care for them, having faced life-and-death situations on multiple occasions. Pei Yuan's eyes glistened with tears, her eyelids heavy with unshed tears that spilled over, landing on her clothing. This very garment had been brought back by Big Brother Ao during his last visit. He was so kind, and she did not want to burden him. Xiao Yuan was right. Big Brother was so kind, and his parents could not be too bad. If they left, Big Brother Ao would undoubtedly find it easier. Pei Wu, his face stern, shouted, Have you had enough, Pei Yuan? Pei Yuan flinched, fear evident in her eyes as she looked up at him, her small hands anxiously clutching the hem of her clothes. She choked back her sobs, too afraid to speak, as tears streamed down her face. Seeing the child so frightened, Lin Wan felt a pang of compassion. She pulled her into her embrace, gently patting her back to soothe her. Pei Yuan buried her face in Lin Wan's arms, crying pitifully. Pei Lindao, let me be straightforward with you. You are an elemental power wielder of the wood element, and we require your assistance on our journey southward.
Xiaowen.
Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yuan will accompany us. This orphanage was previously supported by the Pei family, and now only the 4 of you remain. As parents, having encountered this situation,
We cannot turn a blind eye.
the young man's fiery gaze bore into him. You speak so eloquently about leading us, yet halfway through, you will surely abandon the 3 of them. There are no safe havens, no food, only countless zombies and mutated beasts. When the time comes, they will cry to the heavens for help, only to receive silence in return, left with nothing but a dead end. You adults do not speak a single truth. Please leave. Pei Lin stood up. I am unaware of what you have endured, but you can trust us. This is the early stage of the apocalypse. For now, you can still protect them. But what of the future? Zombies have begun to evolve and develop abilities. Do you wish for them to follow you to their demise? Pei Wu declared, I can protect them. I will grow stronger. Observing the young man's fervent eyes, Pei Lin inhaled deeply, his hands instinctively resting on his waist. Very well. You may grow stronger, and for now you can gather supplies. But what about later? Everything will eventually run out. In this city, you are not the only ones alive. No one is producing food, and eventually your resources will deplete.
How will you sustain them then?
They are still young and growing. Surely you have heard the saying, a teenager can impoverish his father. Are you willing to let them starve alongside you in the future? I can learn to farm. Pei Wu countered. Pei Lin scoffed. Do you even know what rice looks like? Do you know how to cultivate it? Where will you find the seeds? A barrage of questions left Pei Wu feeling dizzy. These were considerations he had never contemplated. All he desired was for his younger siblings to grow up safely. Humans are social creatures. One person can be easily killed, but what of a group? Pei Wu, you are not foolish. You should know how to make the right choice. My Xiaowu and Xiaolu are still waiting for us at home. I will establish a safe zone for my children, allowing them to grow up without worries about safety or food. The Pei family owns multiple warehouses, accessible only to our kin, containing various supplies, food, clothing. With these, we can weather the harshest of times and have more time to cultivate food. Pei Wu's expression became somewhat blank, as if overwhelmed by information. Lin Wan comforted the children before standing, softly saying, Xiaowu, think it over. We will not abandon them midway. Whatever we eat on this journey, they will eat too. Seeing her husband about to speak, she pulled him aside, signaling him to remain silent. Think it through. We must depart by the day after tomorrow at the latest. After speaking, she took her husband and continued to organize their belongings. Pei Wu sat on the stool, feeling utterly drained. After all, he was merely a 15-year-old boy, caught off guard by the arrival of the apocalypse. He had to carefully consider questions he had never pondered before. One wrong step could lead to dire consequences for more than just himself. After a while, he looked around at the others. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yuan appeared anxious. Only An maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent. An, what are your thoughts? Do you wish to join them? An peeled the shell from a boiled egg, consuming it slowly. Wherever my brother goes, I will follow. Pei Wu's expression suddenly relaxed as he noticed Pei Yuan, who was timidly glancing at him. He beckoned, Xiao Yuan, come here. Pei Yuan hesitated, fear evident in her eyes, before slowly approaching. Brother. Pei Wu embraced her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell at you. It's my fault. Pei Yuan began to cry, her slender arms wrapping around his neck. Brother, can we go with uncle and aunt? I don't want you to suffer so much.
I don't want you to die.
Chapter 31. If you dare abandon them, I will kill you. Lin Wan pulled her husband aside. How was I unaware that you intended to establish a safe zone? Pei Lin's face flushed, and he coughed awkwardly. Wasn't this inevitable? Once we return, we can establish a safe zone, ensuring Xiaowu and Xiaolu are safe, and that Xiaolu has a place to play. Pei Lin felt a twinge of anxiety under her gaze. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. You're wonderful. Pei Lin's face turned crimson. Pei Wu had remained silent, while Pei Yuan and Pei Yuan displayed expressions of trepidation. One sat in the courtyard, fearing Pei Lin and Lin Wan might leave abruptly, while the other stayed close to Pei Wu. On the eve of their departure, Lin Wan pondered for a moment before suggesting, shall we give the eldest a call? Pei Lin recognized her intention. Dear, it's all right. If he chooses not to leave, then so be it. Furthermore, if we were to force him, it would only create future complications. But Pei Lin set down his belongings and approached to comfort his wife. It's fine. We will find other wood element wielders. We must trust Xiaowu. He will take good care of his siblings. Moreover, the second and third are not far from here. We should have faith in them. Lin Wan wrapped her arms around his waist. I'm afraid that Xiaowu and Xiaolu won't survive. They will be fine. Both are clever. Xiaolu may be young, but she understands everything. Do not forget, she is our little lucky star. The Pei family's business had not always thrived. Before the arrival of Pei Nian Nian, they faced potential bankruptcy. No matter their efforts, obstacles seemed to hinder them, as if failure was their destined end. However, after the unexpected arrival of Xiaolu, the Pei family's fortunes inexplicably improved. They received external investments, and their stockpiled goods were sold out in no time. Collaborations became effortlessly attainable. Lin Wan was no longer young, and Pei Lin did not wish to risk her health by bearing another child. They already had 5 children, which was sufficient. Although the 4th had not yet been found, they had never given up on him, maintaining a room for him in their home. Initially, the couple considered terminating the pregnancy when the thought crossed their minds, but the family's business faced unprecedented challenges, making everything seem impossible. Through Pei Wu's introduction, they sought the advice of a fortune teller, who upon seeing them, declared, "This child coming into your family is a blessing. Return home. Your wife will have a safe delivery. Cherish that child." After a brief conversation, they were ushered out. Pei Jin candidly remarked, "Big brother, just keep her. You can afford it and you already have 5 children. One more 1T matter." Xiaowu has always felt overshadowed as the youngest. Let him have an older brother. If you really don't want her, you can give her to me later. I could use a child. Pei Jin had been injured during a mission and could no longer have children of his own. He held a high position and desired a child to succeed him. He had always favored Xiaowu but was eager to experience the joys of parenting. Pei Lin and Lin Wan exchanged glances. How could they possibly dislike their own child? Thus, Pei Nian Nian was welcomed into the family, and the Pei family's business flourished, expanding rapidly, drawing the envy of many. Those observant enough noticed that the Pei family's success coincided with the arrival of their 6th child. On one occasion, Pei Lin took the children out for a meal and fortuitously encountered a business partner with whom he had a good rapport. As they discussed contracts, which were critical to his financial well-being, he found himself inexplicably drawn to hold the exquisite child in his arms. He also gifted a small, exquisite golden pig, which he intended for his daughter. After signing the contract and sending the person off, the partner wore a bewildered expression, utterly astonished. He was well aware of how difficult the other party could be. Whenever a significant contract was to be negotiated or a challenging individual was involved, he would shamelessly bring gifts to the Pei family, ingratiating himself with Pei Lin, all for the chance to embrace his little 6th. Without exception, The contracts were successfully secured, and the troublesome individuals were managed. Pei Lin had hidden such a precious treasure, inciting envy in others. Pei Lin felt somewhat helpless, whether at social gatherings or business banquets. Friends and partners always urged him to bring the children along. They approached him with an eagerness that frightened Pei Lin, causing him to hesitate in taking them out. After much internal conflict, Pei Wu, seeing the sorrowful expressions on Pei Yuan and Pei Yuan's faces, ultimately chose to compromise. Pei Lin was right, the zombies were evolving, and he could not protect them. Food was also a concern. He did not wish for the three of them to suffer hunger alongside him. If they dared to abandon Pei Wen and the others, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Early the next morning, as the couple prepared to leave, Pei Wu arrived with the three children. Lin Wan was momentarily taken aback and looked to her husband. Had Pei Lin made a decision? Pei Wu nodded, stating that they would accompany them, and warned that if they dared to abandon the three, he would kill them. Pei Lin scoffed, clearly unconcerned by his words. Pei Yuan timidly stepped forward, asking if they could bring Xiang Yu along, assuring them that it would behave. Lin Wan gently patted her head, agreeing, but noting that there wasn't enough space in the vehicle. They needed it to run alongside until they could find a truck to take it with them. Pei Yuan joyfully raised her hands in celebration, exclaiming that Xiang Yu could come along. Not far from Nanyue, a sudden loud noise erupted in a remote mountain area. The mutated plants were startled, thrashing their vines towards the source of the sound, as if attempting to ensnare something. However, no creatures emerged from the opening. After a while, perhaps fatigued, they gradually calmed down. At the foot of the mountain, a disheveled man appeared, equipped with a device resembling a horn, a large pack on his back, and two guns slung around his neck, with a handgun holstered at his waist. He brushed the dust off his head, seemingly bewildered at how they ended up in such a desolate place. The laboratory was situated here, which had driven him to frustration. Even spending money to leave was impossible. Just as the apocalypse struck, he found himself unmonitored and free. Bai Chun hummed a tune softly as he made his way towards a nearby cave. Moment latte. A military green jeep sped out, racing away with remarkable swiftness. The surrounding mutated plants remained eerily still, as if oblivious to the commotion. Bai Chun observed the rapidly retreating scenery. Whistling contentedly, he had finally escaped that cursed place. Chapter 32. What shall we say if the higher-ups inquire? At the exit of a primeval forest, a group was cooking noodles in the open air, while others stood guard with assault rifles slung over their shoulders. Nearby, the mutated plants remained unmoving, seemingly unaware of their presence. A bespectacled, refined man took a bowl of noodles to a tent nearby. "Professor Pei, you should eat something first," said a handsome man seated at the table, exuding an air of scholarly elegance as he skillfully assembled a nearby firearm. "Thank you," Professor Pei responded. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 40s entered with a bowl of noodles, taking a seat beside him. "Changza, what will we say if the higher-ups inquire about our unauthorized lockdown of the research institute?" Professor Zhang asked. Pei Changza swallowed his mouthful of noodles and looked up at him. "Professor Zhang, both the director and deputy director have turned into zombies. Given the current situation, everyone is merely trying to survive. Who would still bother to investigate?" Zhang Hao coughed. If you're truly worried, I can arrange for someone to escort you back." No, that's not what I meant. It's just that so many invaluable research findings are there. Should they fall into the wrong hands? He trailed off. "That's why I ordered a lockdown of the institute. Besides, normal people wouldn't venture to such a remote location." He did not divulge that he had already taken those valuable findings with him. Zhang Hao sulkily took a few more bites of his noodles. Once they finished eating, someone came to clean up the mess outside. Pei Changza pulled out a map, studying it intently, and marked a route with a pen. Zhang Hao, having finished his meal, remained, watching him, hesitating to speak. Pei Changza seemed oblivious to his turmoil, continuing his research. "Why do we need to head south when the nearest safe zone is to the north?" "To pick someone up, Professor Zhang. It's getting late. We should rest and set out early tomorrow." When Zhang Hao exited, he was bewildered. How could he have been so easily dismissed by that young man's words? Pei Changza was an exceptionally rare genius, particularly in the medical field, and more frustratingly, he worked diligently. He became a professor at a young age, holding over a dozen patents, and was of great importance to the higher-ups, who even assigned special personnel for his protection. Many resented him for being appointed as a professor without sufficient qualifications, stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Within days, he was summoned for questioning, and upon returning, not only did he face disciplinary action, but his position was also reverted to its former state, with a year-long probation period. 2 individuals were directly expelled and banned from future employment. Subsequently, the higher-ups established a laboratory specifically for him, ensuring that no one could enter without his permission. Not even the director or anyone from upper management. After more than 6 months, whispers began to circulate about Pei Chang's remarkable background. His uncle held a significant position in the Southern Military District, and those assigned to protect him were also from that district. Furthermore, his attire was notably extravagant, with a single tie worth more than the director's 2-month salary. From that point onward, no one dared to provoke him, though they occasionally muttered enviously behind his back. With the sudden onset of the apocalypse, many had turned into zombies, and others were infected. Out of the vast research institute, only 20 of them remained alive. As those waiting outside saw him emerge, they pulled him aside, asking, "What did Professor Pei say? Are we going to the safe zone?" Zhang Hao shook his head. "What does your head shake mean? Are you not going, or are you unsure?"
Not going. From what I see on his map.
"We are heading to Nanyue to pick someone up." "Pick someone up? Who?" "Isn't his uncle, Major General Pei, already establishing a safe zone in Minhai? If we take the highway, we could reach it in less than a week." He didn't mention who he was picking up. It must be someone important. Could it be his wife and child? That can't be. I haven't heard anything about him being married. What are you all gossiping about? Shouldn't we be discussing where to go? Sorry for straying off topic. Zhang Hao said. "So where do you all want to go?" A man in his 30s, who had been silent, adjusted his glasses, and spoke coldly. "Do we have the right to choose where to go? Can you fight zombies, command beasts, or make the mutated plants obey?" A young man timidly raised his hand. "I have wood-type abilities." He quickly added, "But I want to follow Professor Pei. He's so capable. Who knows when he might develop a serum for the zombie virus?" His words resonated with a few others. "Good thinking. You have a clear mind. Professor Pei also has healing abilities. If we do get scratched, we won't have to worry about turning into zombies." Everyone felt reassured and returned to rest. As the apocalypse loomed, everything would be reshuffled, but the serum for the zombie virus would undoubtedly be of paramount importance. As long as they followed Pei Chang's, they need not fear a bleak future. Inside, Pei Chang's, after the others departed, dialed several times on Pei Changfeng's phone, but it remained unreachable. He then tried Pei Nianqing's, but it too was out of service. A shadow crossed his handsome face. What were these people doing? Why was everyone's phone turned off? Recalling the last time when Xiao Lu had playfully requested a satellite phone from him, he regretted his hasty departure without acquiescing to her wish. Had he known, he would have procured one for her, for now his urgency was palpable. He harbored no faith in Xiao Wu's ability to adequately care for Xiao Lu, prompting his swift return. Meanwhile, Pei Changfeng quietly prepared to drive, contemplating whether he could retrieve the phone and contact his family. Having traversed only a short distance and not yet exited the estate, Pei Nian appeared on the head of a tiger, blocking the car's path, the creature holding a small bucket in its mouth. Today, Pei Nian donned a delicate pink overall with a matching floral blouse adorned with a doll collar. Her fine hair was styled into a small braid at the side of her head, while the fringes on her forehead were neatly tucked aside and secured with a pink cartoon bear hairpin. The sight of her, a tiny bundle of pink and softness, was utterly endearing. "Where are you going, fifth brother?" she inquired. Pei Changfeng abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing him to jolt against the steering wheel and then collide with the back of the seat. The injury on his back was aggravated, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. He was about to scold the old tiger when a sweet voice interrupted. Pei Changfeng glanced out the windshield, spotting only the tiger's large floral-patterned arm and its furry chest. Before leaning out of the window, what he beheld sent a chill down his spine. Pei Nian perched atop the tiger's head, appearing precariously close to falling. This reckless child was truly a source of constant worry. He contemplated reprimanding her, but feared that doing so might startle the little one, causing her to tumble. Swallowing hard, he waved at Pei Nian. "Come down and fifth brother will tell you." Pei Nian blinked her dark eyes. "Can I listen from up here?" Nevertheless, she obediently allowed the tiger, named Grape, to lower her down. As Grape crouched, Pei Changfeng approached and scooped her into his arms. With a look of innocent curiosity, Pei Nian queried, "What is it, fifth brother?" Now that she was safely in his embrace, Pei Changfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Glaring at her, He swiftly turned her around and delivered 2 firm slaps to her backside, reprimanding, "You reckless child. Why would you sit so high? Do you realize how dangerous that is? What if you fall?" The child, already tender-skinned, was particularly fragile given her pampered upbringing. After being chastised, she momentarily appeared dazed before bursting into tears and flailing her short legs.
What?
"Fifth brother, you're a big bad guy. You hit my bottom. I'm going to tell second brother to beat you," she added while sobbing, "and make you run 10 kilometers with a weight." Upon hearing this, Pei Chongfeng's irritation flared. "You want second brother to beat me? We shall see who gets punished." He turned her around, cradling her securely in his arms. As her tear-streaked cheeks glistened and her eyes sparkled with moisture, occasionally sniffing as she wiped her tears with her tiny hands. Through her sobs, she declared, "I'm going to complain to uncle and have him punish you. You should run 10 kilometers with a weight." Pei Chongfeng, unable to contain his frustration, lightly tapped her backside once more. "You think you can complain to uncle and have him punish me, and then make me run 10 kilometers? Are you trying to take my life?" Pei Nian, now pouting and covering her bottom, glared at him with her watery red eyes. "Don't hit my bottom. That's domestic violence. This is not domestic violence. It is a lesson rooted in love. Who told you to sit in such a dangerous spot?" A low growl from the tiger interrupted them. Pei Chongfeng stiffened, glancing sideways. The huge beast, with its orange and black stripes, growled threateningly at him. He was certain that had he not been holding the little one, the creature would have lunged at him. Pei Nian sensed Pei Chongfeng's unease and, realizing he was afraid of Grape, felt a mischievous thrill. "Humph, that LL teach you to bully me."
Yet.
She clutched his neck tightly, with one hand while rubbing her eyes with the other. Pei Chongfeng, noticing her behavior, dismissed his own trepidation, knowing that the tiger would not easily bite. "Stop rubbing your eyes. I'll take you to wash your face, you little crybaby." "I'm not a crybaby. If you hadn't hit me, I wouldn't be crying," she retorted, still holding on to him. "That was because you sat in such a perilous position. I did it to teach you a lesson." Pei Nian wrapped her arms around his neck, refraining from further argument. The massive beast followed closely behind, its large paws pressing down into the grass. Pei Chongfeng went to the first-floor bathroom, filled it with warm water, and prepared a towel to clean her face. The child's skin was tender, her eyelids red and swollen from rubbing, her cheeks flushed, reminiscent of a peach kissed by sunlight. Noticing Pei Nian's pouty lips, Pei Chongfeng leaned over and gently kissed her cheek. "There, don't be upset. Fifth brother shouldn't have hit you, but you shouldn't sit so high. You nearly scared me to death. You're still so small, a fall from that height could be disastrous." Pei Nian, with a hint of pride, huffed and then shyly kissed Pei Chongfeng on the cheek. "I'm magnanimous and forgive you, and I won't let second brother or uncle beat you," she explained. "I knew Grape wouldn't drop me. That's why I sat there." Pei Chongfeng pinched her delicate nose.
But you must not sit so high.
I know. She adjusted her grip around his neck. In his embrace, she squirmed a bit, her chubby little hands peeking under the collar of a shirt. Only then did she notice that Pei Chongfeng's injuries had reopened.
"Ah."
"Fifth brother, your wound is bleeding. Come on, let me help you with the medicine." Pei Chongfeng, holding her, teased, "You aren't plotting revenge on me, are you? Turning kindness into malice. Am I that kind of person?" He nodded without hesitation. Pei Nian puffed out her cheeks, resembling a pufferfish, while hugging him with her chubby arms. "You're too cute," Pei Chongfeng mused inwardly. Her short and pudgy arms could not intertwine like an adult's, so she could only grasp the soft flesh around his neck, her tender arms spilling out between her fingers. Pei Chongfeng set the child down on the sofa and retrieved medicine from the cabinet, placing it into her hands while gently poking her puffed cheek. "All right, my sweet Pei Nian, please help your beloved fifth brother apply the medicine." With that, he removed his shirt and lay on the sofa, allowing her to treat his wounds. Pei Nian hummed softly, cautiously applying the ointment while gently blowing on the area. His back, having been recently healed, had now torn open again, exposing raw flesh beneath. The surrounding area oozed a yellowish fluid, dampening his shirt. As she treated his wound, Pei Nian advised, "Fifth brother, you should avoid exerting yourself until your injury heals. If it gets hot later and the wound worsens, it could become infected." Pei Chongfeng nodded absently, his thoughts drifting to whether he could retrieve that phone and find a way to inquire about his family situation. After Pei Chongfeng's injury was reopened, Pei Nian kept a watchful eye on him, ensuring he remained indoors to recuperate. She even insisted he sleep on his stomach. This arrangement persisted for several days until his condition improved, at which point Pei Nian became less vigilant. On that particular day, Pei Changfeng discussed with Tian Yuan the need to gather supplies, particularly medication, as Pei Nian was still young, and they needed to be well prepared. At that moment, Pei Nian entered, clutching a bouquet of roses, just in time to overhear their conversation. With her short legs in motion, she approached eagerly. "Where are you going to gather supplies?" "I want to go too." Tian Yuan gazed at the flowers in her arms, a smile blossoming on her face as she purposefully shifted the conversation. "Are these all the flowers you just picked? They are truly beautiful. Shall we arrange them in a vase?" Pei Nian nodded with a smile, cradling the flowers as she followed Tian Yuan to arrange them. Just when the two thought she had forgotten, that night as they settled down to sleep, Pei Nian nestled into Pei Changfeng's embrace. Her arms, resembling lotus stems, draped across him, and her chubby hands clutched his nightclothes tightly. With her large eyes filled with sincerity, she asked, "Brother, when shall we gather supplies? Is there not enough to eat at home?" Pei Changfeng, resting his hands behind his head and lost in thought, responded without hesitation, "We cannot sit idly by." His gaze slowly shifted to Pei Nian. "Do you wish to go?" Chapter 34. Terrifying. Not to be trifled with. It shall come another day. Pei Nian nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice, having not ventured outside for quite some time. Previously, her family would occasionally take her out to play. But now, in this apocalyptic world, no one took her out anymore. Sensing Pei Changfeng's reluctance to take her along, she climbed up beside him and tugged at his nightclothes with her little hands. "Brother, please take Nian with you, won't you? It's been ages since I last went out." Pei Changfeng remained silent, observing how far she would go to persuade him. When her efforts proved fruitless, Pei Nian threw herself into his chest and nuzzled against him like a spoiled puppy. "Brother, please take Nian with you. I promise I will be obedient. You tell me to go east, I will not go north. You tell me to pick up stones, I will not chase chickens." Unable to suppress a chuckle, Pei Changfeng ruffled her hair. "What nonsense are you spouting? Stay home and be good. I will return with your sister Tian Yuan by afternoon at the latest." Pei Nian sat up, her little face contorted with concern. "If you and sister Tian Yuan go, what will I do?" "There are grapes and cake at home to keep you company," he assured her. "But what if bad people come?" She fretted. "They will see the grapes and cake and be so frightened they will run away," he replied confidently. "Who would still bother with you? What if I get hungry? What if I burn myself? What if bugs crawl into my clothes?" This time, Pei Changfeng did not dismiss her worries, but contemplated the possibilities seriously. Little Six was still young. Merely having lunch would not suffice. She sometimes needed snacks as well. If they were not home, she wouldn't know how to use the microwave, and the thought of her getting burned was too much to bear. Besides, it seemed unlikely Tian Yuan would agree to let her go out alone. "Let us discuss this tomorrow." He gently pushed her back down onto the bed, covering her with a quilt. "Get some good sleep. Children need rest to grow tall." Pei Nian sensed Pei Changfeng's softening stance. They would surely take her along. As expected, the next day, Pei Changfeng dressed her, combed her hair, and fed her breakfast. When he suggested going alone, Tian Yuan firmly opposed.
"No."
"It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I will accompany you." Pei Changfeng shook his head. "I cannot leave little Six alone at home. You stay with her." Pei Nian eagerly raised her small hand. "I don't want brother to go alone." Pei Changfeng lightly swatted her hand. "Stop making a fuss." Pei Nian pouted, covering her hand and glaring at him. They continued to debate, with Pei Nian insisting, "We can go together."
"No. No."
"We can't trust each other, so we must go together. Grapes and cake must come too." Pei Changfeng and Tian Yuan exchanged glances. Realizing this was indeed a feasible plan. Given their sizes, ordinary beasts would not dare approach, and zombies would be out of reach. With Tian Yuan's abilities to protect her, even the strange plants would keep their distance. As they prepared to leave, the timing was perfect. They had risen early after a good night's sleep, and the sun had just begun to peek over the horizon. Pei Changfeng turned to the small figure in the safety seat behind him. "Do you remember what I said?" Pei Nian nodded earnestly, counting off on her little fingers. "First, be sure to listen to brother and sister. Second, never wander away from them. Third, don't cry. Fourth, if you feel unwell, speak up. Fifth, don't touch those plants." She listed over 10 rules before finally stopping.
Satisfied.
Pei Chongfeng started the vehicle and drove out as Tian Yuan closed the door behind them. The two enormous beasts dashed into the nearby woods, their figures only occasionally visible. After the trio departed, the estate's gates were soon cloaked in strange plants, the entire manor overtaken by verdant life. From the outside, it appeared vibrant, yet concealed peril lurked within. A massive black gorilla arrived shortly after, drawn by the manor's inviting appearance. As it reached for the wall, unknown vines swiftly ensnared its arm, strangling it. Once motionless, the vines dragged its body toward a more concealed part of the wall, ensuring that the little fish would not discover it, for she would be frightened. As it traversed the walls, the gorilla lost flesh and blood, tiny roots from the vines burrowing into its flesh, slowly devouring it until only a skeleton remained. The vines swiftly buried the bones in a pit they dug at their roots, and soon even the skeleton was reduced to fertilizer, nourishing the massive plant. In the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, a dark green serpent witnessed this scene and silently retreated into the underbrush. Terrifying, not to be trifled with. It would come another day. Pei Nian sat in her safety seat, gazing out the window. The world outside was a vibrant green, brimming with flourishing trees and life, all striving to seize the sunlight above. Beneath the trees lay a layer of withered leaves. The landscape now bore no resemblance to the orderly outings of her family. It was wild and unkempt. Pei Nian adjusted her position, leaning closer to the window, as if she could hear the plants conversing.
Ah.
How has the grass next door grown so tall again? It's stealing the sunlight. Who stepped on the grass? It took so long to grow, and now it's flattened. How will the grass sunbathe?
Hey.
What are you doing? You've broken my branches. She caught a glimpse of the massive body of a grapevine, which she suspected had been accidentally damaged during their departure. She also noticed a tall tree entwined with delicate golden vines. An old, hoarse voice advised, "Stop entangling the tree. Go explore elsewhere and let it provide you with some nutrients." A youthful, naive voice chimed in, "I am already aware of your presence, but I cannot linger. I must go up. They say there's a lovely little fish up there. Then hurry along. But I'm a bit hungry now. Let me have some nutrients and I will leave." The towering tree stood tall above all others, and Pei Nian blinked in surprise as she saw the delicate golden branches extending toward the window. The vehicle sped away, and the golden vines danced excitedly, exclaiming, "I've touched it. It's the little fish. Such a beautiful little fish." The entire plant, a form of daughter, spiraled around the tree, moving of its own accord, creating an eerie spectacle from afar. Pei Nian reached out to touch the window, feeling as if the plants were praising her beauty. Chapter 35. Your newly manufactured little head is truly useful. As they neared the foot of the mountain, Pei Chongfeng and Tian Yuan remained vigilant against the strange plants. Oddly enough, these plants showed no signs of aggression toward them. Occasionally, they would even part ways, and when they did not, Tian Yuan would use her wit abilities to persuade them to clear a path. Pei Chongfeng was apprehensive about encountering that peculiar plant from before. As he approached the city, he deliberately took a detour down an alternate route, without the cover of vegetation. The orange and black-striped tiger and the subtly patterned black panther were exposed to the gaze of onlookers. They managed to find a seemingly safe street to halt, which had once been a farmer's market. Strangely, there were very few people around. Tian Yuan encountered vendors selling vegetable seeds and gathered what she could. As the young Ningning needed fresh produce, Pei Chongfeng nodded in agreement. He and Tian Yuan cautiously exited the vehicle, surveying the quiet surroundings, not thinking much of it. He opened the back seat to retrieve a child carrier, gently lifting Ningning from her safety seat and securing her against his chest. Ningning squirmed, expressing her desire to walk. "I want to walk, brother. Let me walk." Pei Chongfeng firmly restrained her, assuring her that it was not safe yet, but once they were secure, she could roam freely. Only then did Ningning lower her head to observe her surroundings. With Ningning on his back and a tang knife in hand, Pei Chongfeng moved alongside Tian Yuan, who was dragging a camping cart she had specially retrieved from the warehouse for their supplies. They advanced cautiously. The closer they got to the market, the more a foul stench assaulted their senses, a noxious blend of decaying meat and spoiled fruits and vegetables. The heat of the day intensified the odor. Tian Yuan noted the eerie silence, broken only by the distant chirping of birds, with the black panther accompanying them for added security. Once inside the fruit shop, a putrid odor of rotting fruits mixed with the stench of decay hit them. On high alert, They discovered a locked door in a small room at the back, from which intermittent zombie growls emanated. They had no intention of opening that door. Fearing for the child's well-being, Pei Changfeng took Ningning to another corner to search for additional supplies. He gently inquired if she was scared. Ningning shook her head, reassured by his presence. Inside the fruit shop, nearly everything was spoiled, save for a few shriveled apples that had somehow endured. Pei Changfeng collected several of the still edible fruits in a bag. Meanwhile, Tianyuan discovered 2 boxes of glutinous rice coconuts on a lower shelf, which, to their relief, were intact. She quickly loaded them into the cart. Ningning, suspended against Pei Changfeng's chest, pointed at the rotting fruits. Sister Tianyuan has what abilities? We can grow our own fruits. The child's words sparked an epiphany in them. They had been preoccupied with searching for seeds and seedlings, neglecting the possibility that they could directly cultivate from the fruit seeds. Pei Changfeng planted a kiss on Ningning's forehead, praising her cleverness. He took the bag and meticulously extracted seeds from the decaying fruits. After rinsing them off with water, they prepared to leave when the door to the small room suddenly burst open and zombies charged toward them.
Tianyuan,
with one hand gripping the cart and the other activating her powers, caused the remaining fruit seeds in the shop to take root and sprout, their roots aggressively penetrating the floor. Lush plants rapidly grew throughout the room, with kiwi vines wrapping around the zombies in an attempt to restrain them. Unexpectedly, a knife appeared, severing the tightening vines and clearing a path. The zombies, sensing the presence of potential prey, emitted an eerie, piercing shriek. Tianyuan's eyes widened in alarm.
So fast.
When did these zombies evolve? Pei Changfeng activated his abilities to trap the zombies, urging Tianyuan to flee with the child. She swiftly pulled the cart out, closing the door behind them and wedging a broom to block it. Pei Changfeng, catching a glimpse of Tianyuan's determination to salvage the damaged cart, felt a surge of frustration. Forget that cart. Just throw it away. However, Tianyuan remained obstinate, knowing that their supply of vegetables had run out days ago and that the fruits were scarce. Even prioritizing the child's needs, they were still insufficient for Ningning's dietary requirements. Lacking vitamins, Ningning was struggling with digestion. Children could not live on fast food and meat alone. Grapes, unaware of the urgency, followed suit. Upon hearing a loud crash behind them, Pei Changfeng emitted a muffled grunt. Grapes glanced back, witnessing the injury inflicted upon her young master's brother. If not for her intervention, it would have been Ningning who was hurt. Enraged, Grapes remembered her latent powers and unleashed fireballs at the zombies. As the colossal beast charged forward, it swiftly struck the unsuspecting zombies, its claws shattering their forms. In the aftermath, the flames extinguished, revealing the lower halves of the zombies left behind while their upper bodies were reduced to mush against the wall. The trio hurried in the opposite direction when Tianyuan halted them, sensing another threat approaching. Pei Changfeng's injured arm hung limply at his side, while he held Ningning close, soothing her with gentle pats to reassure her. He stood firm, noticing a horde of nearly 20 zombies surging towards them. However, Grapes had already neutralized many of them. Create a pit here to let Grapes incinerate them, Tianyuan commanded. Pei Changfeng nodded, glancing down at Ningning. Do you know what to do? Ningning nodded earnestly, entrusting the task of saving everyone to Grapes. As they retreated, a large pit silently emerged beside the wall, swallowing most of the zombies. Ningning shouted, "Grapes, burn them!" Grapes responded with a howl, launching several fireballs into the pit, igniting a raging inferno. Tianyuan seized the opportunity to bind the remaining zombies, sharp vines piercing through their heads. Just as they were about to leave, Ningning tugged at Pei Changfeng's clothing. "Five, brother, we need to extinguish the fire, or it will spread and consume everything we need." Pei Changfeng acknowledged her concern and waited patiently for Tianyuan to drag the cart into a nearby pharmacy. Ningning observed the blood seeping from Pei Changfeng's wound, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Five, brother, let me down. I'll wait here while you tend to your injury." Pei Changfeng winced but reassured her, "It's fine. The flames will be out soon." Suddenly, sensing danger, he quickly leaped aside, thrusting his tang knife into the ground. When he withdrew it, it was slick with decay, revealing a zombie that had emerged from beneath the floorboards. Ningning watched in awe. "Five, brother, you're amazing. How did you know?" Pei Changfeng, with a hint of pride, replied, "My abilities are earth-based. I sensed it approaching." Ningning showered him with praise, exclaiming, "Five, brother, you're the best. The greatest brother in the world." Indeed, Pei Changfeng's tone unconsciously brightened, a youthful pride shining through. As Tian Yuan emerged, she urged Changfeng, "Go tend to your wound. Otherwise, more zombies will be drawn by the scent of blood." She gestured for him to let Ningning down so she could carry her. Pei Changfeng complied, grimacing as he accidentally brushed against his injury. In the idyllic setting, Tian Yuan attempted to carry her, but Pei Nian persistently flailed her little legs, insisting that she did not wish to be carried and preferred to walk. Just as Pei Changfeng was about to enter to tend to his wounds, he paused, turning back in concern. What if danger lurked nearby? In situations like earlier, even adults struggled to react in time, let alone a child. Pei Nian, with her round little face, insisted, "It won't happen, I promise." Little Six won't wander far, just at the door. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the Black Panther returning with some creature, quickly adding, "There are grapes and cake. Nian will be fine." She clasped her tiny hands together in a pleading gesture. Tian Yuan's heart softened. She relented, allowing her to walk a bit. After all, they had traveled by vehicle, and she had been carried for quite some time. Pei Changfeng's resolve also softened, and he begrudgingly agreed. He entered the pharmacy to treat his wounds, while Tian Yuan had already gathered the necessary supplies, some of which were already opened and set aside, awaiting him. Pei Nian observed the fire for a moment, realizing it needed to burn longer. She scampered inside, eager to see her brother's injury. Tian Yuan followed her in. Pei Changfeng, taken aback by her sudden entrance, instinctively turned his back to her as he worked on his wound, not wanting her to witness the gruesome sight. The previous injury on his back had already frightened her. Seeing this bloodied mess would surely cause her to cry at night. Pei Nian, unconvinced, followed him closely, noticing his attempts to shield her from seeing her brother's injury. "Let Nian see the wound," she urged. Pei Changfeng gritted his teeth, his face pale and beaded with sweat, murmuring, "I'm just trying to avoid scaring you." "I won't be scared," she declared, wrapping her arms around his long leg. Tian Yuan approached and motioned for her to remain still. "Let me handle this." She disinfected his wound as Pei Nian craned her neck, pouting her lips and blowing gently on her brother's injury. "Is it feeling better? Does it still hurt?" she whispered. Pei Changfeng bit his lip, remaining silent. The small girl, unable to reach his shoulders or back, could only pat his leg while softly reassuring. "It doesn't hurt, does it, brother? Nian is here. Be good." Pei Changfeng, despite his pale complexion, managed a faint smile, as if the pain of his injury had lessened somewhat. With the wound treated, Tian Yuan applied a clean bandage, knowing that the flesh could not be stitched under the current conditions and would need to heal naturally. After finishing, she produced several large plastic bags, filling them with everyday medications, fever reducers, cold remedies, anti-diarrheal medications, and ointments for external injuries. She wiped the sweat from her brow, realizing she had gathered quite a lot, making it cumbersome to carry back. Pei Nian returned after extinguishing the fire, her water-based powers awakening. In her hand, she held a diamond-like object, along with others of soft hues resembling gemstones. "Let the grapes and cake help carry them," she suggested, exchanging a meaningful glance with Tian Yuan. Pei Changfeng then noticed the glimmering object in her small hands, which reflected a beautiful light. "Little Six, what do you have in your hands?" Pei Nian looked down at her palms, declaring, "I found it at the bottom of the pit. There are many more down there." Pei Changfeng picked up a light yellow stone from her open hand, feeling an urge to infuse it with his powers. Upon doing so, a faint glow emanated from it, and the stone disappeared from his grasp, restoring a small amount of his depleted abilities. Although the restoration was minimal, he could still perceive it. Tian Yuan, wide-eyed, asked, "Changfeng, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" He shook his head, dazed. Pei Nian, filled with curiosity, approached him, exclaiming, "Where did it go? Did you eat it, brother? Or did it vanish?" She rummaged through her small pocket, retrieving a larger stone, about the size of a fingernail, which was beautifully light green. She pressed it into Pei Changfeng's hand, urging, "Do another trick." Pei Changfeng, astonished by the sparkling eyes of the little girl before him, chuckled, "You think I can perform magic?" Nevertheless, he attempted to channel his powers into the stone. But nothing happened. It remained in his palm. Pei Nian tilted her head, asking, "Is it not working?" He then handed the stone to Tian Yuan, suggesting, "Try infusing it with your powers." Though puzzled, she complied, and once again, the stone vanished, restoring some of her abilities as well, which did not go unnoticed by her. Realizing the potential, Pei Chongfeng asked, Little Six, can you share these with Five Brother to try? Pei Nian generously offered all the beautiful stones she had, saying, Here, take them. There are plenty more at the bottom of the pit. The stones, which had been cumbersome in her tiny hands, were effortlessly gathered by Pei Chongfeng. He and Tian Yuan contemplated the possibilities, trying one stone after another. Pei Nian dashed to the entrance, observing the creeping kiwi vines. Excuse me, may I gather a few more? She politely asked. The vines shook and dove into the pit, returning with the remaining bounty. Employing her abilities, Pei Nian washed the stones and also splashed water on the vines. I know you're thirsty. Here has some water. Many vines surged toward her, eager to quench their thirst. Meanwhile, a mango tree on the opposite side expressed its dissatisfaction, shaking in frustration, yearning for water but unable to move. Chapter 37. Goodness. Why on earth has this Black Panther come to browse the supermarket? Pei Chongfeng's face flushed with excitement, and Tian Yuan mirrored his enthusiasm. Upon exiting, they spotted Pei Nian nearly engulfed by the surrounding plants, causing their faces to pale in alarm once again. Tian Yuan activated her powers, attempting to distance the plants from Pei Nian. Some fled in haste, while others stubbornly resisted. Upon releasing her grip, an odd expression crossed her face. These plants seemed to genuinely adore Nian. Pei Chongfeng, perplexed, exclaimed, Wait, they're just plants. How can they understand affection? He rushed over, scooping his sister into his arms and glaring at the encroaching foliage, his hands enveloping Pei Nian's still wet little hands. Stop splashing that little bit of water. Pei Nian, puzzled, queried, What are you talking about, dear Five Brother? I want to eat kiwi, Pei Nian declared, gazing at the kiwi vine. Just as Pei Chongfeng was about to assure her he would find some, the vine before him blossomed and bore fruit right before his eyes. Within a minute, 2 juicy, peeled kiwis were presented to Pei Nian. Her eyes sparkled as she beheld the succulent fruits, their fragrant aroma causing her to salivate. Before Pei Chongfeng could react to the astonishing sight, she lunged forward, taking a large bite, her tiny hands reaching out eagerly. Alarmed, Pei Chongfeng quickly attempted to pry the fruit from her mouth, exclaiming, You silly child. How do you know if these fruits from the exotic plants are safe to eat? Pei Nian stared wide-eyed as he extracted the fruit from her mouth. Pei Chongfeng discarded the morsel and cautiously inspected her mouth, fearful of any potential harm. The kiwi tree, witnessing the ridicule from the surrounding plants, felt insulted. Why couldn't its fruit be edible? In a fit of indignation, it extended a slender vine and struck Pei Chongfeng.
Ouch.
Who hit me? He exclaimed, jumping back, feeling a sharp sting on his calf. Seeing the vine nearby, he exploded in frustration. Are you serious? You can understand me, and still choose to hit me. Tian Yuan stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate her shock. These plants had defied the laws of nature, blooming and bearing fruit instantaneously, even harvesting and peeling their own produce to offer Pei Nian. Unbelievable. Although Pei Nian was irked that Pei Chongfeng had taken the food from her mouth, she still advanced protectively. You mustn't strike my 5th brother. The eager vines immediately froze, wilting slightly. Pei Chongfeng hurriedly checked if she was uncomfortable. Tell 5th brother? He urged. Pei Nian shook her head, indicating she was fine, yet Pei Chongfeng remained anxious. A smile broke on her face as she exclaimed, The kiwi was so sweet, even better than the ones I had before. Only then did Pei Chongfeng relax, patting her gently. Don't frighten 5th brother. With a gleeful grin, Pei Nian struggled to get down. 5th brother, look. Those gems were brought up by them. She pointed at the few gemstone-like stones on the ground. Pei Chongfeng held her tightly. Are you saying those stones were all retrieved by them? Pei Nian nodded earnestly. They won't harm you, will they? She shook her head, assuring him they not only meant her no harm but also wished to accompany her home. Tian Yuan, snapping out of her shock, remarked, I can sense they are very fond of Nian. Pei Chongfeng frowned, muttering, Little Six is not a wood-type ability user. Yet he recalled how drastically the world had transformed since the apocalypse. Perhaps Little Six simply attracted the affection of both humans and plants alike. Still unconvinced, Pei Chongfeng cradled her as he searched for curtains, having no choice but to set her down once he found them. 5th brother, are we changing the curtains? Pei Nian asked, watching him tug at the fabric. No, this is for tying purposes. The grapes and cake are sizable. They can assist in transporting the items. Otherwise, We wouldn't manage to carry so much back ourselves. The ropes are too thin. If the items are heavy, they might become uncomfortable. Pei Nian Nian suddenly understood. Fifth brother, you're so thoughtful. It turns out you like grapes and cake a little, rather than truly disliking them. Pei Chongfeng huffed proudly. He returned with the prepared curtain, trimming it to bind 2 bags of medicine to the sides of the grapes. They couldn't overburden the Black Panther, which still clutched a large pig in its mouth. Having evidently just returned from a hunt, they could not exploit it too much. What if it ran off? Pei Chongfeng had noticed that as long as those 2 fierce beasts were around, most other mutant creatures dared not approach the estate, thus ensuring their safety. Once the items were secured, Pei Chongfeng restored the pit to its original state and continued to gather supplies. This time, Pei Nian Nian refused to let them carry anything, insisting on walking alongside them. Pei Chongfeng noticed that the 2 fierce beasts trailed her like protective guardians, easing his worries. Perhaps due to the earlier display of strength, no zombies appeared afterward. As they crept into the market, they found most items spoiled, save for some dried kelp, seaweed, and a few dried vegetables. They hastily filled their bags. Seeing them busy, Pei Nian Nian thought to search for more food. She ventured into a nearby small supermarket. The Black Panther, slightly smaller than a tiger, managed to squeeze in. It left its prey outside for the tiger to guard while following Pei Nian Nian inside, scraping its back against the ceiling. Pei Nian Nian grabbed a bag and headed toward the cake section. Unable to open the glass cabinet, the Black Panther carefully pried it open with its claws, releasing a wave of sour odor. Pei Nian Nian recoiled, sitting down on the panther's paw. How foul. Realizing her mistake, she moved to another spot and spotted chili sauce. Remembering Pei Chongfeng's complaint about the lack of chili sauce for their noodles, she grabbed a few bottles along with some biscuits, bread, and candy. Just as she was reaching for jam, the Black Panther raised its paw to stop her, growling threateningly at something in the distance. It was as if it were warning something to flee. Pei Nian Nian poked the panther, asking, "What's wrong?" The Black Panther did not look at her, but cautiously shifted its paw, hiding her beneath its belly. Bai Chun, awkwardly standing with a strange loudspeaker hanging from him and a bag in hand, faced a massive Black Panther and a small girl who appeared no more than 2 or 3 years old, dragging a bag behind her. He cursed internally. Just when he thought he had found something edible, a gigantic Black Panther appeared. Why on earth is it at a supermarket? Doesn't he eat raw meat? Chapter 38. Pei Nian Nian. You must not look. Bai Chun calculated the odds of killing the Black Panther and concluded they were 0. He hadn't even drawn his gun before he would be bitten to death. His gaze swept over the child he was shielding. If he could capture her, he might have a chance of survival. He assessed the distance, realizing it was still a dead end. Why has it detected me? I was invisible. It seemed that the device needed modifications. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape next time. As the standoff continued, Pei Nian Nian tugged at her bag. Noticing the Black Panther preventing her passage, she decided not to protest and turned to leave. The Black Panther glanced at Bai Chun warily, retreating cautiously as Pei Nian Nian neared the end of the shelf. Bai Chun observed the plump little figure, recalling how clean and tidy she had appeared. Her fair, rosy face and neatly combed hair suggested she was well cared for, not at all like a stray. Once they were far enough away, Bai Chun dared not linger, swiftly carrying 4 large bags out through another exit. When Pei Chongfeng returned with their haul, he saw Pei Nian Nian holding a package while the tiger clutched a bag in its mouth. Pei Nian Nian had a pack of mung bean cake and tamarind cake, while the tiger had brought back chili sauce and various condiments, all items he had wanted. He set down his load and took the things from Pei Nian Nian. How obedient is little Six, knowing that brother wanted chili sauce. Pei Nian Nian beamed with pride, her small demeanor making one want to pinch her round cheeks. However, Pei Chongfeng's hands were dirty, and he couldn't risk soiling his clean little sister. Fifth brother, that supermarket has many items not found in other stores. We should take a look.
All right.
The supermarket indeed had numerous items absent from the outside, including mangosteen, jackfruit, durian, peaches, and more. Pei Chongfeng and Tian Yuan wasted no time, gathering every seed they could find without discrimination, mixing them all together. Once they had collected sufficient supplies, they returned home. The grapes were laden with bags, and Pei Nian Nian reached out to pat its head. The tiger knelt, lowering its majestic head to Pei Nian Nian, rumbling softly. Good grapes. All right, let us go home. She placed her safely in the car seat and fastened the seatbelt. The trunk of the vehicle and the space beside Pei Nian Nian were stuffed with items. As they prepared to ascend the overpass, Pei Nian Nian suddenly glanced down. Fifth brother, there's something below. Pei Chongfeng responded in a low voice, pressing the accelerator, clearly uninterested in engaging. Tian Yuan in the passenger seat remained silent. Their current situation did not permit them to meddle. Pei Nian Nian strained to peer out the window, catching a glimpse of branches thrashing below like monsters. With several people impaled through the abdomen, they had become the spoils and fertilizer of the mutated plants. The faint rustle of the plastic bag brushed against her ear, a reminder of humanity's fragility and insignificance. Once, we trampled the vegetation without a thought, but now we have become its sustenance. Pei Chongfeng evidently noticed this change, pressing the accelerator while his gaze shifted to the rearview mirror. Pei Nian Nian, do not look, he suddenly shouted. Startled, Pei Nian Nian shivered, unsure if it was due to Pei Chongfeng's outburst or the scene below that terrified her. Tian Yuan's complexion paled slightly as she tightened her grip on the seatbelt. Upon returning, Pei Nian Nian remained unusually silent, prompting Pei Chongfeng to notice her demeanor, yet he was at a loss as to how to console her. Should he express his impotence or remain indifferent? While bathing, Pei Nian Nian soaked in the tub, clutching a floating rubber duck. Sister Tian Yuan, will you die? Tian Yuan paused, towel in hand, clearly taken aback by the sudden question. After a moment, she nodded. We all will die, perhaps sooner, perhaps later. But for now, I want to live well, to survive in this apocalyptic world. Her voice was soft, almost as if she were affirming her own resolve. Tian Yuan harbored a deep-seated fear of succumbing to despair. She had witnessed the world's cruelty. They must exert every effort, work harder than ever to survive. At the outset of the apocalypse, she had contemplated death, yet upon seeing Pei Nian Nian, such a small child, stumble in seeking Aunt Lu's help for medicine, the desire to live took root within her. Later, when Aunt Lu and others suspected Pei Nian Nian was infected and considered abandoning her, Tian Yuan stepped forward. With the little one in her arms and a knife in hand, she brought her home. Throughout the journey, it appeared that Pei Nian Nian needed her. Yet only Tian Yuan knew that she was the one who truly needed Pei Nian Nian. The child had become her emotional anchor. Her father had rejected her. Her mother was gone. She felt utterly alone, just a worthless life that could end at any moment. But Pei Nian Nian was different. Only 3 years old. So small and tender, her laughter sweeter than honey. She had a family that loved her, and her life was just beginning. Tian Yuan could not bear the thought of her dying. Pei Nian Nian's voice suddenly interrupted Tian Yuan's thoughts. I want to live well too with Daddy and Mommy, and my brothers and sisters so they can come home safely. Sister, I miss them, she added. Tian Yuan gently placed a warm towel on Pei Nian Nian's soft shoulders. They will be fine. They will come back for you. Pei Nian Nian thoughtfully touched her chin, her face lighting up with conviction. Yes. They will definitely come back for me. They will become super strong and defeat those man-eating zombies. As she spoke, her innocent laughter echoed through the large bathroom. Tian Yuan smiled. Yes, the gentlemen and ladies will undoubtedly become very powerful. And when they return, you must eat well and sleep soundly. Otherwise, they will be sad to see you have grown thin. Pei Nian Nian nodded earnestly. I will eat well and sleep soundly. Tian Yuan wrapped her in a large towel, dressed her in pajamas, dried her hair, and then carried her to Pei Chongfeng's room. In the early hours of the morning, as Pei Chongfeng slept, he felt an intense heat radiating from his arm, jolting him awake. He quickly turned on the light and reached for the small child beside him. Her eyes were moist, her little mouth pouting, on the verge of tears. Her round face was unusually red. What is with all this clinginess today? Pei Chongfeng gently nudged her. Xiaolu, wake up. Pei Nian Nian's whimpers grew louder, yet she didn't cry out, her eyes still glistening with tears, evoking a pang of sympathy. He hurriedly rummaged through the medicine cabinet, muttering to himself about fever patches, antipyretics, and alcohol. His hand trembled, causing the entire medicine box to tumble to the ground. Watching the glass bottle shatter, Pei Chongfeng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He turned and rushed out of the room. The medications he had collected from the previous day were still in the storage room on the first floor. He quickly poured out the supplies, grabbed the alcohol and cotton swabs, and raced back upstairs. Pei Chongfeng had never cared for a child before, especially one with a fever. In his household, any discomfort usually warranted a trip to the hospital or a visit from a private doctor. As if afraid of forgetting the steps, he muttered to himself, first, apply the fever patch, then give her the medicine, and wipe her down with alcohol. His hands trembled violently as he tore open the fever patch, almost misplacing it. Seeing Pei Nian Nian's discomfort, he first opened the alcohol to wipe her neck, underarms, and palms. He then prepared the children's antipyretic medicine to administer. Pei Nian Nian's whimpers tugged at his heart, yet he knew he had to act quickly to bring down her fever. With a heavy heart, he pried her mouth open to give her the medicine. He poured it slowly. Perhaps Pei Nian Nian was thirsty from the fever, as she swallowed in small sips. However, she choked slightly, prompting her to softly cry. As she stirred, she appeared disoriented. "Brother," she whimpered, waving her little hands, reaching for Pei Chongfeng to hold her. Setting the medicine aside, he scooped her up with his uninjured arm, gently patting her back with the other. There, don't cry." Pei Nian Nian sniffled softly, wrapping her thin arms around his neck, burying her little face in his neck. "Brother, I want Mama." Whenever she was sick, she always yearned for Lin Wan, especially since they had not seen each other in quite some time. As she nestled against him, Pei Chongfeng felt as though a burning ember was pressed against his neck. Tears rolled down, seeping into his heart. Anxious, he spoke to her in a soothing tone. "Oh, don't cry, Xiao Lu. Mama will be back soon. Let us take our medicine, all right? Once you feel better, Mama will return." Pei Nian Nian blinked sleepily, pulling her face from his neck. "Really?" Pei Chongfeng, noticing her flushed cheeks and sticky eyelashes, could see how pitiful she looked. "Yes, be a good girl, and drink your medicine, sleep well. Tomorrow when you wake up, you will eat well, and once you are better, Mama will come back." He retrieved a tissue from the bedside, carefully wiping her nose, tears, and damp hair. The antipyretic was sweet and not unpleasant, but children are sensitive to taste and often detect an unusual flavor. After much effort, he managed to get her to drink it and changed her into dry clothes. As soon as he set her down, she began to cry. Pei Chongfeng had no choice but to hold her, whispering gently while occasionally wiping her neck and palms with alcohol. After a long struggle, she finally fell asleep. But the moment he tried to put her down, she whimpered and cried. Only in his arms did she sleep peacefully. Reluctantly, Pei Chongfeng wrapped her small body in a blanket and continued to hold her until she drifted off to sleep. He regretted taking Xiao Lu out yesterday. She was still such a young child. How could she withstand the sight of such horrors? Reflecting on the gruesome scene they had witnessed on the overpass, he realized that this was when Xiao Lu had become withdrawn. The fright had caused her to develop a fever, and he dared not take any more risks. Children's bodies are delicate. Even the slightest disturbance could lead to illness, especially after witnessing such a bloody and terrifying event. As dawn broke, Pei Nian Nian's fever finally subsided, and Pei Chongfeng gently set her down to rest. He exited the room to tend to his injury, which had reopened from holding her throughout the night. When Tian Yuan descended the stairs to prepare breakfast, she was startled to see Pei Chongfeng. "How did your wound reopen?" "Yesterday was fine, but today it has cracked and bled. Little Six had a fever last night and cried throughout the night. It is likely that the frightening sights he encountered upon returning yesterday startled him." "What? Has the fever subsided? I will go take a look." With that, I hurried upstairs. The once vibrant child now lay pale-faced, nestled under a blue cartoon blanket. Perhaps due to nasal congestion, her small mouth was slightly agape. I reached out to touch her forehead. Her temperature was normal. After adjusting her blanket, I descended to assist Pei Chongfeng with his wound dressing. Once the wound was bandaged, Pei Chongfeng returned to his room to catch up on sleep. He tilted his head to glance at the little bundle beside him, feeling uneasy, and checked her temperature again, relieved to find it normal. When Pei Nian Nian awoke and saw Pei Chongfeng lying beside her, she shifted her little body closer and rested her small head on his chest. Pei Chongfeng, worried that she might have a fever again, stirred awake at her movement. "Awake? Do you want to sleep more?" He raised his hand to touch her forehead, confirming her temperature was normal. Pei Nian Nian shook her head, clinging to his neck, her usually sweet voice now somewhat hoarse. "Brother." Pei Chongfeng gently patted her back. "Are you hungry? Shall I prepare something for you?" Normally, Pei Nian Nian would have protested that he couldn't cook, but being unwell, she just wanted to stay close to him, so she nodded in agreement. Pei Chongfeng lifted her, changed her clothes, and added a little jacket before tidying up. He helped her brush her teeth and wash her face, then carried her outside. "You be good and sit here. I'll wash my face and brush my teeth." Pei Nian Nian blinked her big eyes and watched him go in, peeking out occasionally, her small hands nervously clasped together. After waiting for a while without seeing him come out, she slid off the bed and put on her little shoes. toddling toward the bathroom. Pei Changfeng had left the door slightly ajar and was brushing his teeth when it swung open. He looked down to see the child, her face pale, anxiously clutching her little hands, her beautiful big eyes red-rimmed. He hastened his washing routine, quickly rinsing his face. Just as Pei Changfeng set down the towel, Pei Nian immediately reached out for a hug. The unease of being ill made her desperately seek the comfort of her family. Ignoring his injured arm, Pei Changfeng wrapped her in his other arm, her chubby little hands naturally encircling his neck. He rested his forehead against hers, speaking softly and affectionately. "Why are you so clingy today, Chapter 40. Earthquake. Pei Nian remained silent, burying her head in Pei Changfeng's neck, as if this closeness could provide her with more security. When Tianyuan saw the two come downstairs, she approached to embrace Pei Nian, but the child twisted her body in refusal. "Nian, your fifth brother is injured. Can Sister Tianyuan hold you? I made sweet red date and apple millet porridge." Pei Nian clung tightly to Pei Changfeng, remaining silent. Noticing her tightening grip around his neck, he understood she was unwilling. "It's fine. I'll feed her," Tianyuan said, bringing out the warm breakfast. Pei Nian sat on Pei Changfeng's lap. He scooped a little porridge, blew on it to cool it down, and then fed it to her. Pei Nian obediently drank it, but after consuming half a bowl, she refused to eat more. Pei Changfeng did not insist, continuing to eat his breakfast while Pei Nian remained on his lap, wanting to stay close to him. 2 days passed, and Pei Nian recovered from her illness, becoming lively again as she playfully approached Tianyuan, asking to be held. Tianyuan smiled and lifted her. "Shall we plant some fruit? I've been nurturing seedlings these past few days, and many have sprouted." Pei Nian happily nodded. Just as Tianyuan was about to set her down, the entire building began to shake violently. Her expression changed dramatically as she hurried outside, clutching the child. Pei Changfeng was in the storage room organizing items when the house shook violently, prompting him to rush out in search of the children. "Xiao Lu."
Pei Nian.
"We're outside. We're outside." Tianyuan's voice echoed from outside. Upon seeing the child held by Tianyuan, Pei Changfeng's racing heart calmed. "What is happening? Is it an earthquake?" Tianyuan, struggling to keep her balance while holding the child, decided to sit on the ground. Pei Changfeng frowned, watching as the entire mountain trembled. Numerous animals darted out from the mountains, including 2 tigers and a panther, who were anxious and paced restlessly, occasionally growling. They seemed instinctively eager to flee. But with Pei Nian still there, they restrained their instincts, pacing within the estate. Upon seeing the animals emerging, one tiger lunged forward and swiftly killed a creature. The entire mountain, no, the earth itself, was shaking. Pei Nian clung tightly to Tianyuan's neck, her large tear-filled eyes gazing around in fear. Watching the house sway perilously. "Mom and Dad haven't returned. The house must not collapse. If the estate is gone, my brother and I will have no home. Our food, clothes, and medicine are all inside. I don't want to starve." Strangely, the mountain gradually ceased its trembling, though distant sounds of tectonic movement and landslides could still be heard. With seawater surging forth, buildings in the city crumbled, exotic plants waved their vines in a frantic attempt to escape, and seawater flooded the streets, causing deep-sea fish to be swept onto the roads. The once bright sunlit sky was suddenly engulfed in dark clouds. The highlands transformed into plains. While the city's location rose into mountainous terrain, birds hovered above, afraid to land. Smoke and dust enveloped the city, while animals desperately sprinted toward the immovable mountains, some lagging behind, falling into the gaping chasms. Bai Chen was originally driving but was blocked by the animals, forcing him to exit the vehicle and run on foot. The creatures that had once pursued him with drooling mouths were now solely focused on survival. The cracks in the ground expanded, and just as Bai Chen was about to fall into one, he instinctively grabbed a nearby vine. As the wall drew nearer, he felt a sense of impending doom. If he fell in, the fissure would close behind him. The vine he clutched suddenly shook, then swiftly retracted, pulling Bai Chen upward. In the next moment, the fissure thunderously closed, leaving no trace of its existence. At the moment the fissure closed, Bai Chen activated his ability to become invisible, using the equipment on him to evade detection by the exotic plants. Once he confirmed his safety, he took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. This exotic plant was enormous, its branches extending across the entire mountain, its roots still adorned with fresh soil, likely having just escaped and taken root in this location. Its roots harbored numerous exotic beasts, which occasionally watered it, as if paying a protection fee. The exotic plant did not harm them but allowed them to nestle among its roots. Bai Chun dared not descend, clinging tightly to one of its branches. He watched helplessly as the nearby mountains collapsed, revealing vast plains, while the skyscrapers of the city crumbled into ruins. And many exotic plants and beasts fled to this mountain. Distant sounds of seawater echoed. Bai Chun turned to see that the earthquake had triggered a tsunami, with seawater rushing back into the city. This was a calamity for all living things. It was uncertain how many would survive. The apocalypse had arrived. With plants and animals mutating, tectonic shifts occurring, and all hardships descending upon humanity overnight. Such a disaster seemed destined for annihilation, as if the heavens were reshuffling the world. Bai Chun remained nestled in the exotic plant for an entire day and night. When the chaos subsided and the sun rose once more from the east, most of the city's buildings lay in ruins, with seawater flooding the streets, expanding the city's area once again. The mountains that had never existed before now surrounded the desolate ruins, stark and barren. The mountain he occupied was teeming with exotic plants and beasts, along with some unmutated animals. Once tranquility was restored, they knelt simultaneously towards the mountain's peak, bowing their heads in reverence, as if in worship of a deity. The scene was so eerie it sent shivers down one's spine. Seizing the moment while they were still dazed, Bai Chun hastily descended the tree and ran. He could evade the alien flora, but not those keen-sensed beasts. With so many extraordinary creatures around, he feared they would tear him apart. As he departed, he instinctively glanced back at the towering mountains, curious about what lay atop them and why those strange plants and beasts behaved so peculiarly. However, upon witnessing the multitude of creatures infesting the area, his curiosity waned. Ascending that mountain would surely mean certain death. Not far from there, Pei Nianqing pushed aside the vines enveloping her, coughed a few times, and waved away the dust before her. Yet, her efforts only stirred up more debris. She examined her wounds, a gash on the back of her head, and some abrasions on her body. Thankfully, they had escaped the city and made it to the national highway before the earthquake struck. Otherwise, they would have been at the mercy of the zombies. Previously, they had discovered crystal cores and vanquished numerous zombies, raising their supernatural abilities to the initial level of 2, though Pei Nianqing's lightning powers remained stagnant. The scarcity of lightning zombies rendered her situation futile. If they encountered one, fleeing would be the best option, let alone attempting to fight. As tremors persisted, Pei Nianqing urgently instructed her companions to exit the vehicle, opting to abandon it and escape on foot. The ground quaked more violently, showing signs of subsidence. Wang Xueli clung to her tattered bag, reluctant to part with it, which infuriated Pei Nianqing as she snatched it away and discarded the burden, prioritizing survival. Chapter 41. Just enough to satisfy its hunger, Pei Nianqing seemed to anticipate what would be said later, insisting on preserving their lives first. Wang Yang gazed in astonishment at the devastation before him. The once lower hills had sunk into flat earth, still exhibiting a trend of further subsidence.
Quick, climb the mountain.
In their dire circumstances, they had no time to deliberate the correctness of their actions, merely following Wang Yang's direction upward. Yet their ascent was painfully slow, failing to match the rate of the ground's descent. As the earth trembled ominously, Pei Nianqing steadied herself and cried out, "Look for an opportunity to jump into the valley. Move towards the center." Wang Yang hesitated, but the other two were already searching for a chance as per Pei Nianqing's instructions. Qi Bin, accustomed to physical labor, had followed her advice throughout their journey, preserving his life. When Pei Nianqing's words escaped her lips, he leapt without a second thought, though his timing was slightly off. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Upon landing, his foot slipped, and his forehead collided violently with a moss-covered rock. Pei Nianqing observed that the distance was sufficient, and she too leapt down, while Wang Xueli, a moment slower, grasped a sturdy vine as she descended safely. When Wang Yang attempted to jump, he found himself a distance away from the valley's edge. He made a desperate leap and grasped a large rock, only for it to shift, cascading down upon him. Survival instincts kicked in, and he grasped a nearby vine. Blood streamed from his head and face, leaving him disoriented, yet his grip on the vine remained steadfast. Pei Nianqing attempted to pull him up, but unexpectedly, the vine Wang Yang clung to began to thrash violently, sending him crashing against the rapidly descending mountainside. He lost consciousness. The sliding earth unleashed a cloud of dust, akin to an unprovoked sandstorm, obscuring vision. Pei Nianqing, unable to dwell on her sorrow, moved in the opposite direction of the alien plants, striving to distance herself as much as possible. The earth roared and trembled, and a rock flew from somewhere, striking the back of Pei Nianqing's head, causing her to black out. Pei Nianqing lost track of time, awakening to find the surrounding peaks leveled to the ground. In the distance, she spotted a solitary mountain and several towering buildings that had withstood the quake. Gazing back at their path, she saw several mountains rising where the urban landscape had once stood, silently towering over the desolation. A chill enveloped her. This was the power of nature, capable of moving mountains and flattening the remnants of human civilization with ease. Silence reigned, as if she were the last person in existence. An inexplicable dread gripped Pei Nianqing as she stumbled forward, calling out, "Xueli."
Keep in.
She staggered ahead, spotting Qi Bin ensnared by the roots of an alien plant, which writhed eagerly, seemingly deliberating its next move. A slender white root touched the blood on Qi Bin's forehead, causing the entire plant to quiver in excitement. Just as it chose its target, a bolt of lightning erupted from its roots, incinerating the protruding tendril to charred remains. Enraged, the plant lashed out with its vines at Pei Nianqing. Unyielding, she retaliated with a thicker bolt of lightning that struck the alien flora, causing it to recoil in fear. It hastily withdrew its roots from the ground and, using its vines as legs, fled swiftly into the distance. Pei Nianqing was momentarily astonished. The plant could escape? And so adeptly too. With no time for further astonishment, she hurried to check Qi Bin's breathing, relieved to find his warm breath gently escaping his lips. The bleeding from his forehead had ceased. Next, she sought out Wang Xueli, who was rummaging through a pile of branches. Suddenly, Wang Xueli emerged from the thicket, exclaiming, "I'm here." Upon seeing her, Pei Nianqing felt a surge of emotion. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Wang Xueli began to shake her head, but a sharp pain shot through her back. Pei Nianqing rushed over and lifted her collar to inspect. A large abrasion marred Wang Xueli's back. "It's just a scrape," Wang Xueli reassured, taking a deep breath. "As long as we're okay, that's what matters. By the way, where's Professor Wang?" Pei Nianqing fell silent for a moment before responding. Didn't he make it up? When they turned to look, the area where the mountain had once stood was now flat, littered with branches and stones, devoid of any trace of him. Wang Xueli, sensing Pei Nianqing's distress, stepped forward to embrace her. "What about Qi Bin?" Just as Pei Nianqing was about to point, she noticed Qi Bin rising, supporting his head. Next to him was an unfamiliar creature, stirring slightly. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a small brown bear, likely just a few days old. It timidly surveyed its surroundings, retreating in fright. Wang Xueli crouched down and poked it gently. "It's so soft. It must have just been born. Where are its parents?" Qi Bin wiped his face, which was now smeared with blood, prompting Wang Xueli to grimace. "Stop wiping your face. It looks creepy." He appeared bewildered, pulling his shirt down to clean himself, which helped somewhat. Pei Nianqing glanced at the darkening sky. "Night is approaching. We should find a place to hide." Wang Xueli surveyed their surroundings, noting the complete devastation. There doesn't seem to be anywhere left to take cover. Pei Nianqing rummaged through her pockets and produced a lighter, relieved it hadn't been lost. As the three prepared to move forward, the little brown bear stumbled along, following them from a distance. Wang Xueli remarked, "It seems to be trailing us." As they walked, Pei Nianqing collected dry branches, gathering enough for a night's fire. "It's dangerous for it to accompany us. We don't know when its parents might show up. We three are just enough to sate its hunger." Wang Xueli fell silent. Once they had collected enough, they stopped to ignite the fire. The twilight deepened, and the flickering flames provided them with a semblance of light and warmth. The little brown bear, following them all the way, instinctively feared the fire, hesitating to approach, curling up beside a large rock that shielded it from the cold night wind, allowing it to sleep soundly. The following day, they prepared to continue their journey when a brown bear, having mysteriously acquired a fish, placed it beside Pei Nianqing. It sat nearby, gazing at her with eager eyes. Instinctively drawn to this human, it wished to follow her. Yet it was evident that she had no intention of taking it along. Before dawn, it ventured toward a place thick with humidity, a nearly dried-up pond, the result of a previous earthquake that had drained much of its water. As the water level receded, fish became visible within. Though small, the bear's desire for them caused the water to stir, bringing the fish closer. Sated, the bear returned with a medium-sized fish, hoping that the human would appreciate it and take it along. To be near humans was akin to having a secure existence. It had been born in a large house, filled with endless delicacies. Each day, humans would come to feed them, and many would visit to offer treats. Abandoned by its parents, it had been nurtured by humans. However, one day, chaos erupted among the animals in the large house. Even the neighboring black bear had grown considerably in size. They smashed through doors to escape. And it too was let out by the neighboring black bear, who claimed he would take it home. The brown bear was puzzled, for wasn't this its home? They journeyed deep into the mountainous forest, where the black bear, after being bitten by a strange creature, began to emit a foul odor. Fearing for its safety, the brown bear fled and ended up here, asleep in a tree hollow when the earth began to tremble. Upon waking, it spotted the humans and thought, "My opportunity has arrived." Sensing their gaze upon it, and relying on past experiences, it rolled over, exposing its soft belly, and made a sound. Wang Xueli, witnessing this scene, felt her heart soften. No girl could resist the allure of such cuteness. Could it be that the fish was a gift for you? How thoughtful. Pei Nianqing's eyes could not help but fixate on the fish, swallowing hard. Who knows if this is merely a ploy to delay us, allowing its parents to ambush us? Qibin remained silent, rising to grab the fish and deftly remove its gallbladder, skewering it for roasting. Pei Nianqing looked at him. "What are you doing?"
Qibin replied, "Eating."
"We can't afford to starve in this godforsaken place." Pei Nianqing hesitated, but her stomach protested. The brown bear, seeing they accepted its fish, cautiously approached, nudging Wang Xueli with its head. Although it yearned to follow another human, this one had thus far shown kindness. It decided to ingratiate itself within the ranks first before making a selection. It hummed softly toward Wang Xueli, who unconsciously reached out to embrace it. As she cuddled it for a moment, Pei Nianqing's sharp gaze fell upon her, causing Wang Xueli's hand to stiffen. Had the leader discovered something amiss? Pei Nianqing stepped forward. Gripping the scruff of the bear's neck, her eyes locked onto its beady ones. "Do you know where to find food?" Yes. You're not deceiving me, are you?"
No.
No. Wang Xueli was taken aback. Hadn't Pei Nianqing just expressed disdain for it? How had they suddenly engaged in conversation? Wait, can you understand it? Qibin stared at them. Pei Nianqing, finally realizing, processed the bear's sound. "You all can't understand?" Both Qibin and Wang Xueli shook their heads, having only heard a series of hums. "The bear says it will take us fishing. And they're big ones," Pei Nianqing relayed. Qibin suggested, "Why don't you two go? It's safer. I'll stay here and roast the fish." Pei Nianqing nodded, seemingly wanting to confirm something, and set the brown bear down. The moment its paws touched the ground, it darted off in a particular direction. The two followed, and unable to bear the sight of the little bear struggling, Wang Xueli scooped it up. "I'll carry you. You lead the way." Okay. You're a good person." The bear's delighted hum was soft and lingering, prompting Pei Nianqing to glance over. Following the brown bear's guidance, they walked for about 10 minutes before discovering a concealed pond. "Yes, this is where we catch fish," Wang Xueli exclaimed, her eyes wide as she witnessed several large fish bouncing about. "There are so many fish." Pei Nianqing was astonished, yet remained vigilant, aware that danger could lurk nearby. They avoided the larger fish, which were difficult to manage and cook, opting instead for some medium-sized ones. Pei Nianqing found a stick and strung the fish together with vines. Each took an end, glancing back at the little brown bear, who was energetically chasing after them. And Pei Nianqing felt a pang of guilt. After all, it had led them to such a bountiful catch. Otherwise, they would not know how long they would have gone hungry. She fashioned 2 sturdy vines into loops on the stick and placed the bear inside. The little bear dangled from the stick, much relieved compared to its earlier struggle to walk. It wiggled its paws, thinking that this human was quite kind. Its dark, beady eyes fell upon the collection of fish hanging before it, slightly disdainful. Recognizing the need to win over the humans, it had succeeded in the first step.
Now,
it would quietly proceed to the second step, to subtly charm them into realizing they could not do without it. A sudden flow of water cascaded over the fish, washing away the dirt. After a few more rinses, it ceased, leaving the fish clean. Pei Nianqing raised an eyebrow. "Ah, this bear possesses water manipulation abilities." Qibin could hardly conceal his delight upon seeing the abundance of fish they had brought back. "So many fish. This should sustain us until we reach our next destination." Indeed, Wang Xueli beamed, marveling at the cleanliness of the fish. "Leader, have you awakened your powers again?" Pei Nianqing shook her head. gesturing toward the little brown bear that was now shaking off its body. Wang Xueli scooped it up for a round of affectionate rubbing. What a treasure. Once the fish were roasted, the trio squatted in the sun to enjoy their meal. Wang Xueli took a bite of the fish that was both fishy and tasteless. Nearly gagging, Pei Nianqing leisurely retrieved a small pouch of salt from her pocket, sprinkling it over the peeled fish. Wang Xueli's eyes glistened. Leader, you truly are a wonderful person. My calling you leader was not in vain. When did you prepare this? Qi Bin murmured his gratitude. Pei Nianqing took a bite of the now somewhat palatable fish. At least it had a salty flavor. I brought a small knife, lighter, and salt just in case we had to abandon our belongings during our departure. Unfortunately, the knife must have been lost while escaping. After their meal, the three prepared to set off again, with Qi Bin covering the embers with dirt, observing his intent to extinguish the fire. The little brown bear conjured a stream of water that quickly doused the flames. Wang Xueli, unable to resist temptation, approached the bear. Could you give me a drink? Of course. A refreshing stream of water splashed onto Wang Xueli's face. Wait. First, let me wash my hands, then I will drink. All right. The cool water slid down her throat, bringing a wave of comfort. Qi Bin straightforwardly allowed the bear to pour water into his mouth. Pei Nianqing, equally thirsty, disregarded any reservations and let the bear quench her thirst as well. As the little brown bear was being fed, the flow of water noticeably slowed. The three of them carried a stick laden with fish for 2 days, their feet sore and blistered. When hunger struck, they roasted fish to eat, and when thirst overtook them, they relied on the little brown bear for water. Finally, one evening, they arrived at a village surrounded by numerous farmlands brimming with crops. Upon seeing the large cabbage in the field, Wang Xueli's eyes gleamed with excitement. We have cabbage to eat, she exclaimed as she rushed forward to pluck it, only to be stopped by Pei Nianqing, who prodded the cabbage with a stick. Suddenly, the cabbage opened its gaping mouth and bit down on the stick, leaving a significant dent. Witnessing this, Wang Xueli shivered in fear. How did you notice that? There are bloodstains on the ground. Wang Xueli then realized there were dark red splatters around the cabbage. Had she approached, she would likely have been the one bitten. Unfazed, the little brown bear eagerly attempted to advance, curious to taste. Pei Nianqing scooped it up, cradling it in her arms. Do you want to throw away your life? You're so young, and you wish to eat a mutated cabbage? Well, I just want to try it, the bear replied. Pei Nianqing rolled her eyes and carried it further into the village. The lingering zombies, attracted by their scent, came stumbling toward them. Some were howling, some spewing water, while others hurled fireballs, all intent on trapping them. Pei Nianqing swiftly unleashed a bolt of lightning, incinerating them into charred remains. The three of them, along with the bear, swaggered into the village to scavenge. They spotted bread on a table and devoured it ravenously, resembling hungry wolves in their frenzy. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they sought a relatively clean room to bathe, change clothes, and tend to their wounds. After days of arduous travel, their injuries had mostly scabbed over, rendering treatment somewhat unnecessary. As they lay on the bed, Wang Xueli suddenly burst into tears. I almost thought we would starve to death on the road, she lamented, snuggling up to Pei Nianqing. These days have been exhausting. My feet are all blistered. I was afraid to say anything, fearing you would abandon me. Pei Nianqing felt her eyes moisten. It's all right now, I won't leave you behind. Wang Xueli looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. Your words are so reassuring. Pei Nianqing's moment of sentimentality evaporated as she pushed her away. Don't call me that, it's rather disgusting. Just call me boss. Okay, boss. When she turned to get a drink, she noticed the little brown bear with its furry paws perched on the edge of the bed, looking at her in wonder. Wang Xueli's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What are you staring at? Don't look. She gently pushed the bear, which let out a soft sound. Clinging to the edge of the bed, Wang Xueli hoisted it onto the bed, cooing affectionately. Pei Nianqing glanced over and, feeling a surge of cleanliness anxiety, exclaimed, Why did you bring it onto the bed? It's dirty. Wang Xueli protested. It's not dirty. I gave it a bath. Yes. The bear is clean. It just had a bath. Pei Nianqing, after gazing into the bear's dark, beady eyes, sighed in resignation. After all, it had been quite helpful during their journey. At dawn, they cooked a bowl of noodles, gathered supplies, and prepared to find a vehicle for their departure. As Pei Nianqing worked on prying open a car, a timid female voice interrupted. Can you take us with you? Turning toward the sound, she saw a woman in her 30s with a backpack. standing beside a clean-faced little girl of about 4 or 5, who tightly clutched her mother's leg. Having survived this long in the apocalypse, the woman likely had some resources. And Pei Nianqing was wary, recalling her past experiences. I'm heading home. I can't take on any more burdens. Pei Nianqing continued her task. You can leave if you wish. The woman, sensing Pei Nianqing's reluctance, became flustered. I can cook, and I possess water-based abilities. I will certainly assist you. She had witnessed their group from the second floor the previous day, noting that one of them was a powerful lightning ability user. Traveling with them would ensure her safety. Please, take us with you. We can prepare our own food. I can drive too. The sound of the car engine echoed as Pei Nianqing inspected the vehicle, noting it needed fuel. She shut the door and leaned against it. Sister, you've survived in this world for so long. You must be pretty capable. There's no need to follow us. Both east and west from here have safe bases. You can choose one to head to with your child. The woman asked. Aren't you going to a safe base? Pei Nianqing picked up a nearby fuel canister. We're not going. With that, she walked away, ignoring the mother and daughter, who trailed behind her like shadows. When Qi Bin and Wang Xueli arrived, eager to share something with Pei Nianqing, they were taken aback by the tearful faces of the woman and her child following closely behind.
Who are they?
Pei Nianqing remained silent as she filled the fuel tank, preparing to leave. After sealing the fuel cap, she addressed the mother and daughter tersely. If you want to come along, fine. But we're not heading to a safe base. Gazing at the child, she added, you'll have to manage your own food. We want to be responsible for you. If you're driving your own car, you'll have to keep up with us without any additional supplies. The woman's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. Since Wang Xueli had brought the little brown bear with her, she couldn't take her eyes off it. Once she saw Pei Nianqing had agreed, she chimed in, Mom, I want the little bear. The woman, burdened with her belongings, tugged at her.
What are you talking about? Come on.
We need to get home and drive. She appeared anxious, pulling her child away as if fearing they might miss their chance. Once they were out of sight, Wang Xueli asked, Boss, why are we allowing them to follow us? If we didn't want them to come, would they just go away? Did you see that large backpack? Clearly, they've been preparing for a while. They probably knew we were coming yesterday, but didn't show themselves until we were ready to leave. I've been here working on the car, and they never mentioned having one. They've been watching us closely. Wang Xueli felt a shiver run down her spine. Chapter 44. If I weren't a good person, I wouldn't have saved you, you wretched being. After gathering their belongings, the woman drove up in an SUV, looking timid as she approached them. Only after they began to drive off did she follow suit. Inside the car, Wang Xueli excitedly pulled out a small bag filled with crystal cores. Boss, look. These are all the ones Qi Bin and I found just now, and there are even pink crystal cores. I wonder what abilities they possess. She held one up, examining it closely. The crystal core, about the size of her index finger, radiated a soft pink hue, captivatingly beautiful. The little brown bear fixed its gaze on the crystal core in her palm, drooling with desire. It looked utterly tempting, but it dared not take it, merely eyeing it longingly. Pei Nianqing, seated in the front passenger seat, turned around. Why not try it and see? Wang Xueli handed her the crystal core, and as she infused it with her powers, it vanished from her palm in an instant. What kind of crystal core is it? Is it lightning-based or beast taming? Wang Xueli leaned forward, eager for answers. Beast taming. Pei Nianqing clenched her fist tightly, focusing on absorbing the energy. Keep these hidden. Don't let them see them. Understood. When they paused for a meal along the way, the mother and daughter were not far off, cooking their own food. The little girl frequently glanced at the small bear beside Wang Xueli, her eyes filled with envy, yet she remained restrained by her mother's hold, too timid to approach. That evening, after dinner, they grew concerned when the bear had not yet returned. Where did it go? It hasn't run off, has it? Wang Xueli fretted. Don't worry, it's not something to be concerned about, Pei Nianqing said as she stood up. Hey, where are you going? Nature calls. Pei Nianqing stepped into the forest. Observing her departure, a woman approached with a child, holding some jerky. These are homemade, please have a taste. Qi Bin remained silent, while Wang Xueli softly declined, thank you but no need. The woman, familiar and unreserved, sat down smiling, I am Bai Cui and this is my daughter, Bai Anai. What's your name, sister? Wang Xueli felt somewhat embarrassed and Qi Bin, with his head bowed, poked at the fire, clearly uninterested in engaging with the mother and daughter. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. I am Xueli, she replied. Where are you headed then? I saw you following that girl earlier. Is she your leader? Where did you find that little bear? And I wants one. Perhaps I could find one as well. Bai Chui's questions came in rapid succession, catching Wang Xueli off guard, and she could only respond vaguely in the end. Suddenly, a piece of charcoal fell onto Qi Bin's leg, startling him into standing up, though his pants were still burned through. What's wrong? Wang Xueli hurried to check. The child across from them erupted into laughter, seemingly amused by his reaction. Bai Chui's expression soured at this turn of events, and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Children can be reckless. Did that young man get hurt? I have some ointment. Let me fetch it for you. She started to rise but was stopped by Qi Bin, who assured her it was nothing. Bai Kui, feeling flustered, lightly scolded her daughter. You little rascal, look what you've done to your brother. Bai Anai immediately burst into tears, insisting she hadn't meant to. At that moment, a flash of lightning split the sky, and Pei Nianqing emerged from the thicket, one hand carrying a small bear while the other held a fluffy rabbit, looking rather plump. The rabbit appeared to be pouting, as if it would protest if it could. Wang Xueli approached, concerned. What happened? Are you all right? Pei Nianqing shook her head, shaking the small bear in her hand. It's fine. This little one has become quite bold, daring to provoke the aberrant plants. Had I not arrived in time, it might have been drain dry. However, Wang Xueli's gaze was drawn to the rabbit in her other hand. That little creature is quite adorable. She reached out to pet it, but as the rabbit raised its paw to swipe at her, Pei Nianqing stepped back, allowing it to miss. Don't touch this little rascal. It has quite a temper. It nearly scratched my face just now. Oh, so fierce. Bai Anai, now ceasing her tears, rushed forward, staring intently at the rabbit. Sister, can you give me that kitty? She looked at Pei Nianqing with big, pleading eyes, as if implying that denying her would be a grave injustice. No, it has a bad temper. It could scratch you. Upon hearing this, Bai Ni's expression turned mischievous, her tone dripping with malice. What is there to fear? If it scratches me, I'll just give it a good thrashing. A few good hits and it'll behave. Before she could finish, her mother pulled her away and I. What nonsense are you saying? Bai Anai fell silent, but her smug expression lingered. Wang Xueli and Pei Nianqing exchanged glances, feeling a tinge of disapproval, but said nothing. Children don't know better. She's just being silly. It's getting late. I'll take her home for some sleep. As they walked away, neither of them seemed to take the mother and daughter to heart. Pei Nianqing brought the two animals to the fire, but as soon as she set them down, the rabbit attempted to flee. If you run into the aberrant plants again, don't expect anyone to rescue you. If I'm not mistaken, you're already pregnant, and it won't be long before you give birth. The rabbit froze in place, while the little bear, realizing its mistake, rolled over, attempting to charm her with its cuteness, emitting soft whines that melted hearts. Pei Nianqing poked its belly with her finger, and you no more cuteness. You're just a tiny creature, yet you dare to challenge the aberrant plants. Get up and stand there. She gestured to the side, and the little bear, looking pitiful, tried to stand upright in the designated spot. However, it could barely last 3 seconds before tumbling over, sprawled out like a fluffy pancake. Pei Nianqing poked the rabbit's plump backside with a stick. Have you thought this through? This is the apocalypse. Many aberrant beasts are significantly larger than you. At your size, you'd barely be a snack for them. And as for your offspring, I'm sure you wouldn't want them to become someone else's meal, would you? The rabbit turned to glare at her.
Oh.
You humans are all the same. Pei Nianqing chuckled. If I weren't a good person, I wouldn't have saved you, you little rascal. The rabbit, proud, turned away, unwilling to engage further. As night fell, Pei Nianqing glanced at the stubborn rabbit still by the fire. If you want to stay, get in the vehicle. I'll wait 5 minutes. After that, I won't be waiting. Chapter 45. When did this rose evolve into an aberrant plant? If it weren't for the cuteness of this little creature, after all, Xiao Lu had been clamoring to raise one, she wouldn't have brought it along. After hesitating for a moment, the rabbit padded over to the open car door, nimbly leaping inside and curling up beside the little bear. Pei Nianqing slammed the door shut with a bang. The tremor reverberated across much of the southern region, even felt by Pei Lin and his wife in the north, who were then driving south. Along the way, they encountered a team of ability users whose paths largely coincided, so they decided to travel together. Meanwhile, Pei Changxiu and his group hastened southward, only feeling slight tremors. However, Pei Changza experienced much more intense vibrations. Observing a landslide ahead, they were forced to change their route, extending their travel time significantly. Pei Nian, nestled quietly in Pei Changfeng's embrace, clutched tightly to his clothing. Concerned she might feel cold, he wrapped her in a large coat, while she only revealed her small, tousled head. A large tiger and a black panther lay protectively beside the siblings, watchfully surveying their surroundings. Not far from them lay a pile of animal corpses, all of which had ventured in unwittingly and met their demise at the claws of the beasts. Since the earthquake struck, they had refrained from entering the house, waiting for the dust from the collapsed structures to settle. This natural disaster left them shaken, a stark reminder of humanity's insignificance in the face of calamity. The little dumpling in his arms stirred, indicating she was waking up. He gently inquired, "Has Xiaolu awakened?" Pei Nian let out a soft sound, snuggling for a moment before lifting her sleepy face. Her rosy lips curled into a smile as she nestled against his chest, lost in thought. Pei Changfeng affectionately ruffled her hair, responding with a soft Tian Yuan entered from the door, frowning. "There are aberrant beasts and mutated plants outside. The situation isn't looking good." Pei Changfeng lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. Instinctively, all creatures seek safety, and if they were fleeing, the city below was likely no exception. "We must remain vigilant these days. I'll retrieve the camping tent. We'll stay outside for a while." Aftershocks were expected following the earthquake, and he couldn't afford to take such risks. Tian Yuan nodded, "Then I'll go prepare some food." Pei Changfeng placed the child on a small stool under the eaves, instructing, "You stay here, be a good girl. I'll get you a hat. If you feel any shaking, hurry to an open area, understood?" Pei Nian obediently nodded. Pei Changfeng gathered some of her clothes, set up a small table outside, then headed to the basement to retrieve the tent, beginning to hammer on the ground. Pei Nian nibbled on a small piece of bread while leisurely driving her little car, trailed by a sleek black panther. The sunlight illuminated the panther's beautiful dark patterns. Occasionally, the tiger would mark its territory around the estate, eliciting a look of disdain from Pei Nian as she witnessed the scene. "Grape, why are you urinating everywhere?" The tiger scampered over, instinctively attempting to lick her face, only to be swatted by the watchful black panther.
Ouch! Fool!
"I told you not to lick." The tiger, unwilling to back down, retaliated, and soon they were playfully tussling, keeping a considerate distance from the small creature nearby. Pei Nian, chewing her bread, appeared indifferent and soon drove off in her little car. She meandered to a climbing rose bush and poked at its blooming buds. "Mommy said you only bloom in one season. Why are you still flowering?" The climbing rose stiffened, its flexible, thornless branches carefully plucking the most exquisite flower at its peak. "Does my little master not like it? This way, she can see beautiful flowers every day." Pei Nian nodded, disembarked from her car, and reached for the flower she admired. Several sturdy, thornless branches intertwined to form a seat, gently lifting her so she could choose. "That one. I want that flower." The vines moved accordingly. Pei Nian picked the flower she desired, her joy palpable, and upon spotting another, she eagerly requested it, becoming increasingly absorbed in her floral gathering. In her excitement, she even sprinkled some water on the petals. A gentle breeze passed, making the freshly watered flowers appear even more vibrant and the leaves greener. Pei Changfeng, busy setting up a tent, occasionally glanced at his child, reassured by the presence of the black panther watching over her. However, when he looked up again, the two animals were engrossed in a fierce play fight, and he could no longer see his child. Pei Changfeng set down his tools, calling out, "Xiaolu? Xiaolu." Receiving no reply, anxiety gripped him. His child had vanished right under his nose amidst the multitude of exotic beasts and plants outside. What if she's been taken away? He hurried to search, soon hearing her sweet voice. "Over there. That one."
So beautiful.
Following the sound, he discovered Pei Nian standing on a small platform woven from vines, her hair and hands adorned with pink and white roses. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Xiaolu. How had this rose bush suddenly evolved into an exotic plant? Just moments ago, it had seemed perfectly normal." Pei Nian leaned over the vines, calling out, "Fifth brother, look at the flowers I picked." Unbeknownst to Pei Changfeng, numerous exotic plants outside the estate waved their branches, greeting Pei Nian as she collected flowers. They bloomed their most beautiful blossoms, eager to catch her eye and be taken home. The exotic plants around the estate swayed ominously. Seeing Pei Nian Nian precariously balanced on her makeshift platform, Pei Chongfeng's heart raced. It's too high. I can't see you. Come down so I can have a good look. The last words escaped him as if forced from between clenched teeth. Pei Nian Nian, oblivious to the danger, playfully patted the vines, requesting to be lowered. The moment Pei Chongfeng touched her, he swiftly pulled her down, turning to leave, his expression calm while his heart raced. Pei Nian Nian, still unaware, cradled the flowers in her hands, exclaiming, "These flowers are so beautiful, even more so than before." Fifth brother, look. The delicate lace edges and layered petals appeared extraordinarily soft, resembling tiny goblets. As they distanced themselves, Pei Chongfeng finally pinched her chubby face, gritting his teeth. When did this vine rose become an exotic plant? Chapter 46. Did you just say they keep you company? He was certain Pei Nian Nian knew. With her innocent voice, she replied, before. When you weren't back yet. It started moving. It would play with me, but I was afraid of scaring the garden, so I told Gigi not to move. She then pointed at the plants winding around the walls. They can move too, and they can catch food. There was a gorilla that tried to come in, but they ate it. As if in agreement with her, the vines on the wall came to life, some even performing a spontaneous blooming display. The passion fruit entangled within bore an abundance of fruit. Pei Nian Nian spoke with an innocent expression, uttering the most chilling words. Pei Chongfeng froze, feeling as though he had been plunged into icy water, a chill coursing through him. So, these seemingly normal plants were, in fact, exotic. At that moment, Pei Chongfeng could no longer think about reprimanding her. Pei Nian Nian freed her chubby face from his grasp, climbing out of his embrace and sliding down to the ground. The unknown vines reached out, gently supporting her little bottom. After safely landing, Pei Nian Nian cheerfully expressed her gratitude. She placed the flowers on a table and dashed toward the wall, eager to pick passion fruit. The last time her sister Tian Yuan made delicious apples with passion fruit, she wanted more. Watching the child run off, Pei Chongfeng quickly snapped back to reality and pulled her back. You can't go over there. Pei Nian Nian blinked her big eyes, glancing at the fruits on the wall. Why not? They're so delicious and sweet. Exotic plants not only eat animals but can also consume humans. It's very dangerous. The exotic plant protested, waving its branches, but dared not approach. For Pei Nian Nian's fifth brother was present. It couldn't risk upsetting her and making her cry. No, they wouldn't eat Nian Nian. They treat Nian Nian very well. They play with me and keep me company. Pei Chongfeng exclaimed, Do you even hear what you're saying? You just said they keep you company? Pei Nian Nian nodded. Yes. Pei Chongfeng scrutinized her closely. Have you awakened some sort of ability? Would type? Pei Nian Nian shook her head. No, just water. As she spoke, a stream of water materialized in her plump little hand. Pei Chongfeng asked, Then how do you know they keep you company? I can hear them. Pei Nian Nian looked at him, as if he were foolish. When Tian Yuan emerged with meals, Pei Chongfeng sat in stunned silence on a stool, his expression bewildered. Tian Yuan, placing the food down, quickly patted his shoulder. Xiao Feng. What's wrong? Pei Chongfeng, feeling he had found an ally, exclaimed, All the plants in this estate are exotic. Tian Yuan. Did you know? Tian Yuan nodded. Yes, at first they were everywhere. Did you know Xiao Lu can communicate with exotic plants? Tian Yuan, surprised, replied, I had no idea. Meanwhile, Pei Nian Nian, drawn by the aroma of the food, beamed with joy, as mealtime was her favorite. Tian Yuan lifted her onto a chair and served her food. Nian Nian, can you hear the exotic plants talking? On the table lay stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, chicken stewed with morels, the bamboo shoots and morels having been collected previously, while the meat was brought back by the tiger and black panther. Pei Nian Nian gnawed on a chicken leg, nodding, I can. Tian Yuan's first reaction was to assume she had awakened a wood-type ability, but, recalling her own experience, she realized she couldn't hear the exotic plants speaking either. At most, she could control and stimulate them. Higher-level ones were beyond her reach. Glancing at the dazed Pei Chongfeng, she suggested, Let's eat first, and then we'll talk. Only then did Pei Chongfeng snap out of his stupor and begin to eat. A tiger and a leopard staggered their feeding times, each clutching their prey as they retreated behind the house. The remaining skeletal remains were dragged to the base of a climbing rose, where they were buried in a pit to serve as fertilizer. Ever since learning that Pei Nian Nian could communicate with the unusual plants, Pei Chongfeng became increasingly anxious about her safety, insisting on keeping her close at all times. even when it came to handling the prey. He insisted on taking her along. Tianyuan, unable to bear the sight, questioned why she needed to be involved in such gruesome tasks. It was too bloody and would surely frighten her. Pei Nian, munching on dried pineapple with a nonchalant expression, seemed unfazed. Remembering how she had once been startled into a fever, Pei Chongfeng set her down gently, cautioning her not to venture too close to the creatures, and promised that if she needed anything, she could call for her brother, who would be nearby preparing meat. Pei Nian obediently nodded, confident that the creatures would not dare approach her. After a previous influx of animals, Pei Chongfeng had processed several and stored them in the freezer. But with the rising temperatures, it became increasingly difficult to preserve the meat. Meanwhile, Tianyuan was slicing and marinating the meat, placing the seasoned portions on the charcoal for drying. It was essential to have a stockpile, lest unforeseen events arise. Quiet and diligent, she had learned much from her time in the kitchen with various chefs, mastering an array of dishes. She had once dreamed of saving enough money to open a small restaurant, but the apocalypse had shattered those plans. Nevertheless, it allowed her to endure fewer hardships when it came to food. Pei Nian, donning a small hat, set off in her little cart to gather passion fruit from the wall. The peculiar plants shook off their fruits into her cart, but she preferred to pick them herself. By the time she returned, her cart was brimming with passion fruit, which could be stored for a long time. Tianyuan placed some in a basket and made her a mildly chilled beverage from the fruit. As the heat intensified, even hiding beneath the tent became unbearable. After a while, Pei Nian, feeling drowsy, expressed her desire for a nap. Tianyuan set up a hammock for her among the large trees in the yard, moving her belongings over, all while keeping an eye on her. The expansive tree canopy spread wide, shielding her from the harsh sunlight, with a gentle breeze occasionally wafting by, bringing a refreshing coolness. Covering Pei Nian's small belly with a blanket, the sounds of cicadas and rustling leaves filled the air. Pei Nian languidly dozed in the hammock until mid-afternoon, when she finally awoke to the rustling leaves above. After drinking some water and snacking, she resumed her exploration in her cart. Pei Chongfeng, noting that her cart had become quite hot under the sun, suggested waiting a bit longer. However, Pei Nian was adamant about going out, so he reluctantly attached an umbrella to provide her with some shade. As she wheeled her cart towards the entrance, she noticed several animals lounging under a nearby tree, including a family of red pandas. Their larger size only enhanced their cuteness, and their fluffy tails swayed enticingly. Pei Nian could not resist leaning in for a closer look. The mother panda, sensing her presence, turned to see Pei Nian sitting in her cart, adorned with an adorable hat, and approached her cub, gently grasping its neck. As the red pandas drew near, the unusual plants on either side of the entrance tensed, ready to defend Pei Nian. The sight of the approaching panda filled her with wonder. The larger one was vibrantly colored, while the smaller one seemed to have been forgotten in terms of hue. Her gaze was captivated by the mother panda's fluffy tail, adorned with deep orange patterns, which appeared irresistibly huggable. Pei Nian suppressed a smile, realizing that her curiosity had successfully piqued the mother panda's interest in finding companionship for her cub. Surrounded by the watchful plants, the panda paused at a safe distance from the entrance, letting out soft whimpers. Reluctantly, Pei Nian shifted her gaze back to the little cub lying on the ground, its curious eyes fixed on her. She hopped down from her cart, squatted at the gate, and gently poked the faded cub with her little hand. "You wouldn't abandon it, would you? It's your baby," she mused. The mother panda hesitated, torn between attachment and the dangers of staying close to the human. Yet, she knew the cub was still so young and needed care, and she felt uncertain about how to nurture it. Just then, the mother panda emitted a soft sound, and suddenly, a bounty of offerings appeared around them: birds, fruits, bamboo shoots, and tender bamboo leaves, most of which were edible supplies for the bear. "This is enough to sustain it until it can fend for itself. All it needs to do is follow you," Pei Nian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Do you possess spatial abilities?" she inquired. The panda cocked its head in confusion, asking, "What are spatial abilities?" Pointing to the pile of goodies, Pei Nian encouraged, "Try gathering them back." The panda stretched out its paw, touched the pile, and watched as the items vanished into thin air. "Perfect!" she cheered, extending her arms to grasp the cub. With some effort, she lifted the little one into her cart, and as she did, she pointed at the surrounding plants, sternly declaring, "You must not eat it." A gentle breeze swept by, causing the plants to sway. As Pei Nian began to roll away in her cart, the panda cub watched, wide-eyed, as it distanced itself from its mother, beginning to whimper more urgently. Pei Nian Nian, playfully patting its head, reassured, "Don't worry, you'll see your mother soon." Seizing the opportunity, she pinched its adorable triangular ears, finding them delightfully soft to the touch. Soon, the panda cub gazed at her with wide, innocent eyes. But a sudden wave of trepidation washed over it as a powerful presence surged around. It sensed the intimidating creatures nearby. Yet, its mother was disappearing from sight, and it had no means of escape. This human seemed to have an affinity for it. The cub clung tightly to Pei Nian Nian's leg, its small paws gripping her as it nervously pawed at its own tail. Meanwhile, Grape, having completed a patrol, returned to Pei Nian Nian, its pink nose twitching at the unfamiliar scent that had infiltrated its territory. Tracking the aroma, it zeroed in on the young girl's cart, wondering if she was threatened. The imposing tiger approached confidently, letting out a low growl directed at Pei Nian Nian's cart. To its surprise, Pei Nian Nian paid it no mind, continuing to drive away. Confused, Grape pondered, "What is happening? Is my young master under some sort of spell?" The tiger, typically proud and fierce, appeared momentarily bewildered. But it quickly stepped forward to block her path. Unfazed, Pei Nian Nian maneuvered her cart beneath it, leaving the tiger in a state of disbelief. "Hold on. It's right in front of me," it thought, switching tactics. With determination, it lunged forward, its paw snagging the little cart and forcing it to halt. Grape glowered down at the trembling little panda nestled against Pei Nian Nian's leg, a tiny, colorless bundle. Leaning down to snatch it up, Pei Nian Nian intervened. "No. It's still a baby." She took the opportunity to stroke the tiger's face, suggesting, "It's too hot. You should rest. Let go of your paw." Meanwhile, Pei Chongfeng had nearly finished tidying up the meat, dragging the remaining portions to another freezer. The estate housed 3 freezers, one designated specifically for the food of the 2 formidable beasts. As he washed the ground with a hose, Pei Nian Nian approached her cart, lifting the small panda nestled within to show him. "Fifth brother. Look, a kitty." Pei Chongfeng adjusted his hat and looked down in the direction of the voice, where a faded little panda stood before him. His pupils contracted in shock. "Pei Shalu, where did you find this?" "This is a nationally protected species." The little panda, held uncomfortably by Pei Nian Nian, kicked its hind legs restlessly. After a brief struggle, Pei Nian Nian, feeling fatigued, set it down on the ground. Nearby, a larger creature hovered menacingly, causing the little panda to hesitate, remaining closely nestled by Pei Nian Nian's feet. "I found it at the door. There's an even bigger one outside. It's colorful and can carry things." "Carry things? What do you mean?" "It seems to have spatial abilities." Pei Nian Nian crouched down, poking the furry ball on the ground and gently pinching its triangular ears, claiming it had given her its baby. Pei Chongfeng fell silent, swiftly moving to turn off the faucet, grasping the little panda by the nape with one hand while lifting Pei Nian Nian off the ground with the other.
"Hey,
"What are you doing?" "I'm going to check on the little panda with spatial abilities you just mentioned. If it's true, we can gather more supplies later." He paused, contemplating. "Perhaps we can even find Mom and Dad." Pei Nian Nian went still, obediently wrapping her arms around Pei Chongfeng's neck. As they approached, anguished howls and the sounds of biting echoed from the entrance, where 2 deep orange figures were surrounded by hyenas. Pei Chongfeng exchanged a glance with Pei Nian Nian, and with a flick of his wrist, spikes of earth erupted beneath the hyenas, partially encircling the 2 little pandas. "This is my precious treasure. I cannot let anything happen to it. I still need to gather resources." Some hyenas, caught off guard, sustained injuries to their abdomens and thighs. They growled lowly, scanning the area until they spotted Pei Nian Nian in Pei Chongfeng's arms along with the little panda. "Pei Chongfeng, hurry and get out of here." They could not act recklessly, and with a wail, the hyenas fled. Pei Chongfeng set the 2 little ones down and opened the door, observing the now significantly larger little panda. "Do you possess spatial abilities? Just how extensive are they?" Chapter 48. They must have fed the little master something inappropriate. As soon as the little panda touched the ground, it dashed toward its parents, who huddled together in a tight embrace. The larger 2 were bloodied and bore bite marks. Pei Chongfeng frowned, turning to glance at Pei Nian Nian, who was attempting to stealthily pat the large panda's fluffy tail. What did it say? Noticing her actions, the little panda generously offered its soft, fluffy tail to Pei Nian Nian, attempting to bribe her. Pei Nian, satisfied, remarked, "It can carry many things. So soft and smooth." A multitude of curious animals began to gather around them, though none dared to approach. Pei Chongfeng furrowed his brow. With so many animals around, a sudden rush could turn disastrous. "Are you willing to come with me? You can help me carry things later." The two larger pandas seemed excited, emitting a series of soft whines. Pei Chongfeng glanced back at Pei Nian. They agreed. But they must not let the grapes and cake near them. "I cannot make that decision. Those two will listen to Xiaolu." Pei Chongfeng indicated toward Pei Nian, who was engrossed in stroking the tail. The two larger pandas focused their gaze on Pei Nian. She assured them, "I promise I won't let them eat you. They are wonderful creatures." The little panda family reflected on how fierce those two had been previously. The family followed Pei Chongfeng inside, and as the door closed, the surrounding animals curiously approached. "They're going in. They will surely be expelled shortly." The wolves wanted to join, hoping to snuggle with the little fish. "You're ugly. You think too highly of yourself. Your fur isn't soft, and they wouldn't like you." "Exactly. Our leopard's fur is far softer. How can you wear such a heavy fur coat in this heat? You must be getting rashes." "The little fish wouldn't like that. You filthy leopard. You're the one with rashes." A chaotic brawl erupted among the animals outside the estate, fur flying everywhere as they tugged at each other's coats. Meanwhile, the tiger, witnessing the return of the little panda family, was taken aback. Had it lost favor? Once inside the estate, the little pandas trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the sense of tigers and leopards. They feared being consumed at any moment. Pei Nian approached, gently pinching their plump triangular ears, reassuring them, "Don't be afraid. The grapes and cake are good tigers and leopards. They will protect me and you." Tian Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the three little pandas. Pei Chongfeng briefly explained the situation, but Pei Nian was eager to fetch medicine, only to be restrained by Pei Chongfeng. "What are you going in for?" "They're injured and need treatment," Pei Nian said, with concern etched on her face. The little panda parents, holding their cub, were moved to tears. "Little fish is so kind. Wait here. I will go in and get it," Pei Chongfeng instructed. "With those short legs, if there's an aftershock, they won't be able to escape." The little panda parents thought Little Fish's brother is also very kind. Pei Chongfeng and Tian Yuan took turns treating their injuries, wrapping the more severe ones with gauze due to the heat. After tending to them, Pei Chongfeng turned his attention to the two adult pandas on the ground. "Let's see if we can gather the table." With a gentle motion, the entire table and its contents were collected and then released again. The two pandas demonstrated how to do it. Pei Chongfeng also instructed them to gather a large tent, which was successfully collected. Rubbing his chin, he pondered, "I will take them out to test it in a few days." In the evening, as the temperature cooled, Tian Yuan prepared tools to plant vegetables, requesting Pei Chongfeng's assistance in loosening the soil. As a soil-based ability user, it was a simple task for him. Pei Nian, distracted by the large tail, followed behind Tian Yuan, watching Pei Chongfeng till the soil in a corner of the estate. Tian Yuan planted the previously prepared seedlings one by one. Occasionally, Pei Nian would sprinkle water on the sprouts, murmuring about growing vegetables and eating them. She had never tasted vegetables she had grown herself. The little panda family remained by Pei Nian's side, obediently watching with their soft triangular ears twitching. Perhaps feeling a bit bored, they retrieved stored food from their spatial pocket. The smaller one munched on an apple, while the two larger ones gnawed on bamboo shoots. Pei Nian noticed and approached, sitting beside the little panda father, her gaze fervently fixated on the freshly peeled bamboo shoots in his paws. Feeling shy, he hesitated to eat in her presence, being a cub after all. Upon seeing the offered bamboo shoot, Pei Nian swallowed hard. "Is it delicious?" "Yes, very." Without a second thought, she accepted it and took a bite from the tenderest part, finding it both crisp and sweet.
Wow.
Pei Nian's eyes sparkled. She had never tasted such delicious bamboo shoots before. She eagerly took another large bite, her chubby cheeks puffing up adorably. The two formidable beasts, flicking their tails, approached and sat on the opposite side of Pei Nian, the aura of the king of beasts causing the little pandas to tremble. Grape, raising his tiger head, snorted derisively, "Coward. And you still wish to stay close to the little master." A claw was nudged by something, causing a tickling sensation. Looking down, he saw the little master reaching up with an outstretched hand, holding a small piece of white food. The smell was somewhat unpleasant to him, and Grape wrinkled his nose. They must have given the little master something inappropriate. Displeased yet obedient, he lay down, allowing Pei Nian to reach his tiger face. Ignoring his sharp fangs, Pei Nian stuffed the bamboo shoot into his mouth. Grape, try this. It's so tasty. Pei Nian, ever fair, fed the tiger before moving on to the Black Panther, ensuring everyone was treated equally. The little panda family was startled, especially when they saw Pei Nian's tender paw reaching into the tiger's mouth. They all wanted to rush over and pull her out. The claws of human infants are devoid of any protection, appearing exceedingly fragile, unlike the offspring of other species, which possess fur and nails. Though their nails may be tender, they are destined to become sharp as they mature. The two ferocious beasts swallowed the unchewed morsel whole, insufficient even to fill their gaps. Indeed, the offerings of the three outsiders were unpalatable. However, when Pei Nian inquired about the taste, the two beasts feigned delight, their expressions rigid with an occasional twitch at the corners of their mouths. Yet, Pei Nian believed them, her joy evident. Just then, Pei Chongfeng approached after washing his hands, noticing the peculiar white object cradled in Pei Nian's hands, uncertain of its nature. He moved closer, taking Pei Shalu aside, admonishing her against eating indiscriminately. Pei Nian looked up, protesting, "I did not. Fifth brother, this is delicious. You must try it. It's crisp and sweet." Pei Chongfeng scrutinized the object in his hand, skepticism etched on his face. "Can this truly be consumed? Where did you acquire it?" Pei Nian pointed to the nearby panda, declaring, "It gave it to me," as she poked at its paws. "Is there more?" The panda, taken aback by her affection, felt a twinge of guilt when Pei Chongfeng poked its ear, reprimanding, "Do not allow her to eat such things indiscriminately. It could make her ill. Do you understand?" The panda froze, panic setting in. Would it be cast out? Tian Yuan approached, clapping her hands as she spotted the bamboo shoots cradled in its paws.
Ah, bamboo shoot.
These are indeed a delicacy. Pei Chongfeng regarded her with suspicion. A delicacy? Tian Yuan, aware of his ignorance as a young master, took a small piece from Pei Chongfeng's hand and tasted it. It's slightly sweet and crisp. This is fruit bamboo, also known as sweet bamboo, which can be eaten raw or cooked into a soup, the latter being quite savory. Is it truly edible? Pei Chongfeng asked, receiving a nod of affirmation from Tian Yuan. With a scowl, he poked Pei Nian's nose, admonishing, "You must not eat it raw. You are still young, and your immunity is not robust." Hearing this, Pei Nian reluctantly nodded. Tian Yuan interjected, All right. Our Nian will refrain from eating indiscriminately from now on, right? Once the vegetables are grown, shall we harvest them?" A smile finally graced Pei Nian's face. With her newfound wood ability, Tian Yuan initiated the growth of plants. The once wilted seedlings began to flourish, their leaves turning a rich green. Upon witnessing the vegetables thriving, she paused her harvesting. Pei Nian joined in, eager to experience the joy of pulling vegetables from the earth. After leaving some behind, she continued to stimulate the growth of vibrant tomatoes, lush green peppers, and an abundance of cucumbers, pumpkins, and winter melons, as if the vegetables were growing at an accelerated pace. Pei Nian was overjoyed, having never before relished the joy of harvesting, and now she was fully immersed in the experience. However, Tian Yuan's complexion paled as she exerted her abilities, seemingly drained of energy, and collapsed onto the grass. Pei Chongfeng cast a concerned glance her way, inquiring if she was unwell. Tian Yuan shook her head, assuring him she was fine, merely fatigued from using her powers. Pei Nian rushed into the garden, fetching a cucumber and presenting it to Tian Yuan. "Sister, you've worked hard.
Please eat."
Seeing Pei Nian's tender hands redden from prickles, Tian Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. She took Pei Nian's hand, gently removing the tiny thorns. "Nian, the cucumber has thorns. Do not touch it. Wait for me to harvest." Pei Nian wiggled her fingers, somewhat reluctant. Tian Yuan quickly added, "Nian can help dig potatoes and sweet potatoes, and also pick peppers. We will take care of the rest, as they have thorns that could prick you." Only then did Pei Nian nod in agreement. Pei Chongfeng entered the vegetable garden, collecting a large pumpkin and several cucumbers to present to the panda family. "I wonder if you can eat these." The panda father eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, we can." Since discovering their ability to forage for food, they had unearthed many previously inedible items, now within their reach and quite delectable. They no longer limited themselves to bamboo shoots and leaves. Pei Chongfeng, oblivious to their chatter, remarked, "Consider this an exchange for that bamboo shoot you requested earlier." The panda cub had already taken a bite of the cucumber, finding it crisp and similar to bamboo shoots. The panda parents exchanged glances, realizing they had indeed come to the right place. Observing Pei Nian Nian diligently digging for potatoes with her small hoe, the tiger felt a surge of protectiveness and stepped into the garden to assist her. Upon turning, Pei Nian Nian noticed vegetables trampled by the grape, hastily shooing it away.
Out, out.
You are too large. You will damage the vegetables. The grape, slightly hurt, retreated, pondering whether it was truly less important than the few vegetables. The black panther lounged at the edge of the garden, licking its paws languidly. Foolish creature, humans feast on fruits and vegetables. How long has the young master gone without vegetables? They are indeed treasures. After finishing the cucumber, the panda licked its paws, observing the industrious cub in the garden with curiosity. She is impressive. She can command the tiger and panther. With newfound determination, the panda cub ventured to assist, albeit shyly at first. Encouraged by its mother, the little one cautiously made its way toward Pei Nian Nian. Pei Nian Nian, brandishing a large potato on her hoe, shook it, exclaiming at one drop. Eventually, Pei Chongfeng could no longer stand idly by, approaching to help her remove the potato from the hoe and toss it aside, where a small pile of damaged potatoes had accumulated. There are hardly any good ones. He cared little, merely cautioning, "Be careful not to hurt your feet." Pei Nian Nian beamed, responding with a sweet okay. Seeing her obedience, Pei Chongfeng moved to one side to collect pumpkins, ensuring they had ample supplies for some time. Pei Nian Nian, wielding her small hoe, continued to toil, when suddenly a soft sound broke the silence. She turned to find a faded version of the panda approaching. "Do you wish to help me dig?" The panda cub nodded, and Pei Nian Nian directed, "Then go to the side. And be careful not to get caught in my digging." The panda, tail held high, shuffled over, its little paws digging for potatoes, its tail swaying behind it, which tickled Pei Nian Nian's fancy. Unable to resist, she reached out and touched it, drawing a puzzled look from the panda. "Your big tail is so beautiful. I want a tail like that." Tian Yuan, who had been carrying a basket, chuckled at this. "Nian Nian, you cannot grow such a big tail." Following the earthquake, the weather turned peculiar, with rising temperatures rendering everyone lethargic. Fearing aftershocks, they remained outdoors for several days, and even with mosquito nets set up at night, Pei Nian Nian found herself covered in bites. The panda couple's wounds healed swiftly, soft fur sprouting over the scars. Despite the grape's unwelcoming demeanor, they established their home in the estate. The good news was that the estate boasted an abundance of fruits, with trees laden with ripe and green produce. Tian Yuan and Pei Chongfeng constructed a trellis for the flourishing grapevines, which sprawled exuberantly. Clusters of green, purple-red, and dark purple grapes hung from the vines, tempting all who beheld them. Pei Nian Nian's newfound joy was no longer in cakes or candies, but in the fruits outside. The harvest of fruit had become her greatest delight. Though she could not reach them, the tiger could. Perched among the grapes, she directed, "Oh, do not rise. Just lie down, or the trellis may collapse." The mighty tiger obediently lowered itself, carefully moving its paws, resembling a large, furry caterpillar wriggling across the ground. Chapter 50. It is ugly and lacks color. Pei Nian Nian finally encountered the large grapes above, her heart filled with satisfaction as she twisted the stem of the grape bunch in the opposite direction, causing the entire cluster to be plucked. Gazing at the plump, dark purple grapes, her eyes sparkled with delight. Sneaking into the tent, where Tian Yuan and Pei Chongfeng were absent, she took a small bucket to the base of a large tree. "Pumpkin, quickly. Freeze it for me." Pei Nian Nian prodded the little panda, which had recently begun to gain color from its tail. She had affectionately named it Pumpkin, as it had awakened its ice abilities the previous day. A discovery she made when she wished for something cool to eat in the sweltering heat. Being young and having a weak stomach, Pei Chongfeng and the others refrained from letting her consume too many cold items, even keeping drinks less icy for her. However, with the heat, she longed for something refreshing. She complained that the grapes in her hand were not cold at all, and thus unappetizing. Pumpkin wiggled its large tail and approached, gently touching the grape bunch with its tender paws. In an instant, the dark purple grapes were enveloped in white frost, emitting wisps of steam that brought Pei Nian Nian immense joy. She filled the small bucket with water, and when Pumpkin touched it, it instantly froze. Satisfied, she placed the prepared grapes on top and waited patiently. The frozen grapes were difficult to bite into, yet that was precisely how she preferred them, frozen for a while, then taken out to enjoy their coolness. Sometimes, if frozen long enough, they would have a delightful crunch, making them even more delectable. After finishing her grapes and feeling less burdened by the heat, Pei Nian Nian took her little cart and set off to patrol the estate, with the Black Panther following closely behind. After playing for a while, she realized the grapes were gone, and even Tian Yuan and Pei Chongfeng had not been seen for quite some time. Where are the grapes and my brother and sister? She wondered. Meeting the panther's dark, expressive eyes, it averted its gaze to scan the surroundings, uncertain. Just then, a massive, deep green snake had emerged from the hillside in the backyard, occasionally flicking its tongue. Upon spotting Pei Nian Nian in her little cart, it displayed a glint of surprise in its vertical pupils and slithered toward the courtyard. Pei Nian Nian was momentarily stunned by its size. The Black Panther also noticed the intruder, growling as it stepped protectively in front of Pei Nian Nian, urging her to find a hiding spot. As knives appeared around its body, the snake continued its advance, prompting one of the knives to strike the ground in front of it. The calabash snake quickly halted, recognizing the Black Panther's warning. Although they were of similar size, it dared not approach recklessly. Tears welled in the calabash snake's large eyes, threatening to spill over. It felt bullied, having narrowly escaped the recent tremors that had left it vulnerable to the poisonous snakes on the mountain. After having been bitten by those vile creatures, it ruminated on the adorable human child, fearing that once they finished tormenting it, they would surely go after Little Fish. Little Fish was so small and could not withstand their venom. Thus, it devoured them. Following the tremors, a multitude of mountains had inexplicably appeared on the plains behind, teeming with poisonous snakes, all of which it consumed, leading to a slight case of indigestion. Finding a cozy spot to rest, it awoke much larger, its scales transitioning from a bluish-green to a deep green with hints of darkness. The calabash snake, now teary-eyed, whimpered. Certain Little Fish would no longer recognize it. Pei Nian Nian, with a lollipop in her mouth, caught sight of the massive creature ahead and felt a twinge of familiarity. However, the colors were off. The previous snake had been light green, while this one was deep green. The snake called out to her, "Little Fish." Pei Nian Nian was momentarily bewildered, but upon closer inspection, it bore resemblance to the calabash snake that had visited a few times before. Little Calabash? The calabash snake was overwhelmed with emotion, crying tears of joy at being recognized. It was eager to rush forward, but before it could, it was entangled by a mass of mutated plants. It squirmed anxiously, hissing, "Little Fish, let me in." Pei Nian Nian, holding her lollipop, urged it to enter, declaring, "It's my friend." Hesitating, the mutated plants finally allowed the snake in, while the Black Panther continued to bare its teeth in distrust. Pei Nian Nian reassured the panther, tugging on the snake's large tail, saying, "It's fine. This is my friend, the little calabash that has visited before." The Black Panther remained skeptical, doubting that the diminutive creature could possibly be related to the colossal being before them, given the stark differences in color and size. Pei Nian Nian reached out to touch the snake's cool, smooth scales, which felt delightful to her. She couldn't resist, stroking its scales repeatedly, marveling at how beautiful they were, reminiscent of her mother's necklace, deep green and stunning. The little panda, frightened, hid beneath the cart, wary of the formidable creature. The calabash snake leaned its head forward, hissing, "What's inside your cart, Little Fish? A mouse?" Pei Nian Nian remembered her new friend and promptly pulled the little panda out, proudly presenting it. "Look, this is my new friend, Pumpkin. It's not a mouse. It's a little panda." The calabash snake observed the trembling creature, almost devoid of color. "It's so ugly, lacking color," it hissed. Pei Nian Nian, feeling defensive, cradled Pumpkin in her arms and lifted its tail for the snake to see. "Not at all. Pumpkin is just small now. It will grow to be as beautiful as its parents. Look, its tail already has color." Noticing Pei Nian Nian's annoyance, the calabash snake wisely shifted the topic. "Little Fish, let the snake take you to play. There are many fun things on the back mountain." Several new mountains have emerged, filled with beautiful treasures. Below the mountains lies a vast sea, teeming with wonders that snakes have never seen. Pei Nian Nian felt intrigued, having not ventured out in quite some time. However, the Black Panther interjected, growling a firm refusal. "No. It's too dangerous outside right now, and your brother wouldn't allow you to go out." It was reluctant to let Little Fish accompany this creature. "You can't eat all sorts of random things. You'll spoil my little master." As Pei Nian was about to respond, she heard Pei Chongfeng calling for her from a distance. Panic set in if her brother saw the calabash snake. He would surely be frightened and might prevent its return. She hurriedly urged the snake, "Quick! My brother is coming. He'll be scared if he sees you. You need to hide." Recalling how Pei Chongfeng had chased her before, the calabash snake also grew anxious. It attempted to retreat the way it came, but realized its large size would draw attention. Suddenly struck by inspiration, it pressed itself against a corner of the outer wall, flattening its lengthy body against the barrier, ignoring the mutated plants around it, terrified of being discovered by Pei Chongfeng, remaining utterly still. Chapter 51. Is he dead? Pei Chongfeng and Tian Yuan carried Pei Nian down the mountain, the previous events having made them acutely aware that if they did not rapidly enhance their strength, they would become nothing more than food for zombies and mutated beasts. Yet, the outside world was perilous. Xiao Lu was timid, and the last experience had taught him a lesson. He dared not take her down the mountain, fearing that the scene might frighten her, leading to seizures and fever, without a doctor to assist. Even if there were a doctor, there were insufficient medicines available. Recently, many of the mutated beasts on the mountain had dispersed, allowing them to gather supplies and eliminate some zombies for their cores. As the sun began to set, they hurried back home. The courtyard was eerily quiet, and worried for his sister's safety. Pei Chongfeng searched anxiously until he finally found Pei Nian in the backyard, cradling the little panda that had recently begun to gain color. Pei Chongfeng stepped forward and lifted her, planting a kiss on her small round face. "How did you end up here? I called for you so many times, but you didn't hear me." Pei Nian gently stroked the ears of the little panda, teasing her fifth brother by saying, "He doesn't understand what we are saying. I came to find Pumpkin. It wandered off here to play." Pumpkin let out a few whiny sounds in protest, but Pei Chongfeng was oblivious, as Pei Nian ruthlessly subdued it. "Is that so? Let's go back. Brother will pick you some big peaches, and tonight I'll make peach jelly for you." "Really? You're the best." After saying this, she planted a big kiss on Pei Chongfeng's handsome face. As Pei Chongfeng turned to head back, the garden snake could no longer contain itself, fearing discovery, and quickly scurried away as Pei Chongfeng turned around. He caught a glimpse of a tail tip, but it was also a deep green, blending into the foliage, making it difficult to discern. He thought it was merely a trick of the eyes. After Pei Chongfeng and Tian had gone for 2 consecutive days, Pei Nian sensed something amiss. At the appointed time, she could not find anyone. She resolved that when they returned, she would insist on accompanying them. Not long after Pei Chongfeng and the others had left, the garden snake returned again. It had already timed its movements, knowing they would descend the mountain at this hour. Pei Nian, eager to go down the mountain, exclaimed to the Black Panther, "Let me go. I've been cooped up here for ages."
No.
"That's not allowed." She boldly collided with the Black Panther, using her small hands to grasp its black fur and climb onto its back. "Please, please, little garden snake is so big now, no animal would dare to provoke it. And besides, you are here." The Black Panther, wearied by her persistence, finally relented. Pei Nian nimbly dismounted and began to climb onto the garden snake's head. The weather was warm, and the scales of the garden snake felt cool to the touch. It had grown large, and its round head formed a perfect little platform for Pei Nian to perch upon. The Black Panther observed her adeptness with some displeasure. "Get down, it's dangerous up there. Sit on my back."
No.
"You take Pumpkin." With her delicate hands, she patted the garden snake's head and declared, "Let's go."
Hiss. All right.
It glided over the wall, following the path it had previously scouted, swiftly descending the mountain, so fast that the Black Panther could not keep up. As the Black Panther watched Pei Nian disappear from sight, it hurriedly picked up the small cub on the ground and chased after her. The rush of wind filled Pei Nian's ears, and the surrounding vegetation seemed to retreat in a frenzy. It was even more exhilarating than riding in her second brother's car. Upon reaching their destination, her excited little face flushed, and her large eyes sparkled as she looked at the dark, large snake. With her chubby white hands tightly gripping, she exclaimed, "Again, again." The snake, although wary that she might be frightened, soon realized that she was simply overjoyed. Allowing Pei Nian to climb atop its head, it led her through the ruins, unperturbed by the sight of zombies, swimming boldly past them. Amidst the wind's roar, Pei Nian's laughter rang out like a melody. In this city, some sought strength, some battled, some hid, and some trembled in fear, yet only Pei Nian traversed the city's corners, reveling in this moment of joy. Free from hiding or fear, Pei Changfeng eliminated the last zombie, his right eyelid twitching incessantly. Tian Tian skillfully smashed the zombie's head, extracting the crystal core and tossing it into a bucket, intending to wash it later. Noticing Pei Changfeng's sudden halt, Tian Tian inquired, "What's wrong?" Pei Changfeng inserted his knife into the zombie's head with a reverse grip, replying, "It's nothing. We should return early today." Pei Nian poked at crabs on the sandy beach with a stick. The garden snake had brought her to the beach, where large crabs scuttled about, each one bigger than 2 adult fists combined. They're as big as watermelons. She licked her lips, feeling a sudden craving for watermelon. Beside her, a small panda was digging in the sand, while the black panther lounged in the shade of a tree, lazily yawning. The garden snake sprawled on the beach, soaking up the sun, unbothered by the crabs that might pinch it. As a crab attempted to pinch her hand, she swiftly flipped it over with her stick, laughing as she watched it flail on the sand, its 8 legs still wriggling. Just as she was about to move on to the next one, she suddenly stood up and gazed towards a nearby ruin. She dropped her stick and approached the site, which had once been a seaside villa, but now lay in ruins. As she moved, the black panther followed closely to protect her. The garden snake, lying flat on the beach, belatedly caught up. Bai Chun had rushed down the mountain that day and, by fortune, gathered some food before seeking shelter. In the current situation, zombies, mutated plants, and beasts lurked everywhere, presenting constant peril. Fortunately, he possessed an invisibility ability. Having lost the shielding device during his escape, he scavenged materials to create a new one. Thus, he found a seaside villa with few anomalies, zombies, or beasts, and settled there for several days, living peacefully until the ground began to shake. The entire villa trembled. Before he could escape, it collapsed, trapping him beneath the rubble. Luckily, it hadn't fallen on his head, preserving his life, though unfortunately, his left leg was crushed and immobilized beneath the debris. As the weather grew hotter, his prolonged lack of water and the severe pain in his leg left him feeling dizzy. In his dazed state, he heard a voice, "Little garden snake. Can you move this? Someone seems to be underneath." The light above grew brighter as he strained his neck to look through the opening. It was the child he had seen in the supermarket, backlit and curiously gazing at him. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he noticed a massive head peeking out from behind the child, with a long snake tongue flicking in and out, accompanied by hissing sounds. A snake. How could there be such a large snake? That child. Danger lurks behind. He struggled to call out, but before he could utter a word, his vision blurred, and he lost consciousness. Faintly, he heard the child asking, "Is the cake dead?" Chapter 52. Having a similar face doesn't mean you should steal someone as pants. Pei Nian instructed the large snake to free the man trapped beneath the rubble. Upon seeing the blood-soaked wound on his leg, she grimaced, feeling as if it were her own. The black panther nudged her with its large tail. "Is something wrong?" Pei Nian shook her head, her small finger pointing at Bai Chen's injury, indicating that he looked as if he were in excruciating pain. Suddenly, the black panther's ears perked up, and it let out a low growl. "The scent of your 5th brother, and that big fool, is approaching." Upon hearing this, Pei Nian was momentarily confused, but the garden snake began to panic. The frantic hissing intensified. "No, no, we can't let them see the snake." In the garden snake's eyes, Pei Changfeng represented terror. Although it was much larger than Pei Changfeng, it didn't diminish its fear of him. Its serpentine mind finally kicked into gear, and it knew it had to flee. When Pei Nian returned to her senses, all she saw was the frantic retreating figure of the garden snake. "Little garden snake, how could you be so ungrateful?" Angrily, she squatted down and poked the unconscious Bai Chan with her stick. "Why does he look as if he is dead?" Suddenly, something nudged her from behind, nearly causing her to topple onto Bai Chen. Turning around, she found herself face to face with a massive tiger whose expression bore no trace of regal authority, only an air of servility towards Pei Nian.
Huh?
"Grape, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be?" Before she could finish her sentence, she spotted 2 figures disembarking from a nearby vehicle, revealing a scowling Pei Changfeng and Tian Tian. "Pei Xiaolu, aren't you supposed to be at home?" Pei Changfeng strode over in a fit of anger, picking up a slender stick as he approached. He remarked on how his right eyelid had been twitching, exclaiming that Pei Nian, that little rascal, had dared to sneak out and play. Initially, they had intended to head to a different location, but midway, The grapevine had been incessantly calling out in one direction, glancing back at them from time to time. Curious, they decided to follow, only to spot a black panther not far away, alongside Pei Niannian squatting on the ground, gazing at a corpse. Today, Pei Chongfeng had dressed her in a short-sleeved shirt, yet her exposed arms had turned a bright red from sunburn, completely oblivious to her predicament. Pei Chongfeng was beside himself with fury, not only because Pei Niannian failed to take care of herself, but also because she had the audacity to venture out alone. He felt compelled to employ a paternalistic approach to teach her a lesson. After all, she had suffered a fever for an entire night after a previous scare and had fallen ill for several days thereafter. Fearing for her safety, he had kept her within the confines of their estate while he busied himself with eliminating zombies and leveling up, only to find her sneaking out and getting sunburned. Pei Niannian, seeing the stick in her brother's hand, reacted before her mind could catch up, swiftly darting behind the Black Panther, who knew what he intended to do now. "Brother, I was wrong," she pleaded. Pei Chongfeng, his fury palpable, pointed at her with the stick, demanding she come out, assuring her he would not strike her. "As if I would believe you," she retorted. "You all are not here, and I just wanted to play." Seething with anger, Pei Chongfeng advanced to seize Pei Niannian.
Tianyuan,
Sensing his intent to reprimand the child, rushed over to restrain him. "She is still young. Do not frighten her with that stick." But Pei Chongfeng insisted. "I must teach her a lesson. She is far too reckless, daring to run out when it is so dangerous outside." The Black Panther and the tiger stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively behind Pei Niannian, baring their teeth at Pei Chongfeng. He knew these creatures understood their words. "What are you two doing? Protecting her? It's perilous out here. If she comes into contact with even a trace of a zombie, she could become one of those foul creatures. And with so many anomalous plants and beasts around, what if she encounters someone dangerous? What if she gets abducted? In this apocalypse, if a madman were to snatch a child for experiments, we have no surveillance to find her. And with her fragile body that could easily get hurt, you still dare to take her out." The two ferocious beasts looked conflicted, not wanting their young master to be punished, yet acknowledging Pei Chongfeng's valid points. They had indeed been too indulgent. Sensing their hesitation, Pei Niannian grew anxious. "Brother, you really want to hit me?" Glancing at the man lying on the ground, she exclaimed, "Brother, you must look at him. A life is at stake. Otherwise, he might die." Pei Chongfeng remained unconcerned, dismissing the man's fate as irrelevant to him, fixated on teaching Pei Niannian a lesson. As he attempted to circle around to grab her, Tianyuan glanced at the man's face, gasping in shock.
Pei Chongfeng,
"Come look. He resembles the third miss." Without turning back, Pei Chongfeng retorted, "The third miss could not have borne a child this large." "Pei Niannian, stand still, and do not move." Pei Niannian hastily moved aside, not wanting to appear foolish. "Brother, I truly understand my mistake. I shouldn't have gone out without telling you." Tianyuan urged him, "You must come see this man. He bears a striking resemblance to the third miss. They could almost be twins." Pei Chongfeng dropped the stick, declaring, "I will deal with you later." He was pulled forward by Tianyuan to inspect the man on the ground, his pupils dilating in shock. He crouched down to assess the situation. The man indeed bore a resemblance to the third miss, albeit with a more heroic visage. Upon examining the man, Pei Chongfeng noted various bruises, the most severe being a broken left leg. He unceremoniously pulled down the man's trousers, causing Tianyuan to avert her gaze in shock. Was it necessary to strip someone merely for resemblance? Pei Chongfeng spotted a red birthmark on the man's left buttock, reminiscent of the photograph of the fourth brother their mother had shown them. It was evident that this man was indeed one of their kin. "Pei Niannian, where did you find this person?" Pei Niannian hesitated to reveal the truth, fearing her brother's wrath. "I found him right here. He was lying on the ground." Pei Chongfeng cast a skeptical glance her way, but said nothing, simply placing a mask on the man's face before he and Tianyuan worked together to lift him up. "What are you doing, brother?" Pei Niannian questioned. "I'm helping him." He ordered her to toss the man into the back seat of the vehicle, along with the little rascal. Pei Niannian attempted to resist but was firmly subdued by Pei Chongfeng, who had no intention of being lenient today. As the vehicle started, Pei Niannian's spirits lifted again. "Brother, there are so many crabs on the beach." Pei Chongfeng retorted, "Do not even think about it." Chapter 53. "Brother, I fear I cannot care for you properly." Seeing the child's furious expression, he added, "It is exceedingly hot, and considering the apocalypse and the earthquakes, who knows if those things are safe to eat. They had spent several days outdoors without aftershocks, and today they moved indoors, assigning the man a spot on the first floor for safety in case of another earthquake. Just as they helped the man inside, Pei Nianyan emerged from the yard, frolicking. With wide, watery eyes, she looked at her dear brother and asked, "What are you going to do to your lovely sister?" Pei Changfeng forced a smile that was more sinister than inviting. A disobedient child deserves a lesson. Pei Nianyan struggled more fiercely. Pei Changfeng placed the man on the sofa and admonished her to stay still, reminding her that her arms were already sunburned. He fetched a basin of cool water, though it was slightly warm. After adding a few ice cubes to lower the temperature, he used a towel to apply it to her arms. The fiery sensation subsided, and Pei Nianyan sighed in relief. "Ah, that feels delightful." Pei Changfeng's tone was laced with sarcasm. "Oh, you do realize it's hot? I thought you were impervious to discomfort." Pei Nianyan smiled sweetly. "Brother, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone out without telling you." She nuzzled her soft, chubby face against his, planting an affectionate kiss on his handsome cheek. Pei Changfeng almost faltered, but maintained his stern expression. "You think you've learned your lesson? You are quite audacious." Yet, as if unable to maintain his severity, his demeanor softened. "It's not that I prohibit you from playing, but the current situation is too chaotic and perilous. Last time you came back with a fever that lasted all night. Little six, this isn't the world before the apocalypse. There are no doctors, no hospitals, and medicine is scarce. Brother, I worry I cannot care for you properly," he confessed, a hint of frustration evident in his voice. Pei Nianyan nuzzled against him, her voice soft and innocent. "You are already doing wonderfully. It's my fault, and I apologize for making you worry." Pei Changfeng pulled her from his embrace and replaced the warm towel with a fresh one. "So promise me you will behave, all right? Once we establish our own safe zone, you can play as you wish." He understood Pei Nianyan's restless nature, but the current environment was far too dangerous. The safe zone was within the Pei family estate, but he desired to create a larger sanctuary for his sister, one where she could frolic freely without his constant worry. Although he was uncertain when this safe haven would be realized, Pei Nianyan felt a surge of joy, affirmatively responding with a hearty "em." After cooling her arms, Pei Changfeng applied moisturizer to her sunburned skin, ensuring even her little face and neck were not neglected. Meanwhile, Tianyuan had successfully sanitized the wooden boards they had retrieved. Bai Chen had lost his left calf, and Pei Changfeng had only briefly staunched his bleeding. His physique was quite similar to that of the second brother, so he was dressed in the latter's clothing. With no other materials at hand to tend his injury, they could only secure it with a wooden board. Amidst the commotion, Bai Chen was roused by pain and, upon seeing a man and a woman tending to his wound by the bedside, he remained silent. He quietly surveyed his surroundings, faint sounds of children's voices drifting in from outside. After days of tension, he was finally able to relax and turned his head to drift back into slumber. When he awoke, night had fallen, and the sounds of conversation and a child's cries filled the air.
Pei Changfeng.
"We agreed not to hit Nianyan," a child wailed. "Just for now. I want to beat you, but who told you to disobey and run outside?" Nian has already apologized. If apologies had any value, what would we need the police for? I'll have my second brother and uncle beat you. I'll make your bottom bloom with bruises." The child threatened between sobs. "When the time comes, if you run outside again, I'll still hit you. Make your bottom bloom with bruises. It's already blooming. If I hit you again, you'll die. If you die, there won't be Nian anymore. You'll have no sister." Bai Chen's leg throbbed painfully, and unexpectedly, hearing this made him chuckle. How adorable this child was. Pei Changfeng, with keen hearing, entered upon hearing the laughter, switched on the light, and saw that Bai Chen was awake. "Awake? Do you feel unwell anywhere?" He was a slender youth, slightly shorter than Bai Chen, approximately 178 centimeters, yet he bore a striking resemblance, with sharp eyebrows, slightly prominent brow bones, and elongated eyes. Bai Chen moved his left hand, which was bound to the headboard. "Can you untie this?" Pei Changfeng approached to release him, explaining that he had tied it up to prevent infection when he found him lying by the roadside. "It's fine." Out of the corner of his eye, Bai Chen noticed the child observing him from the doorway, wiping her tears. It was the same child he had seen before. Noticing Bai Chen's gaze on Pei Nianyan, Pei Changfeng smiled and said, "This is our little Lu, who ran away and got punished by me." Upon hearing punished, Pei Nianyan instinctively touched her bottom. Pouting in grievance, Nian Nian has already apologized. Tian Yuan entered with a bowl of noodles. You must have not eaten for a whole day. So I cooked you some noodles. The sight of the steaming bowl made Bai Chen's eyes gleam with hunger. He hurriedly thanked her and devoured the noodles, not caring about the heat. Pei Chongfeng lifted Pei Nian Nian into his arms, playfully tapping her nose. All right, fifth brother was wrong. Let us go wash our faces. Pei Nian Nian huffed loudly, her childish voice reaching Bai Chen's ears. If you apologize to me, I want to sleep with you tonight. I want to sleep with Sister Tian Yuan.
Fine.
You can sleep with whomever you wish, but only if Sister Tian Yuan agrees. Sister Tian Yuan will definitely agree. After finishing the noodles, Tian Yuan brought over fruits and some water, inviting him to eat as he pleased. Bai Chen's gaze landed on the large, purple grapes. And he was astonished. What kind of family could afford grapes in this apocalyptic world? He expressed his gratitude and tasted one, finding it sweet and juicy. Observing the decor of the house, it was evident that this family had been quite affluent before the world had changed. After a few days, Bai Chen had familiarized himself with the household. Residing here were only a pair of siblings and a girl, the latter having previously been their servant. For the first 2 days, they did not venture outside, but in the following days, they went out to hunt zombies. One day, the child entered his room again, accompanied by a half-painted baby panda at her feet. Outside, the Black Panther, which he had seen before losing consciousness, was watching him intently, ready to pounce should he harm the little girl. Do you want to eat peaches? They're chilled. Chapter 54. Fifth brother, can you find a wife? Just worried about having children. Recalling how difficult it was to find supplies in this world, Bai Chen waved his hand in refusal. Pei Nian Nian did not press further, taking a bite for herself and tearing off a large piece to give to the baby panda at her feet. The child dragged a stool to sit beside his bed, her big eyes fixated on his legs. Is your leg broken? Yes. Will you become a cripple in the future? Perhaps. Pei Nian Nian's eyes twinkled, as if she were concocting some mischievous idea. Bai Chen spoke first. Don't you want your brother to know about that big snake's existence? You lied to him. As expected, the child's eyes widened even more. Your brother said you found me by the roadside. You didn't tell the truth. Why? Pei Nian Nian scrunched her delicate nose, clearly in hesitation. I want to tell your brother. Upon hearing this, Pei Nian Nian finally replied slowly. Fifth brother doesn't like it. Little cauliflower is also afraid of fifth brother. If he finds out, he definitely want to let me play with little cauliflower. Play? Psst. You're not afraid of such a large creature, and yet you wish to play with it? Bai Chen was somewhat astonished. Had the child awakened a beast-controlling ability? His gaze drifted past Pei Nian Nian to the Black Panther at the door. But why does your fifth brother allow you to play with cake? Because cake belongs to my second brother. Originally, Dad intended to send it away, but it stayed because of me. Bai Chen raised an eyebrow, subtly probing for information. Do you have many brothers? Pei Nian Nian nodded. Yes. I have an eldest brother, a second brother, a third sister, and a fifth brother. Why is there no fourth brother? Dad said the fourth brother was taken away by bad people, and for years, Mom and Dad have been searching for him. But there's been no news. After so many years without finding him, perhaps he has already died. Not at all. My fourth brother would never die. Pei Nian Nian puffed up her soft cheeks and glared at him fiercely. You curse my fourth brother. I want to play with you anymore. Humph. She proudly huffed, jumped down from the stool, and left, while the baby panda that had been nibbling on a peach by the bed followed her out. Bai Chen stared at the door, his gaze dark and contemplative. In the evening, when Pei Chongfeng returned, he brought back 2 medical crutches, the source of which was unknown. Bai Chen looked at the crutches leaning against the bed, then at the slightly dirty youth before him. Why are you being so kind to me? Perhaps it's because you bear the same face as our third brother. I couldn't help it. After saying this, he walked out, encountering Pei Nian Nian, who was practicing parkour in the living room. Pei Nian Nian hugged his leg, her childish voice calling out, Fifth brother. Pei Chongfeng smiled as he tried to pry her hands away. I'm all dirty. Wait until I change my clothes before I hug you. Pei Nian Nian followed him upstairs, entering the room. The next day, as they prepared to go out, the sky darkened significantly, with thick clouds gathering, threatening to descend at any moment. Shortly after, a torrential downpour began, as if the heavens had torn open. The surrounding area echoed with the howls of animals, while Pei Nian Nian snuggled comfortably in Pei Chongfeng's embrace. Hearing the animal sounds made Pei Chongfeng uneasy. An abundance of animal cries was not a good sign. He patted the chubby bundle in his arms. Stay here, I'll go take a look. The tiger and black panther nestled in the living room, unwilling to venture outside into the dampness. Pei Nian held a mango, shifting to the side. Pei Chongfeng donned a raincoat and began patrolling in the sightseeing vehicle. When he reached the door, he noticed a multitude of exotic beasts squatting at the entrance, nearly blocking it. They held their young in their mouths. And upon seeing Pei Chongfeng, they whined anxiously, clearly agitated. Pei Chongfeng furrowed his brow, wondering why so many exotic beasts had gathered at their doorstep. A wolf placed its young on the ground, nudging it toward Pei Chongfeng, its wet tail wagging behind it. It resembled a playful puppy, trying to curry favor with Pei Chongfeng, hoping he would take in its offspring. Pei Chongfeng furrowed his brow as he observed the wolf cub nearly submerged in water. He took a couple of steps closer, causing the wolf's tail to wag with increased vigor. He lifted the cub and placed it in front of the wolf, ensuring that the creature would take good care of its own offspring. Having spent time with Pei Nian, he had come to understand that certain mystical beasts could comprehend their speech, although he himself could not decipher their words. The gray wolf appeared considerably dejected, as evidenced by the drooping of its tail. After waiting for a while and finding that the wolves still hadn't dispersed, he decided to seek out someone who could understand them. Pei Nian, clad in a small raincoat, was cradled in his arms, while he used his other hand to hold a large umbrella, sheltering both of them beneath it. The animals, upon spotting Pei Nian, brightened noticeably, each of them bringing their young ones to the entrance. Some of the cubs were jostled and began to squeal. Pei Nian, feeling anxious, urged them not to push. The cacophony of animal sounds filled the air. Pei Chongfeng looked down at the little bundle in his arms, pondering what they were saying. Pei Nian seemed somewhat guilty, recalling how she had previously sheltered a family of pandas, leading others to assume she had a fondness for cubs, prompting them to bring their young to her. Some of those were even stolen. They pleaded for us to keep their offspring, citing the heavy rain. Pei Chongfeng gazed at the tiny cubs. They were so small and would surely create a mess, not to mention the issue of feeding them. How could he possibly care for so many? It was just him and Tian, and even that was a handful. How could they manage a multitude of animals? Feeling the weight of his scrutiny, Pei Nian could only wave her hand dismissively, urging them to return. Once they were back, Pei Chongfeng fixed his gaze on the increasingly sheepish Pei Nian. Did you leave something unsaid about those animals? Pei Nian chuckled, walking toward the tiger and replied, No, I've said all there is to say. Pei Chongfeng playfully tugged at her collar with one finger, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. All right, I'll explain. It was when we brought the pumpkins back last time that they thought I liked cubs and sent their own to me. He cast a furtive glance at Pei Chongfeng, hesitating slightly. Some of them were even stolen.
What?
Pei Chongfeng exclaimed, his expression one of shock. You mean some of them were stolen? Pei Nian nodded. Taking a deep breath, Pei Chongfeng warned. Next time, don't pick up any animals randomly, understand? Otherwise, your brother can't handle it. Caring for you is already enough of a hassle. If we take in more, I might swear off marriage and children for life. Pei Nian mischievously teased, Big brother, can you even find a wife if you're so worried about having kids? Pei Chongfeng stammered. Who says I can't find a wife? Just as he raged, Pei Nian darted over to the large tiger lounging at the entrance. Chapter 55, by age. You should call me uncle. Bai Chun withdrew his gaze, looking down at the small object he had just crafted. It seemed that the child had awakened the ability to communicate with beasts, having garnered the affection of so many mystical creatures. You little rascal, do you not have any sense? You dare to bump into my belongings. A short man with a sharp face glared menacingly at the nearby child. Pei Yuan bowed apologetically. I'm sorry, uncle, it was unintentional. The man's companions remained silent, some even displaying expressions of schadenfreude as they watched. I think you did it on purpose, he snapped, reaching out to grab her. Just then Lin Wan, having heard the commotion, intervened. I apologize, but the child did not mean any harm. Upon seeing Lin Wan, Pei Yuan's eyes lit up with joy. The man's arrogance immediately subsided, and he waved dismissively, saying it was no trouble. His gaze lingered on Lin Wan, his eyes filled with an insatiable desire. What a pity, such a beautiful woman with a fine figure, and yet she was taken. He cursed under his breath. Her partner was a dual-element ability wielder, with one of those abilities being the formidable lightning element. Initially, No one believed the squad leader's lover when she claimed he would awaken the lightning ability, yet they permitted them to stay, as they didn't share meals. However, during a subsequent ambush, the man unleashed his lightning powers, incinerating a massive mutated plant. From that moment on, no one dared to provoke him, especially not the woman he protected. Although they lusted after her, her partner was not one to be trifled with. The last time someone tried to get too close, they ended up with shattered hands, tossed into a horde of zombies, a fact known to very few, not even his wife. That man was truly ruthless. A girl by another fire observed the scene and approached with a bag of chocolate she had just collected. Sister Lin Wan, I'd like to apologize for what happened earlier. He.S. just that kind of person. Don't take it to heart. Lin Wan occasionally added wood to the fire beneath the pot, smiling at the girl who resembled a willow in the wind. It's fine. And I should thank you for agreeing to let us join you. Oh, Sister Lin Wan, you're too kind. We're all heading south. The road is the same for everyone. It's not about joining or not. She continued, oh, I happen to have a bag of chocolate here. Consider it an apology to the little one. It was that uncle who was in the wrong. I apologize on his behalf. Luo Yi, with a sweet smile, offered the bag of chocolate to Pei Yuan, while Pei Wen and Pei Yuan remained silent. Pei Yuan glanced at Lin Wan, seeking approval, and upon receiving it, she smiled and accepted it, thanking her. Luo Yi sat down, her gaze fixed on the pot of clear water. Sister Lin Wan, is this what you're cooking? Lin Wan nodded. Yes, our supplies are quite limited, just boiling water to make instant noodles. How can that possibly provide enough nutrition? We have some cured meat. I can go get some for you. As she spoke, she began to rise. Lin Wan stopped her, saying, it's all right. Thank you for your kindness. But in the apocalypse, everyone suffers. Besides, your team has so many people. If you bring it over, it'll be hard for you. Pei Wen suddenly chimed in. Instant noodles are quite delicious. They can meet daily nutritional needs, while cured meat produces nitrites during processing. Eating too much can increase the risk of cancer. And we're still children. That stuff is hard and indigestible for us. Luo Yi's expression contorted for a moment as she struggled to decide how to respond. Lin Wan feigned reprimand. You shouldn't be so blunt. Luo Yi has good intentions. She then pulled Luo Yi aside. I'm sorry, the child is still young. Luo Yi quickly waved her hands, saying it was nothing. Her gaze then fell on the jade pendant around Lin Wan's neck. Sister Lin Wan, that jade pendant is beautiful. Could I have a look? Her eyes sparkled with desire, even catching the attention of the previously carefree Pei Yuan. Lin Wan was about to decline politely when Pei Yuan interjected. That's not possible. It's not that my aunt is unwilling, but this item is too precious. It was bought together by the little sister and uncle, blessed by a master for safety. The master said that only the wearer can touch it, otherwise, it will lose its efficacy. Even uncles and little sisters cannot touch it. Luo Yi's expression stiffened, and she awkwardly replied, I see. She quickly changed the subject. Do you have a little sister?
How old is she?
Lin Wan smiled. She asked just over 3. Luo Yi covered her face with her hands, exclaiming, Sister Lin Wan and Brother Pei are so good-looking. Your child must be extremely beautiful. Lin Wan chose not to respond. At that moment, Pei Lin and Pei Wu emerged from the woods, carrying a bag. Upon seeing Luo Yi, Pei Wu's expression soured, as if she owed him millions and had yet to repay him. Luo Yi, spotting Pei Lin, immediately stood up, her face full of respect. Brother Pei. Pei Lin glanced at her and said abruptly, by age, you should call me uncle. Luo Yi hesitated, her face turning awkward. Uncle, uncle. Pei Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Sensing that she was not welcomed by this group, Luo Yi quickly found an excuse and left. The man, who had been observing her discreetly, averted his gaze as she approached and carelessly discarded the wrapping paper he held.
What now?
Luo Yi glanced at him, shaking her head. She still doesn't know, and I have no chance to get close. The man, with a sinister tone, thrust the knife he held into the ground. Why not just eliminate them? It would solve everything. No. Luo Yi's expression remained calm. Inflicting harm on 1,000 enemies would only bring about 800 losses to ourselves. We wouldn't even know who would end up dead. What then? You once said that with that pendant in our possession, we could establish our own base. Luo Yi lowered her gaze, increasingly disdainful of the man beside her, contemplating how to approach the Pei family. We should take the opportunity to get closer to that person. The man gripped her chin, tilting her face towards him. Don't forget who has protected you all this way. Without me, you would have perished long ago. Hearing the threat in his voice, Luo Yi softened her expression, disregarding the pressure on her chin. How could I betray you? You have treated me so well. I am waiting for you to establish our base and lead a good life. Her words were filled with affection, causing the man to feel elated. Oblivious to the sarcasm and coldness in her lowered eyes, Pei Lin observed as the others departed, turning his back to those nearby to shield the pot. With Pei Wu promptly sitting beside him. Did it work? Lin Wan whispered. Pei Wu nodded, his eyes brimming with delight, observing Pei Yuan's subtle hints. He realized the others were not looking their way and seized the chance to toss a handful of fresh, crisp bok choy into the pot. Chapter 56. Do not extend your hand too far. If you cannot control it, I shall take charge for you. Lin Wan stood up, tossing the instant noodles into the pot and stirring with chopsticks. Before long, the noodles were cooked. The adults skillfully picked the noodles out, discreetly hiding the tender bok choy at the bottom of their bowls. This information was relayed to Lin Wan when she contacted Pei Changza. To ensure safe vegetables, one must seek out areas abundant with mutated plants, ideally those that can purify the surrounding soil. With the assistance of wood-type ability users, they could cultivate safe produce. That night, as Lin Wan leaned against her husband, she fiddled with the leaf-shaped jade pendant around her neck. Why does she always want to see this jade pendant? She unfastened it, examining it closely, but found nothing remarkable. The pendant had decent quality, but was hardly valuable. They could easily acquire similar ones at any jewelry store on the street. Pei Lin's gaze fell on the pendant as well, and he noted there was nothing particularly unusual about it. However, he recalled something. What is it? It was just when we were about to leave the city. We happened to run into them. It seemed to me they were not merely coincidentally waiting for us. Previously, we had encountered others, and everyone remained on guard. But Luo Yi and her group were overly enthusiastic towards us. Lin Wan frowned, inspecting the jade pendant. What us wrong? Pei Lin straightened, looking at her. It's nothing. Just a little scratch from the edge of the pendant. She watched in disbelief as a bead of blood oozed from her fingertip, gradually absorbed by the jade. How could this happen? When we bought it, the edge was well finished. How could it cut me? Dear husband, did you see that? What? There's blood on my finger. Pei Lin grasped her hand. I know, you've been cut. This wretched pendant. Let's dispose of it. It's too dangerous to keep.
No.
It's the pendant absorbing my blood. Before she could finish, Pei Lin silenced her with a kiss. Don't speak. There are others around. Lin Wan nodded, signaling him to release her, then put the pendant back on. Seizing the moment, Pei Lin brandished his knife and opened the door. What do you intend to do? It was the man who had wronged Pei Yuan in broad daylight. He had been stealthy. Even the young guard nearby had not noticed. Yet he had been discovered. The man wore a fawning smile. Brother, no need for such hostility. I merely came to see if you need assistance. Pei Lin frowned, showing no mercy, and kicked the man away. The man groaned in pain, and the commotion attracted the attention of several onlookers, who rushed over to assess the situation. They arrived to see the man with Pei Lin's knife at his throat.
Pei Lin.
What do you intend to do? Are you going to kill someone? Pei Lin's expression remained impassive as he regarded the newcomers. Kill? That's an interesting suggestion. It's late at night, and this man has been lurking by our vehicle. I would like to inquire about his intentions. The man on the ground struggled to swallow. I just came to check. Don't mistake good intentions for malice. Pei Wu approached. You could have simply come over. Why sneak around? Are you planning to steal or abduct children? A small truck was parked nearby, with 3 children asleep in the back.
I.
He could not articulate a coherent explanation as Pei Lin's knife edged closer. You better think carefully before you speak. At that moment, the voice of the opposing team leader emerged. Brother Pei, is this really necessary? We are all from the same team. The 3 children awoke to the noise and climbed out of the vehicle, with Pei Wu shielding them behind him. Pei Yuan shouted. We are not from the same team. We just happen to be passing by. Hearing this, Luo Yi glared at Pei Yuan with a menacing gaze, causing Pei Yuan to shrink behind Lin Wan in fear. Pei Wu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of them, facing Luo Yi without a trace of fear. Does Brother Pei think so, too? Lin Yu inquired, looking at Pei Lin. Pei Lin waved the knife around the man, as if measuring something. Children tend to speak the unvarnished truth, which undoubtedly validated Pei Yuan's statement. You! Luo Yi hurriedly restrained him. Brother Pei, what do you mean by that? This is a time of great difficulty for humanity. We should be helping one another. Today's incident was Zhang Wei's fault, and I apologize on his behalf. We are all trying to reach the safe zone, so please let him go. Pei Lin sheathed his knife. Miss Luo, Mr. Lin. Since we've reached this point in our conversation, let us clarify things. It's true that we're all heading to the safe zone, but please ensure that your people remain in check. Do not extend your hand too far. If you cannot manage it, I shall take it upon myself to do so. How does that sound? Luo Yi clung tightly to Lin Yu, forcing a smile. Yes, I will ensure that Yu speaks to them properly. She shot Zhang Wei a meaningful glance, prompting him to stand up, his eyes filled with indignation. Brother Pei, Sister Lin Wan, please rest well. We'll head over first. As they ignored the family entirely, Luo Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment, but upon turning away, her expression turned cold. Lin Wan called the children to sleep while she kept watch. Pei Wu approached awkwardly. I'm sorry for not noticing him earlier. Lin Wan reassured him, it's all right. You're only 15 and haven't had any professional training. It's perfectly normal. Go get some rest. We have a journey ahead. With that, Pei Wu, his face filled with guilt, climbed into the vehicle. Throughout this journey, he had witnessed the kindness of the Pei family, who did not disdain An and Xiao Yuan for being ordinary people, nor did they resent their inability to protect themselves. Even when they acquired crystal cores, they generously shared them with the 3 children, giving without hesitation. In fact, the children had become even plumper than when they had been with him. They were wonderful people, just as good as President Pei. By the fire, Pei Lin sat beside his wife and quietly asked in her ear, What were you going to say to me in the vehicle earlier? Lin Wan smiled, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer to his ear and whispered a few words. Really? Pei Lin's face broke into a grin. Lin Wan nodded, pulling out a stone she had picked up and showing it to him before putting it back again. How big is it? It is vast, capable of holding an abundance of items, seemingly without limit. Pei Lin, filled with excitement, embraced his wife, exclaiming how wonderful it was. This way, we can gather more supplies, and our family will no longer have to worry. Lin Wan replied with a soft hum. Suddenly, a stealthy voice interrupted from the side, Uncle Pei, Aunt Lin. Startled, the two quickly separated. Lin Wan turned to see the child, Pei Yuan. What's the matter? Why aren't you asleep? Pei Yuan, fidgeting with her fingers, was accompanied by a large dog. I want to keep Aunt Lin company tonight. Just as Pei Lin was about to say something, Lin Wan pulled him back, urging, You should go to sleep. It's all right. You have to drive tomorrow. Don't tire yourself out. Pei Lin glanced at his wife and nodded, heading to the car. Pei Yuan, with a clever smile, nestled beside Lin Wan. While the large dog lay on a nearby rock, its front paws crossed. The two whispered to each other, seeking warmth and comfort in the perilous darkness. Suddenly, Pei Yuan timidly asked, Can I call you Mom? Her eyes darted around, afraid Lin Wan would refuse. She quickly added, I don't mean to take Mom away from the little sister. I just want to know what it feels like to call someone Mom. Lin Wan felt a pang of compassion. Pei Yuan and Pei Yuan were twins, and she could hardly fathom how parents could abandon such wonderful children. All right, she replied softly. Pei Yuan, with tears welling in her eyes, whispered Mom. Yes, Lin Wan affirmed. The child sobbed gently, Aunt Lin, why didn't they want me and Xiao Yuan? People say twins are rare, but how could they abandon us? Brother Ao was left because of his legs, and Brother An was cast away for being blind. But Xiao Yuan and I are perfectly healthy. Why didn't they want us? Lin Wan's heart ached as she gently patted Pei Yuan's back. Perhaps they have their reasons, dear. Adults often have their own justifications. You should not blame yourself for their mistakes. Both you and Xiao Yuan are wonderful children. You had Brother Ao protecting you before, and now you have me and Uncle Pei. You need not fear anything. Pei Yuan looked up at her with hope. Unrecognized even by herself. Really? Will you and Uncle Pei truly protect us? Lin Wan nodded, yes, but you also need to learn to be strong. We cannot protect you forever. We will grow old and eventually pass away. Pei Yuan became anxious, rising from Lin Wan's embrace, exclaiming, Pa. Aunt Lin and Uncle Pei will not die. You will live a long life. Lin Wan smiled, yes, we will live long lives. Pei Yuan playfully clung to her waist. Aunt Lin, you are wonderful. You and the big brother are both such good people. Lin Wan remained silent. Pei Yuan thought to herself. Although she and Xiao Yuan were in an orphanage, it had always been supported by the Pei family, and the big brother often visited them. They had also taken the surname Pei, and were now with Uncle Pei and Aunt Lin. What difference was there between them and their children? They were so kind. Being their child would surely bring happiness. As if sensing something, Pei Yuan raised her little head, gazing towards a distant valley thick with vegetation. Lin Wan noticed her unusual demeanor. What's wrong, Xiao Yuan? Something is coming, she replied, straightening up, while the large dog tucked its tail and hid behind Lin Wan. After a moment, the rustling from the foliage grew louder. Aunt, wake everyone up. We must leave this place. Without hesitation, Lin Wan turned to call the people in the vehicle. Pei Yuan, observing their departure, activated her abilities, declaring, "There is a debt for every grievance.
You should seek them out.
We are merely passing through. You are all humans, just as cruel. Return the young to us." A dark figure emerged from the underbrush, followed by a multitude of monkeys, their eyes glowing red, teeth bared, creating a terrifying sight. "Those behind me have not taken your young. Do not harm them. The ones you seek are ahead." The monkeys screeched sharply, and soon the entire valley echoed with their roars, as if in response. The monkeys glanced at them but did not detect the scent of younglings, turning instead towards Lin Yu's group. In the night, the sharp calls of the monkeys mingled with the sounds of rustling leaves. Pei Wu was awakened, quickly sitting up to check on Pei Yuan. "Xiao Yuan, are you hurt?" Pei Yuan shook her head. "I'm fine, brother Ao. We must hurry." Pei Wu nodded, and they each climbed into the vehicle. Luo Yi, still in a dream, awoke to the shouts mingled with monkey calls, startled into consciousness. Lin Yu hurriedly rose, pulling Luo Yi behind him for protection. "What is happening? Monkeys are attacking us." Outside, flashes of fire illuminated the scene as icy spikes penetrated the advancing monkey horde, many being pierced through the head and body.
"Ah, my hand!
My hand! Damn beasts!" Came a pained cry. A seemingly honest man clutched his severed fingers, angrily stabbing a monkey that had bitten into them. He swung his knife, injuring several monkeys, seizing the opportunity to escape. However, he was quickly surrounded by the monkeys, who screamed for him to surrender the young.
Boss,
"Save me," he pleaded, looking around for help. But his companions were entangled with the monkeys, some even scrambling to ignite the vehicle to flee. Countless vines lashed at him, forming a protective circle around him. But the monkeys were relentless, attempting to gnaw through the vines. A portion of the monkeys turned to attack Lin Yu. Lin Yu, struggling, gritted his teeth. "Where are the monkey cubs you captured before? Release them now." The monkeys resembled those previously caught by the man with the severed fingers, and he quickly realized they were seeking revenge. Injuries began to appear on the surrounding members, and the man clenched his jaw, disregarding his severed fingers, filled with terror.
In
the trunk. In the trunk. A teammate rushed to the trunk, where monkeys had already gathered, glaring fiercely at him and howling. He was no beast master and could not understand their language, only repeatedly saying, "Don't attack. I'll release them. If you harm me." The little monkeys one T come out. The monkeys seemed to comprehend, halting their assault on the vehicle, and a few even stepped aside to allow the man to open the trunk. Panic surged within him as he mentally cursed the man with the severed fingers. If it weren't for his greed, such troubles would not have arisen. He had hoped to raise them for future labor. How naive.
now.
He had lost both the woman and the soldier. He opened the trunk, lifting out the little monkeys locked in the cage, instantly releasing them. The little monkeys had been confined for a day without food and were in poor condition, appearing listless. Upon witnessing this, the monkey horde grew furious, scratching at the man, leaving wounds on his face and hands.
Wait.
"Don't attack yet, I'll help it." The monkeys glared at him intently. The man retrieved water and bread from the vehicle, feeding it to the little monkeys bit by bit, helping them regain some vitality. They began to call out to the larger monkeys, as if to report the man's actions. Chapter 58. If lost, find again. A nearby mother monkey delivered a resounding slap to the man, leaving a piece of his flesh caught under her claws as she descended. The surrounding monkeys continued to screech at him, causing the man to collapse in fear, inching away towards the vehicle's door. Clearly, the monkeys did not wish to kill him. They turned and stormed into the vehicle, emptying its contents, leaving not a single piece of ham behind. Lin Yu gazed at his comrades, some lifeless, others grievously injured, and cast his eyes towards the distant camp where Pei Lin and the others had been. The flames had long since extinguished, indicating they had fled. He muttered a curse, urging everyone to board the vehicle. Of the original 15, only 10 had emerged. each bearing wounds to varying degrees, save for Luo Yi, who appeared unscathed. They sought refuge at a roadside convenience store, only to find it stripped bare. Once they confirmed their safety, Lin Yu approached the man with the severed fingers, seizing his collar in anger and delivering a punch.
Zhang.
You rascal! I opposed you bringing that thing from the start, and now look at the brothers who perished because of you. Wei Vi lost 5 men. His face twisted with rage. Zhang Er, already battered and nursing his broken fingers, felt humiliated by Lin Yu's unexpected assault in front of their peers, leading to a scuffle between the two. Luo Yi watched coldly for a moment before hastily intervening to separate them.
Zhang, you fool.
If it weren't for the scarcity of beast masters, you could have been a formidable force controlling ferocious beasts. I would have dealt with you long ago. The early stages of beast mastery allowed communication with animals, progressing to manipulation of weaker creatures at higher levels. They had invested numerous crystal cores into nurturing Zhang Er, only to yield a liability while suffering significant losses. As Zhang Er was restrained, he protested, I was only trying to think of everyone, wanting to control it as soon as possible. That little creature was perfect. Who could have foreseen this? Enough.
Luo Yi admonished sternly.
Lin Yu, lacking initiative, had relied on Luo Yi for every decision along their journey.
What now?
They Vi simply escaped. Luo Yi scoffed. We'll retrieve what we Vi lost. Tend to your wounds quickly. Dawn approaches, and we must depart at first light. No one dared to speak against Luo Yi's orders. They all acquiesced. Pei Lin had led them on a long escape, taking turns driving and resting. As dusk fell, they settled in a modest residence in the nearest small county town. From the second-floor balcony, they could see a gas station not far off. The situation there was immediately clear. Pei Lin cleared the area of zombies, while Pei Wu dealt with the nearby mutated plants before returning to the house. We'll rest here tonight, have a decent meal, and tomorrow we'll gather supplies in the county before moving on. Everyone nodded in agreement. After consuming some bread and compressed biscuits, they arranged watch duties, and Pei Lin happily retired with his wife for the night. In the dead of night, a rustling sound outside prompted the assigned guard, Pei Yuan, to rush in and awaken them. With a finger raised to his lips, he signaled for silence. Bathed in moonlight filtering through the window, they spotted a young girl entering the yard. Suddenly, she called out, Stop hiding. I know you're awake. Come out. The group remained motionless as she approached Pei Yuan, flinging open the door and startling everyone inside. It's you. Where do you think you're hiding? A sharp pain struck the back of her head, causing her limbs to collapse uncontrollably. As she fell, the figure behind her was revealed. It was Pei Wen, brandishing a stick, evidently the one who had struck her. When the girl regained consciousness, she found herself surrounded by 2 adults, a teenager, and 3 children. Pei Yuan exclaimed, She's awake. Pei Wen remarked, Look who has finally opened her eyes. Pei Wu squatted in front of her. You were spying on us, weren't you? Or perhaps you possess the ability to see through things. Tell us, why did you intrude upon us at this dangerous hour, avoiding both mutated plants and zombies? The girl pressed her lips together, her body shrinking almost imperceptibly.
I,
she stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence in the presence of the imposing teenager. Lin Wan stepped forward, her expression warm and inviting. We harbor no ill intentions, dear. We merely wish to understand why you ventured in here at such a perilous time. I came to find my brother, she replied, her voice trembling. I saw you brought 3 children, and I thought one of them might be him. Your brother? Are you from this area? The girl nodded. My home is at the end of the village. I saw you when you entered. You came from the county town ahead, and I thought. Pei Wu interjected. You thought we had found your brother? The girl nodded timidly. Pei Wu gestured for Pei Wen to release her, saying, There's no sign of your brother here. You should leave and not disturb our rest. After a moment's hesitation, the girl stood up and walked away. On her way, she encountered a large wildcat, which emitted a piercing yowl upon seeing her. With a disdainful click of her tongue, the girl struck the wildcat on the head, producing a faint crack as its body lay still, twitching momentarily before succumbing. What a nuisance, she exclaimed, dragging the carcass to a nearby ivy plant that climbed the surrounding buildings. Here you go, eat up. She tossed the wildcat's body without a second thought, unbothered by how the ivy would consume it. She muttered to herself about how to lure them in. Concealed in the darkness, wild dogs dared not move, merely keeping a watchful eye as she distanced herself, while the surrounding mutated plants seemed oblivious to her presence. before she could devise a plan. She saw the group preparing to leave the next day. No, I must keep them here. She changed into a lovely white dress and positioned herself at the roadside, watching as the approaching vehicle drew nearer. After much hesitation, she stepped in front of the car. Pei Wu poked his head out. What are you doing? The girl instinctively shivered, tears welling in her eyes as she looked up. I'm sorry. Could you please take me with you? Pei Wu scoffed, angrily retorting.
No. Get lost.
Tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Wan exited the vehicle to assess the situation, seeing the girl, no older than 14 or 15, looking pitiable.
Dear.
Where are your parents? They became zombies, she replied, sobbing. Before they left, they told me to find my brother and take good care of him. Auntie, could you please take me with you? It's so terrifying here, with all the mutated plants. I promise I won't be a burden. I'm a seer. I can see everything you want to know. Take me with you, I'll be useful. Please, Auntie, I don't want to be alone here. Chapter 59. That's enough. Don't kill anyone. Aren't you headed to the county to gather supplies? I know the area well. I can guide you. Lin Wan subtly appraised her before responding. Dear, you seem to be doing well here. There's no need to follow us. The girl opened her mouth to protest. But Pei Lin's voice called from behind. Wife. It's time to go. Lin Wan gave the girl a nod, signaling her departure towards the vehicle. As the car drove away, the girl wore a sinister smile, returning to retrieve her bicycle and heading down a side path. Inside the vehicle, Pei Lin asked, Wife, are you hurt? Lin Wan shook her head. That girl looked clean and healthy. It's evident she's faring well. Pei Lin responded, It's still dangerous. Earlier, a Wu mentioned that girl was feeding the mutated plants here. Lin Wan suggested, perhaps we should skip the stop and head directly to the next location. Don't worry. Dear, we're not alone. Our numbers are sufficient, and we need supplies. We must gather whatever we can while we're here and replenish your storage. Lin Wan hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. The county town was small, but it boasted 2 large supermarkets. Utilizing Pei Wu's abilities, they evaded the mutated plants at the perimeter and entered the supermarket. They quickly dispatched a few isolated zombies and began gathering supplies. The 3 children also helped, stuffing bags with goods. Lin Wan stored the organized items in her space. Auntie, you're a space wielder. A sudden sound sent a chill down Lin Wan's spine. She hurriedly turned to look, and there stood the girl. How did you get in? Lin Wan stammered. The girl, propping her left hand on her right elbow and touching her chin with an innocent expression, replied, If Annie can come in, why can't I? She ended with a soft giggle that echoed eerily within the spacious room, sending shivers through Lin Wan. The girl approached her, a seemingly innocent smile adorning her face. Don't come any closer, Lin Wan warned, feeling the weight of several small knives hovering around her. Yet, the girl appeared oblivious, continuing to advance. With a tremor in her hand, Lin Wan flung a knife that grazed the girl's arm, causing blood to seep and stain the fabric of her dress. Auntie, I mean you no harm. I simply want you to take me away. I can't bear to stay here any longer. It's too disgusting. At that moment, voices could be heard from outside. They are in there. Lin Yu led the charge, and upon seeing Lin Wan, his eyes lit up.
Quick.
Grab the things. Lin Wan, disregarding everyone else, instinctively retreated, observing the girl's puzzled expression. You should hurry and leave. They are not good people. A vine suddenly lashed out at Lin Wan, ensnaring her tightly. As she attempted to cut herself free with a knife, a gleaming blade was held menacingly against her neck. Don't move if my knife slips. Your lovely neck might not be safe. Lin Yu lunged forward to seize the necklace around her neck, but was met with a jolt of electricity that numbed his hand. He glanced toward another entrance, where Pei Lin stood.
Lin Yu.
What do you intend to do to my wife? Brother Pei, I'm merely borrowing something from your esteemed lady. I'll return it once I have it, he said, disregarding the numbing pain, and yanked the jade pendant from Lin Wan's neck. Just before Pei Lin's lightning could strike, he hastily conjured several shields from the vines to narrowly avoid the attack. Pei Lin rushed over, quickly freeing Lin Wan from the vines. Darling, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Lin Wan shook her head. Pei Lin noticed the red marks on her neck, his heart aching for her. It's nothing, she assured. The girl, standing a short distance away, looked perplexed. Are you concerned for her? She is your wife, yet you care for her? Upon hearing this, Pei Lin felt a pang of discontent. Of course, I care for my own wife. The girl continued, but shouldn't caring mean scolding and hitting? Daddy says, hitting his affection and scolding his love. Pei Lin frowned, about to respond when Lin Wan intervened. Did your father tell you that? The girl nodded. Yes. Daddy says that when he hits mommy or me, it is because he loves us. Mommy says the same, so she often hits me. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves to reveal scars on her arms. See, this is proof of their love for me. Lin Wan and Pei Lin were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. The girl's arms were marred with hideous scars, layered upon one another. This was nothing short of abuse. Lin Wan's inherent empathy filled her eyes with sorrow. This is not right, it's wrong. Wrong? A voice echoed from afar, belonging to Pei Yuan. Love is not about hitting. Pei Wu approached, carrying a bag of food with 3 children in tow. The girl seemed unable to accept this revelation, tears streaming down her face. They don't love me. Lin Wan took 2 steps forward but was pulled back by Pei Lin, who shook his head, signaling her not to approach. The girl murmured, as if lost in thought, yes, they don't love me. Not even a little. Even my name is Wretched Girl. A sister? It's all right. Names can be changed. Without them, you will have a better life. Unbeknownst to them, Pei Yuan had slipped over and grasped the girl's hand. Pei Wu's eyes widened in fright. When did this little girl run over there? The girl crouched, tears glistening in her eyes. Really?
Pei Yuan nodded.
My sister and I were also abandoned, but we're doing well now. We have Brother Wu, Brother Wen, Uncle Pei, and Aunt Lin Wan. Everyone is wonderful. The girl delicately touched Pei Yuan's chubby cheek with her slender fingers. Little sister, can you give me a new name? There was a glimmer of hope in her gaze. Pei Yuan hesitated, unsure of what name to suggest, as she did not know many characters. She turned her pleading eyes to Lin Wan. Auntie. Lin Wan sighed. Zhu Shi, Huaizhua Mingdou. Zhu Shi is a fine place. The girl repeated, Zhu Shi, and with each utterance, her eyes sparkled with delight. Clearly enamored by the name, she stood up, eager to approach Lin Wan, but suddenly turned to look toward the entrance. Zombies. They're coming. We must hurry. Pei Lin and Lin Wan exchanged glances, uncertain whether to believe her. Zhu Shi, hurry. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The distant growls of zombies began to resonate. Zhu Shi picked up Pei Yuan, the closest child, and ran. The others followed suit. Pei Lin intermittently unleashed bolts of lightning into the throng of zombies, while Lin Wan continued to unleash her knives. Pei Wu unleashed his powers, sending forth numerous vines that pierced through the zombies' hardened skulls. Outside the supermarket, Luo Yi coldly observed the encroaching horde of zombies, a broken jade pendant stained with blood lying at his feet. That's enough. Don't kill anyone. Chapter 60. Pei Lin. You cannot die. Little Six is still so young. She cannot be without her father. After a harrowing escape with the children, Pei Lin and the others found themselves in the outskirts. Their faces pale, particularly Pei Wu, who had encountered numerous strange plants along the way. Finally safe, they breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Wan trembled as she spoke. Husband. You're back. Pei Lin's back bore a clear scratch near his shoulder blade. In disbelief, she reached out to touch it but was stopped by Pei Lin, who grasped her wrist. It's nothing, wife. It's nothing. Don't touch it. It's too dirty. When did you get hurt? Lin Wan's expression crumbled. Pei Lin exited the car and collapsed onto the ground, appearing utterly spent. Lin Wan, tears streaming down her pale face, rushed to support him, trembling as she caressed his face. You'll be fine, Pei Lin. You must be fine. Lin Wan cradled his head in her arms. Hearing the commotion, the others also got out of the car. Pei Yuan stood nearby, tears streaming down her face. Pei Wu approached, concerned. What happened? Pei Yuan burst into tears, clinging to Pei Wu's leg. Brother Wu, Uncle Pei's back was scratched by a zombie. It's all my fault. It's all because of me that Uncle Pei got hurt. Pei Wu's typically stoic demeanor softened, disbelief etched on his face. Lin Wan held Pei Lin. Pei Lin.
Hold on.
I will find a healer to save you. Just hang on a little longer. She placed him gently on the ground, intending to find help. But a large hand pulled her back. There's no time, wife. There's no time. Don't go. Lin Wan gazed at his increasingly pale face, succumbing to despair as she collapsed against his chest, sobbing uncontrollably.
Pei Lin.
How can you leave? The children are waiting for you to return, and little Six needs you. You cannot leave me alone with them. Pei Lin raised a hand to caress her face. I'm sorry, my love. I have to leave you behind. Don't cry. Let Pei Wu take you to a safe place to hide. Call Pei Jean. He will send someone to get you. Let the eldest and second go to fetch little six. He took several deep breaths. From now on, it will be tough for you. Lin Wan looked up at him. Pei Lin, you cannot die. Little six is still so young. She cannot be without her father, especially in this apocalypse. If you die, I will remarry and find someone else. He will sleep with your woman and raise your beloved child. Pei Lin took a few deep breaths.
Awan?
Just be angry with me. Suddenly, Pei Wen, who had been standing at the back, stepped forward, grasping Pei Lin's hand. Auntie, help uncle up. Pei Wu thought he was trying to cause trouble and moved to pull him away. Unexpectedly, Pei Wen suddenly declared, I can save him. Pei Wu stared at him in disbelief. You are not a healing ability user. How can you? I am. Although Pei Wu was shocked, he hurriedly stepped forward to assist. Pei Wen took a small knife and cut open Pei Ling's shirt on his back, revealing a wound that was gradually rotting and emanating a foul odor. We need to start a fire to clean the necrotic flesh from Uncle's wound. We must act swiftly. Beside them, Pei Yuan and Pei Yuan quickly gathered dry branches, while Zhu Shi, who had been standing aside, joined in the effort. After lighting a fire, Pei Wen heated the knife over the flames and, with a calm expression, meticulously began to remove the decayed flesh from Pei Ling's back, occasionally using his healing abilities to prolong the transformation process. After approximately half an hour, the wound on Pei Ling's back returned to its initial vivid red state. Pei Wen's face turned pale as a ghost. Upon confirming that Pei Ling was stable, he dropped the knife and collapsed heavily to the ground. Pei Yuan rushed to catch him, fearing that the stones on the ground would injure him severely. Lin Wan, seeing the bleeding wound, quickly applied hemostatic powder and bandaged it, then retrieved thick clothing from her space to keep him warm. Pei Wu lifted 2 folding beds from the vehicle, and together they placed Pei Ling on them, covering him with a blanket. Once they settled him, he took a small plastic bag and headed into the woods. Pei Yuan and Pei Yuan, understanding the situation, took out cooking utensils from the vehicle, imitating Lin Wan as they set up a pot. From the very beginning, Lin Wan held Pei Ling's hand, tears streaming down her face. Noticing the 2 children preparing to cook, she instinctively wanted to intervene, fearing they might burn themselves. However, Zhu Shi stepped forward, saying, let me handle it. The sisters smiled at her. Zhu Shi adeptly set up the pot and began boiling water, while the sisters rummaged through the back of the vehicle for noodles and dried vegetables, discovering a few eggs that they also brought out. Zhu Shi rinsed the vegetables lightly with water and added them to the pot. Once the water boiled, she cracked the eggs into it, just as Pei Wu returned with a bundle of green leaves. After a simple preparation, he tossed them into the pot as well. By the next day, Pei Ling had yet to awaken, and they could no longer remain exposed outdoors. It was too perilous. Together, they lifted Pei Ling, along with the folding bed, into the back of the truck, and Zhu Shi guided them to a relatively safe self-built house. The house had a yard that was once filled with flowers and plants, now all mutated. Inside, the space was arranged with a homely ambience. It wasn't until the following day that Pei Ling finally regained consciousness. He had lost too much blood and could only compensate through a prolonged slumber. Upon seeing him awake, Lin Wan joyfully exclaimed, You're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Pei Ling, with a pale face, shook his head, somewhat perplexed, but didn't Ti get infected? It was An who saved you. He possesses healing abilities. Pei Ling did not press further, understanding that everyone harbors their own secrets, some of which may ultimately serve as life-saving measures. Pei Wu recognized this as well. Though he felt some discomfort over Pei Ling's concealment, he ultimately accepted it after a brief internal struggle. Auntie, Annie, look what we brought back. Pei Yuan's cheerful voice rang out. Lin Wan stood up and went outside to see 2 chickens in the yard, larger than ordinary ones. What is this? We caught these. Pei Yuan exclaimed. They help An and Uncle regain their strength. By the way, has Uncle woken up? Thank you, little Yuan. Your uncle just regained consciousness. Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan rushed inside, but Pei Wu stopped her, cautioning, Uncle just woke up. Let him rest a bit longer. We'll take care of these 2 chickens.
Right.
Lin Wan hesitated. Can we eat this? Zhu Shi, who had just ignited the fire, assured her, Auntie, it's edible. I've eaten it before. And it tasted better than usual. The chicken soup is very rich. Lin Wan hesitated, but given Zhu Shi's consistent assistance, she nodded. You all go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things inside. All right. Lin Wan entered, glancing outside with some uncertainty. What's wrong? They brought back 2 mutated chickens. What if there are issues with eating them? Chapter 61. Pei Nian Nian, don't force me to give you a lesson in love. Mutated chickens? Lin Wan nodded, confirming they were larger than ordinary chickens. Zhu Shi had mentioned she had eaten them before, and that the soup was delicious. Your body lost a lot of blood. You truly need nourishment. But Pei Ling pulled her to sit at the edge of the bed.
Me fine.
It's you who looks paler than I do as a patient. Lin Wan gently leaned against him. At that moment, I genuinely believed I was going to die and prepared to let Xiao Lu call someone else daddy. Pfft, don't say such ominous things. Xiao Lu only has you as a father. If she were to call someone else daddy, it would create chaos. Pei Ling chuckled softly. The previously dead phone, charged by Lin Wan with a power bank, suddenly rang, startling both of them. Lin Wan reached over to check. It was an unknown number. It's not the boss. It's an unknown number. Answer it. Very few know this number now. Lin Wan nodded and was about to pick up when, unexpectedly, her hand trembled, accidentally hanging up. It's fine. Just call back, Pei Ling reassured. As Lin Wan was about to redial, the number rang again. This time she answered, putting it on speaker. Before she could speak, a child's crying mixed with a voice, soothing the child, came through. All right. Pei Xiao Lu, stop crying. On the other end, a child's voice, still sobbing, complained, it's all your fault. You hung up. Pei Nian Nian, don't force me to give you a lesson in love. The child cried even harder. I knew it. You must have another sister out there.
You want to hit me?
It's your fault. Go ahead. If you hit me to death, when mom and dad come back, there will be no Nian Nian. A young man's voice interjected. All right, Pei Chongfeng.
How old are you?
Still arguing with a 3-year-old? The child's voice, still teary, retorted. How old are you? Bullying a 3-year-old. Pei Ling's eyes glistened with tears. While Lin Wan was already in tears, her face streaming with emotion. Her Xiao Lu is safe, and her Xiao Wu is also fine. Lin Wan choked out. Chongfeng. The other side paused before asking, Mom, are you both okay? The urgency in his tone was palpable. Quick, give Nian the phone. All right, here you go. Don't touch this, or it will hang up. I'm not a 2-year-old. A soft voice came from the other side. Mommy, I'm Xiao Lu. When are you and Daddy coming back? I miss you. Lin Wan wiped her tears and took a deep breath to compose herself, though her voice still trembled. Mommy and Daddy will be back soon. We miss you too. Xiao Lu needs to listen to your brother, okay? We can take a plane. Not now. The airports are all shut down. Daddy drove. Before, Daddy took Xiao Lu flying. Pei Ling interjected, we can't fly right now. There are zombies and mutated animals outside. Flying is too dangerous. Daddy. Pei Ling responded with a smile. After a while, Pei Nian Nian was deprived of the phone by Pei Chongfeng. All right, now it's my turn. Humph. The couple checked on their children and inquired about the phone. My previous phone was snatched shortly after I left school. This one was made by Bai Chen. A few days ago, Xiao Lu cried in her sleep, saying she dreamed that Dad was hurt and insisted on finding you. No one could persuade her. Bai Chen made this. The couple exchanged glances filled with shock. The timing was too coincidental. However, Pei Chongfeng's next words stirred their emotions. Mom and Dad, Xiao Lu found someone who looks just like the third brother. Is it your fourth brother? Lin Wan asked, her words laced with hope. Previously, my father mentioned a birthmark, and it turns out that a person has an identical mark in the same location on their body. The couple's eyes sparkled with intense surprise. They had found their long-lost fourth child after all these years. They inquired about each other's lives and learned that Pei Chongfeng and his companions had recently enjoyed vegetables and meat, eliciting feelings of astonishment and joy. Lin Wan reminded Pei Chongfeng to consider raising chickens if conditions allowed, as having chickens would mean having eggs to eat. Before they left, Pei Nian Nian's favorite dish was the delicate steamed egg, and she urged Pei Chongfeng to take good care of himself and his sister. Pei Chongfeng responded affirmatively, and upon realizing that the mutated chickens were edible, both felt a sense of relief as they savored the chicken soup brought in by Pei Wu. Once Lin Wan entered, everyone began to act swiftly. Some tended to the fire, while others plucked feathers. Pei Wu had never handled live chickens, so he merely assisted where he could, while Zhu Shi efficiently managed the preparation. Pei Yuan and her sister gathered vegetables and washed various ingredients. To avoid occupying the stove, Zhu Shi set up another pot outside to boil chicken soup, using the other for cooking rice and stir-frying vegetables. Upon seeing the meal Lin Wan had brought in, Pei Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Wife, who made this? That girl, Zhu Shi. The garlic lettuce was crisp, the soup from the bok choy was sweet, and the minced eggplant was delightful with rice. They had not enjoyed a proper meal in ages. They devoured the feast, barely able to lift their heads afterward. Zhu Shi had prepared a large quantity of food, anticipating the number of people, yet everyone polished off every last bit. Pei Wen even desired to scoop some of the minced eggplant sauce over his rice. This meal subtly signaled Zhu Shi's gradual integration into their group. She learned some background information from Pei Yuan. Although they all shared the surname Pei, Pei Ling and his wife were not their biological parents. The four of them were orphans from an orphanage, taken in by Lin Wan when she left. Zhu Shi had witnessed how they treated the three children, and the incident where Pei Yuan nearly became a zombie only strengthened her resolve to stay with them. She knew she could not remain there indefinitely, especially since she lacked wood-based abilities and could not grow food in the short term. The supplies would eventually run out. Moreover, there were sporadic passers-by collecting resources in the county. With this in mind, during Pei Ling's recovery, she took Pei Wu to scavenge for supplies. Sometimes they visited small supermarkets on the streets, other times they fished from nearby ponds, or sought out land in overgrown forests to cultivate vegetables. Zhu Shi consistently managed to find them various rare and delicious items. As Pei Ling's injuries healed, and they prepared to set out once more, Lin Wan noticed Zhu Shi standing quietly in a corner. Feeling pity for the young girl, who was not even as old as their youngest, she remembered how much help Zhu Shi had been. A significant portion of the supplies Pei Wu had gathered was due to her efforts. Lin Wan waved her over, and Zhu Shi's eyes brightened as she hurried to her side. Zhu Shi, do you wish to come with us? Before Lin Wan could finish her sentence, Zhu Shi eagerly replied, yes. Aunt Lin, I can cook, and I have the ability to see through things. I can help guide you and avoid many dangers. Lin Wan smiled and nodded, initially considering that if Zhu Shi was unwilling, she might offer her a share of the supplies that belonged to her. Thus, Zhu Shi joined them on their journey. Lin Wan had space capabilities, and the food entered in its original form, making storage convenient. Before they left, they prepared a substantial amount of food, even cooking several pots of rice to last them on the road. Despite her youth, Zhu Shi possessed more knowledge than they did, being familiar with many wild vegetables from the mountains. At times, they would pause to collect items, and Pei Wu even dug up several plants to store in Lin Wan's space, ready for when they wished to eat later. However, the resources in this area were still not as plentiful as in the south. Knowing their children were safe eased the couple's worries. But there was still no news of their third child, Pei Nianqing. Meanwhile, Pei Changxiu led his team further south but faced numerous hardships due to the absence of a wood-type ability user, which would have been their golden ticket. Along the way, they were not only pursued by zombies but also constantly threatened by mutated plants eager to drag them down as fertilizer. After much effort, they managed to recruit a wood-type user, but the individual accidentally got scratched by a zombie and without a healer in the group. He could not escape the fate of becoming a zombie himself, leaving Pei Changxiu and his team with no choice but to endure. Song Cheng, Pei Changxiu shouted, narrowly avoiding the tendrils of a mutated plant.
Got it.
Song Cheng quickly activated his powers, bending down to touch the ground, causing fissures to open and collapse where his ability passed. A stout vine attempted a sneak attack, racing towards Song Cheng with the sound of rushing wind. Just then, another figure flashed by, moving so swiftly that it appeared as a blur. With the roar of a chainsaw, it collided violently with the vine, momentarily halting the chainsaw's sound before it shattered into pieces. Zhang Liang was also sent flying, crashing onto the sand and kicking up a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Jun's chainsaw was reduced to a pile of scrap metal, and he cursed under his breath at Zhang Liang. You fool! Can't you use a knife? My chainsaw is ruined. Zhang Liang retorted while rolling to the side, narrowly avoiding a sharp vine that had stabbed into the spot he previously occupied. My knife is broken. If I don't use yours, whose will I use? He protested as he struggled to his feet. Zhou Annie concentrated, forming a sharp water arrow that struck the mutated plant fiercely. Instead of dying, the plant retaliated even more vigorously. Yu Yuan watched as the mutated plant sprouted several stout branches after being doused by Zhou Annie's water arrows, swinging them with increased energy. Zhou Annie, save your water. We still need it for bathing and drinking tonight. Chen Jia yanked a newly sprouted branch with great force, tearing it from the plant's main body and tossing it aside. I didn't do it on purpose. She then grabbed the vine that was pursuing Zhou Annie and forcefully pulled it down. Annie, find somewhere to hide. Okay. Zhou Annie quickly ducked behind a large rock. She couldn't assist them, but also didn't want to be a hindrance. Burn it down, Song Qing shouted. Jiang Jun and Yu Heng dodged left and right, tossing small fireballs into the large pit that Song Qing had just created. Finally, they conjured a small fireball that shimmered red with hints of blue and white and hurled it into the pit. The mutated plant was of low rank and, unlike higher-level mutated plants, did not flee. It faced only death. Perhaps sensing its imminent demise, the mutated plant attacked frantically, even extending its vines toward the rock in an attempt to reach Zhou Annie. Pei Chongxiu, quick on the draw, pulled Zhou Annie to safety just as the vine struck the rock with such force that it shattered into fragments. Only when the mutated plant became motionless did they cautiously approach it. Pei Chongxiu gestured to the plant, instructing Chen Jia to extract it.
Got it.
Chen Jia seized a relatively sturdy vine and yanked it with all her might, uprooting the plant from its charred roots. Based on her experience with uprooting mutated plants, Pei Chongxiu likely discovered something edible once again. Pei Chongxiu retrieved the Tang Dao from the ground and forcefully stabbed it into a protruding spot at the base of the roots, twisting the handle until a green crystal the size of a thumb fell out. It won't survive. Let's extinguish the fire first. We don't want to burn down the entire area. Zhou Annie's water orb splashed into the pit, extinguishing the flames in no time. And Song Qing filled the pit back in. Baiyu was somewhat puzzled. Aren't crystals only found with zombies? How can mutated plants have them?
Boss.
How can this mutated plant have a crystal? This is a mutated core. This particular horned vine will soon become a high-level mutated plant. It was during a phone call from the second brother that they discovered it, while they were besieged in a vast grove of anomalous vegetation. The peculiar core lay nestled at the roots of the trees. Unfortunately, it met its demise before it could flourish, consumed by flames. Baiyu's gaze gradually deepened. Realizing that Pei Chongxiu's abilities surpassed his expectations, he had not made a poor choice in selecting this individual. They sought refuge in relatively safe locations to tend to their wounds. Boss, we've checked thoroughly. There are no anomalies in the vicinity, reported one of the team members. Pei Chongxiu nodded and retrieved a medical kit from his spatial storage to assist with their bandaging. When the large boulder was detonated, he too was caught in the blast, sustaining a gash across his back. Chen Jia's hands were riddled with injuries, entwined with thorns. The two girls helped each other with their bandaging. After finishing her own, Zhou Annie took a needle to extract the thorns from Chen Jia's hand. Chen Jia, already nursing wounds, winced in pain as Zhou Annie poked at her, crying out in distress. Baiyu, unable to bear the sight any longer, stepped forward and took the needle from Zhou Annie. Let me handle it, he offered. Chen Jia regarded him skeptically, her expression questioning his intentions. Are you plotting against me? Baiyu grasped her hand firmly, cautioning, don't move. The pain is not mine to endure. Chen Jia sought assistance but was firmly held in place by Baiyu, inadvertently pricked by the needle, and she froze in fear. With her eyes tightly shut, she turned her head away, unwilling to watch, her hands trembling slightly, mentally cursing the anomalous vegetation thousands of times. Observing her quivering hands, Baiyu couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing his laughter, Chen Jia demanded, "What is so funny?" Baiyu responded, "I find it amusing that some individuals possess such a timid disposition." Trembling as if they were elderly. Who are you calling old? If you're not old, why are you trembling? Their playful banter continued as Baiyu efficiently cleaned and bandaged Chen Jia's wound, wrapping it in 2 layers of gauze. Given the warm weather, they could not afford to layer too much. Chen Jia, in a daze, raised her bandaged hands, pondering silently how this towering figure could be so gentle. Before she could fully process it, her wounds had been tended to. Knowing the 2 younger ones were safe, Pei Chongxiu did not rush back, but instead led them to the nearest city, home to a Pei family factory. They needed to gather supplies, regardless of the risks involved. After several days of travel, they finally reached their destination. Upon seeing the zombies blocking their path, Yu Yuan cautiously withdrew his head and glanced back at the others. Should we go around? There are only a few. It's unnecessary, he replied. Yu Yuan looked at Jiang Jun, who seemed to have a knowing expression, as if to say, you're getting cocky. While they're still unaware, quickly lure them over.
Jiang Yun exclaimed, rising to comply.
Pei Chongxiu tossed a tang knife to Li Li, nodding towards the side you go. Li Li, an ordinary person without powers, understood that if he did not learn to combat zombies, survival would be difficult. Throughout this time, he grasped that while Pei Chongxiu would protect him, it would not be forever. He must learn to kill zombies to survive. His grip on the knife transformed from trembling to swift precision as the team members took the time to teach him. He lived up to their expectations, showing remarkable improvement in a short span. Pei Changshu also instructed 2 girls to accompany them. Observing the 3 confronting the zombies, he reflected on the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Without the knowledge of survival, they would face elimination, cast away by this world. Jiang Jun swaggered towards the zombies, a cigarette clenched in his mouth, making a teasing sound as if to taunt a dog. The zombies, noticing his audacity, tilted their heads, exposing their toothy grins, with strands of flesh stuck between their teeth. They snarled and lunged at him with alarming speed. Seeing their rapid approach, Jiang Jun tightened his grip on the cigarette, muttering curses, and hurled a fireball directly at the zombie's forehead. To his surprise, the zombie dodged it, and the fireball detonated against another zombie behind it. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a swarm of zombies emerging from nowhere, their hungry gazes fixed upon him. The 3 following him shivered in unison. Did Jiang Jun just poke the zombie's nest? Jiang Jun reacted swiftly, brandishing his knife at a zombie trying to claw at him. Damn it! Run, you fools! This is definitely a zombie nest. He then flung several fireballs toward the approaching horde. Pei Changshu, with a cigarette still unlit, observed the oncoming tide of zombies with a fearless demeanor. All right then. Zhang Liang drew a submachine gun, with a tang knife strapped to his back, activating his teleportation ability to charge toward Jiang Jun. He opened fire at the relentless zombies pursuing Jiang Jun, the submachine gun nearly smoking from rapid fire. Yet, not a single bullet was wasted as several zombies fell. Song Chung followed suit, creating a large opening behind Jiang Jun, causing the mindless zombies to tumble in. Even as Jiang Jun dashed past, he did not forget to toss a few fireballs into the pit, causing more zombies to plunge into the abyss. However, the evolved zombies, equipped with abilities, cleverly avoided the pit and continued their pursuit. The zombies that fell into the pit paused, circumventing it as a gust of wind swept through, lifting several zombies over the chasm. Pei Changshu spat out the unlit cigarette, realizing there were advanced zombies with wind abilities among them. A fierce gust of wind surged toward them, forcing Pei Changshu to stumble aside, a gash appearing on his face, quickly oozing blood.
Run,
He commanded, leading them into a nearby vehicle, flooring the accelerator as they darted into an adjacent alley, hoping it would slow the zombies' pursuit. Zhang Liang swiftly drew his knife, decapitating a zombie that had been following him, taunting, "You thought you could keep up with me?" He redirected some of the zombies to another path. Navigating through the twists and turns, Pei Changshu unexpectedly found themselves in the compound's vicinity. The zombies had vanished from sight, their roars receding into the distance. Zhang Liang soon joined them. Pei Changshu retrieved the firearms he had previously collected from his spatial storage, distributing them among the group, along with daggers. "Be cautious." "Understood." They replied in unison. Rather than splitting up, they chose to act together. Although their collective strength had significantly increased, without a wood-based ability user, Pei Changshu preferred to stay united. As they journeyed, the city outskirts were densely populated with anomalous vegetation, while the wilderness offered little more than a few evolved plants with defensive mechanisms. They advanced cautiously, oblivious to something swift moving atop the rooftops. Too fast for the human eye to discern. Pei Changshu examined the distribution map of the compound. The warehouse was centrally located. This facility produced a variety of noodle products, including instant noodles, flour, sweet potato starch, crystal starch, and taro flour. They successfully opened the warehouse, discovering it filled with packaged flour products. Pei Changshu stored everything within his spatial realm. As they continued their journey, collecting supplies, Pei Changshu's spatial area expanded significantly, nearly the size of a school, allowing him to gather without difficulty. Lily eagerly rushed to grab some gluten, exclaiming, "This stuff is delicious." However, he collided with an unseen object, looking up in confusion. What just happened? Why did I bounce back? He reached out to touch it, feeling something cold, coarse, yet oddly slick. What on earth is this? Suddenly, the object beneath his hand flickered, revealing the true colors of a large snake that had blended seamlessly with its surroundings. The crimson scales of the serpent, on ordinary days, would elicit a remark of celebration from Lily. In an instant, that hue blended seamlessly into the surrounding environment, causing Li to momentarily lose his breath. His head spinning, he could not perish here. Cautiously, he retreated, his hands gingerly exploring the space before him. Yu Yuan, observing him, found it somewhat amusing.
Lily.
What are you doing? Have you gone blind? Li, startled, frantically gestured for him to be silent, his face etched with anxiety. Pei Changxiu had gathered the items in the warehouse, and although he had cleared them thoroughly, why were there still cardboard boxes by the wall? Bai Yu lifted his gaze. Scanning the area, his ears finally attuned to the faint rustling of something crawling. There were indeed other entities in this warehouse, not just them, and they were of considerable size. Pei Changxiu also sensed the unease, exchanging a glance with Bai Yu, quietly urging everyone to exit. Staying here would only lead to their capture. The fear loomed that they might indeed be the prey. The smile on Yu Yuan's face faded as he cautiously followed the others out. Yet, just as they reached the doorway, they had to retreat. The creature revealed itself, guarding the entrance, flicking its forked tongue at them. The group's expression darkened. Indeed, they had become the hunted. Chapter 64. The fate of Pei Changxiu remains uncertain. Jiang Jun gazed at the large serpent adorned with vibrant red scales, exclaiming, "How beautiful!"
Yun.
There's a time and place for compliments, Yu Heng, Yu Yuan's twin brother, remarked, feeling a pang of pain in his head. Unbeknownst to him, his earlier exclamation had slipped out. Yu Yuan's eyes sparkled. The serpent was indeed stunning. Triangular head, a body enveloped in vivid red. Its scales refracting exquisite light in the sun's rays. Observing his brother's expression, Yu Heng realized what was on his mind. Such a dangerous creature. Don't even think about it. Let us find another, he whispered. Yu Yuan coughed, quietly activating his ability, beast mastery, ever in search of a worthy companion. Yet they were either too unattractive or lacked sufficient lethality. Let us exit. The serpent tilted its triangular head, its vertical pupils reflecting surprise. This human was somewhat different. Do you fancy snakes? Yu Yuan wished to speak, but with others present, admitting to liking a snake seemed somewhat embarrassing, so he merely nodded. Lying to the snake. Everyone who comes here says that. The large serpent flicked its beautiful red tail. Thus, the snake devoured them all. Yu Yuan raised a hand to calm it. I am not deceiving you. Please remain composed. The serpent tilted its head, but your companion does not appear very calm. Is he about to hurl fireballs at me? Yu Yuan seized Jiang Jun, urging everyone to hold still. The large red serpent joyfully swayed its body, its scales crashing against the wall, producing a piercing sound accompanied by sparks. Its scales were exceedingly hard. The serpent drew closer to Yu Yuan, its head raised, surveying the diminutive human below. You are so small. The snake could crush you. Perhaps you should just let it consume you. Yu Yuan was not angered, but he caught onto something. Are you hungry? The serpent nodded, while Li, watching from the side, worried that the serpent might crush Yu Yuan with its head. The serpent had consumed many things but was still quite famished. Its red tail slapped the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Wait a moment. Yu Yuan turned to Pei Changxiu, sharing his thoughts and asking for the wild boar they had previously hunted. Are you certain? Pei Changxiu regarded him intently. Yu Yuan nodded, and Pei Changxiu retrieved the wild boar from the warehouse, placing it before the great serpent. The scent of fresh prey wafted in the air, slightly sweet and bloody, causing serpent saliva to drip from its jaws. Go ahead, consume it, and you shall not eat us. The serpent nodded, its tail swishing like a playful puppy. Just as it was about to feast, it suddenly lifted its head, its eyes glinting ominously. Pei Changxiu, thinking it was about to attack, quickly pulled Yu Yuan back. Little did they know, the serpent turned and slithered towards the exit, forming icicles around it, sharp and exuding a chill beneath the sun. As it turned, its scales emitted wisps of smoke, with one scale even shedding. Pei Changxiu seized the moment. Quickly, let us go. The group hurried to the door, only to find a group of 5 or 6 people waiting outside. A round-faced girl hurled fireballs at the large serpent, reassuring them, do not fear. We are here. Another man called into a walkie-talkie, and when Yu Yuan attempted to approach, his brother Yu Heng restrained him. Do not act rashly. Let us assess the situation. Meanwhile, a vine stealthily entwined itself around Pei Changxiu's neck. Song Cheng, Chen Jia, and Zhou Annie fell victim in succession. The vine, however, faltered just as it was about to ensnare Li, who swiftly severed it with his knife. Chen Jia gathered his abilities around his neck and pulled back forcefully, bending the roof where the vine was pressed. Bai Yu drew his knife, hacking at the vine constricting Pei Changxiu's neck, while others rushed in to assist. Song Cheng and Zhou Annie were fortunate. The vines that ensnared them were tender green, easily severed with a few strikes. However, the vine around Pei Changxiu was too resilient. Despite their efforts, they could only leave faint marks on it. Pei Changxiu's face turned crimson, the arteries in his neck bulging. He desperately clawed at the vine, but it remained firmly affixed. Struggling to breathe through his nose and mouth, he found the scant oxygen insufficient, and his head began to spin. Baiyu noticed Pei Changxiu's eyes rolling back and feared for the worst. If they did not rescue him soon, he would suffocate. The group frantically hacked at the vine, yet to no avail. Jiang Jun and Yu Heng hurled fireballs, only to provoke the aberrant plant, which swiftly flung them aside. They could only watch helplessly as Pei Changxiu was dragged away, unconscious. Boss. A new group of 7 or 8 individuals approached, attacking the large serpent. Realizing it was outmatched, the serpent fled without hesitation or delay. As Pei Changxiu led his group southward, they encountered 8 people standing in the middle of the road. Seemingly fearful of the convoy not stopping, the drivers slammed on their brakes, causing a chain reaction of sudden stops behind them. At that moment, Pei Changxiu held a test tube, which contained a small piece of meat at the bottom. The abrupt stop caused him to lose grip, and it fell to the ground with a thud. Instinctively, he turned to look. The usually composed Pei Changxiu now bore a troubled expression as his gaze swept over the fallen item. This is bad. The professor was researching the edibility of aberrant creature meat. Several types had already been tested. This was freshwater fish, which was notoriously difficult to catch. They had managed to secure one, resembling a juvenile. The professor had taken a small piece, and this was the last remaining. An urgent alarm rang in Pei Changxiu's mind. His hand discreetly reached for the car door switch. Professor, I'm going to see what is happening. Just as he spoke, the door was slammed shut. Pei Changxiu squatted on the ground, staring at the small piece of meat, using tweezers to carefully roast it with a lighter before placing it back into a new test tube. Meanwhile, Yu stormed out of the vehicle, exuding an imposing aura, demanding, "What is going on? Why did we suddenly stop?" The leading vehicle was driven by several soldiers, all endowed with abilities, primarily to protect Pei Changxiu. The foremost soldier nodded in greeting. "Researcher, these individuals wish to accompany us to the safe zone." Yu's gaze swept over the gaunt figures before him, their clothes unkempt. "We are not going to the safe zone. Did we not inform them?" "We did, but they still wish to follow us." Yu clicked his tongue, turning to face the timid individuals. "We are not going to the safe zone. What do you intend to do?" A man, cradling a child, stepped forward with an air of humility, pleading for a ride. "We will disembark at the expressway junction from Yeyu to Minhai. We are heading to Minhai." Chapter 65. If we provoke him, he might very well send us back. They had suffered great losses along the way, even while proceeding quietly, avoiding any disturbances to the surrounding creatures. The strength of this convoy was evident in their audacity to drive directly. Accompanying them would ensure a much safer journey. Yet, the man remained silent, prompting him to add, "We will not be a burden to you. We have our own provisions. We merely wish to follow in your wake." The child on his back gazed at him with wide, pleading eyes. Seeing the man's silence, he knelt before him, and the men and women behind him followed suit. "Please, kind sir, we just want to stay with you. We will manage our own food. We beseech you to let us accompany you." Yu was taken aback by this display and hurriedly urged him to rise. "There is no need for such actions. Brother, please allow us to follow. We will not trouble you." Yu's heart softened. This matter was beyond his authority and required the professor's approval. Could we perhaps meet him? Just for a moment.
All right.
Unable to withstand their earnest pleas, Yu relented. Previously, he had encountered various individuals seeking to join them, most of whom were arrogant. Rarely had he met someone so desperately pleading. He led the group to the window of the vehicle behind them and gently tapped the glass. "Professor, they wish to see you." Seeing the cautious demeanor of those who brought him here, he hesitated to open the door. Luda also refrained from stepping forward, standing awkwardly with an ingratiating expression. After a long silence, Yu could no longer resist and reached for the passenger door. Casting an inquiring glance at the imposing figure in the driver's seat, the man shook his head, indicating Yu should look for himself. Through the gap in the seats, Yu observed Pei Changxiu intently focused on a row of test tubes, seemingly oblivious to their presence. He understood that this was a critical moment in the experiment. He withdrew his head, patiently awaiting the professor's outcome. The man behind him, visibly anxious, whispered, "Brother, what should we do?" Yu gestured for him to be calm. "The professor is conducting an experiment. If you wish to accompany us, you must be patient." It was strictly prohibited to disturb the professor during his work. Several individuals began to exit the vehicles behind them, adorned in glasses and dressed impeccably. What has happened? Why have we stopped? Inu candidly explained the situation. Zhang Hao peered toward the front of the vehicle, where several people, men and women and children stood, all wearing anxious expressions. Upon locking eyes with one of the children, Zhang Hao felt a pang of sorrow. Perhaps we should allow them to accompany us. Beside him, Lu Dezhuang adjusted his glasses, reluctant to linger with what he deemed foolishness. I am at a critical point in my experiment. I cannot afford distractions. Swiftly, he departed, knowing that their safety relied on Pei Chang's capabilities. Renowned for his difficult disposition, especially during experiments, disturbing him could lead to dire consequences. His moral compass was negligible, if existent at all. Offending him could result in them being abandoned. Out in the world, they were in high demand. Here with Pei Chang'e, they were inconsequential. Zhang Hao, feeling aged and confused, had grown complacent in their secure existence, underestimating the professor's severity. Although Inu felt sympathy for them, he dared not take liberties and promptly waved his hands. I cannot make this decision. Perhaps, Professor Zhang, you could speak with Professor Pei? Zhang Hao hesitated, fearful to approach, recalling how Pei Chang'e had once threatened to send him back to the research facility. If he provoked him, he might indeed follow through. Pei Chang'e examined the bubbling test tubes. Only one remained unresponsive, yet this was already significant progress. He extracted the inactive tube, determining it was unfit for consumption or required further processing for safe ingestion. His gaze drifted to the vehicle window, where Inu and a few others stood. Among them was a man he had not seen before, appearing haggard, with skin drawn tightly over his bones. The child behind him, however, resembled any ordinary child, with a clean face and a hint of baby fat. Clutching a dark, fuzzy toy, the child's large, dark eyes timidly met Pei Chang'e's gaze. Pei Chang'e knew the window obscured the interior from outside view, allowing only those within to see out. Yet, the fear and desperation in the child's eyes seemed genuine. Such expressions he had never seen in Xiao Lu, who was always cheerful, laughing heartily, or crying unabashedly. She was well protected. Even in conflicts with Xiao Wu, she remained unfazed, always seeking opportunities for reprisal. In this apocalyptic world, he wished for Xiao Lu to be safeguarded, to retain her innocence, free from sorrow, fear, and trepidation. Moved, Pei Chang'e approached and lowered the window. As it slid open, hope ignited in the eyes of the father and son, though they remained silent. What is going on? Zhang Hao stood by, mute. Inu stepped forward. Professor Pei. They wish to travel with our convoy. They will disembark at the expressway junction from Yeyu to Minhai, handling their own provisions. After Inu spoke, Luda implored, Yes, Mr. Pei, we only wish to follow behind you, without causing any disturbance. We are 8 in total, including 2 well-behaved children who will not cause a fuss. Pei Chang'e regarded the others thoughtfully. Luda, fearing a refusal, quickly knelt. Please, Mr. Pei, grant us this request. We promise not to disrupt you. We can assist with fighting zombies, cooking, and any chores. Pei Chang'e glanced at Inu, who hurriedly helped Luda rise. What are you doing? Get up. Our professor has yet to respond. Luda wiped his eyes, alarmed at the thought of displeasing Pei Chang'e. They had lost too many along the way. Initially a group of over 20, now only 8 remained, too fearful to drive and risk attracting other creatures. Mr. Pei, we just wish to survive. Inu's inquiring gaze fell upon Pei Chang'e. A timid, childlike voice broke the silence. Big brother, please let us stay with you. My mother is gone. I cannot lose my father too. Pei Chang'e, touched by the plea and the anxious eyes, felt a shift within him. Chapter 66. Human cats only need a little milk. Very well. The child's eyes brightened, and Luda bowed repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pei. Do not be hasty in your gratitude.
Liu Destifened.
Sensing a shift in the atmosphere as his son, Lu Hui, sensed something amiss, fearing Pei Chang'e might retract his offer. He understood the terror of those creatures. Even their mother had perished after being scratched by one. He was desperate to survive, clinging to his only current support. Big brother. Pei Chang'e turned his attention to Luda. You may accompany us, but I have conditions. Please, Mr. Pei, state your terms. First, you are responsible for your own supplies. Second, I dislike complications and expect you to resolve your own issues. Third, I prefer a quiet environment, so manage your group appropriately. Yes, yes, Mr. Pei. I will convey these 3 conditions. Luda's face beamed with tears of joy. They had once again received a chance to survive. The location is remote, with the nearest town a considerable distance away. Fortunately, there are many vehicles available, and aside from the professor's cars, the others are filled with people. They manage to squeeze in, and once they reach the town ahead, they can arrange for their own transport. The group is hesitant to lead anyone to Pei Chang's vehicle, as it is filled with experimental materials, and angering Pei Chang's could endanger them all. The group led by Luda remains relatively quiet, even during mealtime, opting to huddle in a corner to nibble on dry bread and compressed biscuits. The children, however, cannot resist the aroma wafting from a pot of boiling noodles, their eyes drawn to the source. Luda, having prepared some hot water, offers it to his son Lu Hui. Here, drink some warm water.
Liu,
With a look of dejection, replies, Thank you, Dad. He knows he mustn't cause a scene, lest the older boy drive them away.
Liu smiles.
Relieved that his son is behaving. Over this time, Lu Hui has grown quite sensible. Observing the noodles nearing completion, Inyu stands up to call out. He taps on the car window of Professor Pei. The noodles are ready, come down to eat. Receiving no response, he cautiously peers into the front seat, seeing Pei Chang's meticulously dripping a substance into a test tube. Familiar with this scenario during critical experimental phases, Inyu retracts his head, leaving the door ajar. He plans to bring Pei some self-heating rice later. The person beside him, who possesses spatial abilities, nods. He is accustomed to such situations and retrieves a self-heating rice meal for Pei Chang's. The remaining noodles are too much for them to finish. Zhang Hao, noticing the 2 children's pitiful expressions, feels his heart soften. Having devoted his life to research and remaining unmarried, he still has a fondness for children and cannot bear to see them in distress. Inyu, we can't finish the leftover noodles. Let us give them to those 2 kids. They look quite pitiful. Inyu agrees as their rations are ample, being grown men with substantial appetites. Zhang Hao takes 2 disposable boxes and fills them with noodles, bringing them over. Here you go, kids. Eat up. The children's parents are taken aback, quickly standing to express their gratitude. Thank you, uncle. Thank you. Zhang Hao returns with a smile, humming a little tune, and unexpectedly catches Pei Chang's gaze. He clears his throat and hurries back to his vehicle, needing to check his experimental results before missing the critical timing. Pei Chang's sits at a small foldable table as Ji Yen brings over the self-heating rice, which contains braised pork. Mr. Pei, he acknowledges. Upon seeing the meal, Pei Chang's, with a spoon in hand, nonchalantly remarks, From now on, there's no need to prepare special meals for me. I'm fine eating what everyone else has. After their meal, they hasten to depart for the nearest town while daylight remains, seeking shelter and transportation. Upon arrival, Pei Chang's remains in the car as Wang Yuan organizes his team, with some checking the surrounding environment while others prepare a space for Pei to rest. The professors and researchers have grown accustomed to Pei Chang's manner and follow suit to tidy their own quarters, paying little mind to Luda and his group. The few of them hesitate, unsure of how to proceed, casting glances at Luda. Brother Lu, what should we do now? They seem uninterested in us. Luda reassures them, it's a blessing they've allowed us to follow. Let us begin assigning tasks. He adopts Wang Yuan's approach and divides the group with abilities into 2 teams. One goes to find transportation while the other remains to ensure safety and assist those tidying up. Leading the search for vehicles, Luda, a wood element ability user, reassures the group that the mutant plants will not attack them with his presence. After walking for approximately 20 minutes, they discover 3 vehicles, 2 of which are mid-sized SUVs, ample space for their group, and capable of carrying supplies once found. Spotting a small store not far away, its door shut but likely containing goods, Luda declares, You all work on the vehicles, I'll check for food. Another man accompanies him.
Liu,
Armed with a brick found by the roadside, shatters the glass door, remaining vigilant inside. Surprisingly, no zombies approach despite the commotion, suggesting the area is secure. Seeing shelves stocked with milk powder and milk, he quickly grabs a large bag from behind the counter to fill. With these provisions, he won't worry about his son's growth. Carrying 2 large bags back, they find the 3 vehicles have already been pried open, and the one who had done so beams upon seeing their haul. Brother Lu is incredible. Look at all this good stuff. Quickly, let us load everything usable before daylight fades. The trio rolls up their sleeves, opting to carry the bags directly to the vehicles to avoid disturbing any lurking mutant creatures. As Luda completes the final round of loading, he stumbles upon a fluffy little calico kitten crouching before him. Though called a kitten, it is as large as a fully grown cat from before the apocalypse. The kitten mews plaintively, eyeing Luda's milk powder, yearning for nourishment. Abandoned by its mother early on, it has long been deprived of milk. Luda, annoyed, admonishes the cat, "Get away. The food is for my son."
Meow.
The kitten persists, nuzzling against his leg, pleading for just a little milk. Luda, growing increasingly irritated, kicks it aside. "Get lost, you little wretch." The small creature, startled by the kick, tumbles and regains its footing, fur bristling as it emits a sharper cry. Its once soft demeanor now replaced with a prickly stance, it stands firm, hissing in response. Luda, his patience thinning after recent trials, seizes the moment to vent his frustration.
Hey.
"You little beast, do you dare hiss at me?" He raises his foot again. Watching the round little creature roll away, its sharp claws extending from soft pads, it swiftly scratches Luda's calf, tearing his pants. "Damn it, you little brat." He contemplates another kick, but the kitten deftly darts away, its fur swaying with each movement. Luda inspects his leg, relieved that his trousers are of good quality, as the scratches are shallow, leaving only 3 faint lines of blood. "Brother Lu, what happened?" A companion, noticing Luda's delay in returning, rushes over to check. "It's nothing, just a scratch from a little nuisance." "Are you injured?" They begin to examine him. For Luda is their pillar of support and must remain unharmed. "I'm fine. Let us go. Everyone is waiting." The man happily takes the items Luda carries as they head back to the vehicles. Around the corner, the fluffy kitten peeks out from behind a wall, licking its little paws, which are slightly dirty and damp. This time, it has encountered misfortune, meeting a rogue. However, humans tend to congregate, so perhaps it might find a kind soul willing to provide milk. It scampers after their vehicle. Wang Yuan, having just concluded discussions with Pei Changza about subsequent matters, steps outside and tosses a box of cigarettes his way, which he catches deftly. A slender tendril of smoke spiraled upward as he drew from a cigarette, engaging in a casual conversation with his companion. Outside the door, 2 teammates entered, carrying a sheep and 3 chickens. "What a bountiful harvest today."
Suju.
Who was busy preparing a meal, glanced at the items they had brought in. Indeed, they must have come from the sheep and poultry farms. The standing members hurried to assist, while Wang Yuan discarded his cigarette and approached to skin the sheep. Currently, they were not lacking in provisions, a testament to Pei Changza's relentless research on the safety of meat and vegetables for human consumption. Along the way, he would pause to experiment with vegetable cultivation at rest stops, investigating what was edible. Unfortunately, many crops would mutate, some in grotesque forms that were hard to behold. A scant few remained unchanged, yet they often exhibited alarming levels of contamination. Pei Changza emerged from the house, a cigarette perched between his lips, one hand in his pocket. His long fingers delicately held the cigarette as he took a drag, his almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly. His fair complexion contrasted with the dark circles beneath his eyes, a sign of his prolonged lack of rest. He stepped forward, stirring the contents of the pot, and noticed the large bowl beside him filled with soaked and cleaned black fungus. He instinctively reached for it to add to the pot.
Suju,
who was busy filling a water bucket nearby, quickly rushed over to stop him, furrowing his brows as he seized the fungus from Pei Changza's hands. "Mr. Pei,
you can't add this in.
why not? Aren't we making soup?" Pei Changza queried, glancing at the bubbling pot of hot water. "This pot is for stewing lamb, not for stir-frying yam," Suju explained. He dared not let Pei Changza meddle with the food, uncertain of what culinary calamity might ensue from his involvement. Normal ingredients, once touched by him, often transformed into unpalatable dishes, causing mild discomfort or, at worst, sleepless nights filled with stomach turmoil. They understood his brilliance in experimentation, but if he were equally adept in the kitchen, it would be unbearable. Pei Changza awkwardly rubbed the tip of his nose, observing Suju as he added chopped lamb, dried ginger slices, green onion leaves, and various seasonings into the pot. The process appeared haphazard, yet Pei Changza couldn't help but question whether it was indeed random. Nevertheless, the results of such seemingly careless actions were remarkably delicious, while his own meticulous efforts often resulted in culinary disasters. Wang Yuan meticulously packaged the meat in bags, ready to be utilized for meals later. A faint mewl echoed, causing Wang Yuan to pause, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the entrance. After surveying the area without success, He spotted two adorable, fluffy paws peeking from the bushes in the yard. On a whimsical impulse, he tossed a piece of boneless lamb towards the paws. As expected, a round paw emerged, eagerly pawing at the meat. Before long, a soft purring reached Wang Yuan's ears, and he paused to relish the moment before hastily tidying up. He produced a piece of jerky from his pocket, and despite his robust stature, he began to call out in a high-pitched voice towards the thicket. Pei Changze, startled, dropped his cigarette, following the sound to see Wang Yuan crouched before the bushes, meowing like a cat. Wang Yuan had once owned a Maine Coon, a strikingly beautiful cat, and he would often indulge it with treats from the supermarket. Even when the cat would ignore him or swat at him playfully, he would praise its strength and sharp claws. He found it hard to comprehend, yet Wang Yuan's fondness for that cat was evident, even though he had not brought it along on this trip. After a moment of determined coaxing, a timid little head finally poked out from the bushes, a delicate pink tongue licking the jerky from Wang Yuan's hand. He held his breath, subtly retracting his hand to lure the entire cat out, revealing a stunning long-haired calico. Wang Yuan's heart melted at the sight. The little calico nibbled at the jerky, struggling with its toughness, eventually managing to break off a small piece. "Is it too hard?" Wang Yuan asked softly. The calico, unafraid, cautiously approached him, rubbing its fluffy head against his hand. As it grew more comfortable, it boldly leaned against him, its meows growing increasingly plaintive. Zhou Fei joined in, offering a small piece of chicken and making slurping noises. Wang Yuan, somewhat irked, thought, "What is that noise? It's not a dog. Don't scare it away." Chapter 68. The little kitten Lu Hui was playing in the courtyard, his father having brought back an assortment of items as the leader of their team, receiving much adoration from the members. He was astute enough to know when to be boisterous and when to temper his temperament. Sensing the savory aroma of stewed meat wafting from next door, he swallowed hard, his eyes darting around. Everyone desired a taste, yet none dared approach, fearing they might provoke the neighbors and be left behind on their journey. With a childish audacity, Lu Hui seized the moment when no one was paying attention and darted to the next door, squatting at the entrance to gaze longingly inside. Pei Changze noticed him lingering and beckoned him over. Lu Hui dashed forward, his round face lighting up with a smile. "Big brother." Pei Changze, unable to resist, pinched his cheek, reminiscing about the clever little Lu Xiaolu. Sensing Pei Changze's fondness, Lu Hui feigned ignorance to linger a moment longer. Pei Changze produced a lollipop from his pocket, offering it to him. "Here, have this." Lu Hui's eyes sparkled as he graciously accepted. "Thank you, big brother." Assuming the demeanor of a well-behaved child, Su Jiu ladled out the meat and vegetables, preparing a dipping sauce, calling everyone to eat. The sight of Lu Hui's eyes, nearly glued to the pot of lamb, made Su Jiu chuckle as he handed the boy a bowl filled with some. However, Lu Hui merely held the bowl without eating. "Why aren't you eating?" Pei Changze inquired. Can I take it back to eat with my dad?" Lu Hui asked. Pei Changze took a sip of the lamb soup. "No, you must eat here." The boy demonstrated remarkable consideration, thinking of his father even while enjoying a meal. Lu Hui's expression dimmed momentarily, but he dutifully thanked Pei Changze and began to eat the lamb in his bowl. No one could resist a well-behaved child, and even the rough men in Su Jiu's group were no exception. They found the boy's demeanor endearing and even offered him a roasted chicken leg. "Thank you, brother." Wang Yuan sat at the table, the little calico nestled at his feet, munching on lamb. Once finished, it meowed at him, prompting Wang Yuan to offer another sizable piece, yet the little creature showed no interest. Wang Yuan gently nudged its head with his fingertip, asking, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" The calico seemed to express a desire for milk. Wang Yuan, clueless about its needs, felt a pang of anxiety. Zhou Fei, observing Wang Yuan's concern, calmly remarked, "It wants milk, not meat." Wang Yuan was taken aback. "But it's an adult cat. Can milk still sustain it?" The nuance in Wang Yuan's words did not escape Pei Changze, who was more concerned about whether the kitten could be satiated than where to procure milk. "It's not fully grown, just 5 or 6 months old," Zhou Fei clarified. Wang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's a rare beast?" Zhou Fei nodded. Wang Yuan was overwhelmed with joy, neglecting his meal as he hurriedly picked up the little cat. "Oh, dear, are you only 5 or 6 months old? Where is your mother? Why are you out here, all alone?" The calico kitten seemed to be unaccustomed to being lifted like this, kicking its hind legs and mewing softly. Wang Yuan noticed its discomfort and gently placed it on his lap, stroking its soft fur repeatedly. Zhou Fei, whose awakened ability was beast mastery, stood nearby acting as a translator. Its mother gave birth to a litter, but this one was different and got cast out. Wang Yuan lowered his voice, scratching the kitten's chin affectionately. I need to see Mr. Pei Changza. Could you spare me some of the milk you brought for your sister? Just 5 boxes, please. I'm gathering supplies tomorrow. This way, he could ensure the little calico had milk to drink. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, that milk was meant for Pei Changza's sister, and men like them typically did not drink milk. Pei Changza nodded, telling Ji Yan to fetch it. Thank you, Mr. Pei. Ji Yan had already retrieved the milk from the space and casually tossed 2 boxes over, fearing that the little creature might not have enough. Wang Yuan found a small bowl and poured the contents of both boxes into it. The little kitten, upon seeing the milk, was practically quivering with anticipation while maintaining a dignified distance. After pouring, Wang Yuan noticed the kitten did not approach to drink, but instead, a suspicious, glistening droplet dangled from its mouth, stretching and falling to the ground. He couldn't help but chuckle at its coyness. Go on, it's all yours, he urged, nudging the bowl closer. Finally, the little creature bowed its head and began to lap up the milk eagerly. Observing the silly grin on his face and the warmth radiating from the kitten, Pei Changza feared Wang Yuan might sustain himself on such trivial nourishment for the night.
All right.
Come eat now. Let it drink by itself. Wang Yuan realized he had lost his composure, clearing his throat and rising to join the meal. In front of others, he had always portrayed himself as a tough, reliable, rational, and cold soldier, but now his image lay in tatters. He recalled leaving the research institute, only to realize he had forgotten his Maine Coon. When he returned, he found it scavenging corpses alongside zombies. The once adorable kitten had transformed into a zombie cat, its eyes drooping, ears hanging precariously. It didn't survive, nor did it become a beast. This left Wang Yuan feeling deeply troubled for quite some time. He adored cats, especially the way they greeted him with meows at the door after a long day, alleviating his fatigue. Lu Hui finished his meal and squatted before the calico, staring at the milk. The kitten seemed to sense the malice and bared its teeth while guarding its bowl. When Lu Hui attempted to pet it, the kitten swatted his hand with a tiny paw, leaving him feeling aggrieved. Perhaps Pei Changza's casual demeanor led Lu Hui to misunderstand the situation. He cradled his paw and looked up at Pei Changza with watery eyes. Big brother, this little cat is so fierce. Pei Changza, rolling lamb meat in dipping sauce, advised. Don't touch it, and it won't be fierce with you. Wang Yuan, fearing the child might provoke the kitten, checked Lu Hui's hand and found no marks. All right, the kitten is still young. It didn't mean any harm. It just swatted you with its paw. It didn't scratch you. Lu Hui felt even more wronged. Why did it seem like everyone favored that mischievous cat? He approached Pei Changza, tugging at his shirt. Big brother, I want some milk too. Pei Changza shot him a sidelong glance. Those are reserved for my little sister. Just then, Luda entered, interrupting Lu Hui.
Xiaoyi.
What are you doing here? Your father has been looking for you. His tone was filled with reproach. Lu Hui, feeling somewhat wronged, ran to embrace his father's leg. Chapter 69. Is Captain Wang still allowing you on his bed? Luda patted his son's back and turned to apologize to Pei Changza. I'm sorry, Mr. Pei. Children can be thoughtless. I apologize for the trouble. Pei Changza swallowed his morsel of lamb. Mr. Lu, it is essential to discipline children properly. In situations like this, had we not been here, something could have happened to the child. Moreover, we want to always be around to supervise.
Liu De nodded repeatedly,
Offering several apologies before leading his child away. Once outside the courtyard, his expression darkened, and Lu Hui, held by the hand, dared not speak. Lu De had intentionally let his son approach, noticing Pei Changza's fondness for Lu Hui. However, it seemed that affection was insufficient for him to keep Lu Hui close. He had hoped that if Lu Hui won Pei Changza's favor, their relationship would be more secure. In the dead of night, Lu Hui awoke, needing to relieve himself.
A nice Liu De.
Daddy, I need to pee. After several attempts to rouse him, Lu Hui could no longer hold it and decided to go out on his own. The previously unresponsive figure suddenly convulsed, emitting a sound akin to a beast's roar, before springing up in an unnatural manner and heading for the open door. Outside was the living room, where 2 individuals were on duty, likely too weary, nodding off. Upon seeing them, Luda's eyes glinted with ferocity as he lunged at one, savagely tearing into his neck. Warm blood sprayed across the sofa, filling the air with a thick metallic scent. The other, groggily awakening, grumbled. What is going on? It's the middle of the night. As he opened his eyes and met Luda's gaze, he caught sight of his fallen comrade. His pupils dilated, and he bolted outside, shouting, "Zombies! There are zombies! Help! Zombies!" His cries startled many, prompting those inside to rush out to assess the situation. Upon seeing Luda transformed into a zombie, they brandished knives, ready to strike. Lu Hui cried out, "Don't kill my dad. My dad won't turn into a zombie. Please save him."
Yui, get back.
Your dad has already turned into a zombie. He can't be saved. Move away, or you'll become one too.
No.
My dad won't turn into a zombie. He promised he would always take care of me. He won't leave me. He tugged at Luda's clothing, weeping, "Daddy, wake up. You weren't bitten by a zombie. Why are you turning into one? Daddy, please wake up." Xiao Hui is scared. You promised you wouldn't leave me. Perhaps it was Lu Hui's desperate pleas that briefly stirred Luda's consciousness. He gazed down at the child clinging to his leg, about to reach out to embrace him when he noticed his blood-soaked hands. He hesitated, a nerve in his brain tugging violently. He craved flesh and blood, sensing the sweetness in it. "Hurry! Tie me up! Quickly!" Luda's roar jolted them back to reality, and they hastily bound him securely.
Pontingevili, lieu d'urger, Xiaohui, go.
"Fine, Mr. Pei. He must have a way to save your father." "Okay, I'll go right away." Lu Hui stumbled as he rushed to the door. Pei Changze was stationed at the entrance for the night shift, alongside Su Jiu. Having just heard the commotion and not intending to intervene, Su Jiu glanced at Pei Changze, noting his unyielding demeanor, before settling back against a stone pillar. Big brother, please, save my dad. Big brother." The child's cries pierced the air, trembling with urgency, taking on a slightly shrill tone. Pei Changze placed the book atop his head, wishing to ignore the commotion. He had stated from the outset that any trouble he caused, he alone would resolve. Su Jiren leaned against a stone pillar, yet his gaze perpetually wandered towards the entrance. The noise was unbearable. He stepped forward, addressing the child. "Go back. Mr. Pei has made it clear that you must handle your own troubles." "No, brother, please let me see the big brother. My father was never bitten or scratched by a zombie. He just suddenly changed." The child pleaded, "The big brother is so capable. He must have a way to save my father. Please, let me see him." Just as Su Jiren was about to decline, Pei Changze's voice rang out from behind. "It's late at night. Do you not fear attracting other things?" Pei Changze sauntered over, accompanied by Wang Yuan and Ying Yu. The big brother Lu Hui's hopeful gaze fell upon the shadowy figure in the courtyard. He was the only lifeline he had. "Let us see what is happening," Su Jiren said, pulling open the door. He waited until the others had entered before shutting it behind him. The captain and Ying Yu followed, leaving him to keep watch. He hoped they wouldn't truly attract any malevolent entities. As he settled down, a delicate mewing sound echoed from within. With nothing else to do, Su Jiren retrieved his jerky, tearing off small pieces to feed the kitten, which showed no hesitation, devouring whatever was offered. It even allowed him to pet and hold it. Su Jiren cradled the small creature, stroking its head and back, admiring its beauty. He playfully squeezed its paw pads, which were pristine and clean. "Thanks to Wang Yuan's care. Captain Wang is so good to you, even washing you so thoroughly. Did he let you sleep on his bed?" The only response was another soft meow. Pei Changze was perplexed as to why Luda was so confident he could save him, prompting the child to run over at this late hour. To avoid attracting further trouble, he knew he had to investigate. Luda lay bound on the ground, writhing like a maggot, alternating between screams and moments of lucidity, as if two distinct beings resided within him. Dad, please get up." Lu Hui rushed forward to assist him, but was restrained by those nearby. "Xiao Hui, don't go near him. Your father is infected." "It's impossible. My father can't be infected. He hasn't been bitten by a zombie." Pei Changze knelt beside Luda, placing his hand upon him to probe with his abilities, accurately locating the wound. Carefully, he used a knife to cut open Luda's pant leg, revealing a wound that had already begun to rot, consuming nearly half of his leg in a short span. As Luda thrashed about, the flesh was further mangled by his clothing, rendering it vulnerable and unsalvageable. Pei Changze handed the knife to Ying Yu, declaring, "It's too late. The zombie virus has already infiltrated his brain. In less than 5 minutes, he will be fully transformed."
No.
"It can't be true, big brother. My father wasn't bitten by a zombie. How could he become one? Chapter 70, Wong Team. We're not going to encounter a ghost wall, are we? Big brother, please. Save my father. I know you must have a way. Pei Changza shook his head, expressing his inability. Even the most powerful healing abilities would not suffice here. Lu Da had not been bitten, but he had been scratched by something carrying the virus, and the injury, while shallow initially, had dire consequences. If only you had discovered it sooner. Perhaps there would have been a chance to save him. Lu Hui, overwhelmed by fear, burst into tears. Those around him seemed to have found their resolve, recalling, yes. I remember. Yesterday, when we were searching for a vehicle, Lu Go mentioned he had been scratched by a small beast. At that moment, Lu Da appeared to regain some clarity, crying out, Mr. Pei, help me. Please, I don't want to become that disgusting thing. Lu Hui, still just a child, had already lost his mother. He could not bear to lose his father as well. Pei Chang's aside, it's too late. If you had noticed sooner, perhaps there was hope. His words sent Lu Da into despair, as the virus spread rapidly, clouding his mind. He could hardly recognize even his own son. Thrashing about in a frenzy, Lu Hui was pulled back by those nearby, narrowly avoiding the attack. Kill him, Pei Changza suggested. If he doesn't wish to become that creature, it is the only option.
No.
Lu Hui's piercing voice cried out, Big brother, please, save my father. Lu Da seemed to regain some semblance of awareness, pleading, help me. Please, I don't want to die. Pei Changza replied, it's too late. I cannot save you. Nor can anyone else. As he reached the door, he added, you must handle your own matters. This was the condition set from the beginning. If you cross that line, you must walk your own path. With that, he departed, leaving behind the increasingly hoarse and desperate cries of Lu Da and Lu Hui. However, Pei Changza paid them no heed as he left with the others. In the courtyard, Wang Yuan spotted his kitten in Su Jiren's arms and rushed over to carry it inside for a nap. The calico cat peered at its human bearer, curiously extending its head to gaze at the one who had just fed it, emitting a puzzled meow. What's wrong? The following day, at dawn, Wang Yuan led the group to scavenge for supplies. Pei Changza, having kept watch the night before, awoke to find only 2 people in the yard. By midday, the scavengers returned, and after a meal, they prepared to set out. The neighboring group also emerged, trailing behind them. But Pei Changza did not cast a glance their way as he boarded the vehicle. Lu Hui was led out, and upon seeing the man boarding the vehicle, a surge of frustration ignited in his eyes. He possessed the ability to save his father. Why did he not act? Why? Lu Hui had witnessed, helpless, as his father, still somewhat conscious, was struck in the head with an axe. The sight of blood and brain matter spilling upon the ground still made him feel nauseated. He clutched a crystal core that resembled an emerald tightly in his hand, refusing to relinquish it, regardless of what those around him said. It was his father's possession, the only remnant left for him. He would not give it to anyone. Pei Changza led them along their predetermined route, maintaining the original formation of their convoy, while the newcomers closely followed. They dared not stray too far, having narrowly escaped being dragged away by an anomalous plant. With the sole wood-type ability user among them now deceased, they were entirely reliant upon Pei Changza. Even as Lu Hui protested, no one paid him any mind, instead keeping a wary eye on him to prevent any disruptions during their rest. Suddenly, the vehicles in front came to a halt, awakening Pei Changza from his reverie. Professor Pei, what has happened? Ingyu responded hurriedly, the bridge ahead has collapsed. Pei Changza opened his eyes abruptly, rising to open the door in one fluid motion. The once suspended bridge was gone, leaving only a pile of rubble and steel in the valley below. He muttered a curse under his breath, prompting Ji Yend to quickly retrieve the map from the vehicle. The group gathered at the front of the car, deliberating on a new route. The vehicles ahead remained motionless as Zhang Yu unfastened his seatbelt and exited the car. Mr. Pei, what is going on? Ingyu replied, the bridge has collapsed. We cannot pass. Zhang Yu glanced at the scene, then at the map on the hood before returning, accompanied by a man named De Ping, who was familiar with the area from his extensive cycling across the nation. Wang Yuan waved him over, and the man jogged over. Big brother, tell me where you need to go, and I will point you in the right direction. Wang Yuan indicated a location slightly lower in the middle of the map. De Ping studied the map carefully before exclaiming, wait a moment. He dashed back to the vehicle, returning with a map, slightly out of breath. He spread it across the hood, outlining a route. We are here, and from this point if we follow this highway, it will take approximately 3 weeks. Pei Changza, who had remained silent on the side, clicked his tongue in irritation, complaining that the duration was excessively prolonged. Is there a shorter route? He queried, glancing at Daping, who was marking another path on the map. This particular route involved a lengthy stretch of rural road, densely forested, where wild animals frequently roamed. However, if they were to run day and night, it would take approximately just over a week, or perhaps two. Pei Changza, growing somewhat impatient, felt a surge of annoyance at the interruption of his plans. Is there truly no shorter option? Daping, glancing at the gorge nestled between two towering mountains, recoiled slightly, hesitant to speak further. Wang Yuan, observing Zhang Yu and Daping, interjected, "You two should head back. I need to discuss matters with Mr. Pei." All right. Zhang Yu deliberately slowed his pace, listening intently. Time is of the essence. She is still so young. What if she can't wait for me? Mr. Pei, please remain calm. The bridge collapse was an accident. She still has her fifth brother. You must not panic. She will surely wait for you. Do not despair.
Who is she?
Is she Mr. Pei's beloved? Zhang Yu pondered as he walked away, returning to the vehicle to reassure the others. Do not fret. The bridge has collapsed. We must find an alternative route. The previously frantic crowd gradually quieted down, and after a brief pause, the convoy turned around, heading towards the route Daping had outlined. They traveled day and night, pausing only when the tires could no longer bear the strain, taking brief moments to rest and eat. On this day, they stopped in a grove, the midday sun filtering through the branches above. They had just delivered the newly cultivated vegetables to Pei Chang's vehicle. Professor, the soil appears to be different this time. The mutation rate of the vegetables has significantly decreased, almost to none, one of them remarked, opening the bag containing the freshly harvested produce. Pei Changza instructed him to bring some soil from the vegetable cultivation area. After a brief rest, he signaled for the main group to depart. However, after a prolonged drive, they felt they were still within the same grove, and Wang Yuan even spotted the torn cardboard box from before their departure. Yu sensed something was amiss, his voice quivering as he said, "Wang, are we encountering a phantom wall?" Chapter 71. Burn them all. Those that block my path shall perish. What's this nonsense? It's broad daylight and you, a researcher, are espousing such superstitions. Yu shrank back, remaining silent, clutching the small cat in his arms. The cat, seemingly aware of something, gazed intently out of the window, as if sensing movement outside. Wang Yuan exited the vehicle to assess the situation, and the cat, seeing him leave, scratched at the door, eager to follow. Yu carried the little creature down. Other teammates also exited their vehicles. Upon stepping out, Yu noticed a nearby tree that seemed to be stirring. Yet when their gazes fell upon it, it feigned to be an ordinary plant. He summoned his powers, instantly hearing giggles in his mind. How foolish they are. Indeed, they've trapped us here. There's a person inside, and they've frightened him to tears. That human standing there looks so delectable. Yes. Let us keep him here. Let him stay and accompany us. Yu broke into a cold sweat, realizing they had stumbled into a nest of anomalous flora. Just as he contemplated shouting a warning, a large tree obstructed his path, encircling him. Wang Yuan turned around, only to find Yu and his cat had vanished without a trace. He cautiously retreated to the vehicle, pressing the intercom. Can everyone hear me?
Please respond.
One by one, responses trickled in. He reiterated that something was amiss with this grove, and that Yu had disappeared, urging those inside the vehicles not to wander off. Wang Yuan selected a few individuals to disembark, gathering everyone together. Zhang Yu also attempted to exit, but was halted by Lu Hui from behind. Uncle Zhang, Mr. Pei previously instructed us not to interfere with their matters. Zhang Yu paused with his hand on the door. Xiao Hui, in this situation, we cannot remain uninvolved. If they perish, we cannot escape either. For our own sake, we must ensure their survival. The people in the vehicle seemed reassured by his words, one by one expressing their intent to help. Zhang Yu did not allow everyone to disembark, but selected two who were quick-witted and strong. Wang Yuan led the chosen individuals, tying ropes around their waists as they walked further ahead. As they moved, the surrounding trees began to shift as well. Pei Changza had been conducting experiments in the vehicle without pause. The vegetables were edible, and the soil was remarkably clean, even purer than that of many lands before the apocalypse. At the same time, he sensed something unusual. How had he never encountered such pristine soil before? What was different about this place? As he stepped out, he noticed a person standing by the vehicle, holding several ropes. His gaze swept over the area when he suddenly shouted, "Quickly, pull them all back." The individual abruptly loosened their grip, and as the ropes were reeled in, nothing came back.
Wang.
He called out several names in succession, but received no reply. Pei Changza admonished him to cease calling out, instructing him to summon those in the vehicle with fire, earth, and strength abilities. Tell them that if they do not wish to perish here, they must come forward. 5 individuals arrived, 2 each from the earth, fire, and strength categories. "Professor, what do you need us to do?" Pei Changza furrowed his brow, gesturing towards a large tree not far away. "Dig a deep hole under its roots and provide it with some fertilizer." Though they did not fully comprehend his instructions, they complied, digging several large holes beneath the trees. Pei Changza signaled to the 2 fire users, whispering a few words to them. They began to conjure fireballs, casually tossing them into the pits. Before long, the large tree began to tremble violently, some even shifting positions. Pei Changza then pointed to a smaller tree.
Pull it out.
"If you cannot, burn it." As soon as he spoke, the trees began to move rapidly, seemingly comprehending his command. During this commotion, several individuals seized the opportunity to escape, including Yingyu, who was led out by the little cat. "Professor, these large trees are anomalous plants." "No, the entire grove is." "I know. You know?" Yingyu's voice rose in pitch. "Burn them all. Those that block my path shall perish." Fireballs rained down like hail, while others poured gasoline from containers onto the trunks of the trees. Once ignited, the flames spread uncontrollably. Initially, the strength user struggled to uproot the tree, but after the fire ignited, it was effortlessly pulled free. The fire users promptly handed over fireballs to incinerate the roots into charred remains. Now the entire grove was engulfed, flames consuming the trees. Even the anomalous ones could not escape their fate. Yingyu swallowed hard. He had never witnessed this side of Professor Pei, so ruthless. In his ears, he could hear the unheard pleas of the anomalous plants. "Do not burn the trees. Do not burn the trees. The trees will not block you. Do not burn the trees. The trees are allowing you to pass.
Please stop.
It's too hot. We're going to be burned alive." Yingyu shifted closer to Pei Changza. "Professor, they say they will no longer obstruct our path. They are allowing us to pass. They plead for us not to burn them alive." Pei Changza snorted dismissively. "Be patient just a little longer." After approximately 10 minutes, a row of trees begrudgingly shifted aside, revealing the original path. Yingyu stared in awe, nearly rushing forward to kiss Pei Changza in admiration. "Professor Pei, you are incredible. You anticipated all of this." Pei Changza smirked, recognizing the cleverness at play. Just as he was about to return to the vehicle, a flash of green light caught his peripheral vision. Pei Changza blinked, and when he looked again, nothing remained. He scrutinized his surroundings. Was it merely an illusion? Calculating the angle at which the light could accurately penetrate his eyes, he strolled over leisurely and drew the chopping knife from Zhang Yu's waist. He struck fiercely at the charred remnants of a tree root, scattering fragments of charcoal everywhere, yet still failing to uncover the object he sought. "Su Jiao, rinse it with water." Indeed, Su Jiao did not rush in blindly, but instead washed it meticulously. Noticing that Pei Changza seemed to be searching for something, with a stick in hand, Pei Changza sifted through the pile of charcoal and unearthed a green anomaly the size of an adult's thumb joint. It was a splendid shade of green, particularly vibrant under the sunlight, as if it concealed a flowing essence of greenery within. "What is this?" Zhang Yu could not restrain his curiosity. Pei Changza turned the anomaly in his hand and tossed it into Yingyu's arms, telling him to see if he could absorb it and report back the results. They would stay another day. Zhang Yu exchanged glances with those nearby. Pei Changza, who had been so anxious earlier, suddenly appeared unhurried now, indicating that this forest harbored something of significance to him. Yingyu, clutching the anomaly, followed Pei Changza, and as the car door was pulled shut, it effectively blocked the inquisitive gazes of the others. Chapter 72. At last. We have finally found vegetables that can be grown without contaminants. In less than half an hour, Yingyu emerged from the vehicle, rejuvenated, carrying items as he followed Pei Changza and Wang Yuan into the nearby woods. 2 more individuals joined them, possessing water and earth abilities. De Ping, curious and eager to join, was restrained by Zhang Yu, who shot him a warning glance and shook his head. They could not offend Pei Changza now. Although the others were curious, none dared to follow, given that Pei Changza's associates were still present. Pei Changza surveyed the surroundings and spotted a small clearing. Stepping forward, he patted the large tree that stood in the center, urging it to move aside. The tree, however, remained still, feigning death. Pei Changze measured its trunk with his hand, pondering aloud. Given its size, the anomaly should be substantial. Just right for our little six, who adores beautiful things. Let us extract it for him. With a sinister grin, he spoke. The tree, sensing danger, trembled and swiftly shifted aside, its survival instincts kicking in. Ingyu stifled a laugh, his face flushed. While the others were oblivious, he knew that the tree had cursed Pei Changze in the most vulgar terms right before him, yet dared not voice it. With the ground cleared, Pei Changze began his work. The earth manipulator loosened the soil, while Ingyu scattered seeds haphazardly, instructing the earth manipulator to cover them with a layer of soil and sprinkle water, urging them to germinate. Lush vegetables sprang forth, their verdant leaves glistening with droplets of water. Ingyu skillfully directed the vines to gather what needed harvesting and went on to encourage the growth of others. They experimented in various locations, sending waves of samples to the vehicles of several professors, who busily continued their work. The remaining vegetables were piled not far from the camper. Zhang Yu and his companions gazed at the vegetables, swallowing hard. It had been ages since they had tasted fresh greens. Yet none dared to approach for a share, knowing that consuming the wrong produce could lead to dire consequences. They had previously attempted cultivation, but the results had either mutated or resulted in grave bodily harm. Before nightfall, those fortunate enough might awaken their abilities, while the unfortunate could turn into zombies. A younger child nestled in her mother's embrace gazed longingly at the vibrant vegetables. Swallowing repeatedly, she leaned close to her mother and whispered, "Mommy, I want to eat the vegetables." "Sweetheart, you cannot eat those. They could turn you into something terrifying." Her mother gently reassured her. "Do you remember what happened to Uncle Wong and the others after they ate them? They became those stinky, scary things." The child shook her head vigorously. No. I don't want to turn into something stinky. I want to stay with Mommy forever." The mother smiled, rubbing her gaunt face against her daughter's round cheek. "All right, our little one will stay with Mommy forever and be a good girl." Upon Pei Changze's return, he instructed his team to categorize the harvested vegetables and asked Ji Yan to store them in his spatial pocket. He then retreated into the vehicle. Not long after, Zhang Hao emerged, beaming with excitement. "It worked! It worked!" Zhou Fei, puzzled, inquired, "Professor Zhang, what worked?" "The crops from field number 1 are edible. Finally, we have found vegetables that can be grown without contaminants." The others chimed in with joy, genuinely elated, as they had subsisted on compressed biscuits and bread for far too long. Later, they had managed to cook some noodles, and eventually, Professor Pei mentioned that mutated herbivorous creatures were safe to eat. Their diet had improved, but daily meat was unbearable, leading to constipation. They had resorted to dried vegetables from before the apocalypse, which alleviated their plight somewhat, yet nothing compared to the freshness of greens. The crowd encouraged Ji Yan to extract the vegetables from field number 1 as dinner approached, and it was time to wash and prepare them for cooking. Wang Yuan, calmer than the rest, patted Ji Yan's shoulder, advising him to wait. He then entered Pei Changze's camper. Upon opening the door, he found Pei Changze roasting a leaf of vegetable over an alcohol lamp, cutting a piece to place into a test tube once it had wilted. Wang Yuan stood at the doorway in silence until Pei Changze placed the test tube on the rack and finally asked, "What is the matter?" "Professor Zhang has reached a conclusion. The crops in field number 1 are edible, and everyone wants to eat those tonight." Pei Changze nodded in agreement. He trusted Zhang Hao's judgment. As Wang Yuan exited and prepared to close the door, he heard Pei Changze utter something inside, to which he responded before shutting the door. The anxious individuals waiting outside approached him cautiously. "Captain, how did it go?" Wang Yuan looked at his comrades, who had fought alongside him, and felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Vegetables, once a commonplace food before the apocalypse, had now become a rarity. "It's possible." The group erupted in cheers, hastily organizing themselves, some to harvest, others to wash, while the rice was put on to cook. Those nearby teased Sujio, "Well done, brother. You've got it cooking, so it's certain this time." "Absolutely. Even if we doubt Captain Wang, we must trust Mr. Pei's intellect." Laughter and agreement filled the air. After all, many among them had been with Mr. Pei for over half a year, not to mention those who had been with him even longer. Pei Changze was far more intelligent than any of them, one of the brightest minds in the world. They had all been meticulously selected by General Pei, and their own intellect was not lacking. Otherwise, they would not have continued to follow Pei Changze since the onset of the apocalypse. Throughout their journey, they had adhered to his guidance, and, to put it bluntly, Captain Wang often found himself in the background. Wang Yuan distributed a basket of vegetables to them, and Zhang Yu quickly stood up. Captain Wang. Wang Yuan glanced at them. Their group now comprised only 6 individuals, 2 of whom were children. The adults appeared gaunt and emaciated, with one woman almost unrecognizable due to her thinness, while the children looked much like they had before the apocalypse. He set down the basket, saying, "Here are some vegetables. Mr. Pei said they are safe to eat. So, I've brought some for you to prepare yourselves." The expressions of the group were deeply moved. Tears filled the woman's eyes as she repeatedly bowed to Wang Yuan. "Thank you, Captain Wang. We are truly grateful. Thank you for remembering us. We cannot express our gratitude enough." Wang Yuan helped Zhang Yu to his feet. "This discovery is credited to Mr. Pei. He is the one you should thank." Stepping forward as a representative, Zhang Yu insisted, "Regardless, we must express our gratitude to all of you." The timid little girl, who had been standing beside the woman, stepped forward and pressed the fruit candies she had been clutching into Wang Yuan's hand. "Uncle, this is my favorite treat. I give it to you as a thank you for bringing us vegetables." In Chapter 73, Professor Pei, "I understand this is not the appropriate time to disturb you, but Wang Yuan gently ruffled the girl's short hair, saying, "I accept it." As they were leaving, Wang Yuan added that herbivorous beasts could be consumed, but since they had not had meat for a long time, their stomachs might not be accustomed to it. He advised them to eat lightly for a while before indulging in meat again. The crowd was taken aback, expressing their gratitude profusely. They had previously caught a whiff of meat but hesitated to eat, fearing it might bring about unforeseen troubles, uncertain if it could turn into something monstrous. Now that Captain Wang had given his approval, they felt assured they could partake. During the meal, the fragrant aroma of vegetables wafted from both sides. Yet Wang Yuan's side was particularly enticing, featuring rice, meat, vegetables, and soup. When Pei Changze joined them for dinner, Wang Yuan discreetly slipped something into his palm. Upon inspection, it turned out to be a piece of fruit candy, which had not been consumed by its owner for quite some time and had begun to melt in the recent heat. Pei Changze glanced at Wang Yuan with a questioning look. "It's for you," Wang Yuan said. The little girl over there gave it to express her gratitude for the vegetables. Pei Changze said nothing and pocketed the candy. Later that night, while conducting experiments, he felt the candy again and carefully unwrapped it, finding that the melted sugar had stuck to the wrapper, forming fine strands. He bit into the hard candy, the flavor of cheap saccharin flooding his mouth, causing him to frown involuntarily. Pei Changze had never before considered touching such unpalatable treats. His household servants always presented the finest delicacies. Whenever candy or cake showed any sign of damage, it would be promptly replaced with something flawless, and he had grown accustomed to this perfection. The first imperfection he encountered was Pei Nian Nian, that little girl who, despite her small stature, could see right through him. Every time he returned home, she would invariably be munching on something, as if she were a starving ghost reincarnated, leaving one to wonder if she was being mistreated. After finishing her cake, her hands would be sticky, and before the servants could clean her up, she would come running to him, leaving smudges of dirt on his impeccably clean trousers. Periodically, she would suffer from toothaches due to her sweet indulgences, yet she would continue to eat, sometimes even sneaking a midnight snack, never forgetting to bring him a portion. A smile crept into Pei Changze's eyes as he quickened his pace. The following day, as dawn broke, the convoy set off once more. However, before departing, Pei Changze engaged in a friendly exchange with the unusual plants, emerging with 3 green cores clutched in his hand. Inu held 2 of them, beaming with joy as if he had struck gold. Indeed, he had. The purity of the cores derived from the peculiar plants far surpassed that of those found on wood-type zombies. One of these could equate to the worth of slaying 100 zombies. Amidst the chatter, voices of discontent could be heard. "They are the villains. Thieves of the tree treasures. Humans are all wicked. They want to burn the trees, ruining everything." Yes, the leader among them was more cunning than the leaves on a tree. "Stop talking. Some of them can actually understand. Yes, otherwise they might come back to extort us." The forest fell silent in an instant. Inu grinned widely, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. "Serves you right. Who dared provoke this king of hell? If he didn't burn you all to ashes and extract the cores, it would be considered his mercy. Why choose to provoke anyone but Professor Pei? Truly a death wish." They followed the planned route, pausing only to gather essential supplies. Just as everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, misfortune struck. as if the heavens could no longer bear witness. The four adults from Zhang Yu's group took turns accompanying Wang Yuan to collect resources. On this day, Zhang Yu hurried back, carrying someone on his back, one of the women from their team. Ying Yu had also set out on a mission that day. And in the brief moment of turning around, a cloaked zombie leapt from the shadows. Sensing the anomaly, the woman swiftly plunged her knife into the zombie's head. "Thank you," Ying Yu exclaimed. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know when I would have met my end." The woman smiled faintly, her complexion pale. When Ying Yu looked down, he noticed blood trickling down her arm. Suddenly, a horde of zombies surged forth as if they had conspired. Ying Yu summoned his powers, and the plants lining the street began to writhe, swiftly dispatching the zombies by twisting their heads off. Some even pierced directly through the zombies' foreheads. A fierce wind swept through, carrying sharp shards that could easily sever an artery if one was not careful. The woman erected a protective shield around them, and the sound of clashing metal resonated. Wang Yuan listened intently to the distant roars, urging them closer. He signaled for the woman to quietly create an opening in the shield. He took aim at the shadows in the distance and fired. Soon after, the wind ceased. The others swiftly dispersed, efficiently eliminating the remaining zombies. Just as Ying Yu was about to step forward, the woman unexpectedly collapsed. Startled, Ying Yu feared she was about to mutate. He quickly drew a rope from his side and bound it around the joint of her bitten arm. He placed a mask over her face, hoisted her onto his back, and rushed toward the vehicle. Upon returning to the shelter, Ying Yu carried the woman to Pei Chang's RV, disregarding the professor's preference for uninterrupted experiments. He opened the door abruptly, pale-faced and panting, imploring, "Professor, please save her." Pei Chang's, donning medical goggles, turned his gaze toward him, acknowledging Ying Yu's awareness of his habits. "Professor Pei, I know this is not the right moment to disturb you, but she saved me. Otherwise, it would have been me bitten by the zombie." Pei Chang's subtly glanced at Wang Yuan behind him, as if silently inquiring. Wang Yuan nodded, prompting Pei Chang's to remove his gloves and goggles, stepping out to assist. He held a vial of clear liquid, the purpose of which remained unknown. Ying Yu carefully cut away the sleeve from the woman's arm, exposing a wound emitting a foul odor. The commotion drew the attention of many, including the woman's daughter, who watched in horror as her mother lay on the ground, occasionally convulsing, her fingers beginning to twist in pain. She was so frightened that she could not react, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her dry lips moved as she attempted to call for her mother, but no sound escaped her throat. Pei Chang's took a knife and decisively cut away a chunk of flesh from the woman's arm, simultaneously channeling his powers to heal her body. Even without anesthesia, the woman showed no reaction as the flesh was excised. As crimson blood flowed from the wound, Pei Chang's set down the knife and splashed the previously extracted liquid onto the woman's injury. Chapter 74. But why don't they save Uncle Lu? He simultaneously intensified the output of his abilities. When the mysterious liquid was poured onto the woman's wound, she let out a heart-wrenching scream, her body convulsing violently. The force of her struggles nearly overwhelmed Wang Yuan. Her complexion paled further, breathing rapidly becoming shallow, signaling that her time was limited. At that moment, the little girl heard her mother's anguished cries and witnessed her being restrained while flesh was being cut away, prompting her to wail, "Mom, let go of my mother. You bad people." She attempted to rush toward Pei Chang's. However, De Ping, who had been beside her, swiftly held her back, saying, "Anan, don't interfere with Mr. Pei. He is saving your mother." Anan stubbornly tried to pry De Ping's hand away, muttering "Mom" repeatedly. Standing off to the side, Lu Hui seemed to grasp something, staring blankly at Pei Chang's and the others squatting on the ground. Why didn't they save her father back then? Why did Big Brother rescue Chen Ainan's mother as soon as she was brought back?
Why?
Pei Chang's observed the blood seeping from her wound, initially a dark crimson, gradually transforming into a normal venous hue. He directly restored her wound to its former state. Feeling somewhat weak, he leaned back, and Ji Yan hurriedly supported him, asking, "Are you all right, Mr. Pei?"
Pei Chang's shook his head.
Ji Yan quickly helped him into the house to rest, and even poured him some water. As soon as Pei Chang's touched the bed, he nearly succumbed to sleep, but still managed to instruct her to stay in a separate room for observation. "I understand." Once he saw her drift off, Ji Yan finally stepped outside. The woman's face was as pale as a sheet of paper after Pei Chang's was assisted inside. De Ping finally released her. Chen Ainan immediately lunged at her mother, Zhang Qian, cupping her face with her small hands. Mom, are you alright?" However, Zhang Qian had already fainted from excessive blood loss and pain, unable to respond. Chen Ainan's small face was wet with tears as she looked up at Uncle Wang Yuan, asking, "Is my mom dead?" Before Wang Yuan could respond, Yu, standing nearby, hurriedly answered, No. Your mother has fainted due to blood loss. She's fine. Professor Pei saved her. Chen Ainan seemed to find some solace in this. Ji Yan emerged, stating that Professor Pei said she needed to be isolated for a while. Wang Yuan nodded, and Yu carried her to another room and secured her inside. Chen Ainan followed, but Yu pulled her out. The child was reluctant, tugging at Yu's hand. "Let go of me. I want to be with my mom." Chen Ainan, stop making a fuss. Yu suddenly raised his voice. Startled, Chen Ainan hesitated, not daring to pull away, and Yu took the opportunity to carry her out. Wang Yuan locked the door. Seeing him lock it, Chen Ainan kicked her legs, crying, "Let me down. Mom, I want my mom." Yu set her down. "Chen Ainan, you're a big girl now. Your mother is sick and needs to be isolated. She wouldn't want you to fall ill like her, so stay with me. No going in." Wang Yuan arranged for someone to retrieve the crystal cores, and Yu followed, intending to stay behind to protect Pei Changza. Until dinner, Chen Ainan remained squatting at the door, gazing longingly at it. She only had her mother left. She didn't want anything to happen to her. Yu brought a paper bowl filled with rice and a variety of dishes to the door. "Here, eat." Chen Ainan looked at the food in his hands, rice, meat, and vegetables, things she hadn't eaten in a long while. She swallowed hard, turning her head away, unwilling to acknowledge Yu.
Hey.
"You stubborn child. Hurry up and eat. If your mom finds out you're not eating well, she'll be worried sick." Yu pushed the fragrant food closer to her. Chen Ainan, unable to suppress herself, turned to him and asked, "My mom really won't turn into Lu Hui's dad, will she?" Yu hesitated. Although he trusted Professor Pei, he couldn't guarantee that her mother wouldn't turn into a zombie during the isolation period. He bit his lip, firmly placing the food into her bowl. "Eat quickly. If your mother knows you're not eating well, she'll be upset." Chen Ainan nodded, sitting on a small stool at the door, taking small bites of the food as if it were a precious treasure. Yu fetched a bowl of soup and set it beside her before stepping outside. Everyone else was dining outside, and Lu Hui seized the opportunity to sneak to Pei Changza's room, hiding a knife behind his back. Seeing no one, he opened the door, only to be caught off guard by Zhou Fei, who was standing guard by Pei Changza. "Child, what are you doing here?" Under Zhou Fei's gaze, Lu Hui's small face began to show signs of panic, but he quickly composed himself, tucking the concealed knife at his waist and adjusting his clothes to cover it. I wanted to see if Big Brother was okay." Zhou Fei, dismissing his intentions, assumed the child was simply concerned about Mr. Pei. "Yes, fine. You should go out now and not disturb his rest." Lu Hui quickly nodded, "Okay," and closed the door behind him, feeling even more flustered as he left.
Yan,
Returning, noticed this scene and, puzzled, entered the room to inquire what the child was doing, noting his flustered demeanor. Zhou Fei replied, he said he came to see Mr.
Pei.
As if recalling something, his expression turned grave. A child shouldn't have the audacity to harm Mr. Pei, right? Ji Yan clearly shared this concern. Mr. Pei has been unconscious for days. Keep a close watch. I'll go find Captain Wang. Zhou Fei nodded. Before the apocalypse, Pei Changza was a key national protection target. Now he was their primary focus. The vial of solution Mr. Pei presented today indicated everything, although it was not perfect and had flaws. It was the best outcome given the current circumstances. Ever since Ji Yan spoke with Wang Yuan that day, Lu Hui had been unable to approach Pei Changza again, often only able to watch from a distance. Zhang Yu had witnessed the scene of Pei Changza saving people that day and naturally understood his significance. Zhang Qian awakened the next day. Though weak, her spirit had improved significantly. Yu examined her condition, confirming everything was stable, but she needed time to recover from the blood loss. "Mr. Ing, thank you for saving me." Yu shook his head. "No, I should be thanking you. Without you." A smile broke on Zhang Qian's face. Yu brought her some chicken soup and set it beside her before preparing to leave. Just as he was about to exit, the corner of his clothing was tugged. He turned to see the shy child behind him. "What is it?" Chen Ainan hesitated before finally speaking. "I'm sorry for yesterday. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Also, thank you for not giving up on my mom." Yu smiled slightly. "I should thank your mother instead." After he left, Zhang Qian beckoned to her daughter, gently stroking her little face. "Did I scare you, baby?" Chen Ainen climbed onto the bed and nestled in Zhang Qian's embrace, burying her small face against her mother, soon stifling her cries. Zhang Qian tenderly patted her back, whispering, "You're very brave, my dear. Mommy is so happy." Once her daughter calmed down, Zhang Qian quietly spoke to her. "Ainen, you must be good. Mr. Ing and Mr. Pei are kind people. But why didn't they save Uncle Lu?" Chapter 75. You want to see him again? How about I tie one for you to take back when we leave? Zhang Qian had no intention of hiding anything from her daughter. Uncle Lu's situation was too severe. He had been there too long, and by the time he was discovered, it was already too late to save him. In contrast, her mother had been bitten but was quickly carried back by Mr. Ing, allowing Mr. Pei to provide timely treatment. Chen Ainen nodded, seemingly understanding. From the beginning, Zhang Qian knew that Pei Changze and his group were not ordinary people. Initially, she sought Pei Changze as a protector for herself and her child. However, Pei Changze rarely made appearances, with Wang Yuan or Ing Yu handling everything. Given the current circumstances, she needed to find a protector for her child, someone to ensure her safety as she grew up. Finally, she found one today. She could have escaped that moment, but she chose this method instead. It was the most reassuring approach. If she truly died, Ing Yu would take good care of her daughter. If she survived, as long as she didn't go overboard.
Ing Yu would agree.
Pei Changze awoke after 2 days of slumber, just as Zhang Qian was able to get out of bed. As Pei Changze sipped the porridge Ji Yan had brought, he contemplated that the solution was merely a preliminary version, not yet perfect. It needed revision. Zhang Qian arrived with her child, stating, "I wish to thank Mr. Pei." Zhou Fei and Ji Yan exchanged glances. Ji Yan then turned and entered the room.
Moments later.
He invited the mother and daughter inside. Upon entering, Zhang Qian dragged her daughter down to kneel. "Mr. Pei, thank you for saving me. Thank you for saving my daughter. You may rise." Pei Changze's voice broke the tension, prompting Ji Yan to assist the mother and daughter. Zhang Qian expressed her gratitude, lowering her head and saying to Mr. Pei, "If you need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly oblige." Pei Changze placed the bowl on the bedside table and replied, "It's all right. Just focus on living well. Your daughter cannot afford to lose you." Zhang Qian nodded vigorously, and it was then that Ji Yan interjected, indicating that Pei Changze needed rest and suggested they step outside. Wang Yuan was busy collecting supplies when he inadvertently encountered another group making their way in. Suju stuffed a packet of spicy strips into his bag, exclaiming, "We've scoured everything. Let us find another spot. This area has been thoroughly picked clean. We're left with only scraps." The other party showed no intention of engaging in conflict and promptly turned away. Suju watched them depart thoughtfully. "What are you staring at, Wang Yuan? Hurry up and move," he urged as he swung his own bag over his shoulder. He hurried to catch up with Wang Yuan, saying, "I just saw another group. They appeared to be collecting supplies." Wang Yuan was not surprised, remarking, "Given the current situation, that is to be expected." Observing Suju's expression, he added, "They seem like they might have come from the military." "Do you think?" Wang Yuan anticipated his next words and interrupted. "What are you thinking? It would take Min Hai half a month just to drive here. How could he have arrived?" "Just considering the possibilities," Suju replied. They continued loading supplies into their vehicle, consuming a bit of food before resuming their search. With many days ahead, they needed to prepare adequately to survive. As they navigated deeper into the city, Ing Yu noticed that the zombies had retreated. Suju remarked, "Are you missing them?
If you want,
I can tie one up for you to take home. You can cuddle with it at night."
Get lost.
"I have no interest in that wretched creature. It's the crystal core in its head that intrigues Professor Pei," he retorted. Suju shook his head, sighing. "Ing Yu, you've truly become a devoted admirer of Mr. Pei. One would think you are his little wife." Ing Yu's forehead twitched in irritation. "You really can't say anything nice, can you? Professor Pei is an idol to all of us researchers." "Idol? Do you understand?" He raised his voice instinctively. Suju pinched his ear. All right, I understand. Idol. But where are Wang and the others? Why haven't they caught up?" Suju glanced in the rearview mirror, rolling down the window to look back, confirming that no other vehicles were following. "Quick, turn around. Wang and the others aren't behind us," he said urgently. The road was deserted save for their single vehicle, devoid of any zombies, only plants hanging along the streets. Wang Yuan, initially trailing behind Suju, caught sight of a familiar figure as they passed an intersection, promptly slamming on the brakes, causing the trailing vehicle to nearly collide with them. As he leaned out to inquire what was wrong, he spotted a chaotic battle at the other end of the alley. What the hell is going on? It was indeed a fierce melee, with zombies, mutated plants, and bizarre creatures intertwining, making it impossible to discern friend from foe. A mutated wild dog tackled a zombie, crushing its skull beneath its paw and rummaging through the remnants for the crystal core. Others were busy tearing at the ability users. The mutated plants attempted to drag the zombies, wild dogs, and ability users toward their roots for nourishment, while the ability users scrambled to fend off the three-way conflict. Carnage. Utter carnage. He lamented, and just then, Wang Yuan hurriedly exited his vehicle to assist, charging into the fray. As he ran, sharp weapons materialized around him, rapidly thrusting towards the wild dogs that were savaging the ability users. The howls of the wild dogs echoed throughout the alley. Seeing Wang Yuan join the fray, others began to follow suit, engaging in battle. A marksman positioned at a distance began picking off targets, zombies and wild dogs falling one by one. Various abilities were unleashed in a chaotic display. The mutated plants, sensing the threat, unleashed a barrage of thorns like an unrelenting machine gun, launching indiscriminate attacks. Wang Yuan felt a couple of thorns pierce his arm and quickly conjured a protective shield to safeguard those around him. However, the mindless zombies were less fortunate, standing helplessly as they were struck, their decaying flesh splattering everywhere. A foul stench filled the air, compounded by the heat, making it unbearable. When Yingyu and Su Jiu arrived, they were immediately hit by the overwhelming stench. Good heavens! This smell is unbearable. Su Jiu instinctively covered his nose. Yingyu glanced at the nearby mutated plant, recognizing it as an acacia. Infusing it with some ability energy to soothe it, the nearby vines surged upward, fiercely attacking the wild dogs and zombies, snapping their necks with brutal efficiency. A massive fireball hurtled toward them, and Su Jiu quickly conjured a water sphere to intercept it, enveloping the alley in mist. After launching the water sphere, he swiftly pulled Yingyu aside, taking advantage of the obscuring fog to unleash a volley of water arrows toward their adversaries. The acacia began to tremble violently, unleashing a multitude of spikes in an indiscriminate assault. Wang Yuan gritted his teeth, muttering, "Dai Yang.
Zhao.
Finish it." "Understood, Captain." Dai Yang seized the moment, darting behind a nearby pillar and swiftly erecting earthen walls nearby. Zhang Ao seized his chance, launching several fireballs into the fray, igniting the ground with bursts of flame. The fireballs glowed with a hint of white in their centers. Once the chaos subsided, the alley was strewn with the remains of zombies and wild dogs, intermixed with several fallen ability users. Wang Yuan directed the injured to tend to their wounds while those unscathed collected the crystal cores and mutated cores. Once everything was organized, he approached a strikingly handsome man with a muscular build. With a serious expression, he playfully punched the man's shoulder, exclaiming, "It's been ages. I almost thought I'd mistaken you for someone else." Zhang Yong laughed, attempting to embrace him, only to be pushed away by Wang Yuan. "Not so fast. You're filthy and injured." Zhang Yong scratched his head, a rare bashfulness crossing his features. "It's been a while. I didn't expect to run into you here." Wang Yuan cut him off. "Tend to your wounds first. We can talk later." "Yes." Among Zhang Yong's group was a spatial ability user who swiftly changed clothes and began extracting thorns from the acacia. Wang Yuan stripped off his outer clothing, disregarding the thorns, and ordered someone to uproot the acacia and extract the mutated core, which was darker than those they had previously collected in the woods, indicating a higher grade, perfect for presenting to Professor Pei. Once they had gathered most of the crystal and mutated cores, Wang Yuan instructed everyone to return, ensuring Zhang Yong's group accompanied them back to the shelter. Zhang Yong surveyed the house, now surrounded by plants and reminiscent of a rustic rural courtyard, silently giving Wang Yuan a thumbs up. "You truly are brave, Captain. I can't believe you'd live in a place like this." For the past week, the area had been rife with mutated plants. Wang Yuan remained silent, sending someone to call Ji Yan to inquire about Pei Chang's condition. Upon learning that he had awakened, Wang Yuan entered alone. He asked Ji Yan and the others to assist in treating wounds and checking for infections. Given the chaotic circumstances during which the acacia had flung thorns like a machine gun and the zombies had splattered their rotting flesh everywhere, many of the 10 or so individuals brought by Zhang Yong were familiar faces, and as they attended to their wounds, they inevitably exchanged a few words. They learned that the situation with Major General Pei was also dire, eliciting some sighs. "You have no idea how perilous it was. The seawater seemed to have a mind of its own, directly attacking the base. Many lives were lost. Be gentle, please. Zhou Fei gently adjusted his grip, urging, go on.
Speak softly.
Did Major General Pei really save so many people, only for them to perish? Ignoring the wound on his back, the man stealthily glanced around and lowered his voice to gossip with Zhou Fei. You have no idea. Our base is the largest and most populated among the remaining ones. That night, Major General Pei seemed to foresee the impending disaster. He didn't even return home, keeping the entire military camp lit throughout the night. He had us training in the drill grounds, calling it training, but it was more like play. Then, in the dead of night, the chaos erupted. Even Major Lu couldn't escape. He was standing right beside Major General Pei. If it hadn't been for Colonel Gu's quick thinking, Major General Pei would have been bitten. After the area was cleared, before anyone could react, Major General Pei issued several commands, saving numerous lives during the early days of the apocalypse.
Ouch.
Zhou Fei, are you doing this on purpose? Stop poking at my wound, the man exclaimed, jumping up. Zhou Fei hurriedly reached out to pull him back, repeatedly apologizing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, haha. As he attempted to settle the man down, he noticed a thick yellow liquid seeping from the wound on his calf. Have you been infected? The man nearly leaped again, exclaiming, no way. I can't be that unlucky. Seeing the ominous darkening of the wound, he swiftly drew out a knife to excise the infected flesh, but Zhou Fei stopped him. What are you doing? Cutting it out? Fortunately, you caught it early, it's just starting to infect. If it turns black, it'll be too late. Zhou Fei frowned. Was it the same for you before? The man casually replied, of course. The most effective way to treat an infection, aside from healing abilities, is early detection by the infected. If you cut out the infected flesh before it blackens, a regular person would likely mutate, but those with abilities have better physical resilience. If nothing changes overnight, they're usually fine. He rolled up his other sleeve, revealing a significant chunk of flesh missing.
See?
This was from when I was scratched. I was fortunate to notice in time. Otherwise, I would have turned into that dreadful thing. Zhou Fei lowered his gaze, concealing the pain in his eyes. At that moment, he understood just how fortunate they were. Following Major Pei, they didn't need to fear bites leading to infection, and they had an abundance of meat and vegetables, sparing them the worry of food. Just a few days ago, Major Pei had produced a reagent to assess Zhang Qian's condition, with promising results. They might even be among the first to receive the anti-zombie virus vaccine. He took the knife from the man's hand, saying, wait here. I'll ask Major Pei if there are any more available.
Hey.
What do you mean by any more? Give me back my knife. I still need to cut away the bad flesh. Zhou Fei pressed on, determined. He borrowed another knife from a nearby comrade, but was stopped by the nearby De Yang. Just wait a moment. What's with all the mystery? If I don't treat this soon, I'll really turn into that foul creature. Zhou Fei, though anxious, knocked before entering. Wang Yuan answered the door. I'm looking for Major Pei. Wang Yuan stepped aside to let him in. Major Pei, please help them. They're from the same unit as us, and they can only resolve their infections by cutting away the infected flesh. What do you mean by cutting flesh? Zhou Fei explained what he knew. Pei Changze showed no hesitation, rising to head outside, with Wang Yuan and Zhou Fei quickly following. Pei Changze examined the man's wound. In the early stages of infection, cutting away the flesh could allow the abilities of the infected to resist the zombie virus. He had considered this before, but had never let those under his command attempt it. His abilities had nearly fully recovered, and their symptoms were mostly in the early stages. The virus hadn't penetrated deeply into their organs. In just a few swift motions, he had handled it. The men touched their wounds, tears of gratitude welling in their eyes. Healing abilities were scarce. Not all teams possessed them, and they were primarily concentrated in bases. Out in the open, they could only leave their fate to chance. Thank you, Major Pei. They all exclaimed. Pei Changze nodded, instructing them to check for any overlooked wounds. He called away Wang Yuan, Zhang Yong, and his deputy. How did you end up here? Over 1,000 kilometers from Minhai Base. To gather supplies? Chapter 77. Why don't you reach out and touch its fur? Does it still resemble a cat? Zhang Yong clenched his fists and slowly recounted recent events. It turned out that Minhai Base became the largest human gathering place due to Pei Jin receiving information just days before the apocalypse. He had received a phone call warning about the impending disaster and signs preceding it. Initially skeptical, he later saw events unfold as foretold. On the night of the incident, Pei Jin did not return home. Instead, He kept everyone in the military district training, allowing them to protect themselves and swiftly safeguard the Minhai populace. They collected supplies and established the Minhai base. Just when they thought they had achieved safety and stability, disaster struck again. An earthquake and tsunami hit, flooding the base. This time, they couldn't escape. Everything they had painstakingly built, the base, supplies, facilities, even lives, was lost. Many were swept away from the base, with mutated plants and beasts, along with creatures from the sea, attacking humans. They fought desperately to save lives, but survivors were few. The base was destroyed, transformed into a vast ocean, with barely any supply salvaged. Major General Pei became their beacon of hope, leading them to find a new habitat suitable for humanity and establishing a new base. They sacrificed numerous lives to secure a new refuge, yet supplies and medicine became their greatest obstacles. Daily, people starved or succumbed to illness. What were once minor ailments in the pre-apocalypse now became lethal. With healing abilities so rare, it was impossible for everyone to be cared for. Often, they had to endure, through sheer will. Major General Pei organized ability teams to disperse from the base to gather supplies and medicine. The two men nearby listened, visibly moved, while Pei Chang'e sat impassively. Zhang Yong then shared alarming news. Pei Jin's health had deteriorated. Even the healing abilities couldn't cure him, reportedly due to insufficient rank. As they emerged, Major Gu had issued a hefty bounty, urging them to hunt zombies and offering significant rewards for healing crystals. Wang Yuan and the deputy exchanged glances. Healing zombies were rare but not non-existent. Perhaps due to their healing abilities, these zombies could be easily identified, appearing less decayed and malodorous than ordinary zombies. They resembled humans more closely, but with a paler complexion, their neck veins bulging as if ready to burst. During their supply runs and zombie hunts, they had collected numerous healing crystals, all of which were given to Major Pei. He had been tending to their wounds, especially after they no longer feared infection from zombie bites. Pei Chang'e suddenly inquired if someone warned Uncle about the apocalypse. Did that person not appear during the earthquake and tsunami? At least they could have given Uncle time to evacuate everyone. Zhang Yong shook his head. No. Ever since the apocalypse began, that person has not appeared again. Even before the apocalypse, Major Pei had someone investigate, but nothing was found. All we know is that the caller's voice was that of a young girl. Pei Chang'e nodded, instructing them to leave. Before long, Zhang Hao, Ying Yu, Lu Dazhuang, and 3 other researchers were summoned inside. When they emerged, their faces were alight with excitement, clutching notebooks as they retreated to their vehicles, engrossed in their work. Ji Yan produced a large basket of vegetables from his space, leaving Zhang Yong and his team in awe. They gulped, exclaiming, "Dude, how did you store vegetables in there?" Indeed, this substance could lead to infection, and none of us dare to touch it. We have brought our own provisions, so there is no need to trouble you. Su Ju stepped forward to take the basket, pride unmistakable on his face. This is unlike your vegetables. Ours are edible. The confused onlookers exchanged glances, while Su Jiao and his companions remained silent. Zhang Yong suddenly inquired, was this prepared before the apocalypse? Previously, some at the base had grown vegetables that were all from before the end times. They had wilted, but at least they were still vegetables. He glanced at the basket, where the vegetables appeared so fresh they seemed to have just been pulled from the earth. This hardly resembled pre-apocalyptic produce, did it? Zhou Fei interjected. Our vegetables are perfectly fine and safe. They have been verified by Mr. Pei. Clearly, skepticism lingered among the crowd, with some already retreating to corners to nibble on bread. Zhou Fei did not discourage them, merely raising an eyebrow, suggesting they would regret their choices later. At that moment, Zhang Ao and his group returned, carrying a considerable number of chickens, ducks, and rabbits, startling Zhang Yong and his companions. Are you serious? You have no reservations at all? Aren't you afraid of infection? Dispose of everything except the rabbit. Zhang Yong's face remained stern. Wang Yuan casually picked up a chicken and a duck, asserting their safety. Just don't let your appetites get the better of you. He then casually asked, didn't you manage to catch any sheep today? Our little Sanhua adores mutton.
No.
We didn't find any during our rounds. There should still be some leftover in Ji Yan's space. Let us make do with that. Very well. As Wang Yuan began to prepare the chicken, a commotion erupted at the entrance. What on earth is that? Oh, it's just a cat. Go ahead, touch its fur, and see if it still resembles a cat. Those nibbling on bread in the corner covered their hands, which had been pricked with several tiny wounds. Next to them was a calico cat, Now the size of a border collie, its fur fluffy and pattern striking, earnestly devouring fallen bread. My goodness! An extraordinary beast. The crowd soon realized something was amiss. The cat's fur did not shift with its eating movements, but remained rigidly still, as if sculpted. Seeing someone approach with the intent to attack his precious creature, Wang Yuan quickly set down his knife.
Hey,
What are you doing? There are so many of you picking on it alone. The crowd responded with confusion. Wang Yuan, do you even hear the nonsense you're spouting? That's an extraordinary beast. Wang Yuan beckoned to the calico cat. Xiao Taozi, come here. The crowd gasped. Xiao Taozi, is this the camp leader's cat? Is it possessed by some foul entity? The calico cat looked up, licking its lips, and trotted over with dainty steps, its fur swaying with each movement, prompting an irresistible urge to pet it. The calico mewed softly, nuzzling against Wang Yuan, its voice reminiscent of a dozen pinched notes. Camp leader, is this cat yours? Wang Yuan ignored their astonished gazes, nudging the caddis paws resting on him with his chin, gently pushing its head with his own. Isn't it beautiful? Look at its size, its lustrous fur, that magnificent tail, like a feather duster. Absolutely stunning. The calico continued to meow, its cries growing increasingly endearing, captivating the attention of all the men present. One cautiously approached, holding a piece of bread, and asked, Xiao Taozi, would you like to try this red bean paste bread? As he extended the bread towards the cat, the calico, drawn by the sound, sniffed with its rosy little nose. Wang Yuan raised his hands, gently nudging the cat's head towards him, an expression of disdain on his face. All right, what is that? You shouldn't be feeding our Xiao Taozi such nonsense. He turned his attention back to the cat. Xiao Taozi, be good. Wait a moment, and I'll get you some mutton. We still have some left from last time. All for you. We want to eat that strange stuff in your paws. The companion attempting to feed the cat looked perplexed. What do you mean by strange stuff? This is perfectly good food. Frustrated, he took a bite of the bread. The calico raised its tail high, affectionately mewing. The best thing is to scoop the litter. Its voice was almost smoky, prompting Ji Yan to quickly retrieve a bag of mutton and place it before Wang Yuan. Hurry, cut a few pieces for the little one. This outing probably didn't yield any decent meals. Zhang Yong and his companions were taken aback. We have to cut it? They glanced down at their meager bread and compressed biscuits, realizing they were indeed worse off than the cat. Xiao Taozi devoured several pieces before scurrying off, happily trotting alongside Pei Changza. Among these individuals, aside from the one tending to its needs, this human was its favorite. As the cat dashed inside, Wang Yuan placed the meat into its bowl, resuming his tasks. Once he finished, he found the fluffy calico lying at Pei Changza's feet, exposing its white belly, its large, round, beautiful eyes occasionally glancing up at Pei Changza as if urging him to come and pet it. Unfortunately, Pei Changza was oblivious, busy writing at the table. Wang Yuan, unable to contain himself, scooped up his cat, smoothing its disheveled fur. So, where to next? Are we heading to Nanyue? Pei Changza replied in a deep voice, yes. But we might as well stop by my uncle's place first. It shouldn't be far from here. Wang Yuan nodded, cradling his little cat as they departed. Before mealtime had arrived, Zhang Yong and his group were irresistibly drawn to the fragrant dishes wafting from the pot, frequently wandering near it. They beheld the dry pot rabbit meat, stewed chicken soup, braised duck with potatoes, garlic lettuce, cold mixed vegetables, a large pot of rice, and a simmering pot of millet pumpkin porridge. Buddy, is it really safe to eat this? One man gazed longingly at the dishes, nearly shedding envious tears. He could only swallow repeatedly, attempting to suppress any embarrassing reactions. Sujio ladled a spoonful of fragrant rabbit meat toward him. It's truly safe. Would you like to try some? The man eagerly nodded. I'll help you taste the seasoning. He reached out to grab some. It had been ages since he had smelled such delectable food. The temptation was overwhelming. Just as his hand reached out, it was swatted away, and he turned to see Zhang Yong. Aren't you afraid of infection? Captain, they all say it's fine, the man replied, his face betraying his hunger. Zhang Yong remained stoic, but his stance was clear. No eating was permitted. The heavy price paid in the past constantly reminded him to avoid consuming unsuitable items, especially those from precious ability users. The sacrifices made by ability users at the base had been numerous enough. Should one become a zombie due to a single bite of food, he would find it utterly humiliating. Su Jiu, however, seemed unfazed, recalling how they had initially felt the same way until Mr. Pei began to eat, which gave them the courage to follow suit. He gathered several large bowls, scooping out portions of each dish for Ji Yen to store in his space, ensuring that whatever they took in remained unchanged when brought out. They need not fear missing out on a hot meal. Pei Changze emerged from inside, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Yong's vigilance, and began to serve himself rice, followed by vegetables. Wang Yuan and the others lined up behind him, orderly dishing out their meals. Nearby, Zhang Yu and his group were also dining during this period. As Su Jiao and his team went hunting, they would accompany them, their bodies no longer as emaciated as before. Occasionally, Wang Yuan would send over some vegetables, not much, but enough for them to eat. Zhang Yu understood that this was their reward for obedience. He was more than willing to comply, as it allowed him to live a better life. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Hui had stealthily approached the door, clearly intending to step outside.
Xiaoyu.
It's time to eat. Where are you going? Zhang Yu suddenly called out. Lu Hui's body stiffened, his hands clasped tightly together.
I
want to go next door and see the big brother Zhang Yu. It was as if Zhang Yu hadn't heard him at all. He grabbed a bowl and began to serve himself noodles. Don't run around. This is not the pre-apocalyptic world. It's unsafe. Come eat, be good. Lu Hui, still frozen, made his way over. Next door was De Ping, who was engrossed in slurping noodles, occasionally popping a piece of spicy rabbit meat into his mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lu Hui's reluctance to move, and in a muffled tone said, Xiao Hui, this isn't the pre-apocalyptic world anymore. Don't run around, or like your dad, you might not even know when a zombie scratches you. Look how good it is now, we have noodles, meat, and vegetables. Look at an inn. So well behaved. You should eat nicely too, or you might end up regretting it. Lu Hui remained silent, his eyes downcast at the bowl of noodles, which was topped with some leafy greens. His gaze was filled with intense hatred, and he dared not lift his head for fear of being discovered by others. When his father led them to escape, they had traveled a great distance, yet when trouble arose, no one thought to save him. These people were nothing but ingrates. Pei Changze was even more despicable. He had initially agreed with Lu Hui's father not to take responsibility for their rations, but as soon as his father died, he had people send food over. It didn't matter. They had been following them all along. This journey was still long, and he would find his chance. Zhang Yong's group could hardly contain themselves and directly took bowls to scoop up millet porridge, generously adding vegetables. Hey, Captain. Look, everyone is eating. Mr. Pei is eating. The company commander is eating, and the neighbors are eating too. It's fine, you should try it. It tastes incredible. He slurped a mouthful of porridge, his face alight with enjoyment. Many could not resist and gradually moved forward to get their meals. Wang Yuan, carrying his food, sat next to Zhang Yong and nudged his shoulder. Aren't you eating? Zhang Yong pressed his lips into a thin line, his fist clenched as he stood up suddenly, radiating a sense of heroic sacrifice.
Eat.
Zhou Fei, beside him, stifled a laugh, his shoulders shaking. This captain was too amusing. Eating a meal felt like a life-or-death situation. But indeed, it was crucial before they set out. Wang Yuan kicked his foot. All right, calm down. Chapter 79, did you hear that? There's a child crying. Zhou Fei pouted, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he nodded. After a hearty meal, everyone felt a lingering satisfaction. Their recent days had felt like they were in hell. Suddenly enjoying a proper meal felt like a taste of paradise. After resting for the night, Pei Changze instructed everyone to pack up and prepare to depart. A rookie named Zhao Tong from Zhang Yong's team was somewhat perplexed. Why were Commander Wang and the others listening to that professor? He lacked the combat experience they had. And that professor seemed to be the protected one. He felt something was amiss, but dared not voice his thoughts, instead secretly seeking out their captain. Captain Zhang. Why did Professor Pei say to return when we haven't filled our space yet? Zhang Yong smacked him on the head. You fool. Do you know who those people under Commander Wang are? He shook his head. They are all well-known figures from the military. You came to the southern military region late. They had already been transferred to the research institute. Do you know who Mr. Pei is? As he was about to shake his head, he recalled who was currently in charge of the base. They all shared the surname Pei. It couldn't be that coincidental, could it? Zhang Yong met his astonished gaze and nodded slightly. It is that coincidental.
Wow.
Is he really General Pei's incredible nephew? Zhang Yong affectionately ruffled his buzz cut. You still have much to learn. Show some respect. Who knows? The base may depend on them in the future.
Got it.
Captain Zhang. I will treat him like a deity. After setting off, everyone remained in constant motion, only stopping to eat. The vehicle also needed rest, and finally that day, it broke down. Pei Changza examined the changes in the solution in a large jar before setting it aside, removing his gloves and lab coat to exit the vehicle. What happened? Wang Yuan raised his head from the front of the car. The vehicle has some issues. Pei Changza nodded, calling for Ying Yu and another wood-type ability user from Zhang Yang's team, instructing them to take a few earth and water-type users to search for unusual plants. Ying Yu nodded and brought along the space ability user from Zhang Yang's group. Zhao Tong, filled with curiosity, wanted to follow but was held back by Zhang Yong, who sent a more reliable Wang Kong instead. The group followed Ying Yu deep into a river valley, where crystal-clear mountain spring water flowed from the depths of the mountains, surrounded by lush greenery. Aside from Ying Yu's team, the others felt uneasy, unsure of their purpose. What are we doing here? This place is full of unusual plants. It feels like we're delivering food to them. De Yang crossed his arms, vigilantly watching the surroundings.
Wait.
Ying Yu has already provided benefits to those unusual plants. They shouldn't attack us suddenly. Ying Yu crouched down, scooping some riverbank soil into the test tubes he had brought, moving to several locations. He meticulously labeled each test tube until the liquid remained clear, showing no signs of change, before standing up and clapping his hands. Let us begin. Wang Kong and the others were perplexed. Begin what? Zhao Tong craned his neck to see where Ying Yu was heading, anxiously wanting to know their purpose.
Zhao Tong.
Zhao Tong. Hey, I'm coming. What's wrong, Captain? Zhang Yong handed him a tool. Check on the car. We need to know what's going on. We can't have it break down again after only a short distance. Zhao Tong took the tool and hurried to inspect the vehicle. Pei Changza had just finished a phone call, a smile still gracing his lips, when he suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying outside. The cries grew louder, heart-wrenching, as if abandoned by its mother. Panic erupted outside. Did you hear that? There's a child crying. No way, in this remote area. How could there be a child? That sound is unmistakably that of a child. Could it be a passerby gave birth and abandoned it here? How long have we been here? Why are we only hearing it now? What if we encounter something dirty? Why are you saying such creepy things? What if it's a real child? As he spoke, his gaze wandered, moving toward the woods. Hey, come back. Just as he shouted, his eyes began to drift. Yes, we should go check. Wang Yuan knocked on Pei Changza's car door. Mr. Pei, what's going on? Pei Changza opened the car door and saw the team members moving toward the woods in groups. Wang Yuan shook his head in distress. I don't know. Just as he finished speaking, his gaze also began to waver.
Child.
There's a child crying. As he spoke, he followed them into the woods. The sound grew louder, closer, the wails of the infant echoing in their ears like explosions. Pei Changza activated the mental abilities he had awakened just 2 days prior, and the closest person to him, Wang Yuan, slowly regained awareness. What happened to me? Pei Changza pulled out a knife from the table. Don't speak, follow me. Wang Yuan realized something was amiss, staying closely by Pei Changza's side, fearful of straying too far. He felt as if his mind would be clouded if he did. As Pei Changza drew nearer, many around them began to awaken, their steps slowing significantly. Pei Changza and Wang Yuan moved ahead, witnessing a large tree stump attempting to engulf Ji Yan. Oblivious, Ji Yan flailed his limbs, trying to crawl inside.
Quick.
Pull him out. Pei Changza shouted for others to rescue Ji Yan while urging the group to attack that strange entity. Someone picked up a stone and hurled it at the eerie stump, causing it to quiver. Suddenly, the air was filled with countless cries of infants, not just one or two, but an overwhelming multitude, encasing them in a surreal auditory experience. The air was filled with the heart-wrenching cries of infants. Suddenly, a cat's meow pierced through the cacophony. The once fluffy little peach transformed into a prickly ball, its fur standing on end as it charged towards the tree stumps. It deftly landed in front of Wang Yuan as the stumps began to stir. It was a Lin Qi. Pei Changza seized the opportunity to pull Zhou Fei closer, channeling his psychic energy to keep Zhou's mind alert. Zhou hurriedly attempted to communicate with a flock of birds, but they were uncooperative. You are the prey. Having come here, you can only end up in the birds' mouths. Zhou frowned, wishing to eliminate them. Pei Changza, wielding a knife, struck down upon one of the gray stumps, a bloodied bird head falling to the ground. Blood began to ooze from the stump in a bizarre manner. A calico cat, the size of a border collie, could no longer contain itself and lunged forward to tear at the bird, which could do nothing in response. It craved the meal, yet its body was too tough, causing pain as it bit down. Its attempt to swallow resulted in injuries to its mouth. Chapter 80. Humph. Little Six isn't playing with water. Fifth brother, you are slandering me. Outnumbered, the Lin Chi, having lost 7 or 8 of its kind, realized it was outmatched and flapped its wings to flee. Their frantic movement left a vast emptiness around them, sending chills down the spines of those present. That bird was enormous. Meanwhile, they had managed to extract Ji Yan, whose upper body was stuck in the Lin Chi's throat after being swallowed for quite some time. Zhou patted his face, urging him to wake up. But despite his increasingly forceful attempts, Ji remained unconscious. Pei Changzi stepped forward to assess his condition, confirming he had fainted, and decided to carry him back for proper rest. All right. Pei Changzi instructed the others to return first, while he poked at the Lin Chi with a stick. Mr. Pei, why does this creature make such a chilling sound, resembling a child's cry? Zhang Yong couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Pei Changzi, knife in hand, opened the Lin Chi's head, searching for something inside. This creature is known as a Lin Chi. It typically disguises itself as a stump. Its cry is indeed misleading. You have all been influenced by its psychic abilities, mistaking it for an infant's wail. There is a particular bird whose call is most similar, and without psychic enhancement, you would struggle to discern whether it is a true infant or merely the bird's imitation. He donned gloves and retrieved a pale yellow psychic core from the pile of blood and flesh, confirming it was indeed psychic in nature. What a pity, they have all fled. Someone nearby could no longer contain their curiosity and asked Pei, what sort of bird is it that sounds even more like a child? If encountered in the wilderness, one might be frightened to death. Pei Changzi casually smashed open another bird's head. A few of them shuddered. Some were positioned further away, but still caught a glimpse of the grotesque sight. Deong muttered about the unappealing sounds. Nearby, Wang Kong hoisted a large pumpkin. Grinning as he remarked, who cares what it sounds like? Let's gather these vegetables. There's enough to feed several people. He had not anticipated that the mysterious endeavor was merely a vegetable harvest. The riverbank was adorned with fresh, crisp lettuce and bok choy, while the trees were draped with loofah vines, green loofahs dangling enticingly. Nearby, someone wielded a hoe, digging for sweet potatoes and potatoes, their reddish hues mingled with yellows. As another person filled a sack with the harvest, Ingyu sat aside, moving her fingers, causing a row of white radishes to uproot and pile up. Wang Kong and several teammates panted as they organized the vegetables, beads of sweat cascading from their foreheads, creating small craters upon impact with the ground. Yet, they paid no heed to their fatigue, as the spatial ability users accompanying them collected everything they gathered, regardless of quantity, into their own spaces. Only when their arms felt weak, their bodies utterly drained, did they realize their psychic energy was almost depleted. Wang Kong and his companions, seemingly impervious to exhaustion, managed to carry several bags of potatoes back. Ingyu wiped the sweat from her brow, impressed by their stamina, a testament to their military background. Wang Kong and the others were not oblivious to their fatigue. Rather, they were elated by the abundance of food. They had endured the most challenging times, and now that they could finally procure some vegetables, they were intent on gathering as much as possible. Upon returning to the base, discussions of the eerie cries sent chills down everyone's spines, prompting an increase in the number of those on night duty. Pei Changzi, holding the pale yellow psychic cores, cautiously infused them with a bit of psychic energy, and indeed, the cores vanished from his grasp in no time. He had awakened to his psychic abilities only days prior, gaining an additional means of protection. Reflecting on the phone call from earlier that day, he felt no need to rush, especially with a child's gentle voice on the other end, reminding him to stay safe, while Little Six and Little Five waited at home for his return. The children had been concerned for him, ever since a group of mutated beasts had sought refuge with their offspring. Combined with the weather, Pei Changfeng and Tian Yuan had seldom ventured outside. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, resembling a broken dam, preventing Pei Nian from playing. She was confined indoors. She lay atop the head of a large tiger, her small hands intermittently tugging at its soft, furry ears. The tiger, unperturbed, allowed her to play, lifting its head for her amusement. Grape, I want to go out and play, Pei Nian lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the waterlogged courtyard. Roar. Tiger wants to play outside too, but it's too wet. Suddenly, Pei Nian's face brightened as she seemed to have an idea. Raising her small hand, she gestured in the air, causing the puddles to stir. A small cat formed but quickly dissipated with a plop. She tried several more times, but to no avail.
Oh.
Nian Nian is so useless. I want to be as powerful as fifth brother and sister Tian Yuan.
Roar.
Little Master will become even more formidable than them in the future. Really? A smile spread across the child's face as her upper body draped over the tiger's head, reaching out to poke its eyes. Roar. Of course, the tiger never lies to children. Pei Nian Nian, filled with joy, erupted into peals of laughter, her short legs flailing atop the tiger's neck. Hearing the laughter at the door, Bai Chun hesitated, squeezing the toy crab he had just crafted. Why not give it to her? Pei Chongfeng's voice rang out suddenly. Bai Chun pursed his lips into a line, having recently lived there and discovered many things. Similar features. Pei Chongfeng's hints, identical birthmarks. As he pondered this, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly, which normal family would photograph a child's birthmark on their backside. Are you afraid she won't like it? Pei Chongfeng asked himself, then called out, Little Six, you're not allowed to play in the water. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the sound of small feet pattering towards the living room reached his ears. The child's fair, round face was puffed up with indignation, her little hands on her hips, and her braids bouncing with her movements. Humph! Little Six isn't playing with water. Fifth brother, you are slandering me. I apologize for the misunderstanding, Pei Chongfeng replied nonchalantly, causing Bai Chen to glance over in surprise. Is this what it means to be a brother? Slander and apologize so effortlessly? What is this? The child's voice suddenly piped up beside him. As Bai Chen looked down, he noticed that the child had appeared from who knows where, her gaze fixated on the object in his hand, filled with curiosity. She did not rush to touch it, nor did she attempt to grab it. Brother Bai Chen, can you show it to Nian Nian? Pei Nian Nian cupped her face with her little hands, her large, dark eyes sparkling with inquiry. Chapter 81. A crab with 8 legs, 2 large feet, quite adorable. Bai Chen could not resist the urge to extend the toy crab in his hand. Pei Nian Nian received the toy, not recklessly pressing any buttons, but instead curiously examining it from every angle. Let me show you how to play, Bai Chen said as he took the toy from her hands. Pei Nian Nian stood on her tiptoes, completely captivated by the toy. Pei Chongfeng, observing Pei Nian Nian's naive wonder, couldn't help but smirk. Their household was filled with toys, including her very own toy room, yet he had never seen her so enchanted by anything before. Bai Chun pressed a button at the bottom, causing the crab's 6 legs to begin moving side to side, accompanied by lively music. Pei Nian Nian's mouth fell open in astonishment, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Bai Chen. It plays music too? Bai Chen nodded, encouraging her to place it on the floor and try it out. Hold your hands on either side of its claws, and it will scuttle in the opposite direction. Wow! Pei Nian Nian exclaimed, eagerly reaching for the toy and skipping into the spacious living room to set it down. The crab began to move sideways while the upbeat music played. Pei Chongfeng watched Pei Nian Nian, chuckling as she attempted to block the crab's path, only to see it dart in the opposite direction again. Silly girl, he mumbled, his eyes brimming with affection. Isn't the music off? Pei Chongfeng asked, tapping Bai Chun on the shoulder. Shouldn't it be? A crab with 8 legs? Oh, 2 large feet. As he spoke, he couldn't help but break into song. Noticing Bai Chen's gaze, he abruptly fell silent, clearing his throat. I'll go find that little car my brother brought for her before, so she won't keep thinking about playing in the water. Watching Pei Chongfeng hurriedly exit, Bai Chun couldn't suppress a laugh. In some ways, they were quite alike. After all, he had once considered using that very tune before switching to the current one. He gazed at the child playing joyfully, a smile he himself was unaware of lighting up his face. After a day of exertion, Pei Nian Nian fell asleep early. Resembling a little piglet, her soft, plump legs had kicked the blanket aside, leaving her exposed. Pei Chongfeng, somewhat exasperated, gently pulled the blanket back over her, ensuring she was snug. With the rain pouring throughout the day and temperatures dropping, the child's delicate constitution required protection from the chill. After drying his hair, he settled at the balcony table, closing the door behind him and taking a sip of juice. Outside, the heavy rain had transformed into a gentle drizzle, the droplets pattering on the ground, which had already drained but still held puddles in the yard. He extended his hand to catch the raindrops cascading from eaves, a cool sensation spreading from his heart. As he moved his fingers, a gentle breeze swirled around his palm, gathering the rain droplets into his hand. Another motion, and he could hear the sound of wind rustling through the trees, shaking off the rain. Staring at his palm, he realized he had awakened the power of wind. Suddenly, A loud tapping echoed from the glass door. Pei Chongfeng turned to see a chubby little figure with red-rimmed eyes and a flushed face staring back at him. The child's large, sparkling eyes were filled with tears, and she was banging on the glass. "Oh, I forgot to leave a gap," he exclaimed, swiftly opening the balcony door as the child's cries filled the air. Lowering himself to scoop her up, he softly asked, "What's wrong? Why are you crying? Your brother is here." The child buried her tear-streaked face into his neck, offering no words. Concerned she might catch a chill, he carried her inside, wrapping her in a small blanket and grabbing some tissues to wipe her tears. Nestled in his lap, Pei Nian, a tiny bundle, pressed her face deeper into his embrace, occasionally sniffing. With a gentle pat on her slightly rounded back, he inquired softly, "Did you have a nightmare?" "It's all right. Dreams are just illusions. With your brother here, Xiao Lu needn't fear." After a while, the little one stirred, murmuring "brother" in a sticky voice. Pei Chongfeng responded, feeling her dampness against his hand. He stood up, cradling her, and headed to the wardrobe for fresh pajamas. In the previously unwelcoming wardrobe, he had managed to carve out a small space for her clothes. The tiny garments, warm in color, felt like an unexpected burst of joy in the otherwise serious atmosphere of his youth. Before Pei Nian's arrival, he had always been the youngest in the family, overshadowed by his older siblings' impressive capabilities, which made him feel like an underachiever. During his rebellious teenage years, he had often doubted his place in the Pei family. However, upon seeing this little bundle, soft and chubby, who even smiled at him, a newfound sense of responsibility washed over him. Though he sometimes found her annoying, he began to show a subtle yet genuine interest in her well-being. After changing her clothes, he wrung out a warm towel to wipe her face. Sitting in the center of the large bed, Pei Nian clutched a little teddy bear. "Brother, Xiao Lu is hungry," she said, her big, watery eyes looking at him imploringly. Pei Chongfeng tousled her hair, murmuring about the trouble of it all before turning to head downstairs to prepare her milk. Pei Nian quickly scrambled off the bed, attempting to slide down. Pei Chongfeng caught sight of her just in time and rushed forward, startled. Despite the bed not being very high, it was still a considerable height for a child. He swiftly supported her bottom, lifting her up. "Why are you being so reckless? You wanted to slide off the bed? It's high enough to hurt yourself." He lightly patted her bottom. Pei Nian, undeterred, pressed her soft face against his neck, wanting to follow him. Pei Chongfeng adjusted her position and, with her clinging closely, he lifted her down the stairs. The hallway lights cast a gentle glow, illuminating their descent. In the shadows, four bright light bulbs suddenly flickered on, creating an eerie ambience. Startled, Pei Chongfeng instinctively stepped back, tightening his grip on the child in his arms. Chapter 82. "No, I'm your brother. Not that turtle from the wishing well." A loud howl resonated, and Pei Chongfeng suddenly remembered the two unusual pets in the house, summoning the courage to flick on the lights. The two creatures approached, clearly eager to play with the little one in his arms, but she showed little interest, her chubby arms wrapped tightly around his neck. With no choice but to abandon the idea of placing her in the living room, he carried her into the kitchen. "Can you sit here for a moment? I'll make some milk for you," he said. The little head on his shoulder bobbed slightly, her arms tightening around him again. All right, I want to let go. But loosen your grip a bit. You're going to choke your brother." Pei Nian finally released her hold, yet nestled back against his neck. Pei Chongfeng had no choice but to hold her in one arm while boiling water with the other to prepare her milk. Fortunately, just 3 days prior to the apocalypse, his father had replenished their supplies, providing enough for her to drink for a while. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for where to find more. After preparing the milk and allowing it to cool slightly, he offered it to her. Pei Nian, seated on his lap, took a hearty sip, her little mouth emitting delightful sounds of satisfaction. This amused Pei Chongfeng, prompting him to ask, "Is it really that delicious?" "Yes. Brother made it," she exclaimed, playfully pushing the cup toward him. Pei Chongfeng, feigning distaste, replied, "I have no interest in children's drinks. Finish it and then go to sleep." Once she finished her milk, her spirits lifted, and he seized the moment to inquire, "Did you have a nightmare earlier? You were crying so pitifully." Pei Nian pouted, insisting, "I'm not ugly. I'm beautiful." Someone's a bit vain, Pei Chongfeng teased, pinching the soft flesh of her arm. "Come on, tell your brother what you dreamed about."
Was it a big monster?
"Something as ugly as a grape?" Pei Nian scrunched her nose, defending, "Grape isn't ugly. It's cute. However, Her expression quickly turned serious as she continued, I dreamt that Daddy and Mommy were chased by a stinky thing, and bad people stole Mommy's things. Brother, when will they come back? I miss them. They will return soon. They will be back shortly.
He sighed,
Lamenting the loss of his satellite phone to the wretched alien plant, which had left him unable to contact them. He had checked the area, but the alien was either dead or had fled, leaving no trace behind. The absence of visual and auditory connection made the situation all the more unbearable. Pei Changfeng coaxed her upstairs to sleep. The door to the bedroom where Bai Qin was staying, which had been ajar, was gently closed. The following morning, when Bai Chen emerged, he noticed the child appeared utterly drained, like a wilted cabbage scorched by the sun, lacking any vitality. Her eyelids were slightly swollen as she sat in her little car, aimlessly steering the wheel in the living room. Pei Changfeng emerged with a boiled egg, beckoning her over. Come here, little six. The child slowly maneuvered her vehicle closer. He carefully peeled the egg and gently placed it on her swollen eyelids. Brother, I want Daddy and Mommy. Yes, I know. Brother, they're in danger. Bad people are following them. You must trust your parents. They are adults and do not need you, a child.
to worry for them.
Suddenly, Pei Nianyan burst into tears, her heart-wrenching sobs catching Pei Changfeng off guard. He quickly set the egg down and embraced her. Oh, dear. You must not cry anymore. Look at how swollen your eyes are. While patting her back, he tried to soothe her. Tell me what you want, and I will find a way to get it for you. Except for bringing your parents back. That's impossible.
Wah.
I want Daddy and Mommy. That's not possible. I'm your brother, not a magical wishing well. Her grief was as profound as if she had truly lost her parents. In the time Bai Qin had been staying with them, he had never seen Pei Nianyan cry like this. The family of pandas was also startled. Abandoning their meal to rush in, surrounding Pei Changfeng and the crying child, their tails swaying anxiously. Having spent considerable time with them, Pei Changfeng understood their intentions. He sat on the sofa with the child in his arms and pointed to the panda's large, swaying tail. Would you like to play with their big tail? You used to love it. Pei Nianyan shook her head, still sobbing. Pei Changfeng was nearly driven to despair. Just a short while ago, she had adored it. She would even drag him to bed to sleep together. How could such a brief time have changed her affections? Bai Chen, leaning on his cane, approached with a somewhat brusque tone, attempting to console her. Stop crying. Your parents cannot return right now. Communication is cut off, and you cannot reach them. These words, like a hornet's nest disturbed, ignited Pei Nianyan's tears anew, her exhausted sobs echoing in Pei Changfeng's ears. Infuriated, he rose from the sofa, holding the inconsolable child, glaring at Bai Chen. Pei Laosi, was that intentional? Bai Chen, momentarily taken aback, failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. You can't comfort her. Why provoke her like that? Now look, she can't stop crying. Is it necessary to summon a doctor for her sobbing? It was already hard enough for her with her parents absent, and you had to pour more oil on the fire. Previously, they could at least communicate through video calls multiple times a day. Now, cut off entirely, he knew better than to mention it to her. While Bai Chen had just blurted it out. She's just a 3-year-old child. She's not an adult. Can't you keep some truths to yourself? Turning back to comfort the child, he urged, Don't cry, don't cry. I will find a way, all right? I will get you a satellite phone. Though his own had been lost, he was determined to find another. If all else failed, he would take her to the neighboring city to seek her third sister. Bai Chen, feeling a bit flustered, suddenly perked up at the mention of a satellite phone. I can help with that. Pei Changfeng raised an eyebrow, eyeing him skeptically, his expression indicating, Don't lie to me, or I will be upset. Pei Nianyan paused her tears, sniffling and looking at Bai Chen with hope in her eyes. You really can fix a satellite phone? Bai Chen nodded earnestly, feeling a sense of responsibility swell within him. Yes, I learned a bit before. After all, I helped with communications for artillery and aircraft. Pei Changfeng regarded him with doubt. You're not just boasting, are you? Watch your language. There's a child present. Pei Nianyan tugged at his sleeve, her voice still trembling. Brother, I want to call Daddy and Mommy. All right, we're not in a hurry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Your fourth brother will definitely get it for you. After calming the child, he shot a pointed look at Bai Chen, his smile lacking warmth. Isn't that right, fourth brother? Bai Chen, feeling the pressure, nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll get it right away. You'll be able to contact your parents. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Chen hurriedly made his way to the room, practically sprinting. Pei Changfeng's demeanor softened as he reassured Pei Nianyan, see? Fourth brother will fix it soon. You'll be able to reach your parents. He gently touched her swollen eyelids, his voice filled with empathy. You must not cry anymore. Just look at how swollen your eyes are. Just when it seemed the child was finally calm, the chaos resumed. After barely falling asleep, she began to whimper again. Pei Changfeng, unable to endure the noise, carried her to Bai Chen's room, knowing he couldn't be the only one to suffer through it. He intended to supervise, ensuring that Bai Chen completed his task swiftly so that little Six could reconnect with her parents. Otherwise, the child would continue her relentless wailing. Bai Chen, feeling the pressure, struggled with the materials he had gathered during the day, trying to assemble the phone while Pei Changfeng had brought the child along. Bai Chen shot Pei Changfeng a pleading look, silently urging him to take the child away. How can I work with her here? Feigning ignorance, Pei Changfeng sat on the sofa beside the child, who was wrapped in a blanket with her red, swollen eyes. Clearing his throat, he said, Little Six, look. Fourth brother is working on the phone for you. You mustn't cry. We cannot disturb him, all right? Pei Nianyan nodded, obediently shifting closer to Pei Changfeng. Bai Chen's expression stiffened. Fine, no more pretense. He sighed, his hands moving with practiced ease. Bai Chen had always known he was not a biological child of the family. It was evident from the stark contrast in their appearances, a delicate cucumber amongst a family of squashes. At a glance, it was clear they did not belong together. He had once contemplated running away, but as Bai Fu had purchased him, each attempt resulted in brutal punishment. Gradually, he lost the courage to flee, fearing he would be left disabled. Instead, he discovered a path to escape: education. He aimed to leave this wretched place. With a sharp mind and diligent effort, he consistently topped the academic rankings, earning praise from teachers and being enrolled in numerous competitions, ultimately achieving the highest score in the city for the entrance exam to junior high. Rather than celebrating his achievements, Bai Fu grew wary of his desire for freedom, sensing Bai Chen slipping from his grasp. Consequently, he sought to halt Bai Chen's education. However, the boy's remarkable intellect and standings attracted the attention of many schools, some even offering financial incentives. Due to public opinion, Bai Fu reluctantly allowed him to continue his studies. During this time, Bai Chen seized every opportunity to compete, determined to demonstrate his worth and escape this life. Approaching high school, a specialized institution reached out to him, wishing to guide him down a different path.
Bai Fu,
Of course, refused, but the school had heard of Bai Chen's brilliance, particularly in physics, and were not willing to let such a gifted child slip away. Their loss would also be the nation's misfortune. Bai Chen realized this was his quickest route to freedom and discreetly confided in one of the girls who had come with them, revealing his status as Bai Fu's purchase. In their eyes, he detected a glimmer of hope, as if they had finally found a breakthrough. The subsequent proceedings unfolded as Bai Chen had anticipated. They called the police, conducted DNA tests, and he was taken away. When the officers inquired whether he wished to find his family, Bai Chen's mind flashed with the repulsive faces of the Bai family. The couple had long been childless before purchasing him. Initially, they treated him well, but their demeanor soured after they became pregnant. Upon the birth of their biological child, he became the unwanted one. He faced hunger and severe beatings aimed at extinguishing his life. Overwhelmed, he hesitated and replied that he did not wish to pursue that path for now. This was undoubtedly welcome news to those who had come to take him. Without a guardian, they would assume that role. Even if his biological parents were found, separation would ensue. Enrolling in their school would mean surrendering himself to the state, his name erased from the household register as if he had never existed. Life at school was a whirlwind of classes, studies, and experiments, leaving him with little spare time. Eventually, after obtaining his own patents and gaining some autonomy, Bai Chen suddenly remembered his family. He grew curious about whether he had been abandoned or taken away. That year, Lin Wan was pregnant and subsequently gave birth to Pei Nianyan. When the documents reached him, he discovered a family photo in the folder, a portrait of 7, with one space conspicuously empty. Little Pei Nianyan was cradled in Lin Wan's arms, her gentle smile revealing her kind nature. It was then that Bai Chen learned the truth. He had not been abandoned, but had been taken by human traffickers. For years, his family had been searching for him. Had he not entered the specialized school and had his existence erased, his parents might have found him long ago. But after so many years, he had lost the courage to return. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, he doubted he would ever reunite with the Pei family. Upon arriving at their home, he sensed their happiness. Even though he had never lived there, the Pei family was aware of his existence. If only that indiscreet photo hadn't existed. Fiddling with his phone, he turned around only to find the siblings fast asleep on the couch. Pei Changfeng reclined against the sofa, with Pei Nian leaning against him. He cleared his throat gently, rousing Pei Changfeng from his slumber, who drowsily asked, "Is it ready?" "Yes." "Please take her back to sleep. We can discuss it tomorrow," Bai Chen replied. Pei Changfeng nodded, carefully lifting Pei Nian, and whispered before closing the door. "We have been searching for you all these years. We never forgot." As the door clicked shut, Bai Chen's voice echoed, "I know." The following morning, Pei Nian was pulled from her slumber by Pei Changfeng, who whisked her off to wash her face and brush her teeth. Upon descending the stairs and spotting Bai Chen, memories flooded back to her. She leapt from Pei Changfeng's arms and scampered towards Bai Chen, exclaiming, "Brother, the phone." Bai Chen lowered his gaze to the small child, who barely reached the table, and said, "Eat breakfast first. You can have it after." Pei Nian nodded eagerly, her small mouth stretching into a smile as she obediently began her meal. After she finished, Bai Chen handed her the phone, but when Pei Changfeng dialed, it displayed that it was turned off. After several unsuccessful attempts, Pei Nian's resolve broke. She pouted, tears welling in her eyes, gazing at the phone with a hurt expression before looking up at Pei Changfeng. It's all right. The phone must be out of battery. We can try again later. Why don't you play with the pumpkin? Don't you love its fluffy tail?" In that moment, the little girl could no longer hold back, bursting into tears as she clung to him. Pei Changfeng gently patted her back. Don't cry, little Six is the best." Bai Chen handed her a small trinket he had made the day before, awkwardly trying to comfort her. "Here, don't cry anymore, or you'll hurt your voice." Pei Nian paused, her red-rimmed eyes curiously fixed on the object in his hand, her once curled eyelashes now damp and tangled. She rubbed her eyes with her small hands, trying to see what Bai Chen held. Having cried so intensely, she abruptly halted, still trembling. Pei Changfeng, noticing her rubbing her eyes, quickly intervened. "Don't do that. You might hurt yourself." He fetched soft tissues, gently wiping her tears. Pei Nian reached out for the delicate object, which was intricately crafted, palm-sized with wings attached. Once Pei Changfeng finished wiping her tears, he glanced down and realized, "Isn't that a cockroach?" Bai Chen, exasperated, retorted, "Which eye of yours sees that as a cockroach? It's clearly a cicada." Pei Changfeng examined the little creature with skepticism. Its body was deflated, adorned with whiskers. Wasn't it a cockroach? Bai Chen tugged on one of the whiskers of the object in Pei Nian's hand, producing a series of cicada calls from within. Pei Changfeng muttered, "It really is a cicada." Bai Chen smirked, looking at him as if he were a fool. Pei Nian, intrigued, began to play with the little object, studying its wings with sparkling eyes, asking, "Can it fly?" Brother hasn't he had the chance to install the control device yet, but I promise to make it fly for you later." "Okay." Pei Nian nodded enthusiastically, flapping her little legs in excitement. Pei Changfeng allowed her to play freely. Observing as she ran off, he remarked, "I didn't expect you to be quite adept at soothing children." Bai Chen shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. He had learned it all from Pei Changfeng over this time. Pei Nian mimicked Bai Chen's earlier action, tugging on the whiskers, discovering that one side activated and the other deactivated the sound. She turned off the noise and scampered over to the large tiger lounging at the door, mischievously bringing the cicada close to its fluffy ear. She pulled on the whiskers, and the cicada's calls echoed in the grape's ear. "Look, Grape. This is a new toy that Brother Bai Chen made for Nian. It even makes sounds." The tiger perked up its ears, stepping forward to praise it.
Wow.
"This big cockroach is incredibly lifelike. It makes quite a noise. Is that really how a cockroach sounds?" Nian took a closer look at the object in her hands. "Why did Fifth Brother and Grape both say it's a big cockroach? Didn't Brother Bai Chen say it was a cicada?" The tiger tilted its head in confusion, pondering for a while, but ultimately decided it didn't matter. As long as the little master wasn't crying, everything was fine. However, the cicada sound continued to persist, irritating the tiger. It twitched its furry ears, pretending to turn its head away to avoid it. Yet Nian stubbornly brought the cicada closer. Grape exclaimed, "Damn it. What's that newcomer doing just idling around? Look what he gave the little master." He should have been dealt with the moment he was brought back. It was driving the tiger mad. Where was that smelly leopard? It should also experience the affection from the little master. The tiger feigned affection, rolling over to show its belly to Nian Nian, occasionally stealing glances at her. Wow, come and pet the tiger. Pei Changfeng, hearing the incessant cicada sounds at the door, found the noise rather piercing despite its volume. With rain falling outside and cicadas chirping inside, what a situation. I say, can you not make noisy toys next time? It's too loud, Pei Changfeng remarked with some distaste. Bai Chen also frowned, troubled, as he hadn't expected this little girl to be so enamored with noisy toys. He grimaced, nodding that next time, he would make one without sound. The device was small, and the battery was also tiny. After a while, it stopped making noise. Nian Nian brought the big cockroach inside, looking eagerly at Brother Bai Chen, who remained expressionless as he lied. It's just tired from making noise and needs to rest. Shall I put it away for you? Nian Nian lovingly patted the big cockroach, shaking her head resolutely.
No, no.
Little Six hasn't seen the cake yet. At this moment, Tian Yuan returned from outside with a basket. Nian Nian, how about I make you a fruitcake? Nian Nian quickly tucked the little toy into her pocket and ran over to Tian Yuan, tiptoeing to see what was in her basket. Inside were various fruits, passion fruit, mangoes, strawberries, grapes. So many fruits. Sister, can Nian Nian help you make it? I've eaten it before, but I've never made it myself. Of course. Watching Nian Nian follow Tian Yuan into the kitchen, the two in the living room visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Until nap time. Nian Nian didn't think about the toy again, but upon waking, she started crying, wanting to make a phone call, clutching the big cockroach that Bai Chen had made for her. Perhaps after resting a bit, it had some power left, as when Nian Nian pulled the string, it began to chirp loudly again. Pei Changfeng, annoyed by the noise, truly wished to toss it out. He dialed a number on his phone while Nian Nian stood on the sofa, tears on her face, straining to see. She had to keep an eye on her brother to prevent him from tricking her again. As the phone rang twice, signaling it was connected, she was about to answer, when suddenly it hung up. Seeing her pout, about to cry, Pei Changfeng quickly covered her mouth. Don't cry. If you keep crying, what will happen to your voice? His fingers flew over the phone screen, tapping swiftly. Nian Nian, in a fit of anger, swatted his hand away and yelled. Her outcry mingled with the cicada's chirp. Pei Changfeng frowned, taking a deep breath, reminding himself not to hit the child. All right, Nian Nian, please stop crying. Nian Nian plopped down on the sofa, her voice quivering as she accused. It's all your fault. You hung up on me. Boo-hoo.
I.
Nian Nian, don't make me give you a lesson in love. Nian Nian, heartbroken at having finally gotten through only to be hung up on, lamented. I knew it. You must have other little sisters outside.
You want to hit me?
It's clearly your fault. Go ahead.
Kill me.
When Dad and Mom come back, there will be no more Nian Nian. Chapter 85. Are you capable? You've run out of bullets and still haven't killed a single one. Bai Chen rubbed his throbbing temples. Pei Changfeng, how old are you? Why are you arguing with a 3-year-old? Seizing the opportunity, Nian Nian chimed in. Exactly. You're an adult. Why bully a 3-year-old? Pei Changfeng had no words, feeling bitter as if he had swallowed something sour. On the other end of the line, Lin Wan's voice called out, Changfeng. Nian Nian's big eyes sparkled, and she immediately bounced off the sofa, reaching for the phone. After the child spoke, the phone was handed back to Pei Changfeng. Bai Chen quietly sat at the dining table, their voices not particularly soft, and he naturally heard Pei Changfeng mention him. But he lacked the courage to face them, unsure of how to proceed. Pei Changfeng seemed to sense this as well, not forcing him to take the call. So far, their interactions had been relatively smooth, and he didn't want to disrupt this balance. With the phone, they gradually connected with the eldest and the second, but they still hadn't reached the third. Knowing that everyone was alright eased Nian Nian's mind, allowing her to return to her usual self. Yet, the rain continued to fall. Nian Nian rested her chin on the Black Panther, gazing out at the rain cascading down the floor-to-ceiling window. Brother Bai Chen, when will this rain stop? Her small face was filled with worry. Bai Chen was tinkering with something at the table, occasionally producing sizzling or clicking sounds. I don't know if it wants to rain, let it rain, you want to get wet anyway. But little Six wants to go out and play. The previously calm Black Panther, lying on the ground, slightly raised its head, its ears perked up. The surrounding animals also became alert, with a family of red pandas standing upright, baring their teeth at the door. Even the tiger, blocking the entrance, slowly stood up, occasionally letting out low growls. Something dirty is coming out. Pei Changfeng and Tian Yuan rushed in, shedding their raincoats and wiping their faces. The valley near the manor has flooded terribly. It's almost submerged. Many animals are coming down from the mountains. Pei Changfeng casually ran his fingers through his hair. The mountain where the manor is located is isolated, not connected to others. How could so many creatures emerge? Nian Nian, holding the Black Panther as soft cushion, said, "There are several mountains connected behind our house." When did this happen? Nian Nian replied nonchalantly, "It was during the earthquake." Pei Changfeng frowned. "We can't stay here any longer. There are too many creatures coming out from the mountains. We can't handle it. If we get surrounded." He suddenly shifted his tone. "Little six. Who is Xiao Kaihua?" Bai Chen interjected, "Not a brother. Are you focusing on the wrong thing? Shouldn't we be discussing what to do next?" Nian Nian, feeling a bit guilty, turned her face away, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, not daring to look at him. Xiao Kaihua is just Xiao Kaihua. Pei Changfeng was about to ask more when a snake, thicker than a human arm, suddenly appeared in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. With a triangular head and intricate patterns, it continuously flicked its tongue at Nian Nian. Pei Changfeng exclaimed. Tian Yuan gasped. Bai Chen shouted. Pei Changfeng's body reacted faster than his mind, sprinting forward to grab the child by the nape of her neck and pulled her into his embrace, retreating rapidly. Though aware it was behind glass, he still felt a pang of fear. Behind them came the roar of the tiger. When Tian Yuan looked, she saw the doorway was suddenly blocked by snakes of all colors, both venomous and non-venomous. Tian Yuan had never seen so many snakes in her life. The tiger breathed fire, unleashing a torrent toward the surrounding snakes. Some snakes, frightened by the flames, recoiled, but those awakened with fire abilities did not fear, charging forward as if taking a bath in the flames. The Black Panther enveloped the large glass window with a layer of golden energy, ensuring that those creatures could not breach the barrier. Tian Yuan swiftly inspected the surrounding windows. Fortunately, her earlier fears of the rain infiltrating had led her to secure them all, leaving only the main door ajar. She dashed to the entrance, manipulating the plants to fling the snakes out of the estate, attempting to strangle them and force them to retreat. Bai Chen emerged with a freshly assembled firearm, disregarding his recently healed leg as he wildly fired at the outside. Pei Changfeng, with an expression of disdain, exclaimed, "Are you even capable? You've exhausted your ammunition without managing to kill a single one." Bai Chen shot him a cold glance. His abilities were rather inadequate for direct confrontation, relying solely on firearms, which he had unfortunately lost along the way. Pei Changfeng moved his fingers, causing spikes of earth to erupt from the ground, momentarily stunning the snakes. Like puppies, they shook their heads and pressed forward, eager to capture the beautiful little fish, believing that seizing her would enhance their intelligence. Heavy raindrops fell, washing away the sharp tips of the earth spikes, rendering them blunt. In no time, much of the earth had been washed away. Bai Chen let out a sardonic huff, mockingly stating, "I see your powers are rather ineffective. All you did was give them a massage." Pei Changfeng clicked his tongue, unleashing a gust of wind that sliced through the air, decapitating the snakes. Their bodies writhed on the ground, blood pooling and staining the surrounding water, transforming it into a vast crimson expanse. Some snake heads, still attached by mere scraps of skin, struggled to crawl towards them, creating a grotesque sight. Tian Yuan observed the increasing number of snakes emerging from the shadows, decisively declaring, "We cannot linger here any longer. We will be worn down." Pei Changfeng urged, "Sister Tian Yuan, take Xiao Lu and Bai Chen and head for the off-road vehicle in the underground garage." Pei Nian Nian, startled and bewildered, wondered how so many snakes could have emerged, all seemingly intent on capturing her. She looked up at the adults and then at the various beasts, each one striving to repel the intruders and shield her. Even the small pumpkin stood guard, while the space-manipulating panda couple remained protectively at her side, as if to reassure her by nudging their fluffy tails toward her. Just as Tian Yuan lifted Pei Nian Nian into her arms, a louder hissing sound resonated from outside. As if issuing a low warning, the snake horde hesitated momentarily, but then resumed their assault. Today, they were determined to seize the beautiful little fish. The cauliflower snake, typically resting in its burrow during rain, yearned to play with the little fish. However, the human accompanying her was far too fierce, surely capable of killing any snake. Thus, it remained in its den, only to find that the rain intensified, nearly flooding its home. As the rain poured, the mountain stream surged, washing away various debris. Chapter 86. No, its venomous fangs. The snake had hastily arrived upon hearing that they could finally seek the little fish. Upon witnessing the once beautiful estate now teeming with serpents, the cauliflower snake's furious hissing grew louder. Hiss! All snakes, get out! Yet the horde ignored its command. The massive cauliflower snake slithered over the walls and into the estate, crushing many snakes beneath its massive form, flattening them into snake pancakes. With a powerful sweep of its robust tail, it cleared the area, gathering the snakes into a pile as they angrily retaliated, insisting that the beautiful little fish belonged to all of them. However, the cauliflower snake was unafraid. Its scales, much sturdier than those of ordinary snakes, had been further reinforced by its evolved powers. Though it lacked such advantages initially, the influence of the little fish allowed it to grow faster and stronger than its counterparts. The cauliflower snake watched as more snakes approached, and with a flick of its tail, it swept away the intruders, using its mouth like a shovel to consume them, mixing them with mud and swallowing them whole. It circled the house, enveloping it entirely, raising its head in an aggressive posture, its vertically slit pupils gleaming with cold light, issuing a silent warning to the invaders. Hiss! You better retreat. Within the horde, some snakes began to withdraw, cautiously lowering their heads in a silent show of submission to the far larger cauliflower snake. Others, undeterred, lunged forward, attempting to bite its body in hopes of injecting their venom. Yet the cauliflower snake's tough scales, reinforced with its powers, rendered their fangs ineffective, shattering upon contact. The once wise eyes of the attacking snake filled with confusion. No, my venomous fangs! The cauliflower snake, not one to relent, swung its tail, crushing the surrounding snakes into the ground, some becoming mere puddles of flesh. Tian Yuan's grip on Pei Niannian tightened as Pei Chongfeng stared in horror at the sudden appearance of the colossal serpent, his mind racing with thoughts of imminent doom. Bai Chun reacted quickest, disregarding his recently healed leg as he pulled Pei Chongfeng away. We must move towards the underground garage now. Head to the vehicle and wait for my signal. The tiger growled, eager to charge, only to be restrained by the Black Panther. Roar! Don't be impulsive. You big fool. Allies! Allies! Pei Niannian leaned out from behind Tian Yuan, her large eyes fixated on the open door, where a dark green snake was visible. Little cauliflower? Pei Chongfeng, who had previously displayed confusion and anxiety, suddenly focused intently on Pei Niannian. Xiaolu, what do you mean by little cauliflower? He had heard the name from his sister before but had never pressed for details. He didn't want to push the child. Pei Niannian pointed with her chubby little finger towards the doorway, little cauliflower. She then kicked her legs, eager to reach the ground. Tian Yuan glanced at Pei Chongfeng, knowing that while Bai Chun was indeed the long-lost fourth brother of the Pei family, the weight of responsibility lay heavily on this fifth brother who had been absent from Pei Niannian's side. Pei Chongfeng nodded, indicating that she should set her down. They had no retreat left. Earlier, he had seen through the door Bai Chun had opened that the windows were swarming with writhing snakes. If he was not mistaken, that giant serpent had completely surrounded the house. As soon as Pei Niannian touched the ground, she scampered towards the door. Bai Chun attempted to retrieve her, but Pei Chongfeng held him back, causing Bai Chun to panic. Pei Chongfeng, she is your biological sister. I am well aware she is my sister. Trust me, they won't harm her. Haven't you sensed Xiaolu's difference during this time? After a moment of silence, Bai Chun reluctantly let the child go. Pei Niannian tilted her little head, her big eyes full of confusion. What is wrong, brother Bai Chun? Bai Chun retrieved a small yellow raincoat from the coat rack and carefully dressed her, warning her not to get wet in the rain as she might fall ill. He adjusted the little hat on her head, urging her to stay safe. Okay. Pei Niannian beamed, her fair little face breaking into a smile. She rushed towards the snake's body, her small hands patting the little cauliflower. The previously proud snake seemed to sense something, tilting its head and lowering its body, flicking its tongue towards Pei Niannian at the doorway. Its once cold, vertical pupils softened, becoming rounder, the green irises dominating its eyes, shimmering with a golden hue as if flowing like liquid gold. Its slithering body no longer obstructed the doorway, cautiously extending its head to allow Pei Niannian to touch it. A small snake, emboldened by its diminutive size, excitedly wiggled its tail upon spotting Pei Niannian. Just as it was about to dash forward, it was flung away by the thick tail of the cauliflower snake. Humph! Do you still wish to compete for affection with the snake? Pei Niannian extended her delicate hand to caress the cold, glistening scales of the great serpent, which had become damp from the rain, speckled with mud. Retracting her hand, she sought out the small cloth prepared by Tianyuan and carefully wiped the serpent's scales, witnessing the transformation of the once sturdy scales into a gleaming surface, with hints of green shimmering through, filled Pei Niannian with a profound sense of accomplishment. The cauliflower snake wriggled, resting its head on the ground and extending its tail for Pei Niannian to climb up, subsequently lifting her to its head. Pei Chongfeng and the others watched in awe as the small figure of Pei Niannian stood before the colossal snake, which occasionally flicked its tongue, causing their hearts to race with trepidation. They feared that the serpent's tongue might coil around her and swallow her whole. The sight of the enormous serpent's mouth was striking. Tianyuan trembled slightly. Bai Chun had plopped down on a nearby bench, while Pei Chongfeng maintained a semblance of calm, although one could observe the involuntary quiver of his arms. The tiger, pulled aside by the Black Panther, grew anxious upon seeing the audacious snake attempting to take away its little master, and it leaped forward, only to be restrained by the panther. However, this time, the Black Panther did not manage to hold it back, watching helplessly as it lunged forward and clamped its jaws onto the snake's tail. "You foolish creature. I told you it is an ally." Yet Grape was unperturbed. It only knew that this unfamiliar giant serpent wanted to take away its beloved little master. It emitted a deafening roar that echoed throughout the mountains. "Release the tiger's little master." The great snake flicked its tail, but found it unmovable. "How dare this foolish beast tread on my beautiful tail?" it hissed. "Let go of the snake, or I will devour you. Come at me, foul serpent. Watch as I rend you to pieces." Chapter 87. Closer, closer. They are true friends. As the tension mounted, Pei Niannian, perched atop the serpent's head, called out, "We cannot fight. Fear not, little master, the tiger will surely rescue you." "No, but the cauliflower is Niannian's friend." The drenched tiger tilted its head. "Friend? Grape, it will not harm Niannian. Do not step on its tail. The cauliflower will be hurt." No sooner had she spoken than a pained hissing sound escaped the snake's mouth. She crouched down to stroke its head. "It is not hurt." "Oh, cauliflower is not in pain. Grape did not mean it. He was merely worried for me." The tiger, seeing the snake's distress, reluctantly withdrew its paw from the serpent's tail. The great serpent, seemingly satisfied, meandered around the estate with Pei Niannian before leading her out the main gate. Accompanying them was a massive tiger. Grape, soaked from the rain, remained steadfastly by Pei Niannian's side. The little master was far more important than its own fur. Upon exiting the estate, Pei Niannian finally beheld the scene outside. Numerous strange beasts, evolved and sentient, were hiding nearby. Upon spotting Pei Niannian, their previously damp heads lifted, their eyes gleaming with excitement. A chorus of roars erupted, echoing in the air. Pei Niannian peered down from the serpent's head. The animals, upon seeing her, gradually stepped out from their shelter but dared not approach too closely, instead calling out in a forlorn manner. She waved her hand at them, urging them to return. "You must go back. You will catch a cold in the rain." Fearing they might not hear her, she tapped on the snake's head, signaling it to lower her. Reluctantly, the cauliflower snake complied, slowly descending her to the ground while extending its tail for her to step upon. As she alighted, the animals, emboldened, began to approach her. Some little cubs instinctively ventured closer, cautiously nudging her hand with their heads. Among them were baby golden-haired monkeys, timidly reaching for her chubby hand, their watery eyes glancing up at her, fearful of displeasing her and being cast aside. The torrential rain gradually subsided. Pei Niannian, adorned in a little raincoat patterned with yellow ducks, stood amidst the gentle drizzle, reaching out to pat the heads of the cubs. "Do not be sad. My parents have not returned yet, but I am not too sad because I still have an elder brother. Having your parents nearby is already wonderful." Suddenly, sharp bird calls pierced the air. First one, then 2, 4, 10, and soon 20 or more birds approached. They soared through the drizzling sky, seemingly homing in on something, and swiftly dove down, snatching the snake from the ground and lifting it into the air. The snake was large, and so were the birds, easily overpowering it. Having witnessed Pei Niannian being taken away, the birds swooped in. The snake fled in all directions. Some dashed along the courtyard walls and vanished into the surrounding mountains. They had originally come from the mountains, driven out by the floods, hoping to capture little fish to bring back. She did not belong to humans. She belonged to all living things. A massive golden eagle landed on a tree opposite Pei Ninian, eyeing the cauliflower snake behind her with predatory intent. Pei Ninian observed the large bird, which was indeed immense, comparable to her sister's newly acquired helicopter, if not larger. Soon after, various other birds of prey, such as the horned eagle, owl, crowned eagle, and peregrine falcon, began to alight on the surrounding trees. On the ground, some animals, having been preyed upon, trembled in fear. Yet they could not escape. They slowly inched toward Pei Ninian, seeking refuge, their ears drooping in distress. Pei Ninian's attention was drawn to the damp animals beside her. And just as she reached out to pet them, a sudden rustling erupted from the nearby tree, followed by the flapping of wings. Peering from beneath her raincoat's hood, Pei Ninian observed the branches swaying. A large bird was flapping its wings, attempting to take flight. However, its wings were too large, and the space among the trees was too confined, forcing it to awkwardly glide down to the nearby road. The tiger-headed sea eagle, with its beady eyes, stealthily gazed at Pei Ninian. Noticing her attention, it shyly flapped its wings and raised its head. Sensing its feathers were disheveled, it lowered its head to tidy itself. The onlooking birds could not suppress their laughter, finding amusement in its antics, their calls echoing in the air. "You used to bully us. You deserve this." Pei Ninian's gaze was captivated, and she skipped over in that direction. However, she was distracted by the tender yellow branches in a puddle by the roadside. A short segment adorned with 5-petaled white flowers caught her eye. As she held it in her hand, the seemingly soft branches blossomed into a cascade of white flowers before her.
Wow.
Pei Ninian's mouth fell agape, her round, delicate face brimming with wonder. The tiger-headed sea eagle, having proudly raised its head for a while, noticed Pei Ninian's lack of movement and turned to observe her. Its wise little eyes were filled with astonishment. Was it not fierce enough? Was it not beautiful enough? How could it be overshadowed by a mere vine? Striding closer to the crouching Pei Ninian, the great bird lowered its head to peer at what she held. Pei Ninian, gazing at the enormous feet, looked up in confusion to find the large bird. "Look! It can bloom." The tiger-headed sea eagle tilted its head, wishing to swat away the bothersome vine in her hand but hesitating for fear of making her cry. Instead, it plucked the most beautiful feather from its wing and placed it in her palm. "Is this for you, Ninian?" The tiger-headed sea eagle squawked. "Indeed, it is for you. Immediately discard that wretched vine you hold. Do not allow it to linger in your delicate hands." Pei Ninian scrutinized the feather, which was longer than her arm, and casually tucked the vine into the pocket of her raincoat. Unbeknownst to her, the majestic Stellar's sea eagle approached with cautious little steps, drawing closer, as if they were the best of friends. Pei Chongfeng observed the retreating snakes outside and was about to step out when he noticed the fierce birds of prey, seemingly emerging from nowhere. They charged toward the snakes in the yard, not just one or two, but countless, some as large as helicopters and some even larger. They swiftly seized the serpents and soared away without a moment's pause. Bai Chen frowned, realizing the peril. Ninian had been taken by that snake. Would these birds attack her? Pei Chongfeng had already dashed outside, and Bai Chen, ignoring his leg injury, hopped after him. Tian Yuan followed suit. Pei Chongfeng drove the sightseeing vehicle hurriedly, with the Black Panther already darting ahead. To his astonishment, a multitude of animals surrounded them outside. Chapter 88. Oh dear, I've been swept away by the flood. On the opposite tree stood the birds of prey. Although aware of his sister's uniqueness, he feared for her safety. Pei Chongfeng ignored the animals outside and hurriedly opened the door, searching for that little creature. What he discovered was alarming. A colossal bird of prey stood beside Pei Ninian, rubbing its sharp beak against her. Its eyes gleamed with an insatiable hunger. Pei Chongfeng's vision darkened, his lips trembling as he uttered, "Little six." Ninian, absorbed in examining her feather, remained oblivious to the eagle's proximity. Bai Chen and Tian Yuan were equally startled, especially Bai Chen, who had already been astonished by the two beasts at home. Now, the estate was teeming with animals, carnivorous, herbivorous, flying and running. Such harmony was unheard of, even in a zoo. What was that? He spotted something he only thought existed in zoos, the adorable black and white ball. How could it be out here in the rain? Pei Chongfeng gulped hard. Taking a few steps forward, little six, Ninian finally turned her head, tightly clutching the feather in her small hand. "Fifth brother. Look, it's beautiful." She lifted the feather to display it to Pei Chongfeng. The eagle beside her fixed its sharp, beady eyes intently on Pei Chongfeng, pondering who this human was and whether he would harm the little fish. Perhaps it should crush him with its talon. Pei Chongfeng's voice quivered. Little Six, it's dangerous there. Come here, please. Come to your brother. Dangerous? Nian tilted her chubby face to gaze at the large eagle. No, it's not. She stretched out her little hand, intending to pat the eagle, but she was too small, and the eagle was too large. She approached its feet, satisfied as she patted its sturdy leg. Fifth brother. This is Nian's new friend. She craned her neck to see the eagle's face, but only caught sight of its soft underbelly. The eagle stood still as Nian moved beneath it, fearing it might accidentally step on her. Only after she emerged did it exhale in relief, realizing it must be more cautious next time. Once Nian had walked a distance, she looked up at the eagle and asked, "What is your name?" "I am Nian, and this is my fifth brother." The eagle called out a few times, its tone tinged with disappointment. "I do not know, it seems I do not have a name. Can little fish help me choose one?" Nian scratched her little face, pondering, "But my names are not pretty. Should I ask fifth brother?" She ran over to Pei Chongfeng. "Fifth brother, can you help give the big bird a name?" Pei Chongfeng pulled her close, caressing her little face and checking her hands and feet. Relieved to see she was unharmed. Just as he was about to suggest a name, Bai Chen, who had appeared out of nowhere, interjected, "Its scientific name is Haliaeetus leucocephalus. We can just call it tiger head." Pei Chongfeng responded, "You are even more casual than I am. How impolite." The eagle regarded the approaching human with suspicion. "Tiger head. Do you like this name?" The eagle called out, its response unclear. Nian then tugged at Tianyuan's sleeve. "Sister Tianyuan, can you bring some fruit? They are hungry. It feels awful to have an empty stomach. Nian doesn't want them to starve." She led Tianyuan to the gathering of animals, especially a drenched golden monkey infant, its beautiful fur clinging to its body, its watery eyes filled with pleading. Tianyuan gazed at the variety of animals before her, many of which were protected species from before the apocalypse, coexisting harmoniously. The trees across from them were nearly toppled by the birds of prey that had flown in. Yet, they had also helped drive the poisonous snakes from the estate. Tianyuan crouched down. "Of course, as long as it's what you wish for. A sister will make it happen." She gently kissed Nian on the side of her face. Nian wrapped her little arms around her. "Sister Tianyuan is the best." They found a patch of land and filled it with fruits and vegetables as the animals rushed in, picking fruit and eating vegetables. Some, with wood-type abilities, mimicked Tianyuan, burying their leftover fruit seeds in the soil, using their powers to nurture new produce. The vegetables also sprouted seeds, and soon, an abundance of food emerged. They could easily sustain themselves. The cauliflower snake led them to a nearby valley, where a significant amount of water flowed, washing away the surrounding vegetation. The water had cleared somewhat from its initial murkiness, yet strange creatures occasionally surfaced. Nian crouched down and thrust her small hand into the murky water, soon pulling out a gray, plump mouse. Pei Chongfeng jumped back, suppressing the goosebumps that arose as he pried open Nian's chubby hand, which clutched the rotund mouse. When the mouse landed on the ground, it rolled over and shook its gray fur. "Little Six, how can you be so bold? You dare to touch anything." His tone was filled with exasperation. Bai Chen, startled by her sudden action, was equally taken aback. This child's bravery was extraordinary. Nian beamed. "It's fine. It won't bite me." She crouched down, poking the mouse's plump body with her fair fingers. "How did you end up in the water? Did you get swept away while taking a bath?" The mouse emitted a series of squeaks, its prominent front teeth exposed, which made Pei Chongfeng wary, fearing it might bite Nian's little hand if it became displeased. "I wasn't taking a bath. I was swept away by the flood." The mouse nudged Nian's hand with its round head. "Do you have food?"
I am hungry.
It squeaked a few times, rubbing its chubby belly with its short front paws. Nian searched her clothes and found a plum in her pocket, handing it over. The mouse squeaked happily, accepting it and beginning to nibble. Nian, unable to crouch any longer, sat on a large stone by the water's edge. "How did you get swept away? Was the water in the mountains very strong?" "Yes, very strong. I was sleeping when the flood swept me away, and I encountered many animals in the water. They were swept away too." Pei Chongfeng, observing Nian's interaction with the plump gray mouse, remarked, "I must ask, how is it that little Six is so fearless? She isn't afraid of the mouse and even reaches out to grab it." Yet, the mouse was indeed quite plump, resembling a small gas canister. and its cries were different from those he had heard in videos before. Bai Chun, the bamboo rat, also known as the bamboo civet or the grass civet, feeds primarily on bamboo and plant roots. Observe its prominent incisors, perfectly designed for gnawing bamboo. A single bite could inflict serious harm. Chapter 89. Fifth brother has temporarily lost his beloved sister. Pei Chongfeng shuddered. Bai Chun continued, emphasizing that it is edible. Pei Chongfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What?" drawing the attention of nearby animals and people. "It's nothing. Carry on," he reassured them, leaning closer to Bai Chun and whispering, "Please don't disgust me. Just the thought of eating that giant rat makes me want to vomit." Bai Chun glanced at him but remained silent. Bamboo rats are indeed edible and rather palatable. In his youth, when he faced hunger, he often ventured into the bamboo groves behind the mountain to forage. He would skin and roast them directly. Such experiences were foreign to Pei Chongfeng, the privileged young master. That night, Pei Nian awoke in the middle of the night, displeased by the sound of rain outside. Scrunching her delicate little nose, she threw off her small quilt, slid out of bed, donned her little slippers, and cautiously checked to see if Pei Chongfeng had been disturbed by her movement. Seeing him deep in slumber, she scampered to the balcony, moved her small stool to the glass door, and climbed up to unlock it. After jumping down, she pressed her little face against the glass, gazing at the pitch-dark sky. She mumbled, "Please open the door for Nian Nian. I can't do it." A green vine cautiously reached out to pull open the balcony door. Once she was outside, she instructed it to close the door, not wanting to wake fifth brother, lest she face punishment. Pei Nian frowned, listening to the heavy rain, and pointed at the dark night sky. "Could you please stop raining? Nian can't go out to play. Everyone's fur is soaking wet. They might get sick." She puffed up her cheeks, glaring into the void for a while. Yawning, her fierce demeanor faltered, and she turned back to sleep. She wore a little yellow duck onesie, carefully avoiding disturbing Pei Chongfeng as she climbed into bed. As she pulled her quilt over herself, Pei Chongfeng, sensing the movement, mistook it for her kicking the covers. With his eyes still closed, he tugged at the quilt for her. Pei Nian nestled into his embrace, planting a soft kiss on the side of his slender face, murmuring, "Fifth brother is the best." The next morning, a gentle drizzle fell. Tian Yuan peeked outside, noting that the rain was light today, perfect for harvesting fresh vegetables. Just in time, Nian wanted to eat sweet melons, so they would plant some. Bai Chun was enjoying a bowl of noodles, a poached egg resting at the bottom. He looked up and remarked, "At this rate, you'll spoil her." Tian Yuan stirred the steaming noodles in her bowl, replying, "Nian is wonderful. She deserves all the love in the world. You're not any different." Her words trailed off, as Bai Chun, in comparison, was indeed more discreet. Tian Yuan spotted Pei Chongfeng coming downstairs, but he wasn't carrying the child. She peered behind him, asking, "Where's Nian?" Still asleep, like a little pig. She must have been exhausted yesterday. When Pei Nian awoke, the rain had ceased, the leaves glistening with freshness, and the air was invigorating. Pei Chongfeng dressed her and helped her wash up before allowing her to play on her own. The chaos from the previous day had been tidied up. The ground was freshly turned, and Tian Yuan had replanted the lawn. All remnants of the previous day's turmoil lay buried beneath the soil. Tian Yuan returned from outside, waving to Pei Nian, "Shall we go pick some vegetables and fruits? You wanted sweet melons, right? Let us go gather some." "Really? Tian Yuan, you're the best." Pei Nian grabbed her little basket, donned her rain boots, and followed Tian Yuan to the vegetable patch by the wall. Rows of vegetables were neatly arranged, including sweet melons, strawberries, and cantaloupes. Pei Nian dashed in with her little basket, eager to pick a sweet melon, only to be stopped by Tian Yuan, who said it wasn't ripe yet. "You can pick this one is also ready." She handed Pei Nian a small pair of scissors. Pei Nian took the scissors and snipped the stem of a melon, freeing it from the vine. She had barely picked one before her basket was full. "Sister Tian Yuan, my basket is overflowing." Tian Yuan smiled and handed her a larger basket for the sweet melons and cantaloupes, suggesting, "You can use your little basket for strawberries." "Oh, right." She placed the sweet melon into the larger basket and turned to pick strawberries. These strawberries were freshly planted by Tian Yuan and Pei Chongfeng that day. The ones from yesterday had been removed after a snake had slithered over them, as they felt unclean. Even if they were clean, the thought of eating them was off-putting, so they replanted them. The rows of strawberry plants were laden with bright red fruit, exuding a sweet aroma, each one plump and inviting. Pei Nian could only cradle one in her small hands. Soon, Pei Chongfeng approached, carrying several large baskets, accompanied by a small panda. They needed to gather as much food as possible, since they planned to venture out later to assess the situation and see if they could find anything useful. After days of rain, they were uncertain of the conditions outside. Bai Chun was preoccupied inside, tinkering with various items he had unearthed from the storage room.
To him.
It appeared to be a collection of useless scraps, with no idea what could be salvaged from it. Pei Nian picked an exceptionally large strawberry and held it up to Pei Chongfeng, exclaiming, "Look, Xiaolu just picked this gigantic strawberry. It's super, super, super big." Pei Chongfeng glanced down, acknowledging its size and likely deliciousness. "I can't see it clearly. Come closer so I can have a better look," he teased. Pei Nian innocently leaned in closer, and Pei Chongfeng seized the opportunity to bite into the tip of the strawberry. Pei Nian's cherubic face fell, as if struck by lightning. "That's my strawberry.
I haven't eaten it yet."
Infuriated, she stamped her feet, shouting, "Fifth brother." Pei Chongfeng chewed and swallowed, commenting, "It's quite good, juicy, fragrant, and sweet." Pei Xiaolu, pick more. Pei Nian pouted, feeling wronged, and huffed, "You're a big bad guy." Pei Chongfeng then pulled out a carrot, saying, "Yes, I'm a big bad guy. We're having carrot and rib soup for lunch." Pei Nian was even more upset, for she despised carrots. Angrily, she turned her back to him, snipping away with the scissors, thinking, "Fifth brother has temporarily lost his adorable sister." Her foot sank into the muddy ground, and with each step, she splashed in the muck. The vegetables in the ridges were fresh and crisp, snapping when plucked. As Pei Chongfeng turned to pick a cantaloupe, he spotted Pei Nian gleefully splashing in the muddy water, her clothes and face splattered with mud. Furrowing his brow, he knew he shouldn't have let Pei Nian out in such weather. Chapter 90. Are you joking? You think you can just make this? He set down what he was carrying and hurried over, lifting her by her armpits as she dangled her little legs. Confused, she looked up at him, only to see his furrowed brows, indicating his displeasure. She offered a sheepish smile. "Hee, fifth brother." Without a word, he frowned as he carried her to the lawn, removed her little boots, and replaced them with comfortable shoes. He wiped her face and hands with a wet wipe, transforming her back into a clean little princess. Which pleased Pei Chongfeng. "No more going down. The ground is muddy. Play up here instead." Pei Nian pouted in discontent. "No. Xiaolu wants to help. You can help later when the sun is out. For now, stay up here." Unhappy, Pei Nian seized the moment and dashed back towards the mud, only to be caught and playfully spanked by Pei Chongfeng. "Are you being disobedient?" Pei Nian wore a bright smile, her excitement palpable as she obediently listened to Xiaolu, who was eager to let Wu Ge sample the sweetness of the melon. Pei Chongfeng let out an ambiguous hum, waiting with a forbidding expression, forbidding her from stepping down. Nian nodded obediently. Pei Chongfeng selected a perfectly ripe melon and instructed Nian to wash it thoroughly with water. With that, he split the melon in half, and the fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Nian was left in awe, exclaiming, "Wu Ge is incredible." Pei Chongfeng raised an eyebrow, affirming her admiration. He then handed the other half to Tianyuan before returning to the field to continue harvesting. Tianyuan and Nian squatted side by side with two little pandas, each holding half of the melon. Nian took a hearty bite, her beautiful eyes narrowing in delight as she began to praise. "The melon grown by Sister Tianyuan is truly sweet. The one Wu Ge opened is even sweeter. I could devour 5 of them." Her words elicited laughter from Tianyuan, who playfully replied, "If you want more, Sister Tianyuan will plant more for you." "Yes, Sister Tianyuan is the best." At that moment, Pei Chongfeng emerged with a basket full of melons, teasing, "Pei Xiaolu, didn't you just say last night that Wu Ge is the best? How come today it's Sister Tianyuan?" Nian, her face beaming with joy, responded, "They're both wonderful to me." Unable to resist, Tianyuan reached out to pinch Nian's soft little face, exclaiming, "How can you be so adorable?" After finishing the melon, Nian was eager to jump into the field again but was handed another melon by Pei Chongfeng. "Go, deliver this to your brother inside." Nian blinked and promptly handed the melon to the panda father. "Go, give it to brother Bai Chun." Pei Chongfeng raised an eyebrow, urging, "Hurry up, Pei Xiaolu." Nian pouted but took the melon towards the villa. On her way, she encountered a patrolling tiger and casually hopped onto its back, heading towards the villa. Upon arrival, Nian dismounted and hugged the melon as she entered Bai Chen's room, which was ajar. Hearing the noise, Bai Chen turned to see Nian Nian peeking curiously at the door. What are you doing? Nian Nian chuckled. Wu Ge asked me to bring this melon to brother Bai Chen. She revealed the melon cradled in her arms. Come in, Bai Chen beckoned, and as she approached, he noticed her clothes were speckled with dirt. What have you been up to? You're all muddy. Pei Changfeng usually took such good care of her. And it was the first time he had seen her in such a state. I was picking strawberries. But Wu Ge wouldn't let me down to the fields. Bai Chen then understood that she had likely been playing in the mud, and Pei Changfeng had sent her to deliver the melon. He picked up a beautiful bionic butterfly from the shelf, its wings a stunning gradient of pink and white. Do you want to play with this? Nian Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement. A butterfly. Yes, I want to play. Bai Chen set aside his work and took Nian Nian outside. His legs were recovering well, but he still couldn't stand or move around for long. Sitting on the sofa, he patiently taught Nian Nian how to operate the remote control. Have you learned? Nian Nian nodded confidently, yes. Let me demonstrate for you. When you release it, hold it like this. Bai Chen held the butterfly's abdomen, lifted his wrist, and gently tossed it forward. The butterfly began to flutter its beautiful wings.
Wow. So beautiful.
Nian Nian's eyes sparkled as she watched the butterfly dance around the living room. Utterly captivated, Bai Chen skillfully maneuvered the controller, guiding the butterfly back to Nian Nian's little hands for her to try. Just then, Pei Changfeng and Tian Yuan entered, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the flying bionic butterfly. Nian Nian's laughter and cheers filled the room as she sat in Bai Chen's lap, pushing the controller with glee. Upon seeing them, she directed the butterfly back to Bai Chen, who effortlessly caught it. Nian Nian took the butterfly and ran to Pei Changfeng, exclaiming, Wu Ge, look. Bai Chen made this big butterfly for me. Isn't it beautiful? Pei Changfeng smiled, bending down to stroke her excited, flushed cheeks. It's lovely. Are you happy, Xiaolu? Very happy. Wu Ge, can we play together? I'm sorry, but Wu Ge is busy right now. I need to organize some things. Just wait a bit, and then I'll play with you. Okay. Bai Chen let Nian Nian play while he went to find Pei Changfeng with the things he had just made. Pei Changfeng was tidying up, preparing for their trip down the mountain the next day, when a knock sounded at the door.
Come in.
It was Bai Chen. What's the matter? He handed over a handgun for self-defense. Pei Changfeng was taken aback. Where did you get this? You had nothing when we rescued you. It's new. I lost the one I brought out before. Pei Changfeng's eyes widened in shock as he circled around Bai Chen, trying to comprehend. Are you joking? You can just make something like this? Bai Chen looked at him incredulously. Do you want it or not? Yes. Absolutely. Such a fine piece. It would be a shame not to take it. Pei Changfeng quickly snatched it from him. Bai Chen also gave him a bag of bullets, cautioning to be frugal with them. All right. If you're leaving, Pei Changfeng called out, wait. Bai Chen turned back to him. I haven't asked you yet. How have you been? Chapter 91. How to find it. It doesn't fly. There's nothing good or bad. It's all in the past. After saying this, he left the room. Nian Nian, holding the bionic butterfly, noticed Bai Chen standing at the staircase, looking somewhat perplexed. She saw the redness in his eyes and blinked her big eyes, asking, Brother Bai Chen, does your leg hurt? Can Xiaolu help you down the stairs? A warm current flowed through Bai Chen's heart as he took a deep breath and smiled. You're so thoughtful. That night, Pei Changfeng informed Nian Nian that he would be going out the next day and instructed her to stay home with Bai Chen. Nian Nian felt a twinge of excitement at the prospect of going out. Pei Changfeng, seeing her expression, anticipated her thoughts and said, next time. I'll first go with Tian Yuan to assess the situation and then plan to take you out. Nian Nian nodded in agreement. Pei Changfeng, recalling her previous sneaky outing with the Black Panther, warned, no more letting the cake take you out alone, understood? Oh, Wu Ge, you're so nagging. Xiaolu understands. Pei Changfeng, harboring doubts, took the opportunity to speak with Bai Chen before their departure the next day, urging him to keep a close watch on Nian Nian to prevent her from wandering off. Bai Chen nodded, I understand. When the child awoke, Bai Chen helped her get dressed, washed up, and had breakfast. To distract her from wanting to go out, Bai Chen played with her throughout the morning and prepared noodles for lunch. Shortly after eating, she claimed to be tired, and Bai Chen suggested she take a nap. While she slept, he seized the opportunity to prepare more guns. However, before he realized it, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. When he went upstairs to check, he found no sign of a child on the bed. Bai Chen's heart sank as he recalled Pei Changfeng's repeated warnings to keep a close eye on Nian Nian. He checked the balcony door, which had been opened from the inside, and upon inspecting the balcony, found it entirely clean, with no traces left behind. Before Bai Chen descended the stairs, he recalled the little panda, Pumpkin, who had been following Pei Nian Nian. It had slept alongside her the night before. He searched the entire room, the bathroom, and the cloakroom, but to no avail. In a hurry, he rushed downstairs, disregarding his own leg, and upon seeing the Black Panther guarding the entrance, he exclaimed, "Xiao Lu is missing. Quickly, search for her." The Black Panther let out a growl, but showed no inclination to move. Bai Chen stared at the panther, his mind gradually calming. Had she run off to play again?
Ah, yes.
I cannot comprehend your intentions. Merely nod if affirmative, and shake your head if not. How vexing. The Black Panther nodded. Is it with that snake? The panther shook its head. If not that snake, then who could it be? Can you lead me to her? The Black Panther shook its head again, expressing its inability to search as it could not fly. The panther, distressed, flicked its large tail and lowered its head once more. Bai Chen then drove the sightseeing vehicle around the estate several times and finally understood why Pei Chongfeng often took Pei Nian Nian with him. One was still young, while the other was far too rambunctious. It was no small feat for her to have reached over 3 years of age. He resolved to procure a GPS device for Pei Nian Nian. Otherwise, with a mere blink, she could vanish, leading to a few heart-stopping moments. Had he foreseen this, he would have allowed her to sleep in his room instead of sending her back to her own, concerned about disturbing her. Now, she had simply disappeared. Just as Bai Chen's frustration reached its peak, a large bird flew in from the horizon, flapping its wings as it approached. It appeared to be landing in the estate. He retreated towards the villa entrance, and indeed, the great bird landed within the grounds. But what was that wriggling thing on its back that resembled a person?
Was that
Wearing clothing? Bai Chen widened his eyes and hobbled over. The eagle turned to glance at the small figure wriggling on its back with a hint of reluctance. Pei Nian Nian patted its back and exclaimed, "Let me down. It's so thrilling. More exciting than when Daddy takes me flying." The eagle, albeit begrudgingly, extended its wings downward and squatted on the ground. Pei Nian Nian wiggled her little legs and, not paying attention, suddenly slid off and landed in someone's arms. Turning her head, she saw Bai Chen's somewhat pale face and flashed a charming smile, her voice sweeter than honey. "Brother Bai Chen." Bai Chen, with a grim expression, focused on the child before him and, at that moment, finally empathized with Pei Chongfeng's desire to discipline Pei Nian Nian. What a delightful child she was. Yet she returned from her escapade sunburned and her previously neat hair now a chaotic mess, looking akin to a little beggar. Bai Chen took a deep breath and effortlessly tucked Pei Nian Nian under his arm. She found this position quite novel. In her family, they always held her upright or horizontally, never in a manner that made her uncomfortable. She wiggled her little legs and couldn't help but giggle. Bai Chen frowned at her. Had this mischievous child lost her senses during her outing? Did she not perceive his anger? How could she still be smiling? He set her down on the sofa, and upon noticing her inclination to move, he quietly instructed, "Stay put. Behave." Pei Nian Nian, realizing Bai Chen was upset, pouted and sat still on the sofa. Bai Chen's anger was silent, unlike Pei Chongfeng's, who would make sure you knew his feelings. Bai Chen dampened a towel to wipe her face and hands, then applied some baby lotion on her. He had seen Pei Chongfeng do it before and emulated him. For her face had become too sunburned. It was summer, and after several days of heavy rain, the sun was now scorching, as if it intended to make one faint from the heat. If adults were struggling to cope, one could only imagine the plight of a child. After applying the lotion, he proceeded to comb her disheveled hair. Though he was angry, his touch remained gentle. Pei Nian Nian wiggled her little legs and softly apologized, "I'm sorry." Bai Chen paused momentarily, not responding, and continued to comb her hair. Pei Nian Nian reflected on her actions, acknowledging that it was Xiao Lu's fault for sneaking off without informing Bai Chen, causing him to worry. She rambled on, and then Bai Chen abruptly asked, "How did you become so proficient at acknowledging your mistakes?" Pei Nian Nian hesitated, explaining that Xiao Lu loved to go out, but her fifth brother did not allow her, claiming the outside world was perilous and unfriendly to children. Bai Chen suddenly recalled the last incident when the child had insisted on keeping the snake a secret from him. It seemed she had once again sneaked out. This child cherished her freedom. He remembered how, during his time at the research institute, he too often sought escape. Yet they refrained from letting him venture outside due to his young age and cleverness, fearing he might encounter danger. Chapter 92. Fifth brother, you hit me. You must compensate me. After sneaking out a few times, they had no choice but to compromise and assign someone to accompany him, thus ensuring both his safety and his desire for exploration were fulfilled. In this regard, she resembled him, both craving freedom. The anger in his heart dissipated significantly. Your fifth brother is correct. This world is indeed hazardous, and you cannot wander off alone. Pei Nian Nian blinked her large eyes, asking, "What about if I go out with little cauliflower and grape cake?" Bai Chun pursed his lips, and before the light in her eyes dimmed, he replied, "Brother believes that if they can protect you, and you do not easily trust anyone, it would be permissible to play outside." Her eyes sparkled once more. "However, it is wrong for you to sneak off alone. This causes us great concern, making us fear for your safety. Would Xiao Lu want her brother to worry?" Pei Nian Nian honestly shook her head, indicating she did not. "Very well, when you wish to play outside, you must inform an adult." Before he could finish, Pei Nian Nian interrupted, "But my fifth brother wouldn't he agree? He doesn't like me going out alone." "That's all right. When your fifth brother returns, I will discuss it with him." "Really?" Bai Chen nodded. The child, excited, leaped into Bai Chen's arms, planting a kiss on his recently plumped cheek. "Brother Bai Chen is the best." Bai Chen reached up to ruffle her now neatly combed hair. In the evening, Pei Chongfeng returned but could not find Pei Nian Nian after searching for a while, prompting him to inquire about her whereabouts. After a thorough search, he turned to Bai Chen and asked, "Where is Xiao Lu?" Bai Chen gestured outside, picking flowers. Pei Chongfeng, resembling a concerned father, ventured out once more, finding the child on a makeshift platform made of exotic plants, placing flowers into a small basket. "Xiao Lu, come down. Fifth brother will take you to eat something delicious." They had returned with several crystal cores and some food from the ruins, most of which were inedible due to being soaked, leaving only a small portion suitable for consumption. Upon hearing about food, Pei Nian Nian's eyes brightened, and she urged the exotic plants to lower her down. As she approached, Pei Chongfeng finally got a good look at her. Her previously fair face was now sunburned. Pei Chongfeng scrutinized her with suspicion, subtly probing. "Did you have fun playing with brother Bai Chen at home today?" He took the small flower basket from her and lifted her with one arm. Pei Nian Nian nodded enthusiastically. "It was fun. Was it that enjoyable? What did you play today?" Pei Nian Nian began counting on her fingers, recalling the cake game, playing with brother Bai Chen, and the butterfly game, then paused momentarily during her midday nap. Quickly, she added, "Brother Bai Chen also made delicious food for me." Pei Chongfeng, noticing her brief hesitation, sensed something amiss. "Then why did you end up sunburned? Look at that little red face." Pei Nian Nian giggled. "Brother Bai Chen already applied baby lotion on me." Upon entering the house, Pei Nian Nian eagerly seized the small flower basket from Pei Chongfeng's hands and hurried to show it to Tian Yuan. "Sister Tian Yuan, look. Nian Nian has picked some beautiful flowers." Tian Yuan was busy organizing various items they had gathered, which included food and useful things, all in a delightful disarray. When she heard Nian Nian's enthusiastic voice, it was too late to tidy everything up. She smiled and approached, saying, "Sister, look at you, Nian Nian. You did wonderfully. You've collected so many lovely flowers. Would you like to arrange them?" Pei Nian Nian tilted her head, wishing to arrange the flowers alongside Sister Tian Yuan. Just as Tian Yuan was about to decline, she thought of the heap of items she had just unpacked and smiled instead, taking the little one outside with her. Curiosity piqued, Pei Nian Nian glanced back at what Tian Yuan had been doing and saw the colorful packages piled together. Her big eyes sparkled with desire. The wrappers looked enticing, and among them was a bag of snacks that she had seen during a visit to an amusement park with her parents. She had begged to have some, but her father had teased her, saying they were medicine for naughty children. Almost believing him, she had noticed another child whining for their parents to buy the same snack just as they were leaving. In that moment, she realized her father had been pulling her leg. No child would crave medicine, especially one that made them cry and shout. Pei Nian Nian stealthily glanced at Tian Yuan, and seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, she dashed back, snatching a bag of marinated quail eggs and inspecting it. She sniffed the delightful aroma and detected a spicy scent wafting from it, which was utterly irresistible, causing her to swallow hard in anticipation. She grabbed a package, its wrapper already glistening with oil. This had to be delicious. In a moment of distraction, Tian Yuan failed to notice as Pei Nian Nian sprinted back to the snacks, heading straight for the section where the treats were separated. Seeing her grasp both the marinated eggs and spicy strips, and about to take a bite of the latter, Tian Yuan's heart raced. She hurried to snatch the spicy strips from her hands, exclaiming, "No."
You can't eat this.
Pei Nian, however, was undeterred. She crouched down to grab more from the floor, as an abundance lay scattered around. The two engaged in a playful tug-of-war, grabbing at the packages. And Tian Yuan found herself overwhelmed, unable to stop the relentless little one, who had now accumulated a small mountain of snacks. With a mix of exasperation and amusement, Tian Yuan called out, "Pei Chongfeng, come quickly. Nian is about to tear open the spicy strips." In a flurry, she tossed everything on the ground and lunged for the snack in Pei Nian's mouth. Just as Pei Nian had managed to bite a small hole into the wrapper, savoring the flavor within, she was not about to relinquish it. She bolted away, still munching, while inhaling the red oil inside. Her eyes sparkled brighter than ever. This was a taste unlike anything she had ever experienced, a delightful mix of spice and exhilaration. When Pei Chongfeng arrived, drawn by the commotion, he found Pei Nian engrossed in her snack. In swift motion, he captured her, one hand lifting her while the other reached for the spicy strips she was clenching. "Let go," he urged, shaking the package, but Pei Nian clung tightly, fearing that if he pulled too hard, he might dislodge her little teeth. With her mouth full and stubbornly silent, Pei Nian continued to suck on the spicy oil. Pei Chongfeng pried her mouth open, exclaiming, "Is this something a child should eat? It's fiery hot." In response, she stretched out her little arm, pleading, "Give it to me, quickly." After a gentle swat on her hand, she immediately recoiled, her eyes welling with tears as she gazed up at Pei Chongfeng. "You hit me. You owe me compensation." She pouted indignantly. As Pei Chongfeng carried her outside, he chuckled at her words. "Compensation, you say? What exactly do you want me to compensate you for?" Pei Nian, with her hands smeared in red oil, boldly declared, 10 packs of those red ones." At that moment, Bai Chun, who had approached upon hearing the ruckus, interjected, "Pei Nian, you should be of school age now, and also that is 5. Pei Chongfeng let out a laugh, prompting Pei Nian's cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she clenched her tiny fists in frustration. "Nian, doesn't he want to go to school? Those children on TV look utterly miserable." Previously, when her father had taken her to a birthday party, she had observed some kids older than her looking unusually haggard. Upon inquiry, she learned they had been scolded for not mastering their handwriting and had been punished with 3 pages of writing. Hiding in a corner while enjoying a small cake, she had listened to the chubby boy's lament and had asked a few questions herself. "Can you eat in class?
Can you talk? Can you sleep?"
The chubby boy, dressed in a fitting little suit, had firmly shot down her queries, stating no eating, no talking, no sleeping in class. Pei Nian's mouth fell open in astonishment. She absolutely did not want to go to school. It sounded terrifying, no delicious snacks, no chatting, and no napping. "Bai Chun, if you don't study, will you become illiterate?" Pei Nian pondered for a moment before resolutely nodding. "Yes. Nian will be illiterate. You can join me, 5th brother." Pei Chongfeng poured himself a cup of warm water, retorting, "I won't join you. I am certainly not illiterate. Now open your mouth and drink." Pei Nian eagerly gulped down half the cup before being taken to wash her hands. She had not forgotten about her spicy strips and called out for compensation. Pei Chongfeng sighed, "You cannot eat those things. They are far too spicy for you." Meanwhile, Tian Yuan hurriedly stowed everything away, fearing Pei Nian would return for more. Those snacks were not suitable for her. After washing her hands, Pei Nian was still haunted by the memory of the flavor, as if it had cast a spell on her. She circled around Pei Chongfeng, calling out, "5th brother,
I want to eat that."
Pei Chongfeng feigned ignorance. "Which one?" Pei Nian, growing impatient, insisted, "The fragrant one. The spicy one." Pei Chongfeng responded with an and turned to hand her a pack of candy.
"Ah,
"That is not it." She stomped her little foot in frustration. "It's the spicy one, not this." Noticing the distinct packaging, Pei Chongfeng ripped it open. "You're really not going to try it? This one is quite tasty. Sour and sweet. If you don't want it."
I'll eat it."
Pei Nian interjected as she reached for the sour tamarind candy, sinking her teeth into its soft, sweet, and tangy goodness. "5th brother, I want more," Pei Nian exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight. Pei Chongfeng handed her 2 more. "You can only have 3 for now. We'll save the rest for tomorrow." Pei Nian nodded, not making any further attempts to snatch them away. With the candy in her mouth, her eyes darted around, contemplating how to procure more snacks. whether at home or from her parents. That night, as Pei Nian Nian fell asleep, Bai Chun pulled Pei Chongfeng aside. Next time, take Xiao Lu with you. Pei Chongfeng, surprised, replied, no way. It's too dangerous outside. I fear I won't be able to keep an eye on her. Bai Chun took a deep breath. Chongfeng, you know Xiao Lu is special, right? Pei Chongfeng nodded. Bai Chun continued. Then what are you worried about? The zombies? Or the mutant plants and beasts? You've all lived here for quite some time. Haven to you? Those mutant plants respond well to Xiao Lu. And as for the beasts, who could possibly rival those two at home? The zombies wouldn't even get close before being torn apart. He paused, then added, speaking of those creatures outside the estate, I can sense they are very fond of Xiao Lu. Pei Chongfeng, perceptive, sensed something was amiss. Did something happen today that I'm unaware of? He noticed Xiao Lu's sunburnt face, clearly a result of prolonged exposure. If she had been at home, she wouldn't have gotten sunburned. Bai Chun hesitated before deciding to reveal what transpired that day. Pei Chongfeng's pupils trembled in disbelief. Are you suggesting that she rode a bird into the sky and circled around before returning? Bai Chun nodded. Pei Chongfeng sprang to his feet, anger lacing his words. Why didn't you keep a watchful eye on her? Didn't I specifically instruct you to look after her when I left? Are your trivial matters more important than Xiao Lu? You left her all alone upstairs to nap. Bai Chun also stood up. Pei Chongfeng, are we even discussing the same issue? Pei Chongfeng shouted. This is precisely what I care about. Bai Chun took a deep breath. Alright, it was my fault for not watching her today. However, Pei Chongfeng, Xiao Lu is special. You cannot confine her within the estate. If you continue like this, she will sneak out again. Rather than that, it is far better to keep her under your watchful eye. Pei Chongfeng scoffed, his furious gaze locked onto Bai Chun. Confinement? Bai Chun, are you not aware of the dangers lurking outside? You let a child roam out there. Are you wishing for her demise? Bai Chun retorted. It is precisely because I know the perils outside that I am saying this. Pei Chongfeng, you cannot protect her forever. She must learn to be independent. I can protect her forever. She is my only sister. If I do not safeguard her, who will? Outside the estate. A snake that was about to slither into the courtyard paused, disheartened by the argument within, and turned back. Never mind. The snake will return tomorrow to play with the little fish. Too fierce. Too fierce. Tian Yuan, hearing the commotion in the living room, hurried to check on Pei Nian Nian in Pei Chongfeng's room. Seeing the child sleeping soundly, he closed the door and went downstairs. Observing the two brothers nearly on the verge of fighting, he rushed forward to separate them. What on earth are you two doing? It's late. And Nian Nian is still sleeping upstairs. Do you intend to wake her? The two exchanged glances, each taking a seat on opposite sides of the sofa, avoiding any proximity to one another. What is going on? Why are you arguing? No one spoke. Tian Yuan turned to Pei Chongfeng. Pei Chongfeng, with a sarcastic tone, replied. He failed to watch Xiao Lu during the day, leaving her alone upstairs to sleep, and as a result, Xiao Lu rode off on an eagle to play. He wants us to take Xiao Lu with us whenever we go out in the future. Tian Yuan then turned to Bai Chun. How did you suddenly arrive at this conclusion? Can you elaborate on your rationale? Bai Chun inhaled deeply, concerned that if he spoke, he might end up striking his newly recognized brother. Nian Nian is a person, not a dog. She desires freedom. If we do not take her with us when we go out, she will run off on her own without our knowledge. Chapter 94. That group of birds dared not move, fearing they might trample her. If something were to happen at that point, no one would be able to resolve it in time. The only way to ensure her safety is to keep her within sight. Moreover, the dangers you worry about may be perilous to us, but they are not for Xiao Lu. You have witnessed the events of these past few days. Those mutated plants and beasts are quite fond of her. Pei Chongfeng straightened up. Can you guarantee that all those mutated plants and beasts will like her and not harm her? Bai Chun asserted that bringing her along is the best solution. No matter what unexpected events arise, we can respond in time, rather than restricting her at home and leaving her unaware of where she might sneak off to play. Tian Yuan pursed his lips. Let us ask Nian Nian tomorrow. Though she is a child, she deserves our respect. Pei Chongfeng stormed upstairs, seething with anger. It was only when he vanished from sight that Tian Yuan remarked to Bai Chun, do not blame him. He fears for Nian Nian's safety. In the early days of the apocalypse, we brought Nian Nian along with us. Upon our return, she witnessed the horrifying scene of mutated plants hunting humans. That very night, she was so frightened that she developed a high fever. He did not tell me. Instead, He got up in the middle of the night to give her medicine and sponge her down to reduce her fever. Nian Nian refused to lie in bed, and Changfeng comforted her for the entire night. At that time, he had also sustained an injury on his arm. He deeply cares for Nian Nian, and although he may grumble about her being a bother, he has never neglected her. Bai Chun sighed and nodded. I understand. The following day, Pei Nian Nian squirmed in bed like a little worm. Upon turning over, she was surprised to see Pei Changfeng. She wriggled towards him, extending her tiny hands to pat the still sleeping Pei Changfeng's face. Pei Changfeng cracked open an eye. Are you awake? Pei Nian Nian sat up and plopped herself onto Pei Changfeng's chest with a soft sound. Pei Changfeng seemed to recall something, using both hands to gently examine her face and sleeves for any signs of sunburn. Does it hurt? Pei Nian Nian nodded slightly, saying it was a bit itchy. I will find some medicine for you later. You must not expose yourself to the sun like this again. Your delicate skin cannot withstand it. Last night, he had applied some ointment to the child, remnants from the previous second child, which worked remarkably well. Otherwise, given the extent of her sunburn yesterday, she would have cried in pain today. Pei Nian Nian obediently nodded, leaning against Pei Changfeng as her little legs swung back and forth, dropping onto the bed. Xiao Lu, do you truly wish to go out and play? Pei Changfeng suddenly inquired. Hearing his question, Pei Nian Nian quickly sat up, nodding. Xiao Lu does not want to stay home alone. I want to go out with you all, but if you follow us, you will still witness scenes that frighten you. Brother and sister Tian Yuan are going out to fight zombies, not for leisure. Xiao Lu is not afraid. Under Pei Changfeng's inscrutable gaze, she insisted, fine. At that time, Xiao Lu will hide far away and not cause you any trouble. There will be dangers outside. Sensing Pei Changfeng's wavering resolve, she clung to him, saying it's all right. Brother and sister Tian Yuan will protect Xiao Lu. Besides, there will be grapes and cake, as well as little cauliflower and the tiger head. They will ensure Nian Nian's safety. Pei Changfeng's heart softened considerably, and he patted her back. If danger arises, you must run first and not worry about us, understood? Pei Nian Nian softly hummed, pouting, insisting that she would protect them. Pei Changfeng naturally heard her, giving her a playful pat on the bottom. Did you hear that? All right. I heard you. Fifth brother, you cannot hit me anymore. If you do, I will cry. Pei Changfeng scoffed, picking her up to get dressed and washed before heading downstairs for breakfast. After yesterday's events, Pei Changfeng decided against going out again, while Tian Yuan intended to organize the collected items. After finishing breakfast, Pei Nian Nian began wandering in the courtyard again, spotting the grapevine heavy with fruit. She climbed onto the Black Panther to pluck grapes, filling her small basket with glistening, large grapes. Not far away, she noticed a large bird with white feathers on its head and tail perched atop a tree. She popped a grape into her mouth, her curious gaze studying the creature. Seemingly sensing her attention, it flapped its long wings and flew over, landing on a large tree in the courtyard. Pei Nian Nian turned and, picking another dark purple grape from her basket, raised her little hand. Do you want to eat this? It's very sweet. The bird tilted its head, noticing the Black Panther below, cautiously flapping its wings and landing not far from Pei Nian Nian but too afraid to approach too closely. Seeing that the Black Panther remained still, it tentatively crept closer to Pei Nian Nian, inspecting the grape in her hand with its sharp claws and pointed beak. The bird squawked. Is this for the bird? Pei Nian Nian nodded, offering her delicate little hand towards its beak, completely oblivious to the potential danger. The bird cautiously opened its mouth, carefully grasping the grape and swallowing it whole. Seeing it eat, Pei Nian Nian's face broke into a smile as she looked up, asking, Is it delicious? Isn't it sweet? The bird responded affirmatively. Encouraged by its reaction, Pei Nian Nian eagerly fed it more. One for you, one for me. A multitude of magnificent birds has soared in from outside, each one impressively large, with razor-sharp talons capable of effortlessly piercing metal. Their beaks are equally pointed, able to easily crack open a human skull. Surprisingly, Pei Nian Nian remains unfazed, enthusiastically feeding them. Pei Changfeng, having not seen her for a while, ventures out to search for her and is met with the sight of a yard teeming with eagles and hawks, sending a chill of dread down his spine. As soon as he steps outside, the birds sense his presence. Some gaze at him with a watchful eye, while others fixate on him with an intense stare, causing him to break into a cold sweat, fearing they might suddenly charge at him. The estate is vast, yet it feels overcrowded with these enormous raptors. Pei Changfeng scans the surroundings but finds no sign of Pei Nian Nian, Instead, he notices a black panther lying nearby, intently observing the flock. Swallowing hard, he musters the courage to call out Little Six.
Huh?
Pei Nian Nian, upon hearing her name, raises her eyes only to see a circle of feathers, gray, black, and white. Following the sound, she boldly navigates beneath their bellies, and the birds remain still, terrified of accidentally trampling her. Upon spotting Pei Nian Nian emerging from the throng of birds with an air of calm, Pei Chongfeng lets out a sigh of relief. Fifth brother, what are you doing?
She asks.
Feeding the birds. As she speaks, a bird leans down and gently rubs its head against hers. Perhaps it was too enthusiastic, or perhaps Pei Nian Nian was simply too small. The bird's affectionate nudge sends her tumbling to the ground. Chapter 95. Little Fish. Will the eagle ever fly again? As she falls, the eagle looks bewildered. However, the other birds react vigorously. One delivers a swift blow with its wing, emitting a sharp cry, while another pushes it aside, and soon a flurry of feathers fills the air as they descend upon it.
How dare you nudge Little Fish like that?
You naughty creature! You foolish beast! Little Fish is so small, you'll hurt her. Little Fish belongs to all of us. We haven't even had a chance to nudge her yet. Pei Chongfeng, disregarding the commotion among the birds, rushes forward to lift Pei Nian Nian, brushing off the dust from her clothes. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? She shakes her head. A feather floats down from the sky, landing upon her head, which Pei Chongfeng casually removes. A piercing gaze suddenly fixates on him. He turns his head to find a white bird, its plumage a mix of white with flecks of black, its eyes unblinking and locked onto him. It's a sea eagle. Pei Nian Nian instinctively clutches Pei Chongfeng's shoulder and snuggles closer to him. Her large eyes, however, remain fixed on the scuffle among the birds. Pei Chongfeng, rigid with tension, fears that it may charge at him. The sensation intensifies as Pei Nian Nian inches closer. It feels as though the bird harbors a desire to peck open his skull. Why are you staring at me like that? It's not as if I forced her to come closer, he exclaims, exasperated. And why aren't you joining them in the fight instead of glaring at me? The cacophony of squawking birds fills the estate, and soon Bai Chun and Tian Yuan emerge from the house, their eyes wide with disbelief at the chaotic scene unfolding before them. What on earth is happening in our estate? Are they attacking one of their own? Bai Chun stares in astonishment at the spectacle of birds clashing in the skies, feathers flying everywhere. What a bizarre situation. How did it come to this?
Pei Chongfeng laments.
As if anyone would believe that the bird getting beaten up is being punished for knocking Little Six down. Pei Nian Nian, captivated by the spectacle, is gently nudged by Pei Chongfeng to intervene and prevent further chaos, for the ground itself seems on the brink of upheaval. Reluctantly, she calls out, "Stop fighting, please. You're going to ruin my grape arbor." In unison, the birds cease their conflict, but one wedge-tailed eagle, lurking near the scuffle, seizes the opportunity to sneak in a few rough kicks at the downed bird. Clumsily, it edges away, feigning innocence as it turns its head toward Pei Nian Nian. Pei Nian Nian glances at Pei Chongfeng, then at Bai Chun and the others, mumbling her disapproval of their quarrel. Pei Chongfeng, recognizing her expression, understands that she is merely savoring the excitement. Nearby, a tiger-headed sea eagle lands with something in its claws, emitting sharp cries that send the other birds fluttering away. Only the injured bird, unable to fly due to a broken wing, curls up in a corner, trembling. The tiger-headed sea eagle, brimming with disappointment, nudges the fish it caught toward Pei Nian Nian, calling out, "This is fresh from the sea. Eat up." As the fish flops about, Pei Nian Nian jumps back in surprise. Pei Chongfeng quickly envelopes her, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. Fifth brother is here." Both Pei Nian Nian and Pei Chongfeng are startled. The fish is enormous, nearly blocking the entrance. Tian Yuan approaches, exclaiming, "How did the tiger-striped fish get so large?" Bai Chun notes that many plants and animals have undergone a remarkable growth spurt, rendering previous measurements obsolete. He gestures toward the white-headed sea eagle cowering in the corner. Pei Nian Nian gazes at the colossal fish before her, aware that she is in for a treat today. She reaches out to touch the tiger-headed sea eagle, but Pei Chongfeng keeps her at a safe distance. The tiger-headed sea eagle strides over, its movements comically exaggerated, and while Tian Yuan and the others stifle their laughter, the metallic sheen of its beak and claws commands respect. Lowering its head, the tiger-headed sea eagle allows Pei Nian Nian to pet it. "Thank you, tiger head." The eagle squawks in response before turning its attention back to the cornered white-headed sea eagle. Pei Nian Nian, eager to join the fray, wiggles her way down from Pei Chongfeng's arms, who allows her to do so, trusting her to navigate among the raptors. Before departing, she clings to Tian Yuan's leg, lifting her cherubic face to plead, "Sister Tian Yuan, I want to eat fish." Tian Yuan gently pinches her chubby cheeks.
All right.
"We'll have fish for lunch. I'll have your fifth brother prepare it, and I'll make fish balls and steamed tiger-striped fish, okay?" Pei Nian nods enthusiastically, feeling reassured as she approaches the white-headed sea eagle that has been battered and can no longer fly. Pei Chongfeng usually handles the prey, while Tian Yuan manages the cooking, primarily because Pei Chongfeng's culinary attempts are often inedible. He returns to the house with tools, swiftly rendering the thrashing fish unconscious. The fish is so large that he conjures a wind blade to sever its head before methodically beginning the preparation. As Pei Nian approaches, she notices the white-headed sea eagle's drooping wing and the pained cries it emits. She gently reaches out to touch its wing. Is it broken? The tiger-headed sea eagle, following closely behind Pei Nian, regards the struggling bird with disdain. The white-headed sea eagle, no longer perched, flops down before Pei Nian, squawking in distress. "It's broken. Little fish, my wing hurts. Everything hurts. Will I ever fly again?" Tears glisten in its dark eyes, evoking sympathy. Pei Nian rushes forward, offering comfort. "No, Yuan-ti. Don't cry. I will ask my brother to come and help you. Do not cry, my dear. My fifth brother is incredibly capable. He was the one who bandaged brother by Chen's broken leg." With that, she immediately sprang to her feet and dashed toward Pei Chongfeng, who was attending to the tiger-striped creature. The eagle-eyed tiger-headed sea eagle looked on with exasperation, witnessing the child's urgency. It turned its head, proudly glowering at the white-headed sea eagle, which lay feigning death on the ground. After a brief moment, it decisively delivered 3 sharp kicks. Chapter 96. Worry not. You shall not become a mere ground chicken. As the eagle's talons were withdrawn, several soft feathers clung to the sharp tips. If you are to die, do it swiftly. You only frighten the fish daily. The white-headed sea eagle emitted several pitiful cries, causing Pei Nian to believe it was gravely wounded, prompting her to run even faster. Pei Chongfeng was rinsing the blood off the fish with a hose when Pei Nian leapt onto his back. "Fifth brother, help it, please. What's the matter? Why are you so anxious?" Pei Chongfeng turned to see the child, drenched in sweat, her previous pallor returning in a flush. "The little bird cannot fly. Its wings appear to be broken," Pei Nian exclaimed, pointing at the fallen eagle. "Broken? Yes." Pei Nian nodded solemnly, her chubby cheeks wobbling with emotion. Pei Chongfeng applied some dish soap to wash his hands. "Wait here, I will take a look. I need to fetch some medicine first." "Okay." Pei Chongfeng stepped into the shade. As the sun was becoming particularly fierce, he needed to find a hat for little Six. After retrieving the medicine and tools, he also brought back a hat for Pei Nian to wear. Observing the teary-eyed white-headed sea eagle on the ground, marked by 3 fresh claw prints, Pei Chongfeng turned to the tiger-headed sea eagle standing nearby. "Those claws are quite substantial." He began to bandage the injured eagle, which emitted pitiful cries as if it were about to be slaughtered. Pei Nian crouched beside the bird, soothingly stroking its head. "It's all right, you'll be fine. Once you heal, you'll be able to fly again. Rest assured, you will not turn into a ground chicken." Hearing her final words, Pei Chongfeng could not help but chuckle. He knew little Six understood their words, but the bird's responses were somewhat comical. The eagle was worried it would never fly again, fearing it might become a mere ground chicken, a concern he found amusing. He tied the last knot and began to pack up. "As long as you don't keep provoking others and get beaten, you shouldn't become a ground chicken." The white-headed sea eagle, however, seemed even more distressed, burying its large head into Pei Nian's embrace, and began to wail. Pei Nian flusteredly attempted to comfort the eagle. Witnessing its relentless behavior, the tiger-headed sea eagle could no longer bear it and called out sharply. Instantly, the white-headed sea eagle became docile as a quail. Pei Chongfeng watched in amazement and, as they prepared to leave, he inquired, "What did the tiger-headed eagle just say? Why did it become so obedient with just a call?" Pei Nian, cradling a few passion fruits she had picked, replied, "The tiger-headed eagle said it was crying. And it would burn its feathers to make roast chicken." "Burn it?" "Yes. The tiger-headed eagle can breathe fire." Pei Chongfeng was taken aback. Realizing why the tiger-headed sea eagle had such an authoritative demeanor, a single cry sent the smaller birds fleeing. since the white-headed sea eagle could not fly. Pei Nian Nian arranged for a special nest to be built for it within the estate, frequently providing it with meat. Consequently, the grape-colored tiger grew increasingly frustrated, its stripes drooping in dismay. That is its rations. How could the little master give its food to that foul bird? After a 2-day respite, Pei Chongfeng and Tian Yuan finally took Pei Nian Nian outside. Before they left, Pei Nian Nian tugged at her long-sleeved shirt, exclaiming, "Fifth brother, it's hot." Pei Chongfeng placed a wide-brimmed hat upon her head, carefully adjusting the straps beneath her chin. "You must not remove it. You will surely be scorched by the sun. It is harsh, and your tender skin cannot withstand it." Under his stern guidance, Pei Nian Nian had no choice but to comply. In the meantime, Bai Chun had utilized every scrap he could find in the estate, crafting various small items and even assembling a submachine gun. Though his leg had not fully healed, he was gradually able to move about and sought to gather more usable materials. There was no shortage of weapons. The more, the merrier. Before departing, Pei Chongfeng did not forget to toss a large piece of meat to the foolish bird nestled in the corner, then led them down the mountain. Seated in her safety chair, Pei Nian Nian spotted a robust figure darting past outside, her small face lighting up with joy. "It's the little cauliflower." Bai Chun glanced over, calculating what he would seek next. The little panda named Pumpkin climbed from the seat to Pei Nian Nian, sharing a peach he had swiped from his parents. Upon arriving at their destination, when Pei Chongfeng opened the door, Pei Nian Nian's face and hands were smeared with peach juice, while the peach skin was neatly placed in a bag. While one could argue she was clean, her face and hands were sticky, and even her clothes bore traces of juice. If one claimed she was unkempt, it was evident she understood the importance of disposing of the peach skin properly. Pei Chongfeng sighed in exasperation, leaning down to unbuckle her safety strap. "What have you done to your face?" Pei Nian Nian giggled, offering him a half-eaten peach. Pei Chongfeng glanced at the peach, which had been gnawed to an unrecognizable state, and politely declined. As Pei Nian Nian exited the car, she observed they stood on a wide street, surrounded by ruins. The walls had crumbled, exposing bare steel reinforcement, which was now overrun with verdant foliage. Occasionally, birds chirped in the distance. Remnants of once thriving human civilization lay in ruins. Yet, none of this captured Pei Nian Nian's attention. She was preoccupied with the peach in her hand. Pei Chongfeng instructed the tiger and black panther to keep close to Pei Nian Nian, while the panda couple split up, one accompanying them and the other assisting Bai Chun in gathering scraps. Naturally, Pumpkin stuck close to Pei Nian Nian. Wherever she went, he followed. Pei Chongfeng affectionately stroked her small face, leading her to the shade of a wall. "Finish eating here. You must keep your hat on, and your sleeves cannot be rolled up." "If you need water," asked Suehua. Since the little panda family joined them, Pei Nian Nian had given them names. The panda father was called Xiongua, and the mother, Xiong Suehua. Pei Chongfeng was unsure where she learned such names, but they did not hinder the panda's delight. Pei Nian Nian nodded, eagerly munching on her oversized peach. Once she was settled, Pei Chongfeng and Tian Yuan set off, first scouting the area to ensure no zombie hordes were present before expanding their search. Bai Chun, spotting some items nearby, instructed, "Little Six, stay here. Brother will collect things over there." He pointed to a dilapidated shop across the street. Pei Nian Nian nodded, perched upon a large stone, intently devouring her peach. Beside her, Pumpkin was devouring his peach even faster. Not far away, a ragged man, hunched and wearing tattered clothing, noticed the large peach in her hand, his mouth watering in desire. That peach was enormous. It could easily satiate his hunger. However, seeing the tiger and black panther beside the child, he hesitated, knowing well the difference between a single meal and several. Chapter 97. Before you deny it, wipe your little mouth first. The black panther also noticed him, its piercing gaze fixed intently upon the man. Recognizing the danger, the man turned and walked away in another direction. The child was impeccably clean, her small face round and pale, clearly having never experienced hardship. With so many extraordinary beasts accompanying her, it was evident she was well cared for by a powerful group. Otherwise, a child like her would not be so fortunate. After a while, Pei Nian Nian let out a satisfied burp, declaring she could eat no more. Yet, her mother always said that waste was shameful and should not be tolerated. Her large, expressive eyes darted around and spotted the lazily yawning grape nearby. She extended the peach in her hand towards it. The grape, however, was unable to consume any more. The tiger, understanding the situation at once, cautiously bit into the peach and began to gnaw at it. The Black Panther lazily swished its long tail, accustomed to such scenarios. Pei Nian stretched out her small hand, a stream of water emerging from her, washing the peach juice off her fingers and wiping her little mouth in the process. She even rinsed her hands for the little panda, then pulled out a cloth from her pocket to clean her hands and face. Transforming back into the pristine Pei Nian, she stood up and dashed across to the opposite side, where she saw Bai Chen picking up something. "Brother Bai Chen, what are you doing?" Bai Chen turned at the sound of her voice, smiled, and replied that he was gathering useful items to bring back more guns and ammunition. Pei Nian exclaimed in response, not quite understanding what guns and ammunition were, but deciding to follow him in his search. After a while, Bai Chen found a few items, only to be pulled out by Pei Nian, who held up an object and asked if this was what he needed. "Yes. Little Six, you're incredible." With a clear target in mind, she knew exactly what to look for and ran towards the outside. "Little Six, where are you going?"
To find things.
"I'll be back soon." Bai Chen, feeling uneasy, entrusted the items he had just collected to Xiong Tsuehua and hurried after Pei Nian. They followed her through winding alleys until they arrived at a half-collapsed building. Pei Nian pointed to Bai Chen and said, "The things you want are inside." Bai Chen cast her a suspicious glance and entered, holding his gun, ready to deal with any unpleasant surprises. His face lit up upon seeing the shelves piled high with items, yet he cautiously checked to ensure it was safe before beginning to move the goods. He then took Xiong Tsuehua to the back warehouse to gather more. Pei Nian noticed a small sign that read mini supermarket. Although she could not read, she recognized items. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of potato chips scattered on the ground, and she stealthily glanced at Bai Chen, who was still occupied with collecting items. She attempted to crawl under a large stone, only to be stopped by the tiger, who advised her to keep her distance. With a swift paw, it smashed the stone into pieces. Hearing Bai Chen's voice inquiring from the next room, Pei Nian rushed over. "I'm fine, brother Bai Chen."
Take your time.
She then dashed back to continue gathering items, spotting delectable snacks that Wu Gur and Tian Yuanjie had previously forbidden her from eating. Recalling the delightful taste, a tantalizing blend of numbness and spice, she realized she couldn't take them back. They would surely refuse to let her indulge. Instead, she decided to feast right there. She picked up a package that she couldn't open and handed it to the Black Panther, exclaiming, "It's cake. Help me, Nian." The Black Panther hesitated, recalling how Pei Chongfeng had previously forbidden her from eating such treats, deeming them unsuitable for children. However, seeing the little girl's eager and trusting expression, the panther's heart softened. Using its powers, it deftly sliced open the packaging, releasing an aromatic scent of spicy sticks that wafted through the air. Pei Nian's eyes widened as she caught sight of the vibrant red sticks inside. She swallowed hard and cautiously took a bite, her eyes sparkling like the sun outside. Delicious. Although it was a bit spicy, it was unlike anything she had ever tasted before. The spiciness was addictive. Not wanting to keep it all to herself, she took a large bite and shared some with the three exotic beasts. The little panda initially rejected the flavor, spitting it out, but soon began chasing after Pei Nian for more. The other two, having tasted it, refused to eat any further. Pei Nian's lips turned a bright red from the spice, beginning to swell, and she emitted little gasps. The pumpkin beside her, also suffering from the spice, stuck out its tongue and requested water. Pei Nian extended her tiny finger to create a stream of water for it to drink, taking a sip herself, as she too was overwhelmed by the heat. The spiciness was temporarily subdued, but soon she felt the urge for more and asked the Black Panther to open another packet. Reluctant, the Black Panther watched as Pei Nian attempted to bite open the packaging, unable to bear the sight of her risking her little teeth. The panther quickly opened it for her. When Bai Chen approached, he found Pei Nian sneakily facing away, hiding beside her chubby little panda cub. The other two waited outside. "Little Six, let us go." The tiny figure trembled slightly, prompting Bai Chen to wonder if he had startled her. Just as he was about to step inside, he saw her turn around, her face smeared with red oil, making it strikingly obvious against her fair complexion. Her small mouth was swollen, and her large eyes glistened with moisture, with suspicious tear streaks on her cheeks. Bai Chen frowned, his gaze falling on her rapidly retreating little hands. He took a few steps closer, asking, "What are you eating?" "Nothing," she replied, suppressing the urge to inhale sharply. The spiciness in her mouth made it difficult to resist the physiological reaction. Bai Chen caught the faint sound of her inhalation, the air still carrying the scent of the spicy sticks. Did you eat spicy sticks? Pei Nian shook her head, firmly denying it. Before you deny it, wipe your mouth. Startled, she reached to clean her mouth but was stopped by Bai Chen. Now, the evidence was irrefutable, with an empty spicy stick bag nearby. How much did you eat? Just a little, she gasped, unable to contain the fiery sensation in her mouth, inhaling sharply before Bai Chen. He clicked his tongue and instructed Xiong Tsuehua to fetch her water bottle, also getting her some yogurt to help alleviate the spiciness. Once Bai Chen cleaned her mouth, it was evident her little lips were red and swollen. Pei Nian patted her tummy and hugged Bai Chen's neck, pleading, "Brother, don't tell Wu Go, okay?" Not receiving a response, she tilted her head to catch his expression. Seeing no reaction from Bai Chen, she shook his head playfully. "Okay? Pretty please?" She even pouted her swollen little lips, attempting to plant a kiss on him as a bribe. Bai Chen, slightly disgusted, distanced himself, stating, "Your mouth is not convincing at all right now." Pei Nian released his neck and softly huffed, returning to gather snacks and pushing the bag of treats towards Xiong Tsuehua. Cui, help Nian pack these up." The little panda hesitated, recalling how Pei Chongfeng had forbidden the little master from eating such things. After the little master had snatched a bag before, they had been warned not to allow her such indulgences, as it was not good for her health. Pei Nian persisted, nudging the snacks closer. "Hurry up and pack them, or Nian will get angry." She deliberately pouted her swollen lips. Chapter 98. Pei Xiaolu, why is your mouth swollen? What did you eat? Xiong Tsuehua hurriedly began packing as Pei Nian's little face lit up with a smile. She then quietly covered her mouth with her hand and leaned towards Xiong Tsuehua, whispering, "Don't tell anyone. No one can know." Xiong Tsuehua called out, as if in agreement. Bai Chen gathered the daily necessities into a large bag, turning just in time to catch Pei Nian's mischievous expression, raising an eyebrow. Her glee wouldn't last long. She would surely face consequences upon their return. "Let us go, we should head back." As they exited the alley, Bai Chen noticed a pharmacy in the distance, and no one could ever have too many medicines. He led Pei Nian forward to forage. Pei Nian, standing to the side, rubbed her little tummy, feeling quite full. Suddenly, she lifted her small head, sensing something, and meandered into another alley. This place was markedly dilapidated, yet the buildings stood intact, cloaked in vines adorned with delicate pink flowers, resembling tiny trumpets. These vines stretched across the row of rundown buildings, draping them in an unexpectedly lavish garb. Pei Nian stood at the alley's entrance, gazing at the magnificent sight before her, her mouth agape in awe. So beautiful! She reached out her little hand to touch the pink and white blossoms, asking, "Are you calling me?" The vines before her swayed gently, as if responding to her words. As the chilling howls of zombies echoed from the surroundings, Pei Nian had yet to react when the beautiful flowers before her suddenly released a pungent odor reminiscent of garlic, so overpowering it was almost nauseating. Just as the tiger was about to charge forward, it caught a whiff of the smell, causing it to stumble slightly, nearly toppling over. The stench was unbearable. However, the Black Panther, quick to react, seized the back of Pei Nian's clothing and swiftly whisked her away. The odor was truly intolerable. Bai Chen, who approached the scene, also detected the smell, which was so overwhelming it made him want to retreat.
Yet,
Upon seeing the Black Panther dashing towards him with Pei Nian in its jaws, he halted. Spotting the zombies trailing behind, Bai Chen promptly dispatched a few peanuts, each one exploding upon impact with the zombies' heads. Having eliminated the threat without even collecting the crystal cores, he took off running, overwhelmed by the odor. Once they reached an open area, both humans and beasts gasped for the fresh air. "Pei Xiaolu, what brings you here? And encountering zombies too? Hua hua. That plant is called garlic vine. If you crush its leaves, it emits a garlic scent." Xiaolu didn't he crush it? It was attacking the zombies with its own stench. Attacking zombies? It doesn't he strangle them with vines but sprays them instead? What is the intention? To suffocate the zombies with its odor? Bai Chen chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. What a peculiar plant. While others strangle, this one attempts to overpower its enemies with foul air. Pei Nian, ready to argue, paused upon recalling the earlier stench, scrunching her delicate little nose in silence. After Bai Chen had his fill of laughter, he gently poked her soft little face with his index finger. "No running around, do you understand? It's dangerous.
get up."
We need to head back." Grape, panting, lay before Pei Nian Nian, extending its paws for her to climb onto its back. Observing this treatment, Bai Chun sighed, Xiao Lu. I wish I could ride a tiger too. Pei Nian Nian lay on the tiger's back and grumbled, Grape doesn't he like others sitting on its back? But you're already up there. Xiao Lu is not just anyone. She patted the tiger's back, urging Grape to move.
Hey.
Bai Chun grabbed his gun and followed suit. Instead of returning home for lunch, they found a spot to eat. The meal, prepared by Tian Yuan the previous night and stored in bare melon space, was still steaming when taken out. After washing his hands, Pei Chongfeng, with his charming peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed, focused intently on Pei Nian Nian's little mouth. Why does it seem swollen? Once his hands were clean, Pei Chongfeng approached to catch the child who had been avoiding him since their return. Grasping her chubby little face, he asked, Pei Xiaolu, why is your mouth swollen? What did you eat? Pei Nian Nian blinked her large eyes and let out a few whimpers. Pei Chongfeng then turned to Bai Chun, who silently made a gesture to seal his lips, fearing the child would become upset if he divulged the truth. Pei Chongfeng relaxed his grip slightly and inquired, What did you eat earlier? Pei Nian Nian shook her head, adamantly denying any wrongdoing. Xiao Lu didn't eat anything else. He pinched her cheeks again, leaning close to sniff her mouth, detecting a distinct flavor of spicy strips, instantly realizing the cause of her swollen lips. Let us settle this later. We're outside now, he said, recognizing the potential for a tantrum from the child, especially with two swift beasts by her side. He called upon Bear Melon's father, the panda, to fetch a handful of fresh, crisp bok choy. They quickly set up a fire to prepare soup. Tian Yuan was puzzled by the sudden need for soup, wondering if there wasn't enough food. Pei Chongfeng glanced at the sheepish child cowering in the corner and whispered, I'm making soup for Xiao Lu. She snuck some spicy strips. Tian Yuan was taken aback. But didn't we put everything away? It was likely she had pilfered them while they were gathering supplies at a nearby store, right? He looked at Bai Chun, who nodded in agreement. As expected, during lunch, Pei Nian Nian devoured 2 bowls of the bok choy soup before finally putting down her bowl. The spicy strips had left her stomach feeling fiery and uncomfortable, and the soup was just what she needed to alleviate her discomfort. After resting in the car for a while, Pei Chongfeng turned on the air conditioning to help Pei Nian Nian sleep, instructing Bai Chun to keep watch over her as he set off with Tian Yuan once more. When she awoke, Bai Chun took her to gather useful items. Pei Nian Nian, feeling a bit bored, poked the ground with a stick. The sound of birds chirping caught her attention, and when she looked up, she saw a large bird flying overhead, casting a brief shadow over the area. The bird landed on the street, and Pei Nian Nian recognized it as the previously encountered stellar sea eagle. She immediately tossed aside her stick and ran towards the eagle. Take me to play, Tiger Head. The eagle called out a few times in response. Bai Chun Gij. Xiao Lu is going to play with Tiger Head, she shouted, climbing onto the eagle's back. When Bai Chun emerged, he found her already seated atop the majestic bird, surprised that it had followed them from the manor. He had no intention of stopping her. Be careful. Hold on tight.
All right.
The great bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky, a fierce wind rushing past, yet Pei Nian Nian remained comfortably seated. She even leaned over the side to look down, witnessing the city below, where most structures lay in ruins, with only a few surviving amidst the rampant vegetation. In a short span of time, an astonishing 95% of the city had been overtaken by plants. Pei Nian Nian could sense the lurking beasts hidden in the shadows and the plants squeezed within the crevices of the buildings. The city was teeming with life. The stellar sea eagle carried her across much of the city, and as she cradled her cheeks in her hands, her delicate brows furrowed in contemplation. She patted the eagle's back, urging it, Let us go down. Let us go down. Chapter 99. Hurry down, hurry down. It's my third sister. It's Nian Nian's third sister. The eagle gradually descended, landing atop the tallest building. Pei Nian Nian spotted a person surrounded by zombies below, her eyes widening in shock as she frantically tapped its back. Hurry down. Hurry down. It's my third sister. It's Nian Nian's third sister. Meanwhile, Pei Nianqing and her companions had been making good progress. With her lightning abilities, other plants and beasts dared not provoke her. The mother and daughter duo remained relatively calm, though the child occasionally yearned for the nearby snow leopard and brown bear cub. However, Pei Nianqing did not relent. Just as they were nearing home, they encountered a blockade of zombies. These zombies seemed orchestrated, methodically countering their attacks, with the front ranks generally consisting of lower-level zombies. interspersed with a few higher-level ones. They appeared intent on wearing them down in a war of attrition, neither launching a strong offensive nor allowing them to pass. As another wave of zombies surged forward, Wang Xueli seized the moment to raise a towering wall of earth, trapping several zombies within, their heads protruding helplessly. Qi Bin wielded his knife, efficiently dispatching them. Bai Chui unleashed a barrage of water arrows, but the sudden wall absorbed her assault. Pei Nianqing conjured a massive surge of lightning and hurled it into the horde, instantly incapacitating a large number. The trio of Pei Nianqing, Wang Xueli, and Qi Bin stood back to back, with Wang Xueli urgently asking, "Boss, what now? Should we charge through?" Watching the passage Pei Nianqing had created close, she felt a surge of frustration. They had been trapped for quite some time. If they didn't break free, they might truly perish here today.
Bai Kui.
Concentrate your water balls and throw them. Xueli, wait for the right moment to open a pit beneath their feet, and Qi Bin, look for opportunities to finish them off. The four chorused in unison, understood. As Bai Chui hurled her water ball, Pei Nianqing unleashed another surge of lightning. Wang Xueli opened a large pit beneath the feet of the unaffected zombies, quickly sealing it shut again. Qi Bin seized the chance to clean up the remaining zombies. After the series of maneuvers, they once again tore open the sealed passage.
Now.
Let us go, Pei Nianqing shouted. As they were about to run towards the recently torn opening, a small girl's voice rang out. Sweet and innocent, it carried a note of joy. Sister. Pei Nianqing hesitated, struggling to believe her ears. Amidst the cacophony of snarling zombies, she recognized Xiao Lu's voice. She stopped abruptly, instinctively turning to look. Not far behind the horde of zombies stood a little girl in a hat, smiling brightly at her. Behind her, on the nearby residential building, a large bird with a sinister gaze coldly surveyed them. A chill ran down Pei Nianqing's spine as she realized the danger. Xiao Lu noticed her pause and Wang Xueli urgently tugged at her. Boss, what are you doing? Hurry. The urgency in her voice was palpable. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Qi Bin, walking ahead, noticed her unusual behavior and followed her gaze to see a child wearing a wide-brimmed hat and denim overalls, blissfully unaware of her perilous situation, still smiling in their direction. Bai Chui, holding her child, urged her to move, quickly. The zombies are closing in. Bai and I held tightly, dared not speak, her eyes wide with terror, fearing the grotesque creatures would pounce upon her. Pei Nianqing pushed Wang Xueli's hand away. You all go first. My sister is over there. Wang Xueli, exasperated, thought it impossible for Pei Nianqing's little sister, barely over 3 years old, to be here. Her mind raced, and she glanced around, soon spotting a well-preserved zombie not far away, its cold gaze fixed upon them. There's a psychic zombie, she shouted. Pei Nianqing is under its influence. Qi Bin noticed as well, moving to pull Pei Nianqing away. The massive harpy eagle, unable to descend in the narrow alley, could only hover near the entrance, anxious to follow Pei Nianqing as she dashed inside. It called out in frustration, flapping its wings and landing on the nearest building. Pei Nianqing's sudden exclamation drew the attention of the surrounding zombies, who began to retreat, attempting to capture her instead. The harpy eagle, glaring at the grotesque creatures, unleashed a salvo of rockets, each one piercing through the zombies' heads, emitting a foul odor as smoke billowed from the wounds. Yet, the zombies' insatiable thirst for the flesh of the empowered persisted. Daring not to unleash fireballs for fear of harming Pei Nianqing, she extended her small hand, summoning a miniature water dragon that swirled around her wrist. Go quickly, she urged. The water dragon darted past the nearest zombies, and as it ventured deeper, the horde began to collapse one by one. Gradually, the water dragon faded, leaving the fallen zombies unscathed. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the area, as if intent on sweeping Pei Nianqing away, making it difficult to keep her eyes open. She shut her eyes tightly, shielding her face with her hands, when a bony, pale hand reached out. Just as it was about to make contact, countless tendrils erupted from her pockets, surging forth like a dam breaking. Soft, yellow vines enveloped her, wrapping tightly around her form. A few delicate tendrils reached for the approaching hand, constricting with a swift motion, snapping it clean off. The vines climbed up the arm, undeterred by the fierce winds. 20 or more tendrils entwined together, penetrating the zombie skulls, as the wind began to calm. The vines continued their ascent, piercing through the zombies' heads from below, some even snapping their necks, which rolled to the ground, soon covered by the creeping tendrils, leaving only bone and glimmering cores in their wake. Bai Chui watched as the strange plant rapidly spread, a wall of encroaching zombies behind her. No matter the direction, it was a dead end. She held her child tightly, fearful of being dragged into the alien foliage. Seeing the sudden emergence and rapid expansion of the strange plant, Pei Yinqing's breath hitched. Xiao Lu was still there. Gathering electricity in her hand, she sensed Wang Xueli's urgency as she shouted, "Pei Yinqing, don't be reckless." Ignoring the warning, Pei Yinqing hurled the lightning towards the tendrils of the strange plant. As the electricity met the vines, some instantly turned to ash, while others remained intact. Grabbing a nearby knife, Pei Yinqing charged forward.